There we have it. We are ready from Copenhagen with the Blast Fall Finals 2024. We are just about ready to conclude what's been a long Blast season, but we still have a couple of events at hand. Starting off with the Fall Finals, Bobski, we have some of the best teams in the world taking on each other, and one of them is sitting behind us right now, getting ready for the first game.
Yeah, I mean, they are ready, right? They've been in a stressful environment, right? Flew directly from Malta into Copenhagen, but I can't complain. I just grabbed my bike. 2 minutes later, I'm here at the studio. It's been a pleasure to be in Denmark so far.
So far, a pleasure. As said, we are nearing the end of the season. We are at the Fall Finals here in Copenhagen, where the winning team will book a spot for what's going to be the last Blast event of the year, the World Finals taking place in Singapore. So we're getting closer and closer to the culmination of what's been a long, fun and exciting season. As I said, we have 8 of the best teams in the world taking on the stage, taking on the studio throughout the week, and hopefully booking, or at least trying to book a spot inside the arena in the weekend. As you can see, Bobski, only quality teams.
Yeah, we have most of the top teams here, so they're also going to be going for that first place. Regarding of getting that World Final, it would be a statement to win an arena game within a year, especially with the lineup of those teams here, right? I think there's many underdogs, and as we know, 3 of them is going to go through the group stage.
It's going to be rough, as said, and they've been divided into 2 different groups, starting with Group A. As you can see, a very stacked group. NAVI, best team in the world, Falcons in there being the underdog, but 2 of the teams that we want to highlight a little bit is G2 and FaZe. Starting with G2, the expectations coming into the tournament, do you feel positive?
I always feel positive when I see Malps, Nico and Monacy on the lineup. I expect a lot of things, right? But I'm worried about how is the atmosphere inside this team, right? I know there's a lot of rumors flying around. Monacy hasn't extended his contract. We know Snacks is under a lot of pressure, right, for not calling well enough in certain moments. Nico in the air, right? We're also going to be discussing Falcons. There's so much disturbance inside. There's such a legendary organization that I would expect them to perform better in that context.
Okay, interesting. As you said, it's always fun to see Nico play. Always fun to see Monacy play, and Malps for that matter as well. They always put on a good show. Now, I'm all about balance in my life. So positive when it comes to G2. A little bit of a negative vibe surrounding FaZe Clan, I feel, coming into this one. They've been struggling. Kerrigan haven't really been able to figure out how to get them back on track. Do you feel the same? Is this, I wouldn't say do or die time for FaZe, but are we nearing a point where we really have to get worried for this lineup?
Yeah, we say that quite often as on the analyst desk also, as some players think, oh, this is the end for FaZe, right? Kerrigan can't redo his magic, but once again, he brings out a little bit of light from a good playoff run once or twice a year, and then all of a sudden we believe, okay, this roster can potentially actually win a trophy once again. This time I'm worried. I've probably said it a couple of times before, but I'm just expecting that no lineup can go on forever.
That's true. Yeah, a very stacked Group A and a very interesting Group A that we're going to have to see unfold throughout the days. But speaking of stacked groups, we also have a Group B, which I would argue are just as stacked, if not even more, especially when you consider how close some of these teams are on paper. Obviously, the whole thing with Vitality Astralis, that's going to be an interesting matchup, but I want to focus a little bit on Team Liquid, a team that is still relatively new, but a team that keeps surprising and keep playing somewhat decent Counter-Strike.
Yeah, they have 2 really unique selling points, right? I think they have Twist as an IGL, and it's so rare. We see all these hyper-aggressive individual players wants to be an IGL, right? We've seen it, Device, Nico, and if they manage to be the IGL and actually also perform, you get such a strong attribute to a team, right? I think Liquid has shown with the likes of Team Liquid that he's such a strong player to have on your squad. He's almost a star player in an IGL role. It's such a magical moment to have for a team.
Curious to see if Liquid can do anything in this stack group, and especially considering who they're going up against. Spirit, a team that we saw during Pro League, we've seen struggle a lot recently. Yes. I feel like Dunk obviously is arguably putting in the case for being the best player in the world right now and single-handedly making sure Spirit remains competitive. But what happened to the Spirit that were owning everyone in Katowice and we're thinking of as the best team in the world? No longer the case for those guys.
I thought we had Team of the Year coming into Katowice. I thought that there's just no way, man. People like Dunk is too good. Everybody else in the squad is bringing something to the table. Even Sontix back then was an amazing player. All of a sudden they look so mediocre, right? They can't even get any base level against like mid to top teams, right? I do think they play a little bit better against stronger oppositions, but you don't have that benefit if you're not going to be playing consistently better.
Now I'm curious to see how they're going to fare in the tournament. I'm also curious to see the day schedule for all the games we got coming for you. Liquid taking on Spirit, we just spoke about it. Astralis with Vitality, Cadian coming in, you know, with his official debut for Astralis, FaZe G2, and then of course Falcons versus NAVI as well. This is just a quality schedule, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot of top teams, right? Many is going to go for that trophy. Bringing off the first game and actually winning that puts you so close to already stepping inside the arena, so it's just going to be really important for them to win the first one.
It's always important to get off to a good start, and speaking of getting off to a good start, we have our GG Bet prediction game as well. I want to get off to a good start, and I guess everyone wants to do that in the same sense. We all have 9 lives to begin with. We all have to predict throughout the tournament. And across the board, we all pretty much agree what's going on here. I think the only one that stands out to me is Anders for losing his mind on day one already.
Yeah, he's trolling as always. I think there's mostly like 2 50-50 games right today. It's both the second one and the fourth one. I do think there's also a little chance for Astralis to make an upset, but let's be honest, Falcons is massive underdogs. The only potential idea I could see them winning is because NAVI has had such a hectic schedule coming in.
And we'll get into that, but before that, I also have a little quest for you guys out there. You can head into Blast TV and create your fantasy team for the tournament. Compete against Bobski, compete against me, see if you can beat the talent group. You still have a couple of minutes to do it before the tournament starts, but you have to do it right here, right now, before it's too late. However, we are ready to jump into the first game. We have NAVI taking on Falcons.
NAVI is confirming their spot at the final four finals.
It's all JL, all of this so far. 3 and 4. Oh. And some of the greatest Danes to ever do it will step forth into the final fall final. One last chance in Copenhagen to hoist a trophy.
Falcons have arrived here in Copenhagen. They have arrived at the forum, and it's, I guess, a bit of a surprise that we see Falcons right now mixing it up with some of the best teams in the world, because the whole energy around Falcons right now is that they're struggling a little bit. They can't figure out where they're at. They struggle to beat the good teams, and they struggle to find their rhythm, find their form. So I'm curious to see if this team can do anything against what arguably is the best team in the world right now. NAVI, as you can see in the pictures, arriving into the forum arena, feeling comfortable, feeling excited, I guess, and full of confidence for how they've been playing as of late. Bobski, you're looking at the best team in the world and by far the most consistent team in the world as of right now.
Yeah, you said it yourself, right? They are the best team, and the reason why they're the best team is that every time they jump into a tournament, we actually get a feeling that they're improving on certain things, right? Yeah. On the opposition side, I have no idea what Falcons is going to come with, right? But I know NAVI is going to bring a base layer, and if they fail the first game, I'm sure they're going to be back for the second one, right? And I think a lot of other teams could not imitate that.
And I love that. Look at the players right here. Look at the ratings, especially when you exclude Alexi B from that count. You have Bit, you have Jail, Emma, Wonderful, all playing at an incredible high level, and take nothing away from Alexi B. From a fracking department, he's doing all right, but as an in-game leader, he's doing fantastic. So it does feel like a team where all 5 players right now are hitting their stride.
Yeah, and this was the question with when NAVI gathered this roster, right? Is there enough stardust over this roster? Doesn't Simple need to step in? Does anybody else need to step and get a massive gain in stats to potentially make this work? But they all cohesively make this work, right? I think I'm also in the picture is one of the players we have to talk about, right? He's been such an improvement from the start of the year up until this point.
Yeah, he's improving, and so is the entirety of NAVI, and I guess it reflects in the results as well. When you look at NAVI and what they've achieved so far in the year, the event results and how they conduct themselves at every single tournament, it was at a point where I thought to myself, there's no way they can keep it up. Obviously, winning the major in Copenhagen, massive surprise. Then they had a couple of tournaments where they had to find their stride. Pro League wasn't a success. IM Dallas wasn't a success, but ever since, look at that, Spring Final, second. Esports World Cup, number 1. IM Cologne, second, getting into the Grand Final, winning Pro League. We're talking about a team that is finding consistency in a world of Counter-Strike where there's no kings as of now.
Yeah, and I mean, they are very, very close to crowning themselves already Team of the Year, right? They have to drop off a massive clip in the last couple of tournaments to be able to succeed that to somebody else. Maybe Spirit can have a really good run towards the end, but they are the favorite, right? And I think there's no signs for me that they potentially would fall off. I think they're incredibly consistent. Also in an environment where Pro League, where it's kind of inconsistent, you don't really know anything, you're playing random teams all the time, they still manage to show up.
And I guess the question, why is it NAVI are playing so well? And I think there's 2 players I want to put on the card right here, 2 players I want to focus on, 2 of the most improved players, dare I say it, throughout the year. One being Emma, another being Jail. Jail obviously came into NAVI and he was never struggling. He was never in a period where he thought, okay, he's going to get caught or he's not living up to his expectations. But he's playing as a star player right now, arguably a top 10 player in the world as of 2024. Whereas for Emma, he was struggling in the beginning, during the Copenhagen Major, even when they won, he wasn't putting up individual level. But as of late, he stepped up massively. So are we looking at a team now that is finally firing on all cylinders?
I think what I'm always brought to the table, even though he wasn't always the strongest fragger in the beginning, I think from what the interviews said from Blade and also from earlier coaches, he's such a strong communicator, right? He brings a lot to the table outside of the fragging department. If you're going to get that on top of what he's already doing, he's just going to be an amazing player, right? I think everybody saw that major. Many called it a fluke. I think that's kind of getting away from him at this point with those stats that he's proving.
He is proving it, and he's getting much better. And I think it speaks for the entirety of the team right now. Where NAVI, it does feel like a team working in synergy. We also had James Banks catching up with Alexi B heading into the game. I'm curious to see how he felt the preparation work coming in to the Blast Fall Finals.
Can Falcons challenge you at all? I think they have nothing to lose right now. I think that there might be something going on with them because of how they played the last couple tournaments. So I think maybe this is a tournament before the major or for the major that they really want to show what they're capable of. And we know what they're capable of. They have a lot of talent on the team and a lot of experience. But lately they've not been showing the best signs. And that's where we gotta come out there and just win them.
And you can argue it's not the best preparation for NAVI coming straight from a tournament into another, but do you think it's going to affect them going up against Falcons?
One of the few teams I actually think that's going to affect, because I think Blade really wants to have his time. He's always going to be the guy who's going to complain as well if they are playing the late game and got to start the next one early. So I think it's a fair assessment, but I mean, that's the reality. I think 224 is even going to be 225, sorry, is even going to be worse in this department, so I'm not sure what to bring of it.
Well, speaking of the opponents in Falcons, let's have a look at them and let's sort of digest where they're at right now. You have the 5 players on your screen. We all agree that it's a team that haven't really found their footing. Is it bad? You know, is it looking real bad for Falcons? Are we getting a little bit too judgmental, given that we know the potential is high, but we haven't seen it transpire consistently yet?
I mean, Pro League was a disaster, right? Nothing really worked. Yeah. They even beat at.CEST as the only team. They played like dog shit, and I think they've realized that they're not even at a point where they can consistently beat the worst teams, right? And that's an insane statement coming in from a spot where you spend so much money and you have so many good players, right? Just a quick point, I think Blade and these guys almost built the squad from the same point, right? Sonic had the ability to build whatever he wanted to do, and he had the chance to build a relatively strong squad. He did on paper, but nothing works.
Nothing works, and I'm curious to hear if they agree with that sentiment, where James Banks catching up with Magix heading into the game.
Magix, I want to start by looking at just still the results for you guys being a struggle, and I want to see how it's making you guys feel and just kind of where your mindset's at.
I mean, obviously, I always want to win, so being in a period where we're not really close to being able to win is obviously not nice. I always try and do my best to be in the best condition as possible, both individually but also as a team. And not being there right now is obviously not nice, and obviously that's something we need to fix because at the end of the day, Falcons is also here to win trophies. So yeah, results is needed, and obviously that is going to start from this tournament, hopefully. And yeah, we take it one game at a time right now. I think right now we're just trying to find our confidence and finding out how we can be consistent, which has been our issue for a long time now. And that is, you know, sometimes there's no magic fixes, but sometimes it just takes time. And right now we're just working as hard as we can to make sure that we are in the best condition we can be, and from there we just need to take it slowly.
In terms of fixing that, what's the conversations like with Zonic and Lars? Because obviously these are the driving forces on 2 different very stars in terms of fixing that consistency and fixing that mentality.
I mean, obviously I've been working with Lars and Danny for a long time, so I kind of know the procedures, and I think I have the tools to work on it myself as well. But obviously having conversations as a team is important, and being able to be open and honest about what type of mistakes we are doing as a team, but also that we are doing the same type of mistakes, like we are throwing away advantage situations and losing anti-ecos. And you know, with the level we are playing at, it's difficult to win games when you're doing these type of mistakes. So in some way it's pretty simple what we need to fix, but at the same hand we've been doing these mistakes for like several months now, and that is what is frustrating. So being able to talk about it openly and, you know, get the frustrations out as a team is important. And I think that's, you know, where Lars comes in, where he can kind of be the middleman, and, you know, where everyone feels comfortable saying out their frustrations. And I think, you know, being able to kind of get that out of the system is important, and because we have frustrations as players as well, even though they could be on the team, it could be on the individual standpoint. You know, there's a lot of things that comes into consideration when it comes to frustrations, but being able to say it in an open form is very important.
I mean, it must be super frustrating for Falcons to feel that it's the same mistakes over and over again. So I can't really blame Magix for not feeling too comfortable. I can't really blame him for being in a state of environment right now where it's obviously not fun to be Falcons. Now, we've been trying to find out, you know, what is it that is not working within this team. And I think there's a lot of things you can digest into. One player that was a positive when he came into it was Dupree. I think he did fantastically well when he joined Falcons. He was even the star player, the player performing at the highest. You see the first 3 months within Falcons, a 1.17 rating. As of late, though, he dropped off as well. So are we looking at a team right now where the one good thing that was actually working for them is no longer working?
Yeah, the crazy part, before he joined the team, everybody was like, no way, Sonic, you're not doing this, right? You're not going to give a friend a gift like this one to join the team because he's not good enough. And he proved everybody wrong, right?
Sure.
117 rating, best player in the team. I think everybody realized, okay, so now it's going to be Madden, Snappy, who are we looking to cut? But all of a sudden, he drops off a massive clip and he's in this position again where it just throws you into next year. What is Falcons going to be like? Is he going to be a part of that roster? I'm not sure. With those stats, he's definitely not. So he needs to improve right now.
It's a rough run for Dupree. It's a rough run for Falcons. It's a rough first game of the day for them as well. However, there's always a chance when it comes to Counter-Strike. Taking on NAVI is no easy feat at all, and especially considering in the current state of form. We have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful selection of games for you. Liquid Spirit, Astralis Vitality, FaZe versus G2 as well. But before all of that, we're jumping into Falcons NAVI after a short break.
Roll up. It's the first day of Blast Premier Fall Finals 2024. We're coming to you live and direct from the forum in the heart of Copenhagen. My name is Henry G. This is Anders, of course, and we have NAVI versus Falcons in the opening game. Pretty nice little matchup, Anders, to kick things off.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm always excited. We've been covering a lot of Falcons in the past, so we're covering their story. You know, it's been on the upward trajectory, but it's still not where it needs to be. Do you think today's going to be the day where that changes, Henry? Could they take down NAVI?
I would say no. I'm just hoping for a good game. As a fan of Counter-Strike, I just want it to be competitive. I think that's all we can really hope for here.
Right.
NAVI, without a doubt, the #1 team in the world right now. Coming off the back of a Pro League win, Falcons had a pretty disastrous campaign there. But I agree with the analysts. They kind of got nothing to lose at this point. If rumors to be believed, Anders, there's some changes coming at the start of next year for this squad, and they're just trying to keep their head above water, keep the morale high, and show they can still compete at a world-class level. It's going to be the first map of Anubis, though. This is picked by the Falcons, so you would assume they're starting on the CT side here. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see if they can step up and hopefully just give us a good game. That's all I'm really hoping for today. Maybe even 3 maps. That would be lovely. If they could pick up a map today, that'd be awesome. But yeah, this is where JL and co do their best work. It's going to be a tough game. We'll see where the pistol round takes us. Indeed, it will be the Falcons starting on that CT side. Could be a problem. Let's hope it's not.
It could be. You never really know, but yeah, sometimes it could be a bit rough if you lose the pistol there on the T side. You know that the CT side's gonna have a little bit of a better start. All kinds of crazy stuff could happen. I'm excited for it. I want a bit of a competitive match as well. I did pick him in the pick'ems. I think I've been doing that for a while. One of these days it's going to work out, Henry.
One of these days, Falcons might win for you.
That's what I'm saying. They have to win eventually.
It would be a crazy upset, to say the very least, the Falcons won today. They've got the players to do so. We all know that. The skill, the veterancy's there. It just hasn't come together for whatever reason for this squad. Found themselves in a bit of a slump recently, but we'll see if they can step up. Players to look out for on the Falcons side. You got Sun Pius, you got Magus, they're your headline acts. As we all see the T side on their way. We got smokes in towards middle. And looks to be a B finish here. Not if Madden's got anything to do with it, though. Emma will find him early. Player towards jail, though. Watch out for Dupree. This might be overlooked, Anders.
Yeah, it could be. There's actually 2 players still at the bomb site, but they will clear it open. That's a nice flashbang bit with the headshot. My God, they've powered their way through onto the B-bomb side, and this is looking... It's pretty straightforward at the moment.
Literally flawless. They haven't taken any damage yet.
Oh, dear.
They found 3 kills on entry. The smokes are down, but 20 seconds to deny any sort of entry towards the side. Snappy. Can he do any damage? He lands 1 bullet at least. That's all they're going to find. And Magus in the 5 versus 1. Oh, this could be a long one for Falcons. Not the great start they were looking for here. The best Magus can hope for, I'm afraid, is a couple of exits.
Trying not to get stabbed in the back at this rate. Got to be a little bit careful here. They're on him already. Not a single kill going the way of Falcons at the start of it. For Navi, I mean, yeah, I think you pretty much mentioned it. The real obstacle in that round was if they didn't check the corner. Once they get the first kill on Madden, the whole bomb site is open and ready to take. So yeah, I don't hate the fact that he's going for the information, but yeah, if Dupree had been overlooked, if they hadn't flashed him out in the corner, maybe they could have been a different round. Nice start for Navi, though.
Couldn't be better. Oh. Bit of slow motion there for you. Force buy in response. Got Snappy and co. 5-7s across the board pretty much. An MP9 for Madden. They're going to be flash attacking B main. Hoping to catch someone on the other side, but it's quite a passive setup here. Imma needs to be careful, though. The flashbang could find him. Nice little grenade, as we will find 43 damage towards Dupree. Some exchange of damage here. JL's down to 74. They're holding on. Wow. That grenade's going to do even more damage now. Dupree's down to 13 before he even sees anyone. Might as well be flashed in now, Anders, and hope for the best. Flash does go over, but Imma can feel it and just going to disengage. Allow them to get some false info almost, because you can see Alexi B, he has found so much space over towards the A side of the map. Wonderful, will crack things open. And Snappy, not really much you can do. They've just played this so well. Again, it's another perfect round.
Yeah, it really is. Dodging any aggression outside of the B-bomb site. They find Magus alone over at A. It's pretty much all worked out perfectly for them.
They couldn't have done better than this.
I do love the fact that they had 3 5-7s. We've been seeing the uptick of the 5-7 for a while now, but I feel like especially that choke point towards the B-bomb site, it can get some really cracking kills. So not going to be this time, obviously.
Well, some Pius and Dupree, once again, looking for exits. You got the MAC-10s available. You want them to farm some cash here. It can't be another clean sweep. Yes, it can, Henry. As we go 2-0, full eco up next. Yet to find a kill as we enter round number 3. Not the start we were looking for. Early days here, of course, but yeah, the CT side can be very tricky. And 3-0, not the start you're looking for. Not really much to report going to this next round, I'm afraid. Maybe some P250s. Can't really justify much of an investment. Like, normally if you get a couple of kills, each kill is worth $300. I mean, you get a P250 maybe in the following round. The fact we've got 0 kills on the board is very rare. You don't see this too often. So yeah, a couple of upgraded pistols, that's about it. No Kevlar, of course. And we're going to have somewhat of a bonus situation going forward here, Anders. It's kind of crazy how much money they're going to have after this round. Can they find their first kill?
Yeah, that's, you know, slow. We're setting the bar real low.
Let's get a kill at this point.
Find a kill. That's what we need. Mac 10 out hunting. It makes a lot of sense here. There we go. That is the power of the 5.7.
Yeah, it's a very meta pistol right now. $500. And they've got the man advantage, but unlikely they hold on to it, but would love to be proven wrong. This is the sort of round that will inject some life into the squad. 5.7 this time, not going to connect. Bear in mind, no Kevlar. The aim punch is a real deadly factor. Speaking of which, it was actually been owned by the USB there. That was 3 dings. Yeah. Okay, this round gets a little bit more interesting. I don't think they can win it, but the fact of finding some kills now is interesting. Snappy removed by the HE of JL, and a 3-on-3 ensues. Again, those similar sort of situations, some exits, up on offer. And Sunpire's getting a kill with the Mac 10 at $600. So he'll be able to buy the AWP going forward. I would say it's a necessity for him going to that first gun round. Well, they've actually removed some of the Mac 10s and Galils, so this is actually a pretty important round.
You know what? I respect the fact that Imma just sat there and just took it. It's like,
ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, he just tried to power on through. I like that. Maybe not the most advisable strategy, but it did look cool, so we got that. A third round here from NAVI. Early days, but yeah, for Falcons, this next round has to be all fireworks to bring the squad together, feel like you've got a good start. First game of the tournament. You don't want to be fighting your way back from like a 5-0 deficit, do you?
It needs to set the tone. It needs to be a competitive round at the very least. It needs to be like a clutch scenario you could have won. I feel like a round that wasn't wasted. I think it will be. I think Sunpire's has got a point to prove. I think it goes without saying a lot of these players are fighting for their contracts right now, given the recent speculations.
Yes, true, yeah.
So I don't think anyone's going to be taking this in their stride. Everyone's going to be stepping up and showing that they belong in this team. We're going to save the Mac 10 for Snappy. He's a bit of an SMG user. There's Sunpire. That's what we needed. Opening things up towards T steps. Nice little 5-on-4. They can reset the round now. This huge advantage. Need to convert this round, though.
That's exactly the kind of quality he needs to bring to all of these games at the tournament. It's really sick. And like you said, he got the Mac 10 kill in the last round. He's able to put him on that AWP. They smoke up the middle to allow him a little bit of space to go for that flick. And you have one chance to hit that one. Nice return coming in, though. Oh, that's dangerous, but he will get the AK back out again. Dupree never really checking behind him there. Sunpires steps up for another kill before he does get taken down. But Wonderful is on his own. 1 versus 3. So Falcons, it's important to keep the money alive here. Don't lose anyone else, but this should be a very winnable round.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. This round's already won. It's their round to give over now. It'd be a series of mistakes to even lose this scenario. It's a 3 versus 1. Wonderful knows, though, if he gets even 1 kill, it will have a knock-on effect. So he's going to take his time. Got 45 seconds here. Player flanking in from T-Spawn. That's going to be Snappy with the AK-47. The timings might elude him because Wonderful was already hightailed it towards middle. So we've got a nice pip there. And looks like Major's position will outmaneuver him here. There it is. Good work. Good round. Solid from Falcons. Like we said, Sunpires needs to step up there. Takes matters into his own hands and dictates the pace of the round by finding bit towards T steps. The round was pretty much guaranteed at that stage. You didn't know that they were going to lose it for a second. Nice work from Dupree as well. Has a lot of aggro from Dark and B main. This is the opening kill. Nice work for Sunpires. Dupree fighting for his life. And Sunpires pretty much guaranteeing the round there. 3-1.
Yeah, they get the AWP as well back on the Spaniard, so keep that energy going for a little while longer here. Round number 5. And you can see already with no bomb plant, even if NAVI had a bit of a good start, they've already spent a lot of their money in this round. Wonderful has picked up the AWP on the other side. And Alexi with the 10-9, really? That's a bit surprising. We'll see how that one plays out. They are grouping up outside of the B-bomb site. Looks like it's definitely going to be another crunch towards that one if they can find the opening, and they almost did. Madden is lucky to be alive, but Sunpires, he'll answer back, and he actually does some damage to Imma there. Grenade goes out, and doesn't really tag that much, so still, it's on. They look like they want to go for it, but the smokes are slowing them down quite a bit, and they can't really stay here forever either. Eventually, they're going to go back, check the middle, check outside of the A-bomb site to make sure no one's sneaking past.
JL edging that smoke, hoping he can have the element of surprise here. Grenade will do some damage towards Dupree, but doesn't dissuade him from the fight. Smoke down, though. Will he go for the spam? JL's right there. 45 seconds, 5-on-4. Falcons coming to life here in the opening game at full finals. And they've actually got a bit of pep in their step, Anders. They're ready. They're flanking, but Snappy discovered there is a secondary player there. Not all is lost just yet. Matt on the AWP, dropping some bias. Will keep the advantage in their favor. LXCB waiting for his chance to strike, and he's not known to be an AWPer, won't nail the shot. And it looks like Falcon's done enough here.
Yeah, maybe. Time is running low. 18 seconds here. Alexi in a 1 versus 2 as he picks up the first one and reverts to that Tech 9. 13 seconds. He's going to jump straight past, plant the bomb, or at least fake it out, but no one's peeking him yet, so he gets to go around the obelisk, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Magisk on the other side. He's already seen him, but not quite. I don't think his eyes or his brain didn't register it. Definitely on the screen, but a nice headshot from Magisk. They barely win out that round. It's so close.
Yeah. Didn't have the intel on the last player there. We did say the 2 players were flanking from A main. JL did find Snappy, but he didn't spot the second. So just a guessing game at that stage as to where the final player could be. Lexby gets the bomb down, but I think the money's pretty compromised. Zumpire stepping up once again with this AWP. He hands it over to Madden and he gets the job done as well. LXB, pretty decent effort there. Gets the bomb planted, 1 versus 1, but outflanked, outmaneuvered, and it will be the second on the board. And Madden's feeling it. Passionate player. Wears his heart on his sleeve. And we've got a partial buy. Kevlar and upgraded pistols. A MAC-10 per bit. And we've got a game on our hands here. 2 in a row. That's not bad. Falcons do need to find this round, though, before I start believing. Can't afford to let this one go.
Yeah, you're right. Keep the focus. Don't let Navi back in early on. There's no question right now in the world of Counter-Strike about how good they are. Can't really afford them even a thin margin here. Couple of deagles as well, and the MAC-10 there on bit, so they can do a little bit of damage. Helmets on everyone except Dupree, so in that sense, they should be safe on the Falcons side, but we'll see how it actually plays out when we get into it here. Pretty far back on the map, nobody's really challenging too much. You could see Snappy was maybe the most forward player in the middle, and all he's really doing is throwing in grenades to keep them at bay. So this is looking like a reasonable approach, I think, to the round for Falcons. Just don't take too many risks here.
They've got a nice setup. MP9, the perfect gun to deal with this sort of approach. They don't have helmets on the T side. Wonderful, no Kevlar in general. Snappy just giving up his grenades here, knowing it's likely he goes down after hopefully a kill. There's his first of the game. Second, although he gets good damage, can't find it. An opening here. Dupree confirms presence towards middle. Probably gets a kill here, but he is in a lot of trouble if JL peeks from rugs.
Some mid-control. I mean, if they get some hires, it could get a bit interesting. There's a team kill in the middle of all of that, so I don't know if it was a flashbang that set that up, but it did look funny. Imma, any damage here would be appreciated, but it's not going to happen. They'll just get the kill on Snappy and not much else. Okay. Are you starting to feel a little bit more happy for Falcons?
Absolutely. That's 3 in a row. They look up for it. They don't seem out of their depth. Wasn't the best start, but they are sticking the landing here. Locked in. And we've got a tight game. So, yeah, this is looking very good. Bear in mind, very T-sided map.
Yep.
Immo with a team kill. Bear in mind, like, Wonderful didn't have any Kevlar, probably low HP. Just happens sometimes. Not the end of the world. Good awareness, though. And starting to build some cash on the CT side here. Not so much for the T side, Anders. They buy up to it. It was like 2 Galils, 3 Galils, and a MAC-10. So this has to be some sort of set piece. Can't really default in the same manner you'd like to. Waiting out the initial grenades here, but I'm assuming there'll be a 5-man exec at some stage. They still have the majority of their utility. Multiple smokes, Molotovs. Molotovs is what you need the most when you're execing in towards A. You can see them slowly transitioning toward that side of the map. So expect Molotovs towards Cake, Bricks, Smoke Heaven.
Yeah, I mean, especially for some players, right? If they can land a Molotov up by his position, for him to run as they're flashing their way into the bomb site, it's not going to be that much fun.
So they're getting ready, like you said. AXX looking likely, juggling over the utility right now. Some Pyaso in a prime position. I think he's absolutely fine here. Fantastic flash. Puts him in an uncomfortable position now, but he's going to get the first one. Let me tell you that. This guy's ready. This guy is locked in. The MAC-10 backstab does nothing, and it's looking like a clean sweep this time in favor of Falcons. Wonderful, the last player remaining. 4 versus 1. We'll find some Pius at the very least, but there's no time, no space to really make anything of this.
No, Doll here. Oh, a little bit of a lineup. Wonderful. If he could have landed that headshot quickly, maybe it would have been back on again, but wow, that became a lot more expensive.
Yeah, absolutely. He's done well there. Wasn't a completely null and void round for NAVI at that stage. Wonderful does at least make it expensive, but that was a weird buy, wasn't it? Like after the pistols, they come in with 3 Galils and a MAC-10. You can see this didn't really have the firepower to deal with this one. We talked about the Molotovs coming through, but Major scandals in no problem. That's work from Wonderful. Good double kill, but nowhere near winning the round.
Should say as well, part of the reason I think they had the quick rotation there is dupreeh was playing a really forward position on B. He was actually jiggling the corner, looking towards that plateau outside of the B bomb site. So I think they had good information that it wasn't going to be a B attack that particular round and just were ready to defend A. So pretty well done. Flopped 4 in a row now. No bomb plan in that round either. NAVI being cooled down. I say that as Imma does get a pretty banging headshot, taking down Snappy at the start of the round, so maybe not ideal, but yeah, if they can contain it here, it's okay.
That's part of the plan, though. He's only got the MP9. He's playing on the front lines there, knowing he's in a risky position.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do anything more with it here. Alexi sneaking through. He's picked up that MP9, going on a bit of an adventure. Again, dupreeh's actually playing outside of the B bomb site, so he's going to have a lot of info to call over to the teammates. That's why you can see them rotating away. Nice trade, Imma. One more Deagle headshot to add to the tally, and now dupreeh's getting a bit worried because now they can actually walk up behind him. So the position is a little bit compromised. This could actually blow up in Falcons' faces at the moment.
Could do. It is a 4-on-3. dupreeh, as you can see, on high alert outside the B bomb site. Bit will find the rotations. Gets the intel on the second player. Do they consider dupreeh, though? He's making a lot of footsteps now. They'll be very aware of it. He seems to win out the duels. The incendiary won't do a whole lot for him. Does tick JL once for 5 damage, but that's about it. The retakes are possible. Good smoke. Denies access towards Dark. I think that might be enough to win this round. We'll see if anyone gives dupreeh an opportunity.
Oh, it's going to feel so bad giving up this round, but it probably is the better move. It seems like it's a bit of a stretch. Like, is that smoke especially really slowing down Magisk? He's the one with the kit as well. I don't know the first time when they planted it was actually for main or not, but they definitely decided to plant towards CT spawn instead, so they're not being shot down by dupreeh at all. They could have guessed, right? They know that he's the B anchor. He's been playing that position the whole time, so they probably could have guessed, like, they've killed everyone else. They look at the scoreboard, they say, dupreeh's got to be somewhere here, and we've come in from the back line, so logically he just has to be in front.
Yeah, they counted for him. He couldn't have massive impact, but the Tech-9 certainly did. Tying things up. Falcons still in a pretty decent position, though. 4 rounds on the CT side, looking for a lot more.
It's not bad.
Blade will chime in the tactical timeout. They will call one of their 3 just to work out what's been going wrong here. They haven't had a ton of impressive gun rounds. A great start, 3-0. But the gun rounds have been a little bit compromised. That first one being with the Galils and the MAC-10. They should have a nice injection of cash, though, Ander. Just winning with the Tech-9s, you could have everything you need. You can have AKs all across the board. You can even get the wonderful AWP if you want it on the T side. And we'll see what they bring to the table here. This is how it all started. Imma boosted up towards middle. Didn't account for the boost. And Imma gets himself a couple of kills towards middle. He's got that deadly Deagle, this kid. And the wonderful AWP is out. 7-4 right now. Important round for both teams. Both of them fully invested. Decide the winner of the half here. A few more rounds to go as we enter round number 9. It's going to be some Pius, active as ever. Towards B main, flash over the top, trying to bait out some utility. And Bit, willing to challenge Magisk here at main.
Again, they're going for that B aggression. I mean, it's a bit different every time. This time it is with the AWP, and I guess that's kind of a feature of the defense all on its own. Is Pius, he's been everywhere. He's been in the middle, outside of B. He's been at the A-bomb site for a couple of times here, so really keeps them guessing. Bit with a nice entry, though. Will take down Magisk, and even just confirms there's a second player on the site. Pius runs right into. He was not expecting for Alexi to be that deep in the middle.
Yeah, just good pressure from Bit. The comms are scrambled. Snappy's calling for backup. And now that's the round. You can't even consider going for this. Batter still wants it, but yeah, it's going to cost him his life. Good attempt, I suppose, but now dupreeh just wants to save that AWP if possible. As soon as he picks it up, though, he knows the swing's coming. Hoping that JL oversteps the mark here. And he does to great effect. That's a fantastic shot and a very convincing round there. After finding the opening kill towards B main, you could see Bit was like, wow, I've got to take matters into my own hands now. I'll push him towards A, see if I can find a kill. Certainly does, applies all that pressure, forces the rotations, and then Alexi B with the mid space shuts them down. That was pretty much round over. Really nice shot from Sunfire to open things up. They had the advantage, but unable to convert. This is the moment the wheels fell off. Bit absolutely eviscerates Mages towards main. Snappy couldn't hold on. And we've got an eco. 5-4. Said it was an important round in the previous. They've gone for an ace stack here on the CT side.
Yeah, it's after winning 4 in a row.
Yeah.
You run out of money.
The loss bonus gets eradicated, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So, I don't know. 4 rounds is pretty decent at this stage, but obviously if they can get a little bit more...
I would say 1 more would be great. If they can get 5 on the board, you've had a good half. 4 is still serviceable.
Well, that's what we're looking for then.
Yeah, absolutely. 1 more I think would be nice. But we'll see if they can get that. They do lose Sun Pius to kick things off. Not a huge deal. This is straight up eco. Alexi B should have a freebie here.
Oh, wow. He's really cleaning it up. See if he can get a little bit of backup. He can indeed. Imma to steal that last kill, but good, smooth round. Nobody goes down. Navi looking to recover the half a little bit here from their point of view. Obviously, they'd love to finish 8-4 and just crack on with it. Falcons, what a headline it would be for them today if they were able to defeat Navi somehow. Doesn't seem like it's the most likely scenario, but I bet they would, start their tournament in quite a different mood. You said Navi coming off the Pro League victory, kind of the team to beat right now.
It was a long old final, that best of 5.
Oh, it was.
So I'm feeling the burn. I'm feeling the...
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit burnt out.
I was worried about you, Henry, because I noticed you were wearing the same clothes as yesterday, so I just thought, like, are you giving up on yourself? Like, what's happening?
Yeah, well, the airline's giving up on me, but I'm still here. I'm still fighting. We're hoping my luggage arrives tomorrow. It's a massive maybe.
It's made my day, though. It's funny for me.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Well, I'm happy about that.
Yeah.
As long as it can bring you some happiness, then it wasn't all in vain.
That's fine. Yeah.
So, mid-control granted. Navi looking to secure the half victory at the very least. Penultimate round, like we said, 1 more for Falcons would be great. They can tie things up at 6-6. That would be amazing. But it's Snappy who's the walking wounded right now. 2 kills, 8 deaths, and 9 HP. He's going to have to play very passively. There's that B main aggression. Imma has been handling it to mixed results. This time, though, looks very good for the double kill. And that is a disaster for the Falcons. They've lost middle at this point. Snappy can't even fight for it. Going to be an A split, and I'm assuming it will be some Pius on the other side here. Good reaction, though. Mages keeps the dream alive, and there it is. An overlooked Snappy does find 1.
Oh, they're so split up at the moment, though. 2 versus 3. They know where Magisk is, more or less. They've tried that B aggression so many rounds. I would say almost every round there's been something for Falcons, and for Imma, when he's playing that super tight angle, the flashbang, I mean, it has to be right on the corner. Anything beyond that, he's not going to get flashed in. It was a very deep flash. They managed to throw Sun Pius. Going to get completely pincered in there. Even if he got the kill, he's probably still going to die. It's wonderful. Getting his 10th kill, which is pretty good for him at the start of the game here. Magisk, what could you even do? I mean, honestly, saving the M4 probably is the better choice here.
It's the only choice. Like, what are you looking to do? Like, they've got money for the last round. It's literally the last round next. You will not have this M4 if you go down here. So you're just, the exits are just looking for stats, really. You don't want to be hunting for them. This position's fine, but it just won't have a massive knock-on effect. Maybe you can upgrade to an AK, I suppose. I don't think it's worth it.
Stats are important, Henry. We're getting to the end of the year. We're going to have like a whole player ranking.
It's coming
thing.
for him. It's coming.
Oh. Okay. Took Mercy. Didn't knife him.
I mean, yeah, like, they were going to come hunting regardless. I think a safer spot there would have been advisable. I suppose it doesn't have massive ramifications. It's always going to be a difficult buy, but now you're like MP9s and pistols rather than a saved M4 in the hands of Mages, because he's one of your star players right now. Imma, fantastic work towards B main, does get the double kill. The round was pretty much over there. Sun Pius, you can see, is split in half.
Yeah.
Nothing he could do either, and it's getting a bit rough out there now. A good resurgence from Falcons, getting those 4 rounds on the board, but a very difficult buy in the final round of the half. I don't think they've got a whole lot to report. I didn't quite catch the money, but it looked like around $3,000.
Yeah, it wasn't looking great, was it? I feel like the weakness so far for them has been the fact that there's been a bunch of rounds where Snappy's either died in the middle or he's been pushed back because he's been very low on health.
That's a fair observation.
And then the other problem is they keep doing that outside of B aggression, and I think at this point Imma just knows how to set up for it.
Well, he's got the perfect position to dodge the flash they're using. So the flash they're deploying, he knows how to counter it. So the flash is maybe not even worth throwing. It is telling them we're about to swing. You know what I mean?
They're doing it.
Yeah, so that's a flash. Like I said, MP9s and a FAMAS here. Yeah, if you're doing that flash and he knows how to counter it, you've just given him a warning sign before he has to pull the trigger. Aggression expected, though. We've got the Falcons T-step smoke. And you'd assume they're going to push down canals, and indeed they are. Full send, just don't have the range nor the firepower to really do much with it, so they make things uncomfortable. It's going to be a bit of a deathmatch round here as they hope they can steal a couple of kills away. You can see them struggling at range of the SMGs, though. May just good attempt with the HE, won't quite connect. Final round of this half, and they don't have a whole lot to report here. The initial excursion, Anders, doesn't really do anything for them. No damage found.
Yeah, but they probably had to try something like that when you have this kind of weaponry. Like, what else are you going to do, really? Also on the grenade front, we all know at this point, on the CT side, part of the game is delaying the Ts with smoke and fire, whatever else you've got. But so far, they've got one Molotov here on Madden. He's going to start with a grenade. It's not bad. Do a little bit of damage. Molotov on top here. Will actually do a lot of damage. Burns two of them all the way down to half health. It's not a bad start necessarily, and a good trade from Dupree. Or the AK is a little bit too far away. He really wanted it, didn't he?
I mean, it was worth it, but it doesn't quite work out. Madden, though, in a lot of trouble now. Wonderful with a missed shot. He probably gets his kill, but not going to happen. There's a couple more to go. 8-4 looking very likely.
Sick round for Madden. He actually set himself up for a double kill. He did all the damage at the start, and maybe it's enough here. Snappy will get kill, and Magisk as well. It leaves Bit on his own, and he can't hit the headshot. Final round here, and it goes the way of Falcons. That's important.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? You join us for the first day of Blast Premier Fall Finals 2024. We're coming live and direct from the Forum in Copenhagen, and you join us for NAVI taking on Falcons. The first half of the first map is complete, and Falcons, we said they needed 5 unders. They got it done with the MP9s, 7-5, and giving themselves a fighting chance. This is not the landslide we expected, and they are keeping their head above water. Can they keep it up, though? A pistol victory, not a necessity, but certainly a welcome addition to their setup.
Oh, it'd go a long way, wouldn't it? Yeah, I mean, the way that Navi got started, it looked like it was going to be a very clean sweep. But honestly, well done on Falcons for turning it around a little bit. We'll see what they have now. Second half is coming up, and Falcons are on the T side. It means Navi, they're going to be on the CT side, and they are ready for what's coming. 3 people protecting the beans, Henry.
The beans are of utmost importance, and Wonderful and Bit. It looks like they've done more than enough. Oh, God. I can't even build up a nice little narrative or anything really of the setup. It's all over. 5 headshots, very similar to the first half pistol. That's Navi running away with it.
You actually almost at one point think, okay.
I was trying to work out a line to do with beans.
Yeah.
Before I could even get there, the round was over.
That's wild. Yeah. Bits, look at this. All the last 4 kills on him.
The Alexi B flash as well. Everyone's so blind. And you don't get even a look into the round. That's a rough one.
You catch them as they are in the middle of their setup, right?
Yeah.
They're like, communicating like, okay, guys, remember the timing, when we're going to go, and then boom.
Be interested to hear if that's a full counter, and we get the opportunity to speak to them. Like,
yeah,
where that was the pistol they're going to be running, because you approach that with a lot of assertion. As JL, he's in trouble here. He'll be good for 1, but not going to get 2, I'll tell you that much. Expended too many bullets in the first interaction, quite committed to the fight. They have force ball in the second here. Alexi B, after getting the intel, the 3 players towards middle, he is going to be flanking, but Sumpires is ready for it, and he's quite deadly with the Desert Eagle. I think Alexi's dead. He'll be lucky to get 1. There it is.
Nice trade, yeah. I mean, you're right. Got to be a little bit careful on that one. 3 versus 3 here. Falcons a little bit lower on health, so Navi still in a very winnable position. Good communication. They'll take down Madden to begin with. The bomb on Dupree, and it's outside of the B-bomb site. So I think this little reset here heavily favors Navi. For Falcons, it would have been a great ticket back into the half if they could have picked up this round. And, you know, it was doable for a minute there. I doubt it's going to happen now, but we'll see. Maze definitely has been known to land a deagle shot or 2 in the past. Didn't get a chance this time, and we're down to about 35 seconds. They're bringing a bomb over, but that bomb site is being held by Bit, I believe, a little bit further back in the bomb site.
Well, we've got to get through Bits. They've actually placed quite a nice smoke. I think they'll get a plant out of this, enabling a force in the next round. Not the cleanest spray, but one that works out in the end. Bomb planted. Dupree won't be winning this round, but they've at least got something out of this. They can lightly invest into the next round, but it is going to be 9-5. Navi looking comfy here. That was the force, but not all is lost. The fact they got the bomb plant, at least they get something out of it.
Yeah, I kind of like that. A little bit of damage, not a tremendous amount, but something to keep the spirits a little bit higher on the Falcon side, which is probably going to be important for them. JL, even at a loss there, Seal seems pretty happy, jovial, having a good time. And why not? Currently Navi on the winning side.
It's a fair statement. Oh, are they forcing? Sort of. Some Pius will go Glock, okay. No Kevlar. A few rifles, so like Madden's half buy, Snappy's half buy, and you got 2 hero rifles, as it were. I guess kind of need a bit of a miracle here. You won't be expecting this sort of buy, and Wonderful, well, he's ready for it. That's to say the very least. There's a hat trick and completely destroying the hopes and dreams. At round number 15 here. Falcons being obliterated as he's on for the ace right now. Give him the ace. It's the Glock on the other side. Nice work, Wonderful. First ace of the tournament. Love
Nicely done, yeah. And it goes the way of Navi. You got to love to see that. I mean, he was flashed at the beginning, right? It was even a decent flashbang. The first 2 kills, or 3 even maybe, he was not completely at 100%, but didn't really make any difference whatsoever. Wow.
Let's have a look. Oh, you can see the flashbangs here. They caught him at 25% blind. Still more than ready for a lovely little ace here to kick things off at his full finals campaign. It's going to do wonders. Now they've got this awkward position now, and now they've done that weird buy in the previous round. Now Dupree's on a deagle. Now Snappy's on a Mac 10, and they've lost 2 again. Sumpires keeps the round alive.
What stopped Madden from having his gun out there?
I'm not sure.
He was pulling out his AK if he had it out already, then he would have been able to trade the kill almost immediately. That's a bit rough. The audience over on Blast TV not really confident that they're going to be turning this around. Henry, I don't know about you. Are you?
I mean, they can still win this round. Sumpires, I'm a huge fan of his. I think he's such a versatile, high-impact player.
Yeah.
He's found an opening kill here. If he gets another, it's a 3-on-3, but there's a lot of if, buts, and maybes there. We'll see what can be done. Dupree will recover a Mac 10, I suppose. He's got the Deagle to work with as well. Fresh smoke down towards A main. And yeah, not really much they can do with this. They have got a smoke and a molly. It's really down to Sumpires finding some picks, and Navi with some audacious maneuvers here required. And you can see one being considered towards middle. And I think this is a kill coming. Yep, there we go. Alexi B working with JL. Sumpires will have to fall back, and they've still got a 3-on-2 lead. They win this round, it's pretty much GG, I'm afraid. There won't be anything left. But still, I still kind of believe in this round. Sumpires are alive. Let's see.
Wonderful. He's pushing up. So kind of closing the net behind them, as it were. Wonderful is 18-5. And he's found, I think, almost an unbeatable position here. With the time that's left, you're not going to be able to walk the whole way, check every corner. Like at some point soon, you're going to have to move a little bit quicker. It'll be very tricky. Sumpires, though, he's actually doing it. He finds the kill on Wonderful. That's sick. Look at the time, though. 11 seconds left, so they still have to move.
They got a plan here, no problem.
Yeah, throw it on over, picking up the bomb. It almost rolled out of his hands.
Oh, I don't know if he's got
No! Surely not! The bomb does. No, it doesn't. Navi gets it. The bomb, I think it rolled one extra, like 5 centimeters, and that was it. They added...
Moment of silence, perhaps. That was rough. It's unlucky. Because the bomb site's open, of course, they don't know that. They're going through the protocols.
Yeah.
They did everything well. The Molotovs were down. There were no CTs.
Now you say
the bomb
everything,
site. But there was one small problem there. The bomb being thrown over. Like, Sumpires could have just ran and planted it himself. He was obviously the sniper trying to protect them. But that might be GG. Like I said, if Sumpires is alive, this round is still on. He gets 3 kills.
Can I get a slow-mo of the bomb rolling? Like, I really feel
it
like
was
that
like milliseconds there, but unfortunately doesn't land in their favor. That's really rough. That one stings. Just when it looked like you'd found something there with the Sumpires AWP.
It's like if you're playing basketball with a friend and you throw the ball to them, but they're not looking. And
yeah.
Like, you're straight in their face, you know?
Oh, this kill especially, he's done so much. So he had 13 seconds, so he could have just run in and planted himself.
Here we go.
Decides to drop it. It rolls just out of his grasp, and it has to read 4 on the clock for you to be able to plant within time. He read 3 when he committed to it. That's really unfortunate. So yeah, no one loves that. 11-5, still in this one.
Okay.
Maybe the opening kick from Magisk, and he's got it. Bit fighting back. JL going to sneak up T steps with looks of things here.
I think that is a killer move right now.
Wow.
He actually comes back to find Magisk.
He won that.
Yeah, shooting Mad in the back as well. The chaos is everywhere. And it's designed chaos by Navi. They're pushing up so much that Falcons, again, just like in the pistol round, they're getting caught as they're trying to set up. And they have to suddenly take a fight that they just weren't quite ready for here. Bit is on 9 health, Jail's on 26, but it is still officially a 2-on-4. Dupree would love to bring them back. It's a good headshot to begin with, but Jail's on the other side, and he'll live through that one, leaving Sumpires. 1 versus 3. If anyone could, it might be him, but I think that first kill there on Alexi, imagine if he would have landed that one. Then he's up against 2 very low health players with enough time as well. It's all on him.
Bit with the AWP. Should deal with him, honestly. You've got too much to consider. 40 seconds, map points, just 1 kill away. Has got the bomb in his back, another flash to work with here, but... Oh, I think it's... Okay, well played from Bit there, like knowing like he's lost the situation, but not going to win out in that 1v1. Gets the intel, stays alive, and there we have it. That's going to be map point. Going to be difficult to return from this one. That was, of course, forced by that. JL. Don't know how he gets away with that one. Looked like Magis had his number, had him booked, but going to take 7 in a row here. It all starts with quite a weak round. You've got no grenades on Magisk or Dupree. They have got AKs. Galil's Mac 10s. Otherwise, and you can see Dupree realize we're going to need some grenades to win this round. He sells the AK. And yeah, the long campaign to overtime starts here.
Yeah, it's very hard to believe in that right now, but it's got to start somewhere. See if they can find an opening in this round. Madden moving forward a little bit here. It's JL on the other side, going to get smoked off in the cam position. Bomb leaning towards the A side, so we'll see if they find an entry. I'm sure they're going to pick it up and try and do one of their executes onto the site here. They've had a real hard time even getting into positions where they can execute anything because Navi's been winning some of the early fights and disrupting some of the incoming tactics here for Falcons. Made their lives a little bit tricky. 1 minute and 10 seconds. And they're picking up the bomb, actually. Looks like they want to head back towards B instead. With 3 people coming through this dark position. You like this kind of split, Henry?
I love it. Textbook Anubis play here. You got to get him towards dark room first, though. Imma, 7 kills to his name. Wonderful with a hot hand. Looks like he's done enough to win this one. He gets a second kill. Call it done. Sampayas dealt with. Bomb spotted. The rotations for the CTs can come in now. And it looks like we can start to reel this one down because it looks like we're out of here, Anders. Just the MAC-10 and the Galil remaining. 3 versus 2. Bits encroaching on their position. Tightening the noose. Wasn't the best start for the Falcons. Wasn't the worst, admittedly, either. Madden. Is the dream still alive? The AWP could be enough. A tick of damage takes him down to 10 points of health. And I think that's all she wrote. It's the opening game here.
Wow.
Fall Finals 2024. And he's got the bomb planted. Do you believe now?
I don't. The problem is it's the health that's left, right? It's 10 health, 1 versus 2. He's super sandwiched in. JL and Alexi, you can see JL not even going for it. He's waiting for Alexi to show up. They really want to make sure. Madden almost has to be the one to initiate contact here and try and find the first kill. If he just waits, they're going to get closer and closer, and eventually they'll trade the kill. All right, there's a shot, but right in the back, it's JL will take him down. And it'll be Navi hitting 13 rounds and winning the opening map.
Not too bad, not too bad. Signs of life there for Falcons, but going to need a lot more that came from to do well in this series. We've got HM coming up next.
Very dominant performance coming in for Navi on map 1 versus Falcons. Never really left us any doubt as to whether or not they were ready taking on the Falcons here after a short turnaround, winning Pro League just a couple of days ago. Bobski, I know it's just map 1. I know it was Falcons picking it, but a very strong performance from Navi that never really left any doubt as to whether or not they're going to win. It was just a question of how big they were going to win Anubis.
Yeah, and this is the issue with Falcons, right? Even with unlimited amount of preparation, and they know they're going to pick Anubis, and they've had so good circumstances to put up a fight against Navi, they're not even remotely close, right? Most teams would have been able to put up a fight if they were tier 1 teams in these circumstances, but I just feel like they're so far off the mark.
Let's start with the positives, because I think Navi played a good game of Counter-Strike, and there was a couple of rounds that we want to highlight for you. The first one you picked out is round number 9, some solid T-side play from Navi.
Yeah, I think actually both teams play a pretty good game of Counter-Strike in this round particularly. So we see this round where Falcons, they try to play aggressive Counter-Strike, right? They want to get a little bit of play, they hit a nice shot, but look how smart Bit is. He realizes 2 people push B, I need to create some space over here, and look at the radar right now. Alexi B, with all this chaos that is happening, he is the one getting the rotation right here. All of a sudden the round is almost lost at this point, and even there he still creates more chaos, constantly makes noise. All of a sudden you see him shooting in the smoke. Why is he shooting in the smoke, you might ask? It's to create space for the guys who are pushing out A main, making the guy forced to look at the smoke. Such a smart player from a very, very young IGL.
And I love that. I love that from Navi, that they're able to react to a difficult scenario. They're able to react in a what you'd call a mid-round scenario where, as you said, Falcons play good Counter-Strike, Sampayas with a good entry, and yet they're still able to find a way into the round.
Yeah.
The contrast to that is round number 13, where I feel like that's just the skill difference on the server as well. I wanted to highlight this round just to showcase that, yes, Navi, on top of it, the better team, the better micromanaging from Alexi B, but from an individual standpoint as well, in round 13, the second pistol round, you see the individual stepping up. There's just a skill difference almost on the server.
Yeah, of course. I mean, when Navi is the best team in the world, you also need individuals to work, right? And I think this is not where you should say they should win so easily. They should have probably traded a little bit better on the side of Falcons, but when you hit those shots on the side of Bit, it just makes it super difficult to do anything.
It's super difficult to do anything. You saw Bit right there go completely off with the USP. He's also topping the charts in terms of the ADR and the scoreboard. Him and Wonderful having a good time. So let's stay a bit with Bit. I think the vast majority of the community would argue that we always knew how good he is. We know his potential. We know when he's going off. We saw that in the major final on the third deciding map. He's arguably one of the best aimers in the game. We always wanted him to show consistency, and I think we've got that from Bit now. The last couple of months, he's consistently showing up game after game, tournament after tournament. Is this a new version of Bit that we can count on for I guess, the rest of the year and also heading into 25?
I think we got the new version of Bit ever since we saw Electronic and Simple departure this Navi lineup, right? I think he took up a little bit more responsibility. He knew that he's going to be the superstar. When you bring in players like JL and you're not going to be expecting that they're going to be the same quality, right? So he's also taking a little bit more initiative, and I like to see that he's not going to be able to do this throughout his career, I think, solely due to the limitations of his role. Like, this guy, by the way, is a support player. He's playing the hard roles. He's not supposed to be fragging as much. It's such a luxury he's doing it, right? It's the same thing with IGL on Liquid. He's not supposed to be killing that much people twist, but he's doing it, and it gives a lot of room for the team to actually have an extra people to do a lot more.
He's playing some wonderful Counter-Strike, and speaking of wonderful, he's also playing good Counter-Strike as of right now. I love the way he was AWPing in this game. A little bit more assertive, a little bit more in your face, some close combat orbing, so to speak, especially in the dark room as well. We know he's great on Anubis, and he's also, as we said coming into the game, also one of the players consistently showing up game after game, tournament after tournament.
Yeah, and the only question we ever have about Wonderful, I don't think anybody doubts his skill, right? I think everybody knows and see the raw potential is so good. It's just about the big games, right? There's been a couple of moments where we've seen Wonderful. Is he good enough to be potentially comparable to Simple in those scenarios? I do think he has a lot of skill, and I think he can improve a lot in this team. Now he has a safe space because he doesn't need to perform in every game. I feel like that was back in the day with Simple. He had to perform for NAVI to win. Right now he can actually have an off game, and they'll still be very competitive.
And I think one of the things that these highlights are showcasing as well, we see the close combat orbing right here in Dark Room, but also the rifle capabilities of Wonderful. He's getting better and better. He doesn't necessarily need an AWP in his hand in order to find impact on the server.
Yeah, is that a good thing or a bad thing, right? It speaks volume if you're afraid to pick up the AWP, but it also gives you a little bit of room in those more dark scenarios because you're not waiting to eco to get an AWP in your hands, right? I think we do see more and more AWPers are playing the AK nowadays. I think we spoke about earlier in the year, Saiwu, all of a sudden, is he more of a rifle than an AWPer? But I think he has a good balance. I just think we need to see the AWP come a bit more handy in the big games.
Fair enough, fair enough. For Falcons, though, a quick touch on them. I think it's fair to say that we are slightly disappointed with their performance. You said it yourself.
Yeah.
Coming into this game, they had plenty of time to prepare. They went out of Pro League fairly early. They knew they're going to pick Anubis, and they don't really show much. I think when it was 4-4 first half, you think to yourself, okay, we have a game on our hand, but from that point onwards, they showed nothing on the server.
Yeah, we said we needed to perform, but I actually have a question for you, Jacob. We are obviously here having the rumors about Nico. Do you think throwing Nico into this roster solves anything?
It could solve some of the fracking difficulties. I also do think Nico will come in, you know, with a personality that's probably going to demand more from the players around him. But no, I think Falcons right now is a far route away from where they want to be. So I don't think one player can fix it all. But definitely, if Nico were to join, it would be better than it is right now.
I think my issue with this team is there's too many voices in the room, right? I think everybody, when they do a default, I think everybody wants to do something different. I also think Magisk mentioned it in interviews that they can't fix the simple mistakes, and that is often a result of everybody wanting to do all sort of things, right? Snappy wants to do it a certain way, but Sunpeos also wants to do those peaks, but the pre-bro, he needs to be an entry fragger. Like, everybody wants to do certain things, and there's just no room for it. I like that on the NAVI side. They always know what to do because they have one captain. I don't feel like I see a captain on this roster, and that's a big criticism of Sonic's way of doing things.
And I think that's a fair argument as well, and if you want to stay on the line of Nico joining, that's another big voice coming into the team.
Yes.
So in that department, that's not going to fix anything. However, I think it's pretty evident that Falcon needs a bit of a break before heading into the second map. So do we. So we'll jump on a quick break, and when we come back, it's going to be with the second map between NAVI and Falcons. It's going to be on Ancient. We're not far off getting ready with the second map between Falcons and NAVI, and we are taking place on Ancient, a map that NAVI have chosen coming into this series, a map that Falcons have, I guess historically speaking, not had the best time on. So, Bobski, knowing what we know about NAVI being the best team in the world, being consistent, having just manhandled Falcons on their own map pick as well, is there any reason to believe that this second map is going to be any closer?
If they would have had a good Pro League, I would say, okay, maybe there's some room for Falcons to go back and find the positive lights, but with all these rumors flying around and all the shit from map 1 going into the second one, I just have a hard time seeing them doing anything, right? The issue with me, that for me, this project doesn't feel like it gets any better over time. And I think they realize that at this point, right? I think Matt just said it in an interview. They can't fix simple mistakes over the course of 7 months. So what is 1 month or 1 week gonna do when you have that atmosphere inside a team, right? I think we praise many of the teams coming up nowadays, like Maus and NAVI. We can see that there's a progress, there's a vision. And the other teams that are really good maybe just have superstars who's just gonna show up on the day and they're just gonna deliver something else, right? But I just don't see that on Falcons.
I guess that's my issue, right? Because I'm thinking right now, and sometimes it happens that I try to think, right? I'm thinking in a way that, okay, how can we frame this as giving you guys out there watching a silver lining? What does it take for Falcons to be competitive on a map like Ancient, knowing NAVI are one of the best teams on this specific map? I would love to say that Sunpayas can go off. I would love to say Dupree can go off. But as you said, we haven't seen those individual star players actually stepping up to the occasion where they're dominating the games, they're dictating the games. Do you think that's a fault of individual skill level, or is it more so a team chemistry thing that doesn't allow those individuals to shine?
The problem is that they have no unique selling point, right? Falcons is mediocre on firepower as of now. They are tactically not the best team either. They have the very limited team synergy in a lot of moments. I think we just saw it on the first map, right? So it's just about hard for me personally to find what is that's going to make them great. I think the overall theme about Ancient, when we talk about it, right, they want to control the mid area. Hopefully they're going to be able to do a lot of things with the new smokes down middle. It's a lot more difficult for the CT sides actually to smoke down middle instantly in the round because they removed that jump script. So for reference, on the CT side, when you spawn in those 5 positions, back in the day you just had the 1-button jump and it's relatively easy to hit it from all spots. Now there's a little bit harder to hit it from some spots, so you're not always going to be doing it. So it's going to be a little bit different on how you approach mid on the CT side. Maybe Falcons can use that to their advantage, but I mean, I'm trying to be very friendly to them. Yeah,
we're trying to find a silver lining. I think it's established already that Falcons obviously coming into the game when the favorites, and after watching Anubis, that hasn't changed at all. So if we focus on NAVI a little bit and we focus on what makes them a great team on a map like Ancient, what is it that they do so well that makes them able to win 86% of their games on Ancient?
Yeah, it's everything they don't have, right? I think they use the utility especially well when we come to that speed lane or highway, whatever you call it, on the CT side, right? They're really able to actually take the deep control and do it in a manner where it makes sense. The timing is not off. They can mix it up depending on their opponent. I think many teams will just do the same over and over. I get a feeling that NAVI will change it up all the time.
Okay, I think that's a fair sentiment as well. If there's one player I want to highlight from NAVI as well, we had him coming into the game as well. Imma obviously stepping up from an individual standpoint. I think he's always felt comfortable on a map like Ancient. You said the whole mid duel between the two teams. We know Imma likes to fight in middle, at least he used to. And then we have Madden on the other side. Maybe Magic's going out being aggressive in that regard as well. So is there a specific duel within the server that you look forward to? And is there a specific player you think from Falcons that can change the course of the game?
Yeah, I do actually think Madden at times is a little underrated in his role. I think he can actually bring a little bit of spice to the server. I think he's that guy who would just walk through a smoke if he feels like he has a timing, right? And I think some teams need that in some periods where it looks really dark. If they can get momentum going, they maybe win the pistol round. He maybe in the first PI round does some crazy play and gives them a good start. All of a sudden we maybe have a start where Falcons can actually see a vision where they can actually close off the second map.
All right, so we'll look out for Madden, we'll look out for perhaps Dupree as well, and obviously Sunpayas with the AWP. I think those 3 players at a bare minimum will have to play Counter-Strike at a higher level. And then if you throw in Magics to that mix, then as you said, Firepower House, maybe it's a bit mediocre at the moment for the Falcons, but I do think that they have what it takes in order to make this game somewhat competitive. They are going up against the best team in the world, so I think it's almost a ridiculous question to ask you, Bobski, but it's going to end here with a 2-0.
I think so, right? But the issue for Magic in his position is that he's so locked in on the anchor rolls. He's not really able to like move around the map and be the guy who takes the first contact. If they're not going to hit his side, he's not going to be able to do much on the CT side, right? So he's going to be leaving in Madden, Dupree, and Snappy to be those guys who create all the plays.
Alrighty, well, let's see if Magic gets activated in this game. We have NAVI taking on Falcons. They're just about to sit down. They're just about to get ready. So we'll throw it over to the casters, Henry G and Anders.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, boys. Doesn't sound good for Falcons. I think that's what they're saying. Overall, moving into Ancient, it seems like Navi have got them booked in pretty much every facet of the game.
I feel like whenever the analysts are reduced to a point where they're saying, well, let's try and figure out a storyline here. I mean,
they're using the CT spawn smokes being a little bit more difficult as like an asset for Falcons somehow. So yeah, I guess there's that.
Yeah, I mean, the odds are reflecting the same thing, Henry. 11-1. I think it's going to be one of the more one-sided situations we've seen in a while. So, no one's surprised. We're all trying to find what could be it. Maybe Sunpies will have a really sick game, but ultimately it just doesn't feel like this project is working out so well. And like we said, with all the potential changes around the horizon, let's just enjoy the show. See what happens.
That's not until next year. They've still got 3 months of this. That's if it happens, you know.
Yeah.
They touched it on the analyst desk as well. I'm not sure that's going to be the solution that fixes this team, as it were. I feel they've got a lot of growth to do, and we'll see whether they can at least do something here in the second map. It was 13-5 on their pick of Anubis. This is now the pick of Navi, considered to be one of the world's best teams on Ancient. Let's have a look then. Pistol round as they start on the T side. They've got themselves a smoke, a couple of flashes, and a Molotov. Is there any PT-50s in the mix? Not quite. So we've got Julies for Magisk, and he'll be pushing in towards A main. Up against Bits, who was looking red hot.
I was going to say a little bit more patience he has to kill, but he has anyway. Doesn't really matter. Nice return from Dupree. But he's alone at the bomb site, and they are...
it's so much intel. So sure he gets the kill, but you know you just got him locked in now. There's not going to be any more than 2 players at A.
Yeah, even that's a lot, right? So... they have a Molotov, Henry, and there's no smoke on the other side.
There's no smoke, there's no kit, there's almost no hope.
Could be another heartbreaking finish. We already had the failed bomb plant over on Anubis. Now it could be a bit of a crispy finish to the round. There's the Molotov set up, and that's going to slow them down.
That's 7 seconds you can't tap the bomb, right? So then by the time you can even get near it, the round's already done.
Yeah, and you don't have the kit, so you're definitely not defusing it. And they're not even getting the kills at the moment. Dupree, the only one to get one at the start of the round, and the bomb is going to go up here. It's Navi to win the pistol on Ancient. It's a great start for them. Very planned, very coordinated, just...
very demure.
Very demure. Yeah, you're right, Henry. I wish we didn't have to go there already, Henry, but we have.
Oh, it's day one. We can have a little bit of fun, I suppose. And
your social media has truly broken my brain.
Yeah,
it's like I accept it now. Like I was resistant at first. Now it's just a part of my life, and I just say, you know what?
Just, dude, embrace the brain rot.
Yeah.
Let it wash over you in an awesome wave.
Nice boys. Snappy with Julius. Let's fucking go.
He's embracing it.
Clearly infected by the brain rot. Dupree does get traded up, but you know what? Fair play. Got the kill of the Mac or the MP9 in the middle. That's really more than you could have expected, maybe. Alexi might get a free kill here. They've got their backs turned to each other. A bit of a funny situation, but not for Snappy.
Not that funny for him. That's pretty much round. If he's that deep, you can assume he's there by himself. Again, an open bomb site, an attempt from Magisk, but doesn't really hit the mark. Round done. This force buy has done nothing for him. Get a kill, I suppose, but you're looking to save 5 sevens. Not the best feeling.
Yeah, Madden and Sunpies left. Not much they could do. You know what, Henry? I'll give myself a little bit of credit here.
Okay. Don't mind if you do. Go ahead.
I like myself a little bit. Because over on Anubis, you did say that you said something like all they have are like MP9s and FAMAS. And the first thing I wanted to do was do the whole Gen C thing in a mini, thing. I thought I'll bring that. I didn't.
You didn't.
I just didn't do it. I said, you know what? It's the first game of the show.
I would say that's fair.
I'll be reasonable. I'll avoid that.
I appreciate it. We weren't sure what kind of game we were in for. Unfortunately, a 13-5 does set the tone on the first map. That was the Falcons pick as well. So it doesn't look great. I'll say that much. If you're not aware of the format here, if you just win one best of 3, you're into the arena. You get to the quarterfinals at the very least. You win 2 of the games in the group stages, you're into the semis.
Boom.
So for Navi, this looks like a done deal. They should be making it into the arena, whatever happens here. Falcons, they will go down to the lower bracket. If you lose that game, you don't make it to the arena. That's pretty much as simple as I can make it for you. And Falcons, it's a pretty stacked group. Bear in mind, we've got some heavy hitters here. This is the full finals, of course. Also in this group, we've got G2 versus FaZe coming up after this game.
It's going to be sick, yeah.
That's game of the day for sure. And then we've got Group B starting with Vitality Astralis. Of course, for obvious reasons, that's going to be an interesting game.
Hell yes.
Cadian is in the building. And then we've got Spirit versus Liquid. So for a day one of a tournament, this is absolutely stacked.
It's actually crazy, isn't it, to imagine, yeah. we're blessed in that sense. We'll see what Falcons could do here. This round, obviously, not too much excitement, just the pistols.
Bit of a non-starter.
Yeah. But still, Navi up being a little bit respectful. They're not just running them over, trying to be careful not to lose too many players at the start here. JL crouching, crab walking, as it were, towards the bomb site.
Round done, 3-0 locked in. Not much to report, I'm afraid. They will be buying the next round. I think Sampai's going to fall the AWP. And he is kind of like the last bastion of hope for this Falcons squad. Like, if Sampai's is hitting shots,
right,
we're onto something. And that's pretty much all we saw on Anubis. When they were getting close to winning some rounds, he would find 2 or 3 kills. So we do need him to step up here. Ancient can lend itself very nicely towards the AWPs, be very active. You can move around the map. That suits Sampai. He normally will be towards A main in that up close and personal position. That's a position he really does enjoy. We'll see what's going to be brought forward. It might be worth a tactical timeout, honestly, for the first gun round, I would say. And looks like we might have it.
Yeah, it's just so important, right? It carries so much weight for the CT side at the moment that if they're able to put it together in a reasonable fashion here, then again, they've got a bit of a say at the beginning. It's Sunhighs with the AWP. You're absolutely right. On Anubis, the rounds they got, many of them architected by him getting some of these early kills. He has to do more of the same here.
You could see he wanted to get down towards B lane and get aggressive, but a nice Molotov holds him at the top of the ramp. They have no mid-control to report. Sampai's, though, licking his lips at the prospect of opening things up here.
Yeah, he's still trying. He's already down the ramp. Doesn't go the full distance, but listening on the other side there, it's a make is to go down first. Bomb is dropped towards T-spawn, so even with a bit of success here, somebody has to pick up that bomb. Might not even be a problem. They're just fighting their way through. Wonderful with a good headshot, ready for more. It's going to be a bit to get that kill, but again, the bomb is way far back, so they've won the bomb site. They've practically won the round already. They're just a little bit delayed because they have to go back and pick up that bomb, which is funny.
Just going for their standard protocols, hitting the shots en route. As soon as they get an advantage, collapse on the bomb site. Snappy at one point was called the caveman because he was so good in this position, but Shadow eludes him. Actually, maybe keeps him alive. He will find the AK-47. JL, though, knows he can win this duel. We'll peel off for now. It's going to be Bit looking to find the advantage. Not going to get it, so they know both players are now in towards Cave. Now, how much do you want to press this issue? Do you want to 3 if you can at least take 1 down? I think you've got the resources to justify that. 4-0 is already locked in. Can they hold on to the AWP and the AK, though?
JL playing for the memes, hoping to spam somebody down. It'd be a funny end of the round. But yeah, I think holding on to the weapons here, essential for Falcons. Like we said, these early rounds and getting the momentum, absolutely crucial here. Navi powering their way through, going to be 4 in a row for them to begin with. Not much else to really report at the moment. Sunfire is just keeping it cool at the end, and they're going to be able to carry on some of those weapons into the next round. That's about the best we can say at the moment. Very civilized fist bumps coming out. Not too much energy at the moment. You mentioned a term earlier in the day, Henry, off camera. You said that you talked about the dead team buff. Is that a real thing, you think?
Yeah, when all hope is lost, everyone just loosens up. The pressure kind of alleviates itself. I don't think they're a dead team, though. If anything, like I said, the problem is that they're all playing for their contracts. So
right.
We're not sure who's getting replaced. Nico could take 2 or 3 of these different names. You could make it work. That's if it's happening. This is all speculation, of course. So I don't think anyone can really phone it in and not turn up and follow the playbook. I don't think Zonic's going to allow them to turn up and not really just phone it in. So I don't think they get the benefit of that, unfortunately. I think if anything, there's more and more pressure being applied to your own individual future. And they do have the AWP that is saved. That is something. It's not going to be a completely null and void round. Definitely concessions to be made there. They've got the AK in hand to Snappy. Dufree goes down with nothing. Excellent work from Imma. Extinguishing the flames, and the XCP's dead. That's something.
Yeah, Snappy again. Defending that cave position very well. At least trading the kills right now. Settle for that at the moment. Sunpire's scoped up down the line across the bomb site, ready for anyone to peek up, but they're not really doing that at the moment, in fact. That kind of shifting away from it. Snappy under attack towards the cave once again, and he almost drops, but he'll be able to make his way a little bit further back. So live for now. A lot of wall bangs being attempted from the Navi side, but I don't think they really connected too much either.
Looks like we're going back in towards an A play here. We have got one smoke for Donut or CT spawn. Probably going to be the latter. It's going to be Imma, though, investigating the elbow spot. Magisk doesn't get the intel, doesn't spot him. Oh, it's just the MP9. It's got to defend A, Anders.
It's not great, especially because he's in a donut. If it's boosted up, we sometimes see that MP9 just wreak havoc, but you can see the range here is...
It doesn't really matter where they smoke. Magisk will actually find the man advantage here. Still on the back foot, though, considering they've got an open A bomb site. And the MP9 actually at range. I can't believe it. That's kind of impressive. Still a round they can lose. And Madden denies the plant. And the round. Good stuff there. Didn't look like they were in a good position, but they actually come out on top. Long-range MP9. He hit the done deal.
He had the very first headshot possible, I think, and then just got the spray down.
Right, yeah.
That's pretty sick.
All right, then. We'll take it. First round on the board. A little bit of a compromise buy. That saved AWP and AK. Works out for them in the end. Didn't look like it was possible to hold on with the MP9, but they get the job done. It will be a tactical timeout from Blade. He's got something up his sleeve here. We'll see whether he can convert the round in their favor. Not exactly a sustainable round from Falcons there. Looked like they were done for. Some individual brilliance there from Madden.
I mean, when they got into the game on Anubis, they won 4 in a row to begin with. Falcons, that is, and that's, you know, that's pretty decent. I'm sure Blade will want to stop that from happening, saying, like, why even give them that kind of runaway? Why not just shut it down early here? Let's see if they're going to be able to or not. But yeah, this is looking like a, you know, like the Navi team just coming off winning Pro League. They still look very good. And, you know, we know the travel time is a bit rough on them, like, you know, traveling from one event to the next with almost no downtime whatsoever. So doesn't seem like it's affecting them at all.
Yeah, that's the problem when you win tournaments, like especially one like Pro League when it's like 2.5 weeks long. You're going to be there for a while.
Yeah.
Finished down on Sunday, and we're here on Wednesday, first game of the tournament. Barely any time to catch your breath, but it is going to be the opening kill. Imma goes down again. Dupree best him this time. He's got half health, but Snappy in a pretty promising position. JL, though, could just come around and pre-fire him. Needs to get this timing correct. Holding patiently. And the bomb's transitioning back towards B. Dupree hunting for some intel here. Some Pius will at least assist him to get deep down in towards A main.
Still plenty of time. Snappy. Probably feeling a bit lonesome at the moment. He's been good so far in this position, but they are right around the corner here, and a nice little swing there for Alexi. Didn't slow peek it, just right at the end, put a little bit of speed behind it, got the kill. So, 1-for-1 trade at the start. Imma's gone down as well.
That 5-on-4 advantage, is that the position you really want from Snappy there? Like, just so all in, 50-50? Doesn't seem to matter too much. Some Pius will at least keep the round in their favor. 30 seconds, though.
They've got no grenades on the B-bomb side. For Falcons, they can't really slow this down. It's going to be just all up to the rifle work at the moment. Madden, you could see if he had a smoke or a Molotov or anything, he could really slow down this round, but it's not available to him, and he's going to be going down.
Yes.
Leaving Magisk alone. 15 seconds. JL with another opening. Takes him down, and that should be enough to win the round. I say that, though. Dupree actually does get a kill, and Sun Pius brings it right back. 2 versus 3 into a 1 versus 2. Sun Pius to the smoke will take them, and Falcons, they had to win that round.
They certainly did. Well converted in the end as well. Sampaio stepping up, gets the kill with the AWP and finishes things off with the USP as well. Look what they were done for. Those entries from JL were sublime. It wasn't quite enough. May just goes down with nothing, and he thought the round was done for, but a solid retake. And no problem in the end. Yeah, that was the problem. When Sappy went down with nothing, he just felt like, oh, is there more synergy you could have found there on the bomb site? But like we said, doesn't seem to matter too much. Sampaio closes things out. Good job. Second round on the board. See how that leaves the finances. Compromise, I'd imagine. Couple of rifles in the mix, some upgraded pistols. Bit of a half-buy situation here. Alexi not wasting any time to get himself towards the top of the ledge. Snappy. What's he got up his sleeve here? Once again, playing in towards that cave position. T-side needs to be on high alert. They've lost vision across the map here. It's going to be Madden pushing down, and through the smoke we go. Great awareness there from JL, but it's going to be Madden that beats him to the punch.
Yeah, strong position with his teammate throwing a smoke from inside of the B-bomb site, landing to block out any Ts from the other side. So definitely, I like that setup. A lot of damage on the Wonderful. It looks like this round is settling in favor of Falcons at the moment. Snappy, I think, even tempted to take a bit of a look down towards the middle, but will try to fall back. And again, this is where you don't want to give up any easy kills. Don't be too much forward. Snappy here. Deagle on the other side, but he'll take care of it. That should definitely be the round-winning kill. 40 seconds. Any kind of damage or any kind of a bomb plant here obviously be greatly helpful to Navi just to keep the Falcons team a little bit lower. But yeah, they started to wake up a bit. Took them a while on Anubis, but once they got into the swing of things, they definitely did something here. Wonderful, and Bit actually cleaving the way through. How's it even possible? This was supposed to be a one round. Shitty the pre in the back, and Megas on his own will swing wide. He's low on health. He's already been dinked. 1 versus 1. Bit on the other side, and he has all the information he needs. The grenade, it'll do some damage. Oh, whatever. No armor. No Kevlar here. This should have been a lost round already. Falcon should have won it here, and he's done it. Megas, a little bit of patience, a little grenade to set it up, but it should have never got this close. This round was one over. It's a 4-on-3 with just nothing on the Navi side.
That's a really nice clutch, though, from Aegis. Very well read. Was in full control the entire time. Beautiful HE. No Kevlar on Bid there. Takes 70 damage and walks into the crosshair. Aegis plays him. As you can see, this is how it all started. Adam with the aggressive maneuver. But all of a sudden, the wheels did start to fall off here. The Deagles and AKs making their way through. Some great shots. Great pre-fire, though, when it goes to that 1 versus 1. Aegis couldn't have done much more there. Perfectly played. Huge round. Needed that. 4-3. Coming back to life here. Bomb planted, though, doesn't enable another buy. Zendra's down towards bottom and middle. Once again, Alexi not wasting any time. Gets himself towards the ledge. Molotov down to disallow the boost up towards the ledge, stopping his CTs vaulting up. We've got Sumpires this time in towards Cave, mixing things up here. 4-3. Money tight on both sides of the coin.
Yeah, you're right. Nobody with any real cash at the moment. I do like this from Emma with Galil taking a bit of a risk, sneaking close to the middle here. Sumpire is going to be aware that they could be there, and he's actually brought a teammate with him, so they're going to be ready for this fight. Dupree does get traded, but Madden will get one. I think Emma realizes they're running away, so he has a slight window of opportunity before they go back to check. He's going to look for it here. Did he get spotted? I'm not sure. He might have the free kill on Sunpires. Yeah, they definitely didn't communicate it, but he wants more than the one. He's seen both. Oh, brings out the knife and stabs him in the back, leaving Magis alone at the bomb site.
Unnecessary, but I love it. It's going to be Magis now. He needs to pull out something quite special once again. Not going to happen, as we do have a 2 versus 2. A retake is certainly possible, though. It's going to be down to Madden and Snappy. Smoked off for now. One player will have to go through Temple. Apparently not. Both for this smoke, and they might catch him off guard here.
Wow,
they
yeah.
absolutely have. 1 versus 1. They know exactly where he is. Drops down. Imma versus Snappy here. No kit, no utility.
Yeah, you're right. Doesn't have it. Oh, but he has the headshots, and that's all he needs. Goes to pick up a kit in the meantime. Could have done it without, I guess. But, wow, that is so close. The timing as they were boosting up there. And the knife comes out as well in the round. We've got a little bit of everything. We've got an ace in the first map. We've got a knife in this one.
In hindsight, the knife might be beneficial considering they lost the round. So it's an extra $1,500 for Imma. Good till factor as well. And it was just unfortunate the timings there. You can see they were watching it from the back of the B lanes, but just slipped the net for a second. Sumpires is found out, but May just holds on, able to get one, and Snappy does do well. 1 versus 1, huge round. We've got a tactical timeout. We're all tied up. This one's a lot more competitive than the first, I have to say. Looks like we've got some good back and forth here. Zonic trying to keep this one together. We haven't had any nightmare rounds yet. Like you said, on Anubis, we had that whole bomb plant situation, a round that would look like it was done. Can't afford to have any of those here. Opening game here. The full finals. Navi versus Falcons, second map. Still looking good for a 2-0 for Navi, but promising signs here from Falcons. Holding on.
Yeah, I think that's the right description, isn't it? Holding on to some of this early stage. If they can keep holding on, then suddenly you find yourself in a decent position. But they are really labored around some of these. Navi still seem like they're taking more of the initiative, dictating more of the round. We're tied up.
Oh, we certainly are. This time CT is willing to take middle. Exchange of utility and smokes. Flashes are very effective, popping up in the smoke. Dupree comes out on top for now. Magisk next to strike. Bear in mind, the backstab will be coming in from Cave momentarily. Can Snappy get a timing? I think he can, but JL quick to the shot. These are a 4 versus 2. Bear in mind, the money's incredibly low. Madden, though, playing this well. Gets the kill. Gives him his position, sure, but brings it back to a winnable scenario. Smoke down towards the ledge and might continue a probe down towards the double doors.
Yeah, he's trying to stay active. He needs to find a way to stay relevant to the round here. Sampires is way on the other side of the map with the AWP. I guess that's interesting because the back of the bomb site like this, they show up, he gets at least 1 kill, then it's a 2 versus 2. Having the AWP back here could be a real X factor. Navi, not quite sure where to go at the moment. 50 seconds on the clock, and they're just waiting for a rotation, someone to run around, like they're waiting for the next move. I think for Falcons, and all right, they spot out Madden. Can probably guess that it's him. Sunpire's on the other side, and looks like they're going to be attacking his position. Madden is actually rotating in pretty close. He knows he has to come and help out, and a nice shot takes down Alexi. 30 seconds now, and we're right back into a 2 versus 2. The bomb being planted on the other side. Sunpire's, you've highlighted him before, not going to miss that shot, and now it's on Bit. Alone versus 2. He knows where they're coming from. Tries to get the jump on him here. Actually lands the fadeaway headshot. Takes down Madden. And now looking to catch Sunpires in the air. He's nearly taken him down already. The Spaniard on the other side looking for just that one AWP bullet. And he'll get it as well. Picks it up and goes straight for the defuse. What a close round.
Another one it looked like they were done for. Sunpires digs them out of the grave. And holds on once again. They take the lead 5-4. That's 5 in a row. They were 4-0 down. Some ridiculous clutches being presented here by Falcons. Maybe they can do something this second map after all. So many winning positions given up. Yeah. Another 4 versus 2. This is 4 versus 2, Anders.
I feel like there's been so many clutches already in the first couple of rounds here.
Well, he said the win factor would be Sunpires. If he can present this sort of performance, he might be onto a 3rd map here.
I knew actually he's gonna be like that.
Oh dear. Yeah, that's not gone well. 4-2 given up, and the money now starting to spiral. They have got the maximum loss bonus in the plant.
Like the last 3 rounds have been what? It was Magisk winning the 1v1. It was Snappy winning the one. Now Sunpires alone.
Yeah, true.
They just keep doing it.
They've had enough of it. If they can get this round, Anders, they probably win the half 7-5. There won't be any resources to really reinvest in so many close rounds. But still, this one's open for debate. Dupree doing great job here. They just don't have the utilities I mentioned they can buy. They just don't have the smokes for long.
Oh, that might be a sick grenade against him, though. Yeah, he was trying to walk right through it. Snappy has the bullets for it. The MP9 just chopping him down, leaving Imma in the middle. Yeah, just a lot of free reign for Dupree back there. Normally, you get Molotov out in that position.
This is looking promising now. Don't necessarily look like a better team, but in terms of the clutch factor, holding on in these key moments, we might give it to Falcons at this point. This could be 6 rounds in a row. Imma, almost nothing he can do with this. No grenades. That's been a massive problem with this round. Another opening kill. Another 5-on-4 given up. Good kill, but presumably traded out here. Has no idea. He has another player to deal with, and it's going to be Snappy getting himself a hat trick. Had a pretty difficult first map of Anubis, and now they might even win this map. That's going to be so much to work with going forward. 6-4. JL, opening kill that you can see they've got no smoke for long. Dupree times it to perfection. Flashed in by Magisk. When he swings, it works out perfectly for Snappy as well. Gets himself 3 kills in total. Yeah, it was a good flash. Beautiful little flash from Magisk.
You got to give your friends props for that, you know? It's important.
It's round number 11. We've got a half buy here. Are they going to get dumpstered after going up 4-0?
It is looking like it. I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. They run for the flames onto the B-bomb site. Going to be traded in favor of Falcons at the moment here. Dupree, I like this. Holding a little bit further back. He knows the backup is coming for him, so don't want to be fighting it alone. A nice shot onto Alexi. Wonderful. No bomb plant, I think, available in this round. In a 1 versus 4 here. I mean, those B-rushes really can work. Even without the weaponry, sometimes you get 1 Tech-9 kill and the round is on. But Falcons, this time it wasn't a close round. They just won it outright.
Yeah.
Is that 7 in a row now?
That's 7 in a row.
What's happening?
I don't know. So many rounds, they've had huge advantages, opening kills, 4-on-2s, and the rounds keep getting stolen away. It's been a heist of the first half. Courtesy of that man there. Some Pius and co. Snappy's actually top fragging right now with 10.
Well, I mean, I wasn't expecting that. I don't think anyone was. You could kind of feel the atmosphere a little bit getting into it. Everyone's saying probably Navi just going to run away with this one.
But they kind of were.
Yeah, they were. I mean, that's definitely true. But Falcons have turned it around. I don't know how, but...
The 3 ridiculous clutches in a row.
Yeah.
They actually are the favorites maybe at this stage. Dupree taken down by Imma. Another 5-on-4. Got to convert this one, Navi. After being up 4-0 and losing 8 rounds in a row, some Pius gets this though. Not quite. Okay, the first miss we've seen from him, really. Always one step ahead, always so good at reading these sort of scenarios. Nice spray from Aegis will at least bring the round back to life. Zonic on the edge of his seat.
Wonderful, gets Snappy. They've had some clutches. This will be a really hard one to win. Madden, though, it starts here. He gets the one looking for the headshot. He knows they're coming. Got to be careful. Down to 7 bullets as well. Hasn't reloaded yet, but ready for another fight if they get it. Almost with the timing there, but JL will take him down. Leaves Magisk alone. 1 versus 3, and it's not quite enough. 7-5 at the end. Navi bruised up a little bit at the end of the half there, I've got to say.
What's up, gamers? Day 1 of full finals, and the Falcons are on their feet. Starting to soar high as they managed to get a ton of rounds there. They were down 0 and 4-handers, and some way, somehow, all the clutches land in their favor, and they might even take us to a third map here. I'm actually feeling pretty good about it.
I mean, it is impressive. Like we said, a bunch of clutches in the first half going the way of Falcons. But whatever it takes, it doesn't matter how they got here. Now, they've got a bit of a lead. They're on the T side. If they can win the pistol, it's going to be exciting.
Let's
and they
go,
are
Falcons.
ready. Oh, yeah, I can feel it too. It's got a smoke and a Molotov here. Thought they were going to go straight for the V-Rush, but they did slow it down just a bit. So, looked like they want to take a peek through the middle and find out what's happening.
So they're going to be smoking long, Molotoving towards bomb site, I guess. But it's going to be a B finish. I like the look of it. Giving up their sound cue to smoke towards short, Molotov along. And that's the bomb site under their remit.
Yeah.
Oh, reload. Awkward time there for JL as well. He had a kill available. Grenades do no damage, and here comes the swing. The Glock certainly do. They've got full control of this scenario. Can they hold on to it, though? Irma fighting back. The USP connecting, but it might not be enough. Wonderful arrives at the scene of the crime. Jeweler leads in hand. 2-on-2. The round starts to calm down, as we do have no kit in play. Great shot from Wonderful. Snappy, the old master. What have you got for us? 10-second defuse required here. Taps it once. Finds the first. That should be enough to win it. I don't think there's time to even defuse anymore.
I don't think there is either. That's a bit scary. I think they had to commit to the defuse the first time around, but they just had no idea where Snappy was. So he'll clean up the round, but it was already run regardless. That's 12 on Snappy, and more importantly, it's Falcons winning the pistol here. Setting themselves up potentially for the third map.
Huge. Nice little strat there as well. Getting that control of the cave. Smoke goes down. The Molotov's deployed. JL caught in an awkward reload as well. They smother the defense. Imma did well to get a couple, but expertly played there from the in-game leader. Like I said, the old master stepping up. Huge round. Let's go indeed. Full eco. 9 rounds on the board, pretty much confirmed.
Well, this wasn't really in the script for today. Most people said probably going to be a 2-0, probably going to be NAVI doing more of what they've been doing.
Which would be a sensible thing to say.
Yes, very reasonable, but at this stage, Falcons...
Got a good tweet here from Sticko, who's one of our analysts.
Yes.
Snappy thought the boycott to not show up still applies. Someone tell him media day is over. That was in the first map, I think, before Snappy started playing well. So now he's going to eat his words. I hope there's a follow-up tweet saying, well done, Snappy, you are top fragging now.
That's a sick
Looks like he's arrived. It's a pretty nice tweet.
Oh, Stika, I love that. That's well played. Yeah, he definitely has showed up now.
He really has.
But it was rough in the beginning, so justified. I like that. That's a 10 out of 10 tweet, in my opinion. We'll see.
Tweet of the day.
Tweet of the day, yeah. We start crowning those.
Good to get in there early.
Well, let's see how this one plays out for them. Now, they need a bit of a comeback of their own here. Don't want to say that they're looking defeated or anything, but the time to turn this around is kind of slipping out of their hands here. 9-5, round number 15. And it's Alexi. It's a brilliant start. Takes down Snappy. Just highlighting him. He was trying to get back into the cave over there.
Good space available towards A, though.
Yeah, right you are. Wonderful. Realizes the dangers. Realize I can't really run in there.
He would just go down with nothing, so that's a fair enough play. This next kill could decide everything. Wonderful. Mows them down. Great work here. Need to keep numbers alive, though. And Emma should guarantee that fact. Looking like a clean round here. Can Madden do anything? Apparently not. First round here for Navi. We go 9-6. Pretty clean one as well. Wonderful. Patiently plays it. Doesn't just swing into it and try to take one down. Probably would have got one and done. Holds on. Waits until his moment to strike. Gets 3 in total. And there we have it. It's going to be Blade happy with that one. I'd still favor Navi, of course, even with this scoreline.
Sure.
Falcons did very well. There's some individual prowesses, which we want to see from the squad, stepping up, winning some huge clutches, but still a lot of work to be done here.
Yeah, Wonderful was really the MVP for the first map, and you know what? He's not doing too badly here. He's got 13 tied up with JL at the moment, so it's been a pretty decent day for the young start. Imma just walks in there like it was nothing. Like he just doesn't even care. Sprays down Madden and Snappy both, and that takes away an entire arm of whatever strategy Falcons were trying to do. The rest of them say, you know what? We don't have any choice any longer. Let's just go and attack the A-bomb side, and that's what they're trying to do at the moment. Wonderful comes back in with a kill on Dupree. And Magus gets on Pius. I don't even think a bomb plant's available here, so it's a pretty rough turn of events here for Falcons after winning so many rounds in a row in the first half and doing a great job in the pistol here. But now that Navi have rifles on the second half, it is starting to look pretty grim. Nice flash setup. And they don't lose a single player in that round. I think they had 4 alive in the previous one, so they're making a lot of money on that CT side.
They really are. Well, first bump in the road for some time for Falcons. They were high flying here on Ancient, but having their wings clipped somewhat after that previous round. Imma finds the gap, capitalizes upon it, gets himself a ton of frags here. Up to 14. And Key is up there at the top with Wonderful, indeed. Has to be the eco, not even a partial buy here, so 9-8. It's going to be a one-round game after this one. Navi have found their footing. Shouldn't be much to report here.
Yeah, they really have.
Who have you got for the G2 FaZe game? Considering FaZe kind of in a precarious spot right now as well. They have not looked great the last few tournaments.
And that's why I picked them, Henry.
That's why you picked them?
Yeah.
Their Pro League campaign also, like, pretty...
It was rough.
By their standards, pretty disastrous. But
yeah,
hoping they can bounce back. They lost to Complexity 2-0 to get knocked out of the tournament, and no one really saw that coming. Also lost to Sangal, I believe. So yeah, I'm hoping they can bounce back here. G2, they got to the semi-finals.
The internet's been telling me for years, Henry, to buy low and sell high. So I picked Falcons for this one, picked FaZe for the other one. I'm embracing that.
I guess, like, if you just want to sabotage everyone else's, every time you pick the underdog and you get to steal a life away, don't you?
Yeah.
So you could just ruin whoever's winning the tournament. You could just ruin their prospects.
That's a nice. I like that.
Yeah.
Maybe let's pick a target. Who's going to be the...
Banks always wins, so maybe you should go for him.
He does win a lot, yeah. Okay.
Because everyone
Think about it.
Whenever I start doing well, everyone comes after my point. I'll get like 3 steals in a day. Don't know what I do to these people, but I don't seem to be...
Maybe I'll strike a deal with Banks and take somebody else out.
Okay, an alliance.
Yeah. I'll take some payment for that.
Go for Scrawny then.
That is tempting. All right, I'll think about it a little bit. Imma has gone down at the beginning here. It's Dupree with the start. It's Falcons in need of a return to the game. They've had, again, a brilliant Ancient so far, but started to feel like Navi just waking up a little bit too much here. Somebody has to cool them down. Madden has a very neat position. Could see that JL was looking the other way. He was clearing towards the cave instead. Not aware that there could have been someone in that position. Oh, the spray through. It's actually not that far off. 5 versus 3, nearly a 5-on-2 with that spray. But this round is looking super winnable here for Falcons.
Oh, yeah. All starts with this kill. That's Dupree goes down with nothing. That pretty much forces him in towards the B bomb side, which is fine.
Yeah.
But the wonderful AWP is here. They don't have a smoke for long or even a flash. Oh, they've got an HE. But the flashbang, they did have one. It doesn't exactly connect. And all of a sudden, this 5-on-3 has transpired into a 3-on-2 disadvantage.
Yeah, and the flank coming in here from Bit as well. He's actually run the entire way. He's checked no corners. He's just booked it over here to try and make sure that he can get the shot in the back. And he's not far away from doing that either. The rest of them waiting for Bit to get into position right now. For Falcons, this would be a disastrous round. 5 versus 3. Now turned into a 2-on-3 and a free kill for Bit, shooting Madden in the back, leaving Megas alone. He's got the one, and he knows that Bit is coming, but it doesn't even matter. What a round from Bit. A third headshot to bring down Megas can win the round.
Oh, that was their chance to get back in the second half, keep their lead, but it ties things up at 9-9. 2-0, still very possible here. NAVI recover a 5-on-3 deficit. And it was that pushing towards A main. As soon as Dupree goes down, perfect replay. As soon as they get this, they lose so much control of the map, they have to go towards B. But they don't have the resources. They had an HE and a flash. The HE doesn't catch Wonderful. Then all of a sudden you're scrambling for control of the bomb side, knowing you can't peek long. It's stifling.
Yeah.
And at that stage, the flank comes through. You're not considering it. And it's Bit, known for his precision. With the AK-47 especially, closes things down and we tie things up. Mid smoke towards B ramp.
You're right.
That was destined for double doors. Didn't quite make it. Not a huge deal. We're up against pistols here. Partial buy. And they found a bit of a gap.
Yeah, but this is a classic round to lose.
Bombs in.
City side. Yeah. They're trying to get there. Some spam coming through. All right, good job. 3 of them getting a kill. Like those Tech-9 rounds towards the B-bomb side are so lethal at times.
Oh yeah, if you just find any sort of space, it can be very uncomfortable for the defense, but this is clean. Trying to keep all 5 players alive. If it comes through, that should be it. And it's going to be now NAVI with 5 rounds in a row here in the second half. 10-9. Partial buy doesn't work out for them. And yeah, that could be the 2-0. They are in some dire straits now. Looks like a tactical timeout.
They got a glimpse of what victory could have been like. It was there for them, but Not enough, unfortunately, for the minute.
Problem with Falcons as well. Even if you go down to the lower bracket, considering the prestige of this tournament, there's no kind of bogey teams down there. There's no gimmies. There's no freebies because you're playing the loser of G2 and FaZe.
Yeah, where are EG when you need them?
Yeah, right. That would be ideal, but they ain't here. They ain't here by a mile. We have got Group B as well, also stacked. Vitality, Astralis, Spirit Liquid. 8 teams in total. And yeah, it should be a great day of CS. Boys and girls. 4 best of 3s to bring you today.
Most certainly should be. I'm excited for the fact that we've got STCOS now. I'm glad you reminded me. I kind of halfway forgot.
Oh, he's a legend. Really nice guy. Should do a great job.
I have no doubt. Like, he does great content. Obviously, he's been with the game forever.
Really good way of explaining the game to people.
Absolutely.
I think he'd be a really good color commentator as well. But,
yeah.
We'll see how he gets on today. He'll be on the second shift. Check him out after this first. Couple of best of 3s are over.
Well, here we go. dupreeh has managed to walk his way in, setting himself up for a bit of control towards that red room. Oh, wow. That is a grenade. That is absolutely a precision strike, shutting down Snappy. How did he even angle it that way? Like,
I actually don't know. That was really
perfect.
Bizarre grenade, a perfectly placed one, and nice work from dupreeh. Gets himself a double kill. Round back on. Their advantage here. Look at the shutdown, this momentum Na'Vi have garnered in the second half. Bit of strong position though, he's in towards A main.
What an uncomfortable position to be in, I guess. Can't really make many mistakes. He's just shuffling around between main and towards that donut, and even CT spawn, like he's covering essentially 3 different positions.
They pumped the brakes here. They're hoping to get this sort of reaction. Oh my goodness, they get it. And actually, well played from Madden. The flashbang works out perfectly. This is now another 4-on-2. Can't afford to lose this one. JL, the final boss of the B bomb site, makes a bit of a meal of that spray. There's a backstab coming from Spawn, and he still reads it.
How on earth? How is he alive? He had to fight that on his own. He could have had the kill on Madden, the spray mid-air.
So he can't reload. He's just going to tuck in with the Tech 9. He's just playing for one more kill here. Hoping this is enough. 15 seconds. They have to go B.
They can't lose this round, Falcons. They set it up perfectly.
Trying to bait him in.
Yeah, putting a little bit of pressure on that side. Grenade up, they don't know, and the Tech 9 will get the job done! JL! How on earth did he win that round?
He couldn't afford to reload. The sound cue would give him up. He had such a strong read on dupreeh coming in from CT spawn. No way they should be winning that round, but JL, MVP of Pro League, looks like he still got it here in towards full finals. That's the kill. That's the one that breaks them. He tucks in towards the cubby here, and this great little distraction from CT spawn, suggesting we're not on the bomb side right now. Here's a smoke, here's a nade, here's some spam through the smoke. They just can't even consider the cubby at that stage with 10 seconds remaining. Leap out of the cave with the bomb in hand, and that is a disaster for the Falcons. They'll use their final timeout here. This one should be in the bag at this point. With no plan coming through, I don't see a world where Falcons can make this next round work. What's the cash going to be like?
Oh, I mean, they themselves won so many of these type of clutches on the first half, right? They can't even be too mad about it, but this time it goes the other way.
That's fair. They did get a lot going in their favor in that regard. Well, then.
Heartbreaking.
Yeah, it really was. Great stuff from JL, though. What a round. What a player. 11-9. Funds compromised. Galil's out in full force here. 3 of them.
Yeah. Now, can't really have any more mistakes here. Imma might be dead with the boost going over on top. Oh, that smoke's actually so tall that he can't quite see over it. dupreeh goes down as the guy trying to boost him up, and now Alexi in the corner ready and waiting. Gets a spray on the one. Was going to get traded, I think, every single time there. So still a 3-on-3. And the bomb's going to get planted.
Damage done to Imma as well. Advantage Falcons here with the bomb planted. Luck is successful from Aegis. That's probably the round. He probably let this one go. You're not in a position to win it unless somehow Imma gets a very sus kill through the smoke.
He was dreaming about it, wasn't he?
Yeah, it looks like this one's done. Well played. Falcons keep themselves in it. 11-10. Needed that, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, it's in a way, it's still on, right? The momentum probably with Navi, but you win that kind of round. I mean, they have a lot of money on the CT side. I guess that's the other problem that Falcons are facing here. It would be easier to believe in the full comeback if there was no cash at all for Navi and they were straight into saving here. The bomb will get rid of Magus. Not necessarily a big deal here, but yeah, the timing there, that's pretty sick.
Alexi B will be kicking himself a bit. They didn't check the cubby. He could have waited a little bit longer and got both kills. There's no way of knowing that for sure, but they overlooked his spot. Good for one. Couldn't get the second. And another timeout here. That's both teams now expending all of the timeouts as we get to the final few rounds of regulation. Overtime still very possible. See whether it comes through. NAVI have got a ton of cash after winning about 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah, they're enjoying that part of it for sure. They know they're so close. They definitely no interest in playing a third map at the moment. Just get the job done, settle in, kind of recover from the travel of Pro League and everything else. Like for NAVI, it'd be great to just win this one quickly and resettle the entire team, I'm sure. And they have that within their grasp. 11-10. Even after the rebuying some of these rifles, they still have quite a bit of money on the CT side, to be honest, so it's not bad. GL currently 20 kills after that previous round. It's pretty sick. Let's see how this plays out. Looks like it's more of a faster A approach, which again is very meta because a lot of CT sides are moving quick to middle.
Full set piece. 5 members. Bit to defend. He is alone. And he's going to be combative here. Flashbang behind big box doesn't do much. AK-47 certainly does. Magus down. Flashbang's very effective. I'm not sure who deployed it. I think they flashed themselves, so there was no assist there for Bit. And Dupree keeps around alive, but not for long. It's going to be series points. The execution does nothing for them. Bit just dodges that first flashbang. As soon as he does that, he knows he's in. They flash themselves, and yeah, it's a pretty convincing finish.
And they had the smokes for CT spawn and for the tunnels back there, but they didn't have any smoke for Donut, so they're not putting as...
Where did they throw 2 smokes, though? Where did the second smoke go?
Yeah, that's a good question.
They dropped one for him.
I agree, there definitely were 2 smokes.
Did he just straight up miss? Or maybe it was like one of those smokes that's deep in towards Donut that lands, like,
yeah,
actually...
I guess that's true. That could be.
People are throwing that right now. I don't know for sure. I don't think it was a miss smoke, but maybe that's what they were going for instead.
Well then, 12-10.
And yeah, of course you have to buy here. They've been quite tenacious, quite plucky here on Ancient, so I wouldn't say it's a foregone conclusion. Nice grenade though, does do a lot of damage. Snappy takes right to the face. They've got 5 players in towards middle. Smoke down to lock them in. Bits up against the Mac-10 here. He's got Imma waiting in reserve as well. Yeah, no way he was ever going to lose that fight.
He just didn't even fire more bullets than he needed. It's just so quick.
Guaranteed locked in kill. They know they've given up middle here, so we are going to have him just rotate through spawn. You can see Wonderful, very aware of this possibility. The only gap on the map right now is red. And yeah, you're just going to get, I was going to say a guaranteed kill here. Not going to be the case. Low HP though on this player. That's going to be Dupree, and it looks like we've got GG, Anders.
Yeah, hard to imagine anything else here. Snappy and Madden left trying to recover the round, but it's not possible. Wonderful will clip him, and it's on Snappy. If he had the bomb, it would be fun, but he doesn't. The bomb is in T-spawn right now, Henry. So he's about 35 seconds just to run there, battle what's really left of NAVI. I just don't see this happening, but yeah, you've got no choice here. Just throw it all in. He's going to try, but a bit will take him down, and it will be NAVI to win the series in a 2-0 fashion.
A very convincing 2-0 fashion from NAVI, slightly closer here on the second map, but again, a very dominant performance coming in from what is the best team in the world right now. We got a little more out of Falcons this time around. It was a competitive game. At certain points on the map, you felt that this can go both ways, but at the end of the day, you see the camp of NAVI, you know, regrouping, coming in together, and then you saw some of those individual heroics as well. So I guess fair enough that they end up winning 2-0.
Yeah, specifically the clutch moments really was in favor of mostly Falcons in this game, right? They played really those situations, especially 2v2, 2v3s. They played that really well and actually managed to push NAVI quite a bit, right? All of a sudden they need double digits to win, and they actually do it in a relatively small... I would have loved to see NAVI just dominate this game, but actually Falcons showed up and gives me a little bit of hope for the next game.
Is there any main takeaway when you look at NAVI for this game? I mean, first map, very dominant performance. They were absolutely manhandling Falcons. Second one, I think some of those clutch moments we're talking about, they weren't looking necessarily too comfortable, but yet, you know, you lose, was it 4 clutches in a row in the first half? You still come back, you win the map. Is that more of a positive than a negative for NAVI?
I don't think Navi's going to put too much energy on this game, right? I think if it was for them just to win this one so they can go back to the hotel and get a little bit of energy, because they've been traveling, they've done media day yesterday, like 2 days ago or 3 days ago, they were lifting a trophy inside Malta. Now they're standing here in Copenhagen, right? It's kind of stressful. So for them, it was just to win, and now they can go back. I'm pretty sure they're very happy they played the early game, because now they even have more time to prepare. Now I think the real Navi is going to show up for tomorrow.
And if anything, I think we should highlight a couple of the individual players on the scoreboard right here. We spoke about Emma coming in. We spoke about JL coming in. He had a massive round at 10-10. You had Emma as well showing up in the later stages of this game. So we're speaking of a Navi that perhaps not playing the best brand of Counter-Strike, still winning relatively convincingly, still having the individuals showing up. So overall, a very positive performance from the Navi camp.
Yeah, especially Aim is also a player we mentioned before the games. JL and Aim has been one of the most improved duos of 2024, right? And if they can continue with that, I think that's the positive thing about Navi, right? If when we look at this roster, I never feel like this is the limit, right? They're now reaching their max, right? I always feel there's more, especially coming in from the side of Blade, because he'll dictate a new meta and he'll find a new way to get more out of these players. And I think that's the strong attribute.
Speaking of more, we got a bit more from Falcons. Again, a competitive map here on Ancient. They were in contention for the map win, but again, ending up losing 2-0. So where does this leave Falcons for this tournament?
I mean, I think they have, on paper, the better group compared to Group B, right? So I think there's actually room for them to actually still advance. A FaZe on a bad day or G2 on a bad day, we've seen those guys collapse a little bit before. I'm not going to say it's going to be easy or they're going to be favorites, because they're surely not. But, I mean, there's a lot of things flying in these guys' head, right? I think everybody's just trying to preserve their spot on this roster at this point. So it's crazy where it's going to take it on from here.
It's going to be interesting to see if Falcons can do anything in this group, especially considering that the two other teams taking on each other in G2 FaZe is also teams of a high caliber. We're going to jump on a quick break, and when we come back, it's going to be with the pre-match for G2 taking on FaZe Clan.
locking it in for Fall Finals. It's a good look on G2. No sweat, no stress, all smiles.
Hold a little more passively. The flash is amazing. Perfect.
They said that victory was the only acceptable outcome. They survived the showdown, complete their mission.
Ever since the group stage here at the Fall Finals were announced, this was the game I was looking the most forward to. G2 taking on FaZe Clan. You see FaZe Clan arrive, you see smiles on the players, you see them being very focused, but you're also looking at a FaZe Clan that, as of late, have not performed to the standards that they would like to, nor their fans would kind of expect from them. Especially considering you're going up against G2, who is also a team that, I guess in terms of raw performance, we've seen high highs, we've seen relatively low lows, so it's very tough to say whether or not G2 is a contender or a favorite to win the trophy. But one thing we know for certain, Bobski, is that when they're firing on all cylinders with Nico, m0NESY and Malps, it's a team that is very hard to stop.
Yeah, I think on paper they have one of the best trios on form, right? When you talk about Malps, m0NESY and Nico in that context, I think they are one of the best in the world, but there's just so much things in this team that makes it so rarely to happen, right? I think both outside factors, but also on paper, like in-game stuff in towards snacks and so on, that makes it difficult to achieve this on a consistent basis.
I think you're right when you're saying that the trio of Nico, m0NESY and Malps, when they're firing on all cylinders, when they're in form, it's very hard to find 3 players on another team that have the same high potential. But you're saying that we don't always get to see that, we don't always get to see that at the same time. Why do you think that is? You know, you look at the recent results, they're decent, you know, they're not bad, but they're not winning trophies right now.
No, I mean, I think G2 and Nico and everybody wants in their career at this point that they feel like it's realistic to dream about trophies, right? And they're not getting those. I think there's many reasons, right? One thing that I'll just want to bring up is the thing with Nico, right? We mention him all the time, and with those rumors flying around, you always want to have a guy on a team that you want to see a future with, right? I think everybody on the roster, including m0NESY, would love to continue with Nico. He is the voice of the team for my money. And when you have that guy in some sort of like rumor basis on like, is he gonna stay, is he not gonna stay, right? That creates a lot of dishonesty and a little bit of, I'm not sure how to describe it, like the chemistry just can't be perfect, right? Because m0NESY, he needs somebody to lean on, he needs to believe like next year I'll win all these things with Nico because it's going to be so great, but all of a sudden you don't know if he's staying for the next month or he's even there for the major, right? Rumors are that he's staying until 225, but I think G2 really needs to get this deal locked out. Either he needs to go and they need to clarify it so everybody inside this team can work on what the future will be, or they need to sign that he will extend and then they can get peace and harmony back in the roster.
And I feel like it's been like that pretty much for the past 2 years, also in regards to m0NESY. Is he going to stay? Is he not going to stay? Nico, is he going to go? Is he going to stay? And I think that adds another pressure on the support cast behind the team. Speaking of Tash in particular, we spoke to Tash coming into the game. James Bank did, so let's hear his thought about this matchup versus FaZe.
Are you super confident in this matchup and just playing FaZe? Does it feel like one that you have an advantage in?
I don't know. It's not like we are looking at the past games and we think, oh, we beat them 2-3 times in a row. Oh, we are confident. Like FaZe is still an amazing team. They're still the same lineup that won Grand Slam, is the same lineup that won Major. Like we need to respect them, and it will always be like that. I think it's a mutual respect. Both teams know that both are very dangerous, and yeah, we just need to play our game, focus on ourselves, and get the best Counter-Strike. Obviously, I'm very confident in my team.
Well, you should be confident because you need confidence if you want to take on FaZe Clan.
Of course, and I mean, this is the opposite, right, of G2. They are one big family. They all want to stay together. They all want to make it work. I think everybody on this team wants to get an extension and keep working with Kerrigan, but they can't make it work right now. They're not the best team in the world. I think this is what FaZe believes that they can be, and especially considering with a Kerrigan on the roster, you need your star players to perform, and they've not done that to the same extent.
Oh, and I'm curious to hear why that is, and I think for FaZe Clan, it's a team, as you said, they have all the ingredients to be a team that is contending for trophies. They have all the ingredients to be up there, you know, contending for pretty much every single tournament. However, it's not going too well for them right now, and I think one of the guys that would be honest about that assessment as well would be Kerrigan himself. We had James Banks catching up with Kerrigan coming into the game.
Kerrigan, back when we spoke in Cologne, it was a lot around the micromanaging side of things. I saw the Rain interview as well, saying we're kind of changing, going away a bit around from that. So can you explain to me what the mix is coming into full finals and how you're doing things?
I think the mix is the natural thing. I think sometimes as a team, you don't realize how much freedom you have. And I think what we did in Cologne was basically saying, okay, try to play without freedom. And when we then had a talk after Cologne and we had practice, I could really feel people start enjoying the freedom. We started taking more initiative. So it was a situation where I went to the extreme to make sure that we can go that way, but I don't think it's the best way for our team to play. It's not the best. It's not the way I want to lead. Yeah. But I think we have found a good mixture. But in the end, it's up to the players now to kind of take the freedom, me in controlling when to give freedom and when not to give freedom. And that's when I think we play the best.
Now, you have taken a few losses and a few rocks for the whole team, right? And it's been a tough bit of time. So just how is the mood? How is the feeling in the team right now?
I think we had a boot camp before the playoff in Malta. It went really good. It just really sucks that we are playing one game and we don't really get to show what we worked on, all the details, right? I think also Rain mentioned, obviously, there's been some sickness. I was really destroyed the day when we played, but it's not really an excuse. It's just going to happen. It's an uncontrollable thing. So I don't really think about the result that much. I know how much effort we put in, and I'm just actually looking forward to play here. And, you know, results are not everything for us. We also need to focus on are we improving as a team. If you want to win tournament, you have to improve. It's not the result that's comes first. The improvement is more important than the results.
And looking at the improvement, I know you can't say anything yet because you haven't played an official with it, but are you satisfied with the prep coming here?
Yeah, I mean, it's traveling, right? But I think having a few days off after Malta and then play a bit here the other day before arriving, it should be good enough for us to perform. Made sure that everybody remember all the new stuff we went through. And now it's up to us to call the right things, play the right rounds, and it's going to be a banger game. It's G2, right? So it's going to come down to clutches, and we really need to be awake here if we want to win the opening game.
For me, a very interesting interview and a very open and honest Kerrigan. The way I hear it is that he wants to lead the team a bit different than the rest of the team members want to as well. They want their freedom. They want to be able to control the game. Kerrigan would like a little bit more micromanagement, as we heard him say, not only during Pro League, but also during IM Cologne. So do you think that's a potential conflict within the team?
No, it's a good thing. I think you need to limit your star players if they're not performing to the extent they've done priorly. I think we've seen Robs and all those guys have amazing moments where they've just done something individually in a default, right? But this is where he's smart. Like, he's realizing it will be the downfall of Kerrigan if he just keeps allowing this to happen, right? He needs his players to work in his system now. If they're not good enough to just win rounds on their own, he needs to set the pace. Okay, this is how we're going to be doing it, because when you're on the high and everything is going by the book, you can almost, as an IGL, just call default and all your players will do the work, right? But when it gets tough, that's where you need to display your tactical skill and make sure everybody works together.
But that also requires the players to buy into that.
Yeah.
And obviously with Kerrigan, they've had a lot of freedom. Now he's taking a bit of that freedom away from them. So do you think, from a player perspective, if you're Brokey, if you're Frozen or Robs for that matter, is that hard to adjust to?
Of course, it's going to be super frustrating to be a Brokey and you're just being told, oh, you can't peek A because you can't peek B. I need you to be in the middle and do the dirty work, right? But that's the reality of having in down form, right? If you're not going to be the same goal scorer who's going to score 40 goals of a season, you're going to do something else, right? You're going to be doing a little bit more of the practical stuff. And I think this is what happens to FaZe, right? When you don't have the same players firing on the same cylinders, they're going to be doing something different, right? They need to contribute in a little bit more teamwork manner.
One thing I am curious about is Kerrigan speaking about all the new things they've been working on. As he said, a boot camp leading into Pro League. They only got to play one game. He was feeling a bit sick on the day off. So I feel for Kerrigan and for FaZe, he's setting the scene right now for us that we can expect a different looking FaZe, maybe with a couple of new strats on different maps, maybe even new positions on certain maps, if that's what they've been working on. So is that something that makes you curious, according to what he said in the interview, or do you think it's more the finer, small details?
It will always be the finer details, and especially on this level, right? I think a player we've always talked about that needs to change a little bit, and I think I'm not sure if he's like talking about him specifically, but I think a guy like Robs, he needs to change his way of lurking, right? I think we've talked about it throughout the season that he's been way too passive in the last couple of years, and he's changing that up to be a more proactive lurker, and I think it works in some moments, but you can clearly see it's out of his comfort zone. But Kerrigan needs that balance to work with the ways he wants to call, and I think this is where he's smart. He realizes, hey Robs, you're an amazing rifler, you have all the firepower you need. I just need you to change up moments in a bit so you can strike fear on the opposing team on the outer positions.
And people shouldn't forget that Robs coming into Counter-Strike 2 the first 3 or 4 months, he was arguably one of the best riflers in the game. He was dictating how you're playing CS2. He was nerding it out on the stream. I was watching his streams, on Twitch, and he was finding all these different tricks and ways of playing, and it feels like, that flair has gone away from Robs.
Yeah, that's the reason why it's so hard to revoke those, right? Because in your mind, you were one of the best, right? You are that guy who, I'm just going to peek, I'm just going to do that. But all of a sudden, it doesn't work anymore. And then you're going to listen to your captain and and be like, okay, now he has to show me the way, right? And I think Karrigan and Robs has been friends and teammates for so long that they trust each other to do the right thing. I think Robs will surely get back to his level. It's just a matter of time.
Another player I want to put under the spotlight, and I'm going to challenge you a little bit, is the man on the screen right here, Brokey, because I think we all know what he stands for. He's a fantastic player. He has that, I guess, ability to explode on the server, especially in clutches, especially in moments where you think there's no way he wins this round. He finds a way to drag a team back into the round. However, it's also a player that is playing a lot on his intuition, and I don't think he's necessarily the smartest or the most predictable player to have around as a teammate, because you never really know where you got Brokey in that sense. Do you think for Brokey, with the current level he's showing, a 1.11 rating, and maybe a form that is not at the highest of high, does it become a liability that he's so, you know, out expressing on the server that he's hard to figure out, or is it still a thing that the opponents will have to always take into account?
I love to have these type of players who are kind of like coin flip. Either they'll just win you rounds or they'll lose them, right? But it only works if you have a base level of the other teammates, right? But everybody is struggling, also Brokey including. I think we see him in clutches, and sometimes he's just trying to be 200 IQ all the time, right? He's trying to do a lot of things like fake steps, throw random smokes, like try always to be the smart guy instead of just using his aim. I feel like this guy has a really, really strong aim when he doesn't have to think about anything that's happening around him other than himself. But I feel like he makes it so complicated for himself.
I'm not gonna lie, he's one of my favorite players to watch right now, because you never really know when it's Brokey on the server. It's always a coin flip. Same could be said for G2, and same could be said for this matchup as well. That's why I'm excited to get it going. We have FaZe taking on G2. We have Anders and Henry on the mic.
Thank you very much, boys. Yes, another tantalizing matchup for you today. We've got a bit of G2 versus FaZe. You can see the live odds coming through. G2 considered the favorites. FaZe finding a pretty disappointing run of form as of late. Pro League got knocked out in the opening stage of the playoffs against Complexity 2-0. But Karrigan did say in that interview he felt sick, wasn't feeling himself. He was ready for that game. Just couldn't get it over the line, though. I feel like they can put up a decent result today, Anders, but I do have G2 as the favorites.
You've got G2 as the favorites as well? Okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
I'm not a huge fan of their T sides right now. I feel like they're looking a little bit flat in that regard. When you got Nico, you got Malbs, you got Monacy. Difficult to lose these games.
It should be, but we'll find out right now. Henry, we're not going to delay any further. It is FaZe versus G2 here on day one of the Blast finals.
It's a bit of dust too as well. We love to see that.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot of skill on this server, of course, and we'll see who puts their best foot forward to kick things off in the pistol. It's a CT start here, as we'll see G2 exploring their options towards shore. A lot of information garnered there for Monacy. And they've got 2 players towards upper B, but the bomb and 3 players in general are waiting towards those long doors. So what's the play here? They're just going to try and pull rotations over towards B.
I think they're expecting CT aggression at the moment for FaZe, right? They're looking both lower and upper dark. They're waiting outside a long, like they're really looking towards middle.
That's the hinge smoke, I believe.
Yep, setting it up. So far, so good. But Monacy is in front of that smoke.
I don't think that smoke is any good, actually. I think there's a gap in that smoke. It didn't land on. It's supposed to land on the hinge, on top. Maybe I'm wrong. No, you can see that from short, so that actually didn't land.
Well, what a headshot to begin with, Monacy. Back around the corner. That's all you need. Just stay alive. You know the push is coming up long now. No question about it. What a second kill as well. Rain goes down. It's Malbs flashed in to get the kill on Frozen. That's a pretty good start.
Objective now. You're probably not going to win this round. Just get the bomb planted. But Monacy, oh my god, he is looking sharp at that USP. Gets himself 3 massive kills. Round guaranteed at this point. But like I said, if you can just get the bomb planted, that's something. Just going to go for the most defensive of plants. Even in the flames, you're just going to take that damage, tank it. No way to win, but convincing finish there for G2.
Fair play.
Bit messy from FaZe. When you miss that smoke, when I say miss, of course, it looked like it smoked the double doors, but the gap, if you're playing towards middle, you can see over that smoke and see how many players are going up towards short. It just makes things a bit more complicated. You're not as convinced the strategy is going to work. Monacy's there, waiting the other side as well, and he just absolutely destroys them. Nothing they could do. It looked like he was good for that final kill as well. The bomb does get planted, though. It's not all is lost. They're going to buy up in this next round, more than likely. And so it'll be a mixture of Galils and Tech-9s.
Surprised there was a bomb plant, too, because that just didn't even look like that was going to be possible. But, yeah, I guess that's a nice little silver lining for them. Honestly, playing well at the start. You don't like to see that if you're on the FaZe side.
Oh, they don't even force. Okay, they've gone for, like, a slight invest in the Karrigan Scout. Some pistols, no Kevlar. So, Monacy chomping at the bit to get involved. It's a nice shot from Rain, though, that will shut him down early. MP9 swinging towards up. Looks like the round's done. There is a scout available still. If you can get one, that would be something to keep them modest at least. Not going to hit the first tag. And And there it is, 2-0 locked in. First gun round coming up next. That's absolutely fine. They could have a very strong buy here now on the FaZe side of things, on the T side. Honestly, feeling himself. That's 2 rounds in a row. He's jumped up towards short. Courtesy of that new box, you get it there very quickly. Shut down any quick pounce towards Catwalk. Gets a double kill. Lovely shot from Rain, though. Bit of a master on Dust to himself. Normally carries FaZe on this particular map.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be interesting if we could get him activated early on here.
So Brokey's got the AWP, but no helmets. Oh, that's a shame. That smoke's going to be annoying to deal with now. You throw that from CT spawn. Guarantees long control. No one gets out. Popping up in the smoke is Hunter.
There's the full covering smoke you were talking about, right?
Yeah, no, that's when the smoke lands. That's absolutely fine.
Can't really see anything through it. Hunter going to go play close to the door instead. He did get tagged up quite a bit, so got to be a bit careful if he wants to stick around. We'll see. Going to be a smoke up towards CT spawn. It's only for the one side, so if there's a boost in there, you could still see over it, but there isn't at the moment. Molotov to set it up and push back a little bit on that catwalk position. A minute on the clock here. A lot of noise in the middle. Hunter's just waiting. He just wants the one kill here. He's going to line it up, but actually gets a double instead. If he had more bullets, might be able to get one more, but Brokey takes him down. 2 versus 3. Yeah, it still could be 1. Oh, they're going to double team him. He can't get the pistol out in time, and Monacy will hunt him down. So 3 kills again for Monacy in this round, but a close affair. Hunter, if he had the M4A4, I think he gets the kill on Brokey as well.
He normally prefers the M4A4 as well, old Hunter. But Sneaky Beaky, on him behind the door. First player doesn't check him. There's a Tech 9 coming out next. And Monacy is on a bit of a heater right now. Gets himself a double kill to close things out. And we go into a strong lead for G2. 3-0 partial buy available here for FaZe. Haven't really got going on Dust 2 as of yet. Still plenty of time, of course. And now it's going to be Monacy. Vision taken away. We'll pop that open and confirm at least short is clear for now.
I mean, it could surprise them in the middle here if they get close enough with Tech 9. Sometimes that's doable. Feels like Rain is certainly thinking about it. We don't have many flashbangs to set up something with, it still could be a deadly round. We'll see how close they get. I think the opening kill is what's going to dictate this round. If they get it on the FaZe side, it's absolutely doable. But Hunter, smooth work. Like you said, he prefers the M4A4, and he just got a double kill with it there to really slow down part of that push. Snacks under pressure in the back here, getting dinked already and found by Rops. Suddenly it's a 3 versus 3 in the bomb. It's getting planted.
Yeah, needed 1 from Snacks there. Prime position just doesn't really nail the spray, though. They don't plant the bomb straight away. Allows the CT to get in position. We've got Frozen in towards spawn. They seem to have no idea. He's waiting for his time to strike. When they commit to the retake, that's when he comes through. And I think he's going to time this to perfection.
Yeah, looks like it. They're trying to push in on the other side. Frozen. Oh, he's going to go down. Now suddenly, Brokey alone. And how did they not get that? They just needed a kill in the back and it would have worked out.
It looked like Frozen had done everything right. I don't know how Monacy does it sometimes. He gets that frag and guarantees the round. Look, there was a real chance there. Hunter with a nice double kill. Set them up nicely. Snacks couldn't convert, though. Made things a bit uncomfortable. There are the crystals and gems of Carrigan. All of them apparently got a different meaning from what he told me in an interview once.
Yeah. I like crystals.
Yeah?
Yeah. Just feels good, you know.
I get it. Not for me necessarily, but if it does make you feel good about yourself, then why not? Monacy will find Carrigan. Brokey will respond. And, well, 4-4 technically does favor FaZe. Hunter. This is ambitious. Up against Brokey. He's just going to walk into his crosshair. I didn't love that. You want to flash over first, ideally. If you're going to take that sort of dry peek.
Yeah, you might have been onto something there. Smoke is up, and they're going to be dropping the bomb down in lower dark just to stay a little bit more flexible with their positions here. Not connecting through, but looked like it could have been close. For once, it's G2 a little bit on the back foot here. 3 versus 4, so definitely possible still to win the round for G2, but FaZe, I'm sure they want to get into the game. They haven't won a round yet. Being on the T side here. It'd be nice if they could catch up a little bit. Money is not looking amazing on the G2 side, so it could be a pretty swift comeback for FaZe, but I've slowed it down They're waiting for aggression. You could tell Frozen's looking out at long. Rain is waiting in upper dark. They're really sure that someone from G2 is going to come push, and nobody is.
We haven't really said Nico's name yet. And it's not a matter of if he gets activated, it's when.
Oh, yes.
And he's in there with Snacks who can provide the covering fire. Speaking of which, Malv's trying to do some damage. This is Nico's time to shine. Snacks needs to take the aggro. Nico tucks in. Snacks will get nothing, but here he comes. The final boss of the B bomb side, looking for 3 now. Can't get him. Malv's certainly in a winnable situation. 10 seconds on the clock. The bomb will be planted, no problem. Does he just come through when they're planting and try and cut this down to size quickly? He does! Oh, great effort. Massive damage to both. There's 90 towards Rain there. Very unfortunate. Nico did everything he could. If he gets one more, it secures the round. It's not comfortable with FaZe get their first on the board. And
that is
relief
close.
there. Like, Snacks I guess he did provide that distraction, but we need to start seeing some output from him.
Monacy actually got that kill in spite of his screen was just completely wiped out, but yeah, that is so close. Well done, though. FaZe, I think they needed that round, and you could tell already on the money there for G2. They will have bought into the round, but it's lacking quite a bit. It's a scout instead of the EWP, and lacking pretty much all across the board here.
Nico committed in towards lower. Carrigan aware of that prospect, though. Will this be false info? How far does Nico go with this? He's calling up a beast clear right now. They can peel a player off. It's Carrigan who's spotted. So he'll have to expend a lot of utility, but they're going to go towards long. He's just trying to hold these players here. Smoked off. Pretty much nullifies him. They can just leave the bomb site now. Rain can't really back up. That smoke down. He's going to go join his teammates. He'll smoke the double doors.
Has so much info for G2, but the question is, what do they do with it? It's costing them 2 players in upper dark, which means if it's a long push, still probably does favor FaZe with the weapons and everything else.
Well, yeah, look at these weapons. We've got MP9s, 5.7s, Monacy on the scout. It's his FaZe's round to lose. Come on, let him through.
He really wants it. 40 seconds now. All right, 4 of them out long, and Carrigan holding the middle. Catching rotations, eventually.
Well, he knows they're an upper right, so he's going to get a fight eventually. He knows that. Speaking of a fight, Monacy gets more than he bargained for. Holding towards the A site, only had the scout, and now the MP9 will have to deliver something quite special. Hunter, what have you got for us? Nothing. Rain makes light work of him. That should be round. Ideally saving these M4s here doesn't look possible. Disengaging from the situation. Might keep them interested, though, finding that kill, but they just don't have any utility or kits. I think they saved the rifles.
Yeah, well done. I'd say, you know, applying good pressure there, G2, the aggression in the upper dark, kind of forcing the T side to push to the other side of the map, never really feels good when you're on the T side and you kind of get pushed into a direction as opposed to just choosing it yourself. But they managed to find a way out either way. And again, the weaponry there, scout instead of the AWP, you never really know what could have been. Going to work out for FaZe. Second round on the board for them. It's about time they start to wake up a little bit here. Roki with 8 kills. Still got Frozen on 0. Need the rest of the squad really to wake up a little bit at this point in time. But you know what? Having Brokey firing on all cylinders is, if nothing else, he is a bit of an X factor himself.
He's been MIA for them the last 2 tournaments. By his standards, relative to his previous performances. So great to see him stepping up here. It's 8-4 for him. And you have a notable scorelines. You've got Frozen 0-6 and Axe 0-3. Those players waiting to come online here. 4-2 though, and that's going to be a bit of an eco situation. Monacy tagged a 95 through the door as Brokey striking.
I guess if that's going to happen, it's better you have the USP, right? You're like, oh, okay. Probably wasn't going to be much of a round anyway, so. I do like this though. Nico. That's a long time to run with a flash there, but Frozen, even if he was blind, still going to get the kill. Malps will go down in return.
Okay, good stuff here from FaZe. Looked like Frozen was buggered there towards top and middle, but gets the job done. Completely blind, finds the all-important kill on Nico. And that's round. Monacy 5 HP, Snacks. He'll be tucked away in the cubby, just hoping to get his first kill. They shouldn't come anywhere near the B-bomb site, considering you know Snacks is often there.
Yeah, definitely very, very careful. And around that, we can tell there's pretty much one here. You could see FaZe are still quite respectful. They know that There could be somebody sneaking around. They want to make absolutely sure they don't give up too much. Don't let them pick up too many rifles as well, and just make sure the bomb goes down, which it will. So, 4-3. Good recovery, honestly. FaZe, it was a bit of a brutal start for them. Starting to look a lot more reasonable here. Grenade, going to be thrown at the back, and m0NESY never really stood a chance here. Good cleanup for Rops. What's your take on the Rops trajectory at the moment? We heard the Desk talk about a little bit how he's becoming a more active player, like less slow lurks, more...
Yeah, he definitely has been a little bit too passive, I would say, for a player of his caliber. It seems like he's found himself in a bit of a rut, maybe, the last few events. Not the star player we expect. But as we know, this roster, this core, it's built around world-class talent, and Rops can always bounce back. And they're taking this situation they found themselves in very seriously. They know this is not good enough, and they're looking to bounce back. They had a boot camp before the playoffs over in Malta. Didn't really get a chance to show us what they were made of, considering that Carrigan was ill. It was that one game against Cold, and they were knocked out, unfortunately. But I'm still believing. I don't think FaZe will ever be done. They might be down right now, but they're always going to be a dangerous team.
Yeah. If you've watched Counter-Strike for any amount of time, you know that's got to be true. Don't want to underestimate them. And you know what? They're building a bit of a comeback right now. 4-3, round number 8. Brokey in the middle gets the tag on the snacks. Okay. You know, I love a good Brokey game.
It looks like he's feeling it right now. So this is the hinge smoke going to be thrown again. It was Carrigan that threw it before. Slightly missed out. So if it lands successfully, it lands on top of the door. Let's see if it makes it. Okay, that one's absolutely fine. So you can see that actually covers the gap at the top.
Yeah, gets the job done. At a minimum, it forces the CTs to commit a HE to blow it open if they really, really want to see what's happening on the other side, but double position on long, and for a minute it looked like FaZe wanted to see what was up. This crossfire can be really hard to break open if you're coming in, so we'll see. They're going to put up a smoke. Almost looked like that smoke landed too deep, but they're going to respect it, FaZe. They don't want to power through.
Yeah, leave Malbs in a pretty strong position towards long. Time is of the essence. They've done some good damage, especially the snacks caught on the cross. 3-man setup in towards B, though. They've got a read here, but it could be the incorrect one. m0NESY only has the M4.
Yeah.
And he's got to deal with 4 players, actually, with a little lurk from Rops towards the mid doors. He's got a flashbang to try and deal with this. A couple of flashes, so ideally, flash over, frag, flash over, frag. That's going to be the sequence here. Cross smoke's coming in. He just needs to find a couple of kills, slow them down. There's the flash. First interaction is good. Second flash should come in now. Doesn't fancy it, considering they've got the advantage, and it's a little bit overwhelming. This is going to take the 5-on-4.
Yeah, might put them in a good position. Only 10 seconds left, but the bomb obviously will be planted here. Tapping away at range is Rain, looking to get any headshots down. They're not really available. He will get the one onto Nico. A little bit more spray based on that one. Malbs gets a kill in return. 3 versus 2 now. Nice shot from m0NESY. Ultimately, it's Brokey alone. 1 versus 3. Oh, he wants to throw away the AWP out of the map so they can't pick it up.
It's pretty sick.
That's petty, isn't it?
That's pretty sick. In fact, he's done that. Can they boost and maybe try and grab it?
No
I don't
way.
think so.
Absolutely no.
They're trying it.
I've never seen that done before.
No, it goes, okay, it goes super deep. I've not actually seen it thrown away there before. That's really cool, though. Well done to Brokey.
It's the if I can't have it, nobody can mentality.
Yeah.
It's pretty toxic, but...
I like that.
No, it's great.
Admitting defeat and just denying the cash. That's G2 bouncing back. Good retake. First timeout called by Neo. Always fun to have Neo and Taz against each other in the coaching roles.
Yeah, you're right. What a history those two have together, you know, in the game, and just I feel like probably a lot of untold histories as well.
Oh yeah, sure.
Like the tensions were high back in the glory days of Polish Counter-Strike with the team. It's exciting. Maybe one day we can get them in a chair and talk about the wild stuff. I think at a point in time when it was Luke left the team, the things probably cooled down a little bit, but before then it was truly crazy. Anyway, we're round number 9, Henry.
Here we go.
Moving past all of it.
Been a lot of damage from Brokey on these crosses, but not connecting this particular round. Important one, you can see they've actually denying that AWP, Anders, was pretty massive. Like, m0NESY not having an AWP on Dust too, that's a huge benefit. Like, I would say, undoubtedly the best sniper in the world right now. If he can keep that out of his hands, that's great. So Broky's done a lot there by throwing the AWP out the round. Will it be enough, though? He still is a world-class rifler. Good incendiary will force the fight. Malbs will rise to the occasion. Nico there to try and close things out, but Broky is looking very sharp right now. Gives himself a crossover smoke here. Flash over as well, and they're going to bail. So he suggested a lot here. Monacy will try and reclaim territory elsewhere. Oh, the jump doesn't do too much for him. He gets one and done. Does well to even get one out of the interaction there. Hunter, lovely work though. That should be enough.
Yeah, it should be. I can't believe he hit that shot, Hunter. That's actually really tricky.
Let's give Snacks his first kill too.
Yeah, you're right. 0 and 4 at the moment. Broky, he's been lethal though. You can see he's trying to bait them out. He wants them to peek. Here's the one kill. Pulls out the bomb, and he's just stuck in behind the boxes. 1 versus 1.
Oh, he's going to struggle now against the AWP. He is not having a great game. Oh, what's he? Is he trying to bait out sound?
Yeah.
He walked all the way back, and he's suggesting he's going elsewhere, I think. But let's see if it works out for him. This will be his first kill in the game. Has found some space up towards short. Smoke's actually assisting him up, but he's going to have to wait for that to go down, presumably. He'll have gray screen if he tries to walk through. Here we go, Anders. 1 versus 1. Snacks. Oh, he makes a bit of a meal of it in the end. So you sneak all that way?
Yeah.
Then you drop off the barrels, and you give him like a half a second.
Which is a lot of time for somebody like Broky.
Yeah, he's got 0 information to that point. You give him the round, essentially.
Yeah, like, you've sown all the seeds of doubt, and then you're like, oh, here I am.
I think he looked a little bit lost. The fact he was like planning to go back towards CT spawn, and that wasn't going to work out. He did well to get this close, but then that sound cue, yeah, he's never going to miss that shot. Ever.
That's a sickening round from Broky. He got the kill on Nico at long. That in itself was not easy. He was standing, I think, in the Molotov there to even get that far. And then he clutches the 1 versus 2 at the end. How cool is that? 5 to 4.
Poor old Snacks.
Yeah, bit of a
nade.
Tough start of the game for him.
Fortunately, we had a lot of these at Pro League for him as well. His numbers since Game of Legion have taken a bit of a beating. As winners in Game of Legion, we're like, oh, this guy, he's still got it. He's still fragging.
Yeah.
Fortunately, he's joined G2. Hasn't really been the same thing. For whatever reason, I couldn't tell you what it is. But talking purely numbers, there's been a lot of these games where he doesn't really get going. Hold on, Anders.
What is going on? How could this even happen? They're getting defeated by dualies in a round where they have all the weapons. Yeah, this is so rough. Rops sneaks in and takes down Snacks, of course. Still can't find any luck whatsoever here. Frozen in the middle. Got to be careful, but I think he has to jump on Malbs. Yeah, going to get the straight kill, and then they might have recovered the round a little bit here. Hunter
looking for his third.
2 more. Yeah, he just wants the kills.
Oh, that was the chance. Nico with no Kevlar, can't commit to the duel. And it looks like FaZe have done enough to bring this one back to life. That's the kill. They know Hunter's around here as well. Surely they don't walk through the doors. Just need to go B. That would be absolutely fine. Oh, wow. They've actually given him something to work with here. Frozen versus Hunter.
He's not quite sure. All right, now he is crossing in front here. Hunter. He's someone that struggled a little bit in CS2 himself and has acknowledged that much. Now 1 versus 1. Runs right through. He's actually waiting for it. Still in the smoke. He just walks right in the timing. He was almost with him, but Frozen takes him down. Hunter nearly winning the round on his own.
3 kills. Played it very well in the end there. Very unlucky from Hunter. He actually had Frozen red. Outpositioned, just really unfortunate with the position. 1 bullet away from glory. It was the Julies that was finding all the success at the start. Gets himself the penultimate kill, but sure, it keeps them humble on the FaZe side of things, but without the round win. It's a frustrating finish there. Round number 11, coming to the closing stages here. Carrigan has to be aware Monacy's probably got the AWP at this point as well.
Frozen gets a bit of damage early on there. Wow, tied game, 5 to 5. We wanted this to be a bit close, even if G2 came into this one the favorites, according to the stats and analysts and everybody else too. FaZe are doing some pretty good work right now. Maybe too many other rounds right now are reliant on Broky doing a lot of work, but you know, if he keeps doing it, can't really complain too much here. G2, if they lose this round, they're going to be playing the final round of the half with no money whatsoever. It actually could be a 7-5 in favor of FaZe. And Broky setting up early grenade here. Just waiting for the timing. Presumably going to be towards the door or the window. 50 seconds. And they're going to go for it. Look at this. Full-on execute. Yep, smoke is landing. Counter comes out here from Hunter. They're going to ring the alarm bells. They need backup right now. A 2-on-5 fight, and the flashbangs are devastating. Hunter, he couldn't see a thing at all. Nico got a kill through the smoke somewhere. I don't even know how.
FaZe have made a bit of a name for themselves with these V-Pops. They normally run it on the Tech 9 rounds where they just throw one smoke towards double doors, and they've got these great flashes. It's Rain that throws the first one, then Karrigan will bounce one off as they go through. You could see how effective it was. Just turning from the one that comes through the skylights.
Yeah.
And then you got, when you turn back in, you can see how blind Hunter was. Fully blind behind the big box. And you even had, what, the second and a half to even find him and work out his position. So yeah, FaZe are very good for those sort of plays. And yeah, another one that goes in their favor. That one's a comprehensive victory. 6-5. Snax got his first kill. There's that. So yeah, there's a couple of flashes. That's the flash towards the cubby that really bamboozles Hunter. You see Rain's got all that time and space.
Yeah.
Good stuff. 1 round left.
Think of how much the executes on B have changed since the skyboxes were moved out of the way. Obviously, in the past, you couldn't have thrown those smokes towards the door, right? You'd have to take the bomb sign and throw them while you're running on there, so a bit different. Right then. 7-5 is kind of on the menu here for FaZe. They could do it.
Yeah, a bit of a collapse here from G2. Just need a little bit more firepower, a little bit more output for some key players. They were 4-0 up. And looking at a barrel of 7-5 deficit, Monacy's got the AWP. He couldn't have done more. Monacy with 15 kills.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not on him right now. You're right. They were the pretty big lead at the start of it.
I think that's a mid to B smoke thrown by Robs. So Monacy's vision going to be heavily affected with that flash. There's always a gap here, though. And he makes it work. Traded out, but now Snax, you got to deliver here. They got the man advantage. Can he find anything at all? Molotov'd off, and we'll reset the situation somewhat.
He burns alive in the corner. He never gets out.
Dude, that's 100 HP as well. Snax, no.
He's so sure that they're coming for him. Like, he's so sure they're running into B that he doesn't want to move.
Awkward.
And he just burns in the corner. He committed to the position.
100 HP. You're not even flashed, and that's how you die, dude.
It's not ideal, Henry. I'll give you that.
That's one word for it.
I wish the viewers could see your face.
There's many others, but we'll just leave it there.
Yes,
That's
for the
so
minute.
Weird.
3 versus 3 and a good shot from Hunter. He's been on point here for the first half. 12 kills. Almost gets the rifle back out again there, but the timing not really with him. 2 versus 1. Brokey trying to make the cross. He's not going to even be alive this far. I've got to be honest. If they had an HE, it might be a done deal already, but alone versus 2 with the AWP, it is the big equalizer. If they make one mistake here, he could clutch this in favor of his team. We'll see. First, definitely hits Nico. Does he know where he is? Waiting and trying to bait out the shot. And he swings into it. It could happen, but it will be Nico to take the last one. So we tie up the first half, Henry, for a 6-6.
Let's go. We'll take a break. Be right back.
I'm looking at an R8. JL has an R8.
Oh, hell yeah.
For sure. He's outside of the doorway.
Oh, and he got a kill.
Oh,
another one.
What? Oh, what? For the first time in competitive play, it's a 3-4 frags off the R8. The real hand cannon.
Wow. And that's his Red Dead Redemption for the last round. Yeah, right. 2v2.
He just blind throws a flash over at the A site. Maybe that's to make them think there aren't 2 players here. How do they get in? Utility goes outwards. Wrinkle's already in the site, ready for this. He unscopes, but he doesn't hit it when he goes back in, desperate to try and make that impact happen. Bomb being planted, the knife is out. He's making contact, and he'll stab him. If the op drops, switch to the shank, and they'll take that edge in OT.
Damn, 2 apiece between Wrinkle and Rez.
He's still doing a pretty good job, right? He's got 12 kills. It's been a really hard game on him, just running into Monacy and Nico quite a bit. The Zeus about to be activated. Oh, nice. Gotta be super careful you don't just try and dry peek this one and end up losing an AK, because that would be a bit of a problem. Snax very nearly goes down. Karrigan's good for the one, but A decent follow-up with Hunter taking care of business. Rain looking for another headshot. He'll get it on the last possible bullet. Taking down Nico, was very distracted. Looked like he was hunting for somebody else who wasn't on the bomb side at all.
Rain's actually doing more damage here. Hunter's down to 13 points of health. Rain gets this kill, no problem. That's his third. The bomb will be planted. It's m0NESY thrown into the clutch as Rain absolutely destroys the offense here. 4 kills in total with the Desert Eagle. m0NESY will keep it an even keel here for now. 2 versus 2. Nico battling back from the bench. It looks like it's enough. Brokey just doesn't have the HP. m0NESY,
no way.
what are you up to? Gets the knife right between the shoulder blades, ran out of ammo, and gets himself $1,500 for his troubles there.
And he's so ill-equipped for this. It goes unchecked. He gets the stab, the free AK, and now, unfortunately for Jabby, other side of the smoke. A little more damage for Alex. The rumblings of a stack here. 20 seconds on the clock. Rops, double 5-7, firing off for 3. Frozen comes out. Rops! Oh, it's all him! The Estonian from behind blue truck goes huge.
You're kidding.
Finally, in this series, we get a little bit of X Factor.
This is all they had. Half armor and a 5-7. Yo. Last bullet headshot. 4 kills. The site held. And hope is restored.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope restored for FaZe once again after going down 0-4. It was players like Brokey and Rob starting to shine and actually tying things up at 6-6. Some disastrous moments for G2 at times. We don't expect anything less at this point, Anders, but still the game's on. It's split right down the middle. Wide open here. m0NESY at 16 kills. And we'll see who'll be taking a very important pistol here. Dust 2 always delivers. And bear in mind, this is the pick of FaZe. So recovering the deficit feels good. That doesn't feel good for m0NESY, though. Through the smoke, taken down by Frozen all the way towards T-spawn.
Ridiculous start to the round in many ways, but it is Dust 2. It's part of the charm, really. That mid-fight can go any number of ways, depending on the weaponry. A disadvantage for FaZe at the beginning. It's going to be a quick execute here for G2. They want to speed up towards the A bomb site. Karrigan and Brokey, they're both here, trying to duck down, stay out of the range of the Glocks right now. Call for some backup here. Nice shot from Karrigan coming out. Nico will trade out one of them, and looking to get another headshot, but Brokey will take him down. So just a 2 versus 4 now.
Come on,
Malb's trying to keep it alive. Snacks again on his own in a very tough to win position here, but he's got the bullets for it. Looking for a couple of more headshots. They're all on the other side, and it's too much to handle. It's FaZe to win the pistol here, and that puts them in a great position.
Convincing finish. And it certainly does. A bit of a cheeky kill there from Frozen. Got to see that in the replay. How much intel did he have? Very clean shot through the smoke all the way to T-spawn. But Snacks tries his might. Bit too much on his plate to deal with that. He'll be left hungry. As we do see Frozen stepping up here, closing things out. FaZe take the pistol, but there is a force buy available. So they want to take it, though. We've got a Malb's AK scout for m0NESY. He's going to drop it over, looks of things. So Snacks will get the scout. AK for the young star. So pretty dangerous force buy here.
Oh, yeah.
Malb's and m0NESY with the AK-47s. Long smoke.
I guess the fact that there's only one MP9 shows that FaZe kind of know. I mean, they're not surprised to see the buy here. Just the one SMG. The Eagles waiting for somebody to push top mid, but that's not happening at the moment. In fact, the entire mid portion of the map is wide open for G2 if they wanted to go investigate. Going to be a slow approach this time. No real movement for FaZe either. They are kind of sticking their positions quite a bit here.
It's a nice long setup, though. Towards middle we go. G2 looking to tie things up here. Compelling purchase. They've got a couple of smokes remaining. m0NESY and Malbs. 2 of your hardest hitters. Ready to cause some chaos here towards shorts. It's going to be Rain to defend. Bear in mind, as I said, he normally carries these Dust 2 performances. Hasn't really been activated as of yet. Mid to be smoke. Just to block rotations.
Where did the smoke even go? Did it? I don't think it even landed in the CT spawn. I'm so confused.
You're right.
Here we go. 30 seconds left. Rain calling it in, saying there's a lot of people coming this way. Karrigan looking for some headshots here. It's Rain to finally chime in, but there's the Mac 10 in spawn, catching Frozen on the rotation. Suddenly it's a 2 versus 3, and Robson Brokey in a little bit of trouble here. 18 seconds on the clock, and the bomb being picked up once again. Monacy in charge of planting it. Oh, they're going to swing instead. They decide to stop the bomb plant and go for the kill against Brokey, and that might be worth it here. Rops can't stop the bomb, and now he's alone versus 3. With the bomb ticking at the site. I can't believe G2 managed to thread the needle. They did fail to smoke, I think, towards CT spawn.
Yeah, that smoke was just to cause distraction. It wasn't like fundamentally required, but still. And it's going to be 3-on-1. Robs is looking to contain, find some exits here. Doesn't have the kit, can't injure the bomb.
I guess when they fail that smoke, it does make it more dangerous for Hunter, who's jumping down in CT spawn.
Oh, yeah, but, for sure, yes.
He could have been killed, but fair enough. You're right, like, it didn't ultimately cost him the round.
Definitely true.
I don't even, like, the thing is, I don't even know where it went. Like,
I couldn't see it on the minimap.
It just disappeared. Interesting. All right. Well done. That's a second round force-up, and it works.
And it works out quite nicely. 2 AKs and some Tech 9s. They get the job done. G2 back into it. The Hunter in a prime position to lock down those rotations. Got uncomfortable there for FaZe. Rops could do nothing with the MP9. And do they force buy back in response? We'll see. They certainly do. Deagles, MP9s again. Scout for snacks this time.
Definitely not the easiest round of work here on the CT side, but it can be done. 3 Deagles.
Hoping a player towards blue bin, but no one home. No one in towards B currently for FaZe. Arrogant does get in the doors, though. Can be a powerful position. Doesn't want to hold him. Albert will find him trying to lurk out of the doors itself. Good opening frag, nice advantage. Should be enough to convert this one, but we'll see.
Yeah, they are being super careful themselves here, G2. Like you said, they're kind of a team that has a reputation for having some fairly heartbreaking games and moments.
Yeah.
Going really far back for whatever reason throughout all the iterations of the lineup. I'm sure they don't want to have this be one of them, losing to 3 Deagles and 2 MP9s. They are pushing into the strongest possible place, and a little bit of a damage from the, I think, a friendly headshot there, potentially. Either way, they are powering their way through. They got 40 seconds, so maybe not the best place to attack, but ultimately doesn't really matter. The weaponry just not really there for it for the side of FaZe. Trying to pick up the AK now. Had it for all of a second.
Well, there we go. Yeah, that's the force buy dealt with. Gonna be a difficult one to recover now. Should just see pistols. Not much more for FaZe, that is. So G2 can establish some economy here. Be nice to get snacks, a few kills and confidence frags right now. Carrigan caught slipping out of those long doors. Frozen, nothing he could do with it. So, full eco as mentioned. MP5 snacks, okay. I don't mind it. It's not a good gun objectively, but we'll see whether he can make it work here.
Gives you the feeling that you're sort of a special agent, though, Henry.
Oh, no, it feels really cool. Don't get me wrong. It feels great.
Feel like if you're in the role playing a little bit.
Go out there and get some kill snacks. That's what you need right now.
I agree.
Go farm some frags.
Don't stand in the Molotov. We tried that before already. It's not worth it.
That didn't work so well.
See? It's like you're playing Rainbow Six game of the past. Playing Ghost Recon. Sniping at people at range.
I like the fact we're staying on this POV as well. Just hoping to see if anything happens here. Go on, Snacks. Get him! We'll take one. We will take one.
Yeah. He had his moment in the spotlight. All right, couple of kills. Nobody cares. It doesn't really matter. It's going to be about the buy that's coming up for FaZe. I think this might not be exactly their last chance to slow this down, but we're getting real close to them running out of rounds here to play around with. G2 stepping it up at the start here of the second half, in spite of losing the pistol. So, it's good work. 2-round lead. Full investment here for FaZe, which does not include the AWP on Brokey. Because they couldn't afford it.
That's a good point. Monesi. Lower B for now. Nico will join him. 9-7. Comfortable position here. Bear in mind, this is the FaZe pick. If G2 can find this early, it's looking good for the 2-0. They are very scary on Inferno. That's map number 2. Malbs. Wanted to Molotov out of the close range proximity with that Molotov. Didn't actually deploy it. Snacks sits by, waiting with him.
Baiting out a couple of grenades in a round where the CTs don't have that much. It's pretty valuable. You get a couple of HEs away. Rain, though, close to that blue container, could be a very deadly
Commonly
position.
overlooked.
Yeah. Surprisingly often, you're right. No one even checking to their mouths going down, and Snacks is now alone at long, and it's been a real struggle for him so far. Oh, they can guess that he's in there. Picks up the AK ready, but almost gets the kill. Snacks will get one, and Hunter, with Nico going down, still going to be able to open up the site a little bit here. Honestly, that's a classic, isn't it? Takes down Frozen, and it's a 2 versus 3. And they're a bit beat up on the G2 side, but with the bomb planted, it could be enough. Snacks is waiting out on long. Carrigan just crouching in there. Monacy still gets a kill on Rops. And now it's all on Carrigan, the captain of the team. 1 versus 2. He's going to sit in it, and Monacy just saving the round. He is on fire today. 3 kills in this one. What a beast.
Definitely true. Monacy delivering some ridiculous shots there. Exchange towards long could have got out of hand. They did overlook that blue bin position, but Snacks was there to trade. See Taz trying to keep his head in the game. It's another rough one for the in-game lead-up. Tactical timeout, though. FaZe can feel this one slipping away. It's been an entertaining map. No one can deny that. But we'll see whether this 10-7 scoreline can be recovered now. Money in a pretty bad spot, Anders. Not going to lie to you. Let's have a look.
Yeah, that is the real struggle that they're up against here. Because in terms of rounds, it's a 3-round difference at the moment.
Oof, ridiculous.
The FaZe just can't afford to buy.
Oh, the nade.
Yeah, it's just what a combo.
Follow-up shot. Yeah, the wombo combo. Sick, Ilya. Yeah.
Phrase that's repeated a lot, isn't it?
So the partial buy and maybe just some fast pacing towards B. G2 will have Monacy with the AWP at the mouth of the tunnel. 2 players here. Gonna be Robs, joined by Frozen at the back.
Yeah, you're hoping that something works out here, but barring that, probably going to be 11-7 as a scoreline, starting to build a really sizable gap, and just for FaZe, if they want a second chance at a comeback, then it has to start, again, maybe not in this round, but the next one has to be all fire from them. Bomb is dropped outside of that upper dark position.
What just happened there? Did a CT deploy that Molotov and lower? Or did they Molotov themselves? I guess it doesn't matter either way.
They must have Molotov themselves.
I guess so. Again, like I said, it doesn't matter, whatever. As
feeling cold, perhaps.
Yeah, warming things up. This position, not as meta as it used to be, can be overlooked. Not going to be overlooked this time, as Snack doesn't find the kill. Just going to peel off that one. And they go up towards short. Knowing that the player down towards CT spawn, at least, probably the correct call. Carrigan, unfortunate for him, doesn't connect. Nico's found some space. The Deagle doesn't quite connect. And it's enough for a G2 round, so you're probably going to be saving your Kevlar at this stage if you've got any. 2 players do, Rops and Frozen. Speaking of which, here comes Rops.
I know it probably was never going to be a factor in this round, but whenever you see the T players running to the edge to try and shoot someone who's down in CT spawn like that, it's always a bit risky, because sometimes when people die, the bomb falls over.
Oh, yeah.
And it, like, falls down in the CT spawn. So, not a big deal, obviously. It didn't happen this time.
Now spots him at T spawn.
Yeah, make a run. Save the AK. Do you believe, Henry, 11-7 comeback for FaZe can happen?
It can definitely happen. I feel like that's enough for G2. It should be fine, but anything's possible when they're on the server, as we know.
All right.
But it's the opening map of the best of 3. This is the pick of FaZe, bear in mind. You'd hope they can make it to double digits. But time will tell. Next few rounds will be very indicative as to where it's going. Honestly, seems to be in tip-top form.
We haven't seen too much of it yet, but I mean, there are some teams now on this current version of Dust 2 where, you know, they'll push a lot more towards upper and lower dark, even middle for the CT side, like a lot more aggression in that sense, keeping more pressure on.
We'll see what we get in here. We've got players in towards lower and short right now.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, massive shot, not connecting, but Carrigan and Frozen pick up the pieces here. They've got the man advantage for now, but Hunter looking to snatch it away, flashing towards short. They're just going to run with their advantage now. FaZe, that is. Disrupted the offense. It's 5 rounds in a row for G2. 4 versus 3, though. FaZe have a couple of wounded players. And we're going to send all of the firepower, every member of G2 towards long. They got smokes for crossover. They got the Monacy AWP. Ideally, get him in the pit. You could just throw one crossover smoke, get him in the pit. And at that stage, see what comes to the table.
Well, especially if you get the bomb planted for pit position, right? If you can get the rest of it up there, that could be really exciting. I like it for FaZe, like taking the initiative at the start of the round. It's worked out for them so far, but they are not really through yet. Still have to defend the A-bomb site.
Okay, good spacing. This round's not over by any stretch of the imagination. Carrigan to defend. A couple of bullets from the AK will take him down. Got a very defensive position. Flashbang won't quite catch him. Got to tuck himself in. Spotted. Doesn't find a quick kill. Honestly, certainly does. Back to a 3-on-3. Oh, Rain's been spotted. He's got 12 points of health now. He's got to wait for his teammates to rotate in. Here comes Drops.
Is he really going to go for it? Yeah, flashed on through, but Rain goes down at the very same time, and he didn't want to commit to it. Has to slow down. 2 versus 3. A little bit of a mistake, perhaps, for Hunter. Gives up his life, and now what can Rops do? Going to smoke up Monacy on the other side. We'll see how long that's going to keep him away, but he's not quite aware. Flanking around is a great position there for Nico. 1 versus 1 now as Brokey will take down Nico. Up versus Salt, but he jumps straight for it. Brokey is out of his mind. He's looking for it. He knows he's in the smoke somewhere, but he can't find him. The no-scopes are not connecting, and he's out of bullets. Pulls out the USB, and Monacy will shut him down and put him in his place.
Wow. It looked like such a done deal. The 4 versus 3 advantage. And G2 find a way. It was Carragher that couldn't find any damage when they got the bomb planted. And the 1v1 all battle at the end. The no-scopes attempted, but nothing connected. As Monacy is running down that clock and guaranteeing map points here. Will be the 3rd and final timeout for FaZe. Neo, what have you got for us? Because that was a full investment. The money is going to be tight there on the CT side. It's going to be a difficult finish now. Snacks. A lot of pressure alleviated. Got some open runway here. Shouldn't be a problem to finish this one off.
Yeah, individually, it hasn't really been his game, but as a team, they've been playing pretty well at the moment. Monacy is an absolute demon in this round, like, once again.
Look at this.
Brokey, I mean, great play. Like, he knew he was in Monacy's brain. He definitely knew that he was in the smoke somewhere. He just doesn't have the weapons to deal with it. Wow.
All right. Could be the final round here. We've got the Brokey AWP, the Famises, and...
They only won the pistol in the second half, Henry. That's all FaZe got so far.
Actually, yeah.
It's pretty brutal, but they have at least some weapons to play around with. I guess that's... we have to look for here. Brokey with the AWP. He's got 18 kills. He's actually played a sick game. Gonna get a grenade for his troubles so far, but Monacy at 25 on the other side. I guess shouldn't be too surprised, but it's still pretty stunning to watch. Brokey not moving too far away from that position. Sticking around here. Catwalk under attack right now for G2. They don't have to commit to it. Even if they wanted to split B, clearing out Catwalk. Usually a step that's somewhere in there.
Monacy 25 kills.
Yeah, you like that?
I love that. Dust 2 is his playground.
Look at what Nico's found. There's nobody at the A-bomb site. Doesn't know 100%, but should be enough for a bomb plant.
Oh, Hunter's got a nice little position here as well. We hear the scope of Brokey. That's a massive couple of kills. I think we might be done here, ladies and gentlemen. G2 with a pretty much flawless second half here. 4-on-2 situation. Poor old Carrigan, they know where he is, and that is it. Stunning second half. m0NESY with a world-class performance. As we finish things off there, G2 take their opponent's pick of Dust 2.
Super convincing performance coming in for G2 right here, and in particular young m0NESY showing up on his playground. As Henry said, that's where he does his absolute best work. A game that I thought on paper was going to be much closer, especially considering FaZe picking into Dust 2. That wasn't to be the case though, Bobski. This time around, G2 were miles ahead.
Yeah, I feel like the trio we spoke about before the game really came alive in this game, especially m0NESY, right? He's pretty good. I think you said it in the back room, right? He is one of the best players in the world. He proves it once again. I think it's also one thing we just have to mention, right? We had the whole NiKo debate before the game. Like, if NiKo was ever to leave, man, leaving m0NESY in this state of his career, like, he's so good, m0NESY, right? I think he's one of the best. You're not going to get it better anywhere. Even if Falcons potentially gets simple or whatever, like, this guy is so good.
I think there's so many interesting conversations surrounding G2 right now, surrounding NiKo, surrounding m0NESY as well. As you said, the highlight reel you're going to see here in Dust 2 is just, it's world-class Counter-Strike. He's doing it with the AK, he's doing it with the M4, he's doing it with the AWP. He has that pistol round ability as well. He's one of the most complete players in the game. I think we all agree that as of right now. And as you said, if you're NiKo, are you going to leave that kid? Are you going to leave that diamond, you know, to go somewhere else? And if you're m0NESY, are you going to stay within G2 if NiKo is leaving? Or are you going to go somewhere else, perhaps joining a team like, let me think, FaZe Clan maybe? So I think there's so many interesting possibilities when it comes to these players. But for now, we just got to enjoy this highlight reel and got to enjoy this performance. m0NESY playing Counter-Strike at an absolutely world-class level.
Yeah, I also think what we spoke about m0NESY in the start of the year, right? He was one of the number ones. It was either him, Cyber was kind of out of the debate. It was either him or m0NESY, and then he kind of had, Dunk, and then he was kind of out of the debate for a little bit. G2 struggled a little bit with the Hooksy. They were doing roster changes, and then Cyber came in the conversation. And then for my money, m0NESY disappeared a little bit from that talk because Cyber won the Cologne. He left that trophy. The MVP brings a lot compared to Dunk as well, right? But all of a sudden, he just arrives again, right? You can never count this guy out, and it's so impressive because if you look at his age profile, right, we are potentially debating if he could take on the role of becoming a GOAT. I know Cyber was setting an incredibly high standard, right? But if he can compete already at this age group, I mean, the future looks bright.
It's just nice to see m0NESY play Counter-Strike. I can feel the excitement from you as well. However, if we are looking at the game, we had a round that for me was kind of game defining because you can't see the round history right here. It is somewhat close between FaZe and G2, but round 14 is destroying every single hope for FaZe to win this game. They don't win a round after this one. It's a force buy coming in for G2, and we know how strong they can be in those rounds.
Yeah, and the issue here is that FaZe is actually forced to play in a position where they kind of play half retake, not retake, right? But then Rain decides to make the call, okay, let's fight, and they get into those kind of awkward duels where they're just forcing the headshot positions against Galils, and it's not really in favor of the CTs. I think they just overall handled it pretty poorly. I think they could have played a bit more retake and just, okay, we'll go down long, we'll hold your cross, Rain, we can play the retake if needed, give them the bomb plan, but it didn't happen.
No, it felt like they weren't really utilizing the utility and the equipment they had, you know, ahead of G2 in that regard. As you can see in the round history right here, after round 14, it was G2 all over. FaZe Clan unable to win a single round on their CT side after the pistol. For me, that's a little bit disappointing, and it again arises questions when it comes to FaZe Clan. Are we looking at a team right now that is getting worse and worse and worse, tournament by tournament, game by game? Because when I heard Carrigan coming into it, he said they were boot camping, they were working on things, they were starting to feel better. I'm just not seeing it on the server yet.
Yeah, the thing is that practice can lie quite often. I remember when I joined Astralis back in the day, right before the Berlin major, they said, Sonic, like, bro, we need a roster change. We're losing every single practice, like, against these teams that are not even tier 1, right? And then they show up at Berlin, win everything, and they win the trophy, right? So everything is good, and they can change relatively fast. I don't think that's necessarily the case for FaZe, right? You can be deceived a little bit in practice, and it also shows up in the officials. They're not on their A game. I think that's clear to everybody. But do you believe in Carrigan? Does he need new pieces to move around with, or is the 4-1 that he currently have able to actually get on a level where they can actually lift a trophy?
Yeah, it's always fun and hard to play that blame game. Is it the players around him? Is it Carrigan himself? Yeah. Is it the support cast within FaZe Clan? There's a lot of things right now up for debate.
Yeah, we also have to mention that it's not that Carrigan is untouchable in this team. He's also had massive failures in this game, right? Especially in CS2. I think we've had multiple maps where he's not shown up. This was not one of them, but I think the major finals, one of them. He's had multiple games where he's been on single-digit fracking. But I mean, there's more issues than his fracking power on this roster for now if they want to win trophy. Not everything is terrible. about FaZe.
No, not everything is terrible at all, and I think we can highlight one of the positives when it comes to FaZe Clan for this game in particular, a guy that we brought up coming into the game, Brokey. He had a decent showing, especially with the AWP. He was keeping them in the game, especially in the first half. We did see G2 go up 4-0 in a lead, and you think to yourself, if this is how it's going to turn out for the rest of the game, it's going to be a quick one. Brokey and his heroics, especially in those clutch moments with the AWP, he got to show what he's made of, you know. Winning this clutch against Snax made a massive mistake by jumping down right here and giving him the sound cue, but overall, without Brokey, I think this game would have been done 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, and this is what I said before the game, right? He's one of those players who can win or lose you a game. In this particular moment, he actually did what he needed to win it. I think he had many moments where he actually brought FaZe back to life and actually gave them a chance to actually redeem themselves, but it just feels like the other teammates didn't really have the same plan and really never brought anything to the table.
I think it's pretty evident that FaZe Clan can't be too happy with this performance and Dust 2. We know they're on a break right now, probably talking things through. We'll do the same, and then we'll come back with the pre-game for the next match.
And looking at Snax, he's now had a few months with the team. You spoke to me, I think it was a couple of months ago, just when he first joined, about developing him as a leader and going through this mood with him. How do you feel that is going right now? Can you see the progression to what you want?
I mean, definitely there is progression, but we need to remember that this lineup is still very young. Like how long? Like 2.5 months maybe we play together, and I think that we are doing really good when it comes to progress. Obviously, we also need to remember that the players we have in the team are players with a big voice, and it's not easy to change leadership. It's not easy to change the players. So we are slowly getting there, and obviously, in order to get better, we need to lose some games.
Do you worry about Snax's individual level at all, though, based on the fact that people obviously expected him to have more output than what Hooksy did in that sense? Or does it not matter because of the players you have?
I think the output you cannot measure only by his frags. There are also different aspects of the game that you need to measure, and they are not seen always on the server. But I'm not worried about it. It's more like also we need to look at it from perspective that we have now Mario. That the way we are creating team, Jano is more of a guy who's setting up players, not going in, and I think it will be harder for him to kill. Even when he has a good game, he has like 9 frags and 8 deaths, right? And he didn't choke at all. Like sometimes he will have a worse game, and he's not the type of guy who will run for eco frags and get his ego up. He prefers to think about the team, and I think that we need to be more patient and just keep on working.
Personally, I find this whole Snax conversation and his individual output very interesting in the context of who he was replacing within G2 in HooXi. They are somewhat similar in that output right now. CEST is saying he's not worried about that. Are you?
I mean, on the fragging department, not really, because I think they have plenty on this roster, right? But it's more of the conversation is what does he bring to the table in terms of like the tactical ability. I think we just saw that those two. I think it was mainly just Nico searching short, like doing the short things. I mean, I think it's a little bit more complicated than that. But when we talk about Carrigan, right, when we give him criticism, it's mostly on the fragging department, right? On the Snax sides, he really needs to deliver there, because I think this was the main reason why actually HooXi was brought out of the team. I know there was also some atmosphere and energy things, but yeah, I'm not sure where to take it from there.
No, for my money, I'm looking at, you know, some of those different qualities that Snax can add to this lineup, and you look at a player like m0NESY, you want to have an in-game leader that is getting the best out of m0NESY. I think HooXi did that, and I think Snax is doing that, so they're somewhat equal in that sense. So I buy your argument saying that one of the reasons why HooXi was being called out so much was his individual output from time to time. We even saw it with Stu2K during Dallas when he was standing in. When there was a little bit of output, it changed the way that they were playing. So if you're Snax right now, maybe you shouldn't be too worried about your individual output not really being up there, as long as you continue to have m0NESY playing well, Malps playing well, and Nico playing well. But that's the same song we were singing with HooXi all the time. As long as you win, there's no issue. But what happens when G2 starts losing, or if they continue not to win trophies? Are we then looking at Snax saying you need to deliver more?
Exactly, and it's also about making a project that's interesting for others to be a part of, right? I think this is what many people understand when they join FaZe. They want to be a part of Carrigan's atmosphere, right? They want to learn from one of the best. I don't think many people actually get that feeling when they get contacted by G2 that, oh my god, I'm going to be coached and IGL'd by Snax. They're going to think, wow, I'm going to be playing with m0NESY, one of the best prospects we've ever seen. Nico, one of the most experienced rifles of all time, right? So if you lose that, what do you have left? That's the thing. I need to see from Snax a clear defined role in terms of both his individual level, because he needs to bring that up to a certain level, and then he also needs to define their playbook more. I think it will happen next year when there will be a lot of roster changes going in the entire world, right? All teams. Then he can really put his output on, okay, this is how I want to play Counter-Strike.
I think that's a very good point you're bringing up, because there's a lot of rumors circulating around G2 right now with m0NESY's contract expiring, with Nico's contract expiring. So if you're a player and you get approached by G2, let this be a free advice. Figure out whether or not they've re-signed a contract and they're still going to be there for 2025. However, it wasn't a bad performance at all for G2 on the first map. We're moving into the second one now, being Inferno. Historically speaking, a map that they've always loved to play. Snax was not too comfortable playing it and calling on the map in the beginning, but seemingly they've reintegrated into the map pool. And I think looking at the statistics, looking at what we know we get from Hunter, Nico, m0NESY, Malt for that matter as well, G2 will be the favorite taken into Inferno.
I also think this is where his style can actually, his more loose approach can actually work, because there's both room to do plays on the A side, on T side, and also on B, right? You can both take banana control and middle control at the same time if you're a good team. If you allow your players to give them that freedom to do it. I also think Nico is going to be dictating the banana as always, right? m0NESY is still able to go for that mid peak, and I think Snax is going to allow them to do that. I'm just saying, long term, what do you do about that if you don't have those players, right?
Well, let's see if they have those players for long term. However, focus a bit on FaZe Clan as well coming into Inferno. I feel I know what I'm getting when I look at G2 and Inferno, whereas for FaZe Clan, it's a coin toss. I don't always know if I get Robs, you know, with good lurks and big impact, or Robs that's just standing in apartments doing nothing for 15 rounds or 12 rounds now that we're playing MR12. So for my money, I don't know what to expect. However, I want to see a response for FaZe Clan, because they are now looking at a situation where a 2-0 loss right here, straight into the lower bracket, another disappointing tournament. It could be too much to handle for FaZe.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the issue with FaZe, right? Everybody was so scared of Robs back in the day because he was so strong individually, right? You couldn't really rotate through mid because he was always just bleeding second mid or apartments, catching rotations 24/7, or he would lurk out of apps and get those kills early in the round, right? Now, all of a sudden, you kind of don't have that fear when you go against Robs, right? You're feeling Malps or Hunter, whoever's going to be playing Pit, is going to feel like, yeah, I'll deal with it, whatever happens, right? But back in the day, in the start of CS2, this guy on Inferno was disgustingly good.
Disgustingly good. G2 have been disgustingly good. FaZe, back in the days, have been disgustingly good on Inferno. Hopefully, we get to see the best of both teams as we're about ready to head into the second map, Inferno, between FaZe and G2.
Yes, indeed, Pim. Thank you very much for that one, boys. A nice comprehensive breakdown of the scenario. G2 are your favorites going into the second map of Inferno. Mixed result there for FaZe. There were moments where it looked like they were keeping up. The first half, we split it right down the middle. We went 6-6, then got blown out the water in the second. Even with G2 missing a couple of key pieces, looked like they were in cruise control to close out Dust 2. I feel like 2-0 is on the horizon, but we'd love to be proven wrong.
We would love that. Yeah, I mean, I think it was there for a more competitive game, definitely on Dust 2. It could have happened, but with Modesty playing the way that he was, it was just very hard to overcome. Even Brokey did the best that he could. It wasn't enough. We'll see if it will be on Inferno. It is coming up right now. Second map of this series. Second series of the day. We still have 2 more best of 3s after this, which is going to be very exciting. I look forward to some of those games. Is Vitality playing Astralis?
Yeah, I guess that's maybe the game of the day for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
This one could still deliver, though. A blockbuster fixture. FaZe versus G2. CT star for FaZe on the back foot. And we've got quite a technical maneuver here. Mal's got a decoy as well. What's he got up his sleeve with that? Well, he's going to be running up towards middle with the boys. Brokey to defend. Flashbang's decent. 3 players up towards Arch side, but Brokey to open things up with the dualies.
Yeah, he's running straight in there. No fear at all. He's back to defend the bomb site, but he can't because Malbs has taken him down. Nice Glock shot across the bomb site here, down in the pit. Still a player waiting around. Carrigan trying to get in there and help out, but Malbs, he's hitting every single shot. 4 kills, and it leaves Frozen on his own. How did that happen? How did he get the kill in the pit? I don't even know. Now creeping through, USB in hand, and looking to open this up. He knows where Malbs is, but how could he attack him here? Yep, he definitely knows, but he's walking in to a crossfire. It's not going to be easy to break it open either. He's really trying, and he's running out of bullets here. Headshot, but Malbs for the pistol ace!
Unreal scenes here. Malbs. It was chaotic, it was confusing at times, but he takes down every single member of FaZe Clan. Fast play up towards middle. It was Brokey the opening kill. They had the advantage for some time, but then Malbs, he starts erupting here on the A bomb site. Oh, I feel like Carrigan should have had him though. Felt like that was an open kill. Doesn't get it. And we'll see where the force buy comes through. A disappointing start there for FaZe. So close. Yet so far, good attempt there by Frozen, couldn't close things out, and we are going to have the force buy in response. You don't see Nico the UMP too often.
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever said those words. Nico on the UMP.
Yeah, I can't really seem to recall that either, to be honest. So, we got Snacks on the MP5 earlier. Why not?
The MP5 made its first tournament appearance in about 4 years. Apps pop coming up. Snacks just to flash them in. This won't be too technical, Anders. Just going to do 1 flash over the top. Robs, I don't think he'll be too badly affected by it. Second one will get him though, and it's going to be, well, that's round.
Yeah.
We all know that. We can leave it there, move on.
How's your day been, Henry?
Not great. Been wearing the same underwear for 3 days now, which is not advisable, I think, for hygiene reasons. But I did get a notification.
You are talking to a stream full of gamers, so...
That's true. It's probably quite normal for this group. But the bag has been located. The baggage is scheduled for delivery this evening, apparently. Allegedly.
Okay.
So
what makes a prediction on how many of your stuff arrives? Is it going to be all of it?
I mean, all it is some jeans and some t-shirts. That's already all I need right now. Some underwear as well. So yeah, if those, even half of it turns up, I'm happy.
All right, I like that. Set the expectations low. All right, kind of an uneventful round. Good flashes, good kills. Second round for G2.
Yeah, not much to report. Nice. Oh, okay, Modesty goes down. Something. But yeah, doesn't change much. But we do have 3 pistols being taken into the next with some Kevlar. So still a few more twists and turns potentially around the corner here.
Yeah, I mean, not the best start here for FaZe, but we can excuse, a bit of a slow start. We just need them to come alive and for it to be more than Brokey, right? Like, it can't be on his shoulders to open up too many of these rounds. We need Rain, we need Rops in there. Des talked about it, how is he going to affect the game? Is he going to be more active, or is it going to be that more passive style that seems to be hard to make work at the moment? Third round. And the pistols. They can do some damage. It's Inferno after all.
They've done some damage already. The grenades. Calculated strike towards the bottom of Banana. Does find significant damage towards Snacks. Nico and Monacy, excuse me. And a bit of an execution here. Just going to try and bait out some util. See if there's a stack on the other side. They don't have to commit. They can send Nico in first with the UMP of all weapons. Snacks with the AK. Probably should mix that up, but who am I to judge?
Yeah, they're freestyling it at the moment, aren't they? I mean, they were winning quite a bit on Dust too, so they probably just feel really good about it.
Now, they are walking into the stack. CTs have shown their hand by dropping grenades and smokes at the same time. There's at least 2 players on the other side. These sort of rounds, you're likely going to stack, so using that information, they'll take an educated guess here. You've got Robs to deal with. He's not in a prime position to get more than 1. Even if he does, you wouldn't be that scared to keep going, and exactly that. He'll get 1, but you can pretty much safely assume the site's open.
Yeah. Yeah, so far so good. Sacrifice a player, get the bomb planted. Can't really complain about any of this, to be honest. Nice shot from Robs. Wouldn't expect anything else either. And they're not really looking to sacrifice the armor that they have. Probably don't care so much about saving the pistols, to be honest, but the Kevlar could be interesting for some of the next rounds here. The G2 having a real good time.
Just following Sticko's Twitter presence. It looks like the pros have turned on him now.
Already?
Yeah, the pros have turned on him.
It's day 1.
Falcons, Vitality are after him. He hasn't even made his debut on the analyst desk yet, so he's made it interesting for himself.
Well, go
it's a bold strategy, Cotton.
Need the crowd to help him out. Whatever is happening, I'm on his side.
Oh, that's so good.
Beautiful.
It's a lot of fun. All right. Yeah, stick around. We got lots more Counter-Strike action to bring you today. 4 best-of-3s in total. This one's supposed to be game of the day. At least I said it was. But Vitality versus Astralis with Cadian on the server. I think that might steal the show. We'll have Sticko analyzing it as well. Just for that extra flair and spice now.
Yeah,
so
he's warming up.
Yeah, he's already warmed up. He hasn't even made his debut yet. He's already finding himself in hot water. I love him.
Fired before he even gets to the studio.
Yeah, maybe. It's never happened before. But let's see how that one develops. We've got a first gun round here. G2, Flying Star, 3-0. Hunter on the Mac-10.
Ooh.
Nico.
He is a specialist. This is his job, isn't it?
That's what you want him to do. That's the kind of play Nico's known for.
He's actually a demon in that position. It's so scary. Snack's going to be going down next here. Rain on the other side should be good for at least the 1 kill. Oh, they line up for him. Throws away the M4 in favor of the AK-47 and will try to continue. But Nico, in the meantime, is taking down Karrigan and open up the bomb site. So, Monacy, get some wheels on and get on. Oh, wait a minute. They're actually switching it up even more than that. This could be real hard to read. Monacy does go down. Rops. Important kill, and it leaves Nico to try and clutch his way out. Almost gets Rain there, nearly gets the kill, but you know what? Good job on Rain. 3 kills for the Norwegian.
Such a high-risk maneuver walking through the smoke like that. They got 1 opening pick towards Banana. They were hoping that the Arch player had rotated off that pick, but it was just Nico. They didn't commit towards the bomb site. Rain holds his ground and gets 2 freebies. Robs to guarantee the victory there, and Rain to close things out. Good work, first on the board.
Do you know there's a ferry that goes from Oslo to Copenhagen? It's a popular thing.
I'm not surprised. Go on.
Yeah, I was just wondering if Rain took the ferry down, like instead of flying, he could just ferry. It takes like a day.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Does he live in Oslo? Do we know?
I don't know. It's like the only city in Norway I know. So I think it is the only city in Norway, to be honest. I don't think they have any other. It's just
okay. Fair
Oslo.
enough. I doubt he got the boat. I'll be honest, but we'll find out. I'll ask him later.
Party on it, like there's a whole party boat.
Oh yeah,
that's why people go.
That's what he's here to do. He's taking the party boat.
Yeah.
Over to Blast. Full finals.
We'll ask him later. 3-1, Henry. Getting into round number 5 here. Oh, what a setup. I can't believe he didn't get the double there. It looked like he should have. It's Rain instead to pick it up, and that leaves Monacy and Nico in a tough round to win. 2-on-4 here. The bomb lost out on the sunroof there. What could you really do about it? Rain just tucked in the corner. He's getting a little bit of backup now. Brokey. Nice crossfire to have with the AWP. They don't have any smokes to get rid of it either, so surely either Rain or Brokey is going to be able to get one of these kills here. Wow.
Hello.
No, absolutely no way.
Rain has done so well. He thought his heavy lifting was done in this round, but Nico's coming for you, kid. Sprays him down. Brings it back to a 2-on-2. There is a player towards short, Karrigan. Does he dare go any further? He's got Monacy to deal with. That duel, you probably wouldn't favor Karrigan. A 4-on-2, potentially squandered, and now Karrigan does pull it back. It's going to be m0NESY, and he will win out in the 2 versus 1 in the end. Nice work. Hasn't got the kit. Got to go find that and recover the AWP. It's all under control. It's all fine. Scary moment there. The 4-on-2 almost collapses, but job done.
NiKo just, again, reminding us of what Counter-Strike can be when you have, we have the kind of skill for it. That's such a rare shot to hit. Just crouches right into the angle. Obviously, massively should be favoring the AWP in that corner, but yeah, just so clean, isn't it? Not many players in the world that can do that. And especially not as consistently as NiKo does it. But it's not all for nothing. FaZe did win the round in spite of NiKo trying to bend the game to his will. Going to be round number 6 now. I think for FaZe, this is really, these early rounds are important here. Get this in the bag, tie up the game, make a little bit of money. They are pushing down, and I do kind of like it, but the spray is not really as good as it could have been there, and they're going to lose Carrigan on the other side. Deep grenade.
They're in a lot of trouble. NiKo's had enough.
Yeah.
He's hitting some ridiculous shots. Hunter will have to replicate that form. Can't find Frozen.
Yeah, but he almost did it. I mean, NiKo, if he didn't get grenaded, if they didn't shut him down with the grenade, who knows if he would have found even more kills. This is so scary. Again, because he's so often playing the entry on Banana, having somebody like NiKo run in there round after round.
Broky's well positioned, though.
Yeah.
Looks like the round is safe, quite frankly. They don't have much to get him off the angle. They can smoke spawn, they can flash him, sure, but he'll do well. I feel like Broky's going to get at least one here. Problem is, he needs to stay alive after he gets that kill. Good incendiary. Gets him a bit more space. Allows a rotation to come through if required. It's certainly going to have to be, but now he's in one of his position. He misses a shot, he still stays alive. Flash will get him off the angle.
Ooh, they must have heard that. They know that he's up close, but it doesn't really matter. Nice shot, but he can't escape. Maybe could have ducked into a closer corner.
Yeah, could have done. But still, the round is alive and well. This one's not done. Scary peek there to get the smoke down. Mouths can't believe his luck. Nice little AWP to hold towards new box. They've got the advantage now. The retake certainly possible. There's a smoke for Rops. There's a kid in play for Frozen as well. We'll see what they can make of it. Both players going towards Ruins, Anders.
If they lose this round, though, FaZe, the money's going to be gone here. A little bit of jump around the corner. m0NESY, good for the one. And Malbs, he wanted the swing. He's thrown away the AWP in favor of the M4, and it doesn't work out. Frozen to clutch it at the end of the 1 versus 1.
Maybe overcooking it there.
Could have been, yeah. Probably could have played it for time.
Just played the time and used the AWP. Like, you don't have to go for glory there. Like, if you just, like, start ducking and weaving around the new boxes, even with the AWP, go for that one shot, stay alive. He goes to the M4 and just misses the spray completely. That's not one of Malbs' best rounds. Did well up to that point, got that kill, which should have guaranteed things. But that scenario, the bomb's got, what, 15 seconds? You go for a wide swing?
I think in his brain...
Okay, well, that says it all. He knows he messed up there.
He's probably thinking, I'm going to fire the AWP and immediately pick up the M4 and, like, join the fight with m0NESY. But it's just disjointed.
Just overcooked.
Yeah, I agree. Probably Malbs agrees as well, with a little bit of hindsight. NiKo, always good for the 1 kill. m0NESY, if he gets this one, the round could have been almost over right then and there. But now it's Snax and Hunter. 2 versus 3. Nobody really inside of the bomb site, but it doesn't matter because Broky guarding it. Hunter goes down and Snax. I hate to say it, Henry, but he's 0-4 right now. Hasn't picked up a kill yet on the map. It's a bit of a point of discussion on the first one. On Dust 2 took him a while. I think he was like 1-7 at some point, I think. Starts this one off. Not that much better. A minute on the clock here, and nobody's really fighting him. See what he wants to do. He's expecting that there's going to be some aggression, but there isn't. What was his end scoreline like, Snax? Because this is again,
he
0-4.
got 5 kills.
Okay. All right.
Just go confirm that. Don't want to be giving out any fake information here. 5-14. Got it dead on. Yeah.
Nice.
We heard in the interview, though, Taz, like, has got him in these roles where he's supporting. The problem is, like, from the eye test, I've commentated a lot of his games recently, like some of the easier kills, like sometimes in the back. Like, he's got great positioning and he has been set up for kills. He seems to just choke them out sometimes and not just deliver the shots. It seems like he's in a bit of a rut in his own head. I think he's aware of the pressure. He's found himself in the G2. Being the in-game leader of this squad is a poison chalice.
Cursed position to be in.
And yeah, like, I feel like when you're in Gamer Legion, like, you're the old veteran, everyone's listening to you and no one's answering back, like,
yeah,
it looks a lot more comfortable.
That's probably true.
So I feel like he's like still finding his footing. Like I get it, it's a tough job. But yeah, like when you're replacing Hooksy and your numbers are actually worse than his, that is an issue. And it's not like they've like massively improved tactically either. But here they are. They're up a map against FaZe. It's all going swimmingly.
Yeah, we gotta find something to complain about, right? So for the minute, this is it. m0NESY has the AK. The rest have got upgraded pistols. FaZe time to get back into the game a little bit now. Nice spray down from Rain. It'll be 3. Even has 6 bullets left in case there was a peek coming in. He was ready for even more of a fight here. I mean, this is a huge turnaround. It could be a 5-3. It will be a 5-3 here. And they'll definitely take that. Started the build for the first time, maybe a tiny bit of money. It's crazy they don't have more given what they've been through, but they just haven't been able to survive with that many players for a while. This time it should be doable. Let's see what Nico does, sneaking around. Again, any damage you could do here would be quite beneficial. He's taking his sweet time. 30 seconds, all right. Gonna walk away. Giving up the fight. Well then, Nico, just nothing else to really report back. He's going to say, wait out the time here. Tell you what, I had a disturbing dream, Henry, as happens a lot.
Okay.
I dreamt that I was out hiking, I think in like the Appalachian Trail or something beautiful in the US.
Yeah.
And I came across like an abandoned village, and it was like the Teletubbies that lived there, but what I discovered was that it wasn't just people in suits; they were like real creatures, and they just got like abandoned there, and like they were kept away from public. And I was like, I wanted to like be the whistleblower and say like it's horrible, like they've mistreated they've mistreated creatures, like they're all there.
God, what were you smoking before you went to bed?
I don't know. I think it was the air conditioner or something that did it to me. It's wild, wild times. It's very intense.
That's left me speechless, Anders. You and your Teletubby nightmares. Let us know how the dreams continue this week, I suppose. It's only day 1. You're dropping those sort of bangers. Who knows what's going to come next?
I'll keep you up to date, Henry. Don't worry.
Well,
timeout.
Tactical timeout, and we are going to see this one starting to spiral a bit for G2. They were up 3-0, and now FaZe are officially on fire. We've seen multiple app pops. We've seen mid takes. All with quite disappointing results here. We've had Nico with a hot hand in those first few rounds as well. Like, he's starting to cool off. Players like Rain stepping up. Brokey seems to be well positioned each and every round. You've got that very meta banana smoke going down. Let's see whether this works out. There it is by the half wall. Gives you a nice pathing up and towards B. Good grenade from Rob. Should do some damage here. Yeah, nice. Considerable.
Yeah, chipping away at them. Rain is kind of the leader on the FaZe side right now, 10-3.
He's had some great rounds. Flashbang over the top, going to try and retake Banana here. Snacks leading the charge. Dodges the CT flash. Incendiary will slow them down. Frozen, slowly but surely coming to life here as well. Had some great rounds on Inferno so far. Nico will tickle him though and do considerable damage, down to 18 points of health.
So lucky to be alive there, Frozen, you could tell. Gets caught even a little bit earlier than that. He's probably going to get sprayed down in the mid-air. Brokey hole in the boiler room, but the Molotov probably going to push him a little bit back. Actually lands further up than I was expecting, but still, he's back to the next corner. Looking to re-engage, perhaps. They're rotating Rain on over towards the library, so it is just a 2-man defense at the B-bomb side. Looks like it's going to be a heavy hit here. Nico. Frozen is so low on health. I mean, even just a little bit of a fight for the smoke here couldn't end badly for him. I don't think playing the coffins here is going to be really risky.
Nico's coordinating this one. He's doing a lot of the talking. He's at the front. He's asking for these flashbangs. He wants to be set up. He's ready to strike. Who will we find in his first kill? It's going to be Carrigan. Barreling through the smoke.
Done.
And you're probably right. I don't think, unless they get a quick kill through the smoke here, it's not going to work out for them. Rain will stick around. They've got plenty of money. They might as well see if anything happens. But you're right, that is going to be round. We go 5-4. They'll have to save. Can't really justify the hunt of a G2 either.
Yeah.
Don't have the cash, don't have the resources. You know the money's strong. No real reason to go hunting here.
Kind of tricky for Frozen. Like, where do you play in the B-bomb side when you're low on health on that CT side? Like, there aren't that many positions to go to where you like, if you go all the way in the dark position, you can get Molotov. Like, there are a lot of different ways to be in trouble.
Yeah. can see they definitely struggle to hold on. Frozen gets one. We'll find Malbs, but that is it. It's the entirety of G2 exit through the banana. Not losing anyone en route. They take quite a lot of damage from the blast, but everyone is alive and well. One-round game. Frustrating mid-stages of the half here for G2, but back on their feet, breaking the streak of 5 rounds in a row. Snacks delegating out the orders for the follow-up round here. What's he got up his sleeve? What's he cooking with? Malbs took down Carrigan before he became a threat. Nice idea. Had to make that play. That's quite wholesome.
Yeah, he was a little bit angry earlier.
Yeah. Don't see many death slams from Malbs.
No need to. Okay. Post game once again. One round separating these two teams. AKs across the board for that side. Yeah. Trying to open it up. It's Nico. Had the
He was ready for that.
Yeah, he was. Just couldn't quite land the shot. Snacks here. Getting maybe one opportunity, maybe 1.5 there to get the headshot, but not more than that. Not worth it, I think, for Frozen and Carrigan to re-engage in that fight. Just leave it alone for now. And I mean, that's kind of the other side of the coin, though. When you are entering on Banana, you're going to have rounds like these too, where you tried, you got nothing, and your team is just playing 4-on-5 now. It happens. Rain looks like he's going to hit a sick timing against Malbs, who did just pull out the AK again, so maybe not, but look at the standoff here. On opposite sides of the corner, they are ready to go. There's the Molotov out, and Rain was ready to capitalize, so slowing them down already. Brokey hits a good kill, and there's no one jumping behind him. He's got Rops holding his rear, so he can be sure that no one's going to be flanking him.
Brokey only has 6 kills, but they've all been high-impact ones. They kind of just turn the tide of battle. Coming to the closing stage of this first half, and G2 probably be happy with just 5 on the board, considering how these gun rounds have been going for them. 4-on-2, Hunter and Monacy. Going to give it a crack with 20 seconds left on the clock. They have got util. If they get a quick kill on Robs, which is going to be challenging to say the very least, maybe they're onto something here. Miss from Brokey, that should be fine. Bear in mind, you got Robs as a safety net. I say safety net. He actually lets it slip by. 8 seconds on the plant. Oh, this is actually kind of wild. He can plant still. Monacy's going for the clutch of a lifetime.
Yes, he absolutely is. Down to the last second. Out of the smoke and right into Carrigan's open arms there. Nice triple for the captain of the team. That got really close. Rops definitely missing a couple of shots. You could see Brokey. I think he was making noise as he was running up to the corner, so they knew that he was there, and he ran right into a flashbang. So, wow, what a round.
This is where Carrigan got Nico. Nico's anti-flash ready for that particular play. Didn't work out for him, funnels him in towards A. Good effort on the 4-on-2. Well, a little bit scary for sure, but Carrigan closing things out against Monacy. Yes, indeed. So we've got a bit of a... Oh, why are we doing him like that?
They've absolutely agents.
I've moved on from it. I'm not even mentioning it anymore.
Yeah.
So just bring it up on the broadcast instead, I guess.
Never imagined a Polish James Bond myself, but I guess it's possible.
It's pretty good. I like what you did there. Anyone who's not aware, 007 is the call sign for James Bond in that cinematic universe.
My name is Bond. Kurwa.
All right, so last couple of rounds here. Money's still pretty decent for G2, all things considered. Footstep for Hunter. And in terms of their overall setup, things going swimmingly. They've got the apartments under their remit. Next objective, get middle. Molotov out. Rob's playing in front of the util right now. Tucks himself in towards the cubby. Difficult to flush that position out, but they do find him, but still the man advantage will sit with FaZe. Next kill could decide the round, and Brokey continues to be very strong in the defense, and Nico boosted up. They're going to give this one a go. They have to pick up the pace. You'd assume there's only one player this side. What a player it is, though. Nico. He's been playing so well, been finding so many influential picks here. The smoke will be popped open. Oh, he's so lucky to be alive. Now he's got a chance at the clutch, Anders. Here we go.
Yes, he does. 1 versus 2. He knows there's someone out there. Swings into it, but Rain is there to stop him. I must say, that was an ice-cold hold at the start of the round as well for Rain. He was so flashed behind the pillar, and he just stood his ground, didn't move at all, and waited to get his vision back for the kill. It's not necessarily easy. Sometimes you just panic when there's that much happening, but well played. Yeah, you're right. Nico's had a sick game, and he definitely could have won that one too, but didn't quite work out that way. This is pretty exciting, though. Look at what we've got. A 7-4 scoreline in favor of FaZe.
Snax got his first kill as well.
Oh, you're right.
That's happened. They didn't bring that up in the graphic, did they?
Oh, well. You know, the bad headlines are always the best.
It's true. And it definitely in esports as well. People love a bit of drama. All right. Final round of this first half. Could be the final map. The G2, like he said, I think they'd be happy with 5 at this point. They had a, what was it, 3-0 start and 1 round since. Nico has been finding so many picks, but his round is over. 20 HP, lucky to be alive. It looks like he's trying to do too much on his own right now. Trying to take matters into his own hands and get it done, which is fine. He's a player certainly capable. And it's just to be execution to close things out, Anders. If that, they might just contact this. 1 smoke and spawn, and in we go.
Okay, I like it. Keep it simple. And a great opening. m0NESY, I think he almost fired that before he even knew for sure. Karrigan goes down to Snax, who's going to get a second kill off the half for himself. Rain trying for that same grenade that against Nico. He was trying to see if he could blow it open, but didn't quite get enough to get the kill. So, Rops and Rain, can they break G2's heart and steal this round back? The smokes are going down again, so you're never really getting through them, and you can, but you're going to have to run for the smoke. You can't really wait for it to disappear at this stage. Rain on the other side also smoked off. They can't see a thing trying to get through this one. A Molotov thrown in. Maybe a flash or 2, and then it's time to get this defuse underway. Rops trying to find it. He gets the kill. Down in the corner. What a retake that is.
Well, there it is. The final round will go in favor of FaZe 8-4. Stunning performance from the Norwegian.
Each player has a chance to ask questions to another player. Whoever gets a question has to think about a new question for someone else. How often do you change your in-game settings in a regular time?
What is that type of man? I don't change my things, man. I think I swapped when CS2 came out. I went from black bars to full HD. So I think it's more of like the visual thing, you know, maybe I changed a hot color. So my question to m0NESY is, if you started to watch other Opers demos?
No, I don't. I used to watch before when Simple was playing CS, but if we do it as a team, you know, or we talk as a team about a demo or like about a game, I like to do it. Sampires, I have a question for you. How did you come up with the opening style?
I don't know. What is this question? I think the style of opening from every Oper is just coming from his personality. His playstyle, no one can copy it actually. Hey, Saiwu, my question for you is like, how did it come? Like, from being a rifler to all of a sudden be an Oper?
So first of all, I have a friend called Wanig. Like I used to play with him a long time ago, like even before joining a team or whatever. And he needed like an Oper player. He asked me if I want to play Oper a bit because I used to play FaZe just because of him, because he needed an Oper, so I joined for that. Hello Yakinda, I have one question for you. Why you tried to be in game leader?
Thank you, Zaiwu, for the question. I think throughout my career, I was really involved and vocal in like team structure, spending extra time on theory or macro of the game. I felt like specifically in that moment, there was no IGLs that the team wanted in the market, so it was kind of like a good opportunity for me to try. Donk, I have a question for you. Your playstyle, this over-aggressive, re-peeking, not reloading with 2 bullets left and whatever, does it come from your character and personality, or do you think it's just something that suits you in game?
I don't think it fits with my personality. It's only in the game. Ime, I have a question for you. When you will change your crosshair?
I already changed my crosshair, and I went with size 2 instead of 3 and color 4. I had the same crosshair like for a long time. Thank you, Dunk, for the question. I didn't know you know that, or it was just random, but it was a very good question. Halzek, I have a really good question for you. How does it feel to play black bars on top and on the sides?
How it feels to play with the box, as we call it in our team? I'm not really sure. It feels like more responsive, you know? I change so much settings all the time that I just need to try something else sometimes, and one day I just saw that I could do the box. I tried it, felt good, played with it and played well, and I haven't played with it probably in a year, so maybe it's time to bring it back.
Well, no settings needed to be changed for FaZe, that's for sure, as they absolutely dominate this first half. They were 3-0 down and bring it right back in their favor. This round looked like a done deal, Anders. It looked like there was no way this retake was possible.
Oh, yeah. But
G2 offer it up, and there's still time to defuse as well. When it rains, it pours, and a ton of frags found for the Norwegian there. He finishes the half 15-4.
Yeah, that was almost unwinnable. I can't believe they actually made that work. Well done, well played. A chance maybe for a third map, Henry?
Oh, definitely.
Who wouldn't want that?
Definitely. More than a chance now. Mirage to close things out if we need it. G2, their T sides have been questionable as of late. Even with Nico finding those stunning entries time and time again.
Yeah.
It's nowhere near enough. So, difficult game to recover. It all starts here. Important pistol. I guess not necessarily a must-win. You have the option of force buy in the second as well, but would certainly be beneficial.
Oh, is he going to peek into it? He's silent boosted up here, so he thinks he's got the jump on him. He's like, I'm real quiet. I'm real sneaky with this one.
Probably gets one, though, I would say. He's going to pre-fire this.
Oh, he's seen him. Valve's feeling uncomfortable. I don't know how. He must have
I was
seen
going to say, leave. He should have left one there. That would have been cool.
You're right. Run away like, oh, I'm caught. I'm running.
Exactly. That would have been a really nice play, but not going to see it.
Faking the jump down. Comes back to check. Maybe they're going to go back and look. Yeah, tons of mind games in this round already, to be honest. The silent boost, the double position, faking the jump down. Straightforward this time. Smoking up towards Arch. They have a Molotov and a Flash still on the FaZe side, so they can get rid of Malbs in this position. That's kind of what you keep the Molotov for. They've already thrown it in, but he's already run away. Hunter, first kill of the round, and it goes to him. A little bit labored here, but he finds another 2 headshots. That is sickening.
Yeah. Round still open, though. Bomb to be planted, 3-on-2. No kid available. Hunter with all 3 kills so far. He's done more than enough for his team. Can they convert it, though? Up against Frozen and Carrigan. Both are contributing quite nicely. It's going to be that P250 Carrigan's famous for these days. Not going to be able to make it work this time. The bomb's still planted, though, as they will be able to buy up in the next round. Hunter delivers the goods, and we go 8-5. Both pistols in the bag now for G2.
Not bad at all. Snacks even getting a kill in that round right at the end, so getting to contribute. Yeah, it all counts. I thought this was surely done. They pushed him so far back. They had the Molotov to displace. Malvs in the pits, so he's playing at a bit of a disadvantage, but Hunter, 3 headshots at the end of it.
Was pretty sick. Give them that. So they've got a massive lead here. The book suggests you don't need to force buy, and they're not going to. Going to see a couple of P250s and Kevlar, that sort of thing, but they'll be buying up the next round. Hunter, full send. Always scares me when you do it in these sort of rounds. All it takes is 1 Deagle bullet, and he gets a double, so it's all good.
Well, especially when you got the M4. You've left the M4 on their side of the map now.
That's the thing.
Because if it's just an MP9, I might not care so much if they pick that up.
Now you've got Rain, who's got 15 and 5 with Kevlar.
Yeah.
M4 in hand. This becomes a little bit more complicated now. And if Nico goes down with nothing, which could happen, they've got an open B bomb site.
Yeah, you're right. See if you can stand up to the Deagle or the M4 on the other side.
A lot of typing going on. Suggests we've got a tech issue next round.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Never a good sign.
Is there anything on the mini-map? Anyone look like they've crashed or anything? I don't think so. Maybe they're saying, like, nice shot. I don't know. But you don't normally hear that much typing.
Smoke up. Trying to buy a little bit of time. It's going to get some rotations coming over. You could see him on a seat making his way through spawn. Is there a chicken stuck in the concrete? Maybe that's the tech timeout. I think there was.
I'm a bit worried for G2. I don't really know why, but something doesn't feel good here. The typing, this rifle given over, feels a bit scary. You know where Nico is now. He gets tagged. Monacy waiting for his chance to strike. Gives up his position. They've got the bomb site under their remit now. They can get a plant down.
Yeah, they can, and they will. So far, so good.
Definitely losable.
Yeah, you can tell G2 not quite as confident as maybe they should have been at this point in the round.
They've got no grenades either.
Yeah, kit on Snacks at the very least, so they have some time before they really have to go for it and just powering their way through. Great shots coming out here. Jumping around the corner's mouth, so they'll take care of business, but that round definitely got way more interesting than it needed to be.
So I'm guessing there's a tech timeout. I'm going to keep my eyes on the chat log, see what's going on. But there we go. G2 closing the gap, 8-6. Bear in mind that was the eco essentially, as we will see next round have a very strong buy for FaZe on the T side.
Yeah, they're going to be blessed with that.
Well, there's a timeout.
Haven't had any yet. I guess they're bound to happen eventually.
You're right. It's been a very smooth day one. This is our first tech timeout of the tournament.
Yeah, our biggest concern so far really has been Stico running wild on social media. It's been
Why has he done that? Why is he getting everyone to turn on him?
I'm a huge fan of it.
Day one.
It's like in prison, Henry. You just got to fight the biggest guy you can on day one, you know?
He's done that.
Stico's like, all right, I'm ready.
They are going to be watching his segments closely. Yeah. Let me say that much.
Hoping for a mistake on his part.
All right. Wow. So hopefully we'll get this one sorted. I can't imagine it's anything too severe. I didn't see anyone crashed. It's Nico that had the problem. He was still alive there. So what could it be? Maybe the sound got messed up. Maybe got a TeamSpeak issue. That sort of thing. Yeah.
I feel like the admin team at this point pretty swift at clearing out absolutely everything. So I'm not really worried either. But at this stage, I mean, it's looking decent for FaZe still. I would like to see a third map. I think it'd be really fun. Get FaZe a chance for a bit of revenge. Said, I think Carrigan didn't feel like they got a chance to show at Pro League what they could really do.
Well, yeah, they had the boot camp before the playoffs, and then he was sick for that game against Complexity. He said it wasn't an excuse, and I tend to agree. Like, it does happen. Like, you have to make it work. But yeah, like we're still waiting to see what that boot camp has done for them. This is a much better showing on Inferno. A 2-round game. They've lost both pistols, bear in mind, and they were 3-0 down in the first half. So we'll see where this first gun round, after a 2-0 deficit in the second, will bear some fruits. AKs across the board. Frozen. Making his way up. Doesn't take much damage. He gets towards the half wall. G2 are known for their over-aggression towards the B bomb site, and this time it actually works out. Be happy with that, Malbs. Two players I love to get stuck in. And you have those opening picks. Oh, it's definitely a risky move to keep spamming down, but they get away with it. Rain towards Boiler. And the MP9 and Snacks, 3 kills now after getting that kill in the pistol. Smoke down. Allows Carrigan to tuck in. He's going for the contact play here. I think he just walks through.
He already has, yeah. He's super ready for it. And Malbs
definitely not ready.
Great deleted, yeah.
That could be the round in itself. They're going to scramble over to get back in towards B. Nico's not running.
They don't have so much money either. Like, it almost might be better to put a bit of a VP and just save it. Yeah, to hell with it.
You're right, good call on the VP sort of approach. Just knowing that I have Carrigan's already in ruins.
Yeah.
Like, they're going to plant any second. We're not going to win this round. We've got 3 flashes for a retake. It's not possible.
Yeah, I mean, again, maybe not the most exciting, but
what a play from Carrigan, though.
Yeah, that's sick. I feel like that's when FaZe are the most dangerous. Is like when the team is feeling pretty good and Carrigan is allowed to make some of those X-Factor plays that he sometimes does. See him with the Mac-10 every once in a while, running and jumping and doing crazy things like that. As I think where they become a little bit hard to handle. That's going to give them an even bigger lead. 9-6 going to be the scoreline here. G2. I was about to say, if they could win this round, G2, which it looked like they could, getting the opening kill. Look at is stuck in the concrete.
Has he been there the entire time? It's a real shame. Our hearts go out to the chickens, but yeah, that's an opening pick. You're right, it's a 5-on-4. They opted to send 4 players over towards A. Malbs apparently didn't have the best position there. The one gap was Carrigan walking through the smoke, and yeah, it goes down with nothing, and the round was already over. So Carrigan single-handedly wins the round with that nice kill. The chickens, is that what we took the tech timeout? The chickens are all bugged up? Oh, okay, they just sit down, then they move. Okay, it's all good. They're alive, they're well. Money's still decent for G2, of course, after saving all those weapons. 4 players survive. So we're back into it. Round 16 here, 9-6 overall. Looking for the 2-0 G2. Blockbuster matchups today. Bear in mind, we've got Vitality Astralis next, a debut of Cadian.
Yeah.
Definitely a huge talking point right now, to say the very least.
Yeah, it's going to be Scrawny alone that's taking you guys through that one.
See,
I'm going to be watching that game for sure.
Oh, definitely. That's going to be so much fun for multiple reasons. Oh, the massive grenade. They love the aggression here. Nico and Malbs, they're feeling it. Can be very overwhelming to deal with. Funneling them in towards A. Smoke down a short. Rain confirmed there's no mid presence at all from the CTs here. Sub 1 minute though. Malb's been left alone once again. He went
Could
down.
be the same as last round.
I don't like the approach though. You got such a massive gap on that peak. Good smoke. I don't think they're going to respect it. Gets away with one. That's good. Okay, perfectly played at this point. That he gets one, that smoke dissuades him from really collapsing on the bomb site quickly. Another 5-on-4. Snacks is such a pretty nice little maneuver.
Yeah, trying to even get the jump on. Rops out.
There we go.
Nicely
Huge.
done, yeah. That's the kill they were looking for. They're going to catch Rain. Otherwise, it was going to be a bit of a B-split. I think ultimately that's what they wanted to do, but it got shut down before they could set it up.
Still can lose this round, Anders. It comes down to this kill here. Nico.
Oh, you're right.
50 points of help. He just needs to deny the plan. Oh, he gets caught out. Oh, no.
It was because it was behind the fountain. Yep. Otherwise, he definitely stops the bomb from getting planted. 2-on-4 into now a 2 versus 2. Now, they're a little bit low on health, but they've set up this double position. I kind of like it. We'll see if m0NESY is going to be quick enough to spray at least one of them down. Oh, none! It's a straight headshot.
Oh, dude.
Frozen will take him, and now it's Snacks 1 versus 2.
Come on, Snacks, let's go.
Yeah, hunting for it. That bomb is already so far. He has to go straight for it. Yep, don't fake it out. Just hold it down. Keep the focus on. Oh, he turns a little bit too far. And that stops the defuse, and now he's dead. Frozen to take him out. A huge round for FaZe.
He didn't peek either, did he? If he just held the defuse, he wins.
Yeah, he wins.
But he turned from the... Oh, bro, he turns from the flash on the full defuse and gets off the bomb. That's such a nightmare outcome. Like I said, that's the only play to make.
Yeah.
He's low. Go for the full defuse there. The time is of the essence. Like, you're going to assume you're faking it. You know his position. He makes the perfect call, but completely fumbles the execution. All he had to do was stick the bomb, and he turns from a flash. Like, for what reason? If you're defusing anyway, why turn from it? Just take it.
Doesn't make any difference, does it? Oh, that's rough. It is a bit rough, isn't it?
Oh, that's a 4-on-2 as well. Like, he could have saved the day, being the hero.
Yeah.
Raise the morale. Everyone would have gone nuts if he pulls that one off.
I mean, that's probably the comeback moment, right? That's a 9-7 scoreline at that point in time. Like, you're right back in the game. It's on.
You turn from the flash on the full defuse. Why?
And burned in the back of the bomb.
And you've done that already as well. Yeah.
We're collecting.
It's fine. It's fine.
Is it?
I don't know, but
we'll find out.
A moment we're going to have to move on from.
Stay tuned and discover whether, in fact, it is fine or not. Not so far. Nico goes down 5-7. No, it's a good pistol, but that is a lot to ask for one pistol in the bomb site. Bomb getting planted. Round pretty much over here. I would say you're crazy to even stick around, m0NESY.
Yeah, m0NESY, like, he's in that same mindset Nico's in right now. Like, I've got to do this.
Yeah.
By myself at this point, but fumbling so many key rounds. Definitely a world where he could go for it, but doesn't have the kit. Get a smoke off to allow himself to retreat. Frozen knows it. Gonna go on a bit of a hunt here, potentially. Oh, such a heartbreaking round, the 4-on-2. I think that might be it. Mirage could be locked in.
Well, more Counter-Strike for us.
Snacks.
Yeah, that wasn't the play. They're not going to have a lot to work with, right? The 3 rifles that they had were it. Now down to 2. Looks like they're going to be saving those at the very least. But you know what? Like, for FaZe, this is pretty sick. They got beat up quite a bit on the opening map, so seeing them come alive here, that's going to make you smile. Good entry, Frozen. Good work overall. 11-6. The money's with them. The momentum's with them. Rain is top fragging. It's all worked out. Right there for the taking. Timeout called.
Oh, rough one. Very rough one.
Taz chiming in, saying, if you guys ever dream of getting a Mercedes, you're going to have to play better than this.
And we know Mercedes for Inferno. Pretty sure about that. That was their chance. That 4-on-2 had to go in their favor. It's a shame because like Nico made a really nice play, pushing through the smoke. Just wanted to get that one kill. The fact they planted behind the fountain as well.
Yeah, that was so brutal.
It wasn't required of him to do that play, but like I said, I think he's in that mindset of like, I need to close these rounds out. I don't believe in my teammates right now.
In a way, it's kind of hard to stop players like Nico and Monty from making those plays because they are just so good that, I don't know, like who's going to criticize that? You know they have the skill to do it, but when it doesn't work out, it doesn't feel quite as good.
Have they taken back-to-back timeouts, sir?
They have. They're burning the timeouts. Sign perhaps of a little bit of a desperate situation. And Neo on the other side, coaching. Very Sen player, I would say. He's in balance, Henry. He's got great aura.
Whatever that means.
Yeah. We don't know.
Okay.
We're too old for that, but...
Last chance saloon. G2 on the back foot here. A couple of MP9s. Famous for Nico. M4 for Hunter. Monasil on the AWP. Need to start posting some form here. The game's not done yet, but it seems like they're starting to shrink. Not feeling like they can do it. If they can somehow get this round over the line and avoid map point, there's still a chance. A classic setup. And the MP9 doesn't deliver. It's Nico with the Famous bear in mind as well. Carrigan.
He's been
makes it easy.
Yeah, opening up that position. I want to see. He's trying to win the round back on his own. Hunter gets a kill, but it also reveals his position. And the bomb has just made its way around the corner. So, yeah, he can't really stop this, I think. Bomb going to get planted. He's going to be real far away.
He's made an interesting play, though. He throws the incendiary at T, steps, and comes back through spawn. So they're going to assume he's coming from middle, but... it'd be a wild assumption to think he couldn't do anything else with the smoke down. Yeah, looks like his options are very limited to say the least. He's got a kit.
Might be one of those rounds you try and defuse the bomb in the last second. Like you play it so late so that they think it's almost over, you're probably saving, and then you're just gonna run on there last possible second to get the job done. Bit of a jump. I don't think they actually saw him yet, but yeah, now they're going to definitely know. HE on top, and I think, yeah, that had to be a straight headshot for it to even be close. And he knows it. Fair play to Hunter. I don't know what else he could have done. He just was in such a huge disadvantage. So, 12 on the side of FaZe, and the round set up by Carrigan. He's been great on that banana position. Pretty cool. They're one round away. Mirage looming in the horizon. Not bad. First game was a little bit one-sided. Falcons not really showing up enough for that game. Got roasted on social media by Stigo. And then now we're here. I like it.
Could be the last round. Rifles available. Famous for Monacy this time. It just feels like they've run out of steam here. Their T side was pretty underwhelming. Posted 4 rounds. Bear in mind, they got both pistols under their belt here as well. A 3-0 start in the first half, 2-0 in the second. You'd hope for more than just a single gun round outside of that. Actually, did they get 3-0 in the second half as well? No, it was 2-1. So yeah, they went up 2-0 in the second half and they haven't won a round since.
Ouch, what a grenade. Snacks down to half health before even facing any enemies.
I think it was GG when that 4-on-2 slipped away.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
I just don't think they had the mental to recover that. Gonna have to reset for the third. I don't see them winning this now. Even if we do get to overtime, I think FaZe have got it. But let's see. First couple of kills. Monacy rises to the occasion, gets himself a double. Mouths, not so much. Finds himself in a compromised position. We've got 2 players left. Hunter, Nico, Kovac Cousins will need to step up. 30 seconds. Final play. Potentially of Inferno here. Molotov towards the pit. Hunter won't have the backup of Nico. He is arriving in the library. Maybe he will. Hunter gets the first. Keeping the dream alive here. 2-on-2.
Yeah, oh, nice smoke to block off Nico, and they take him coming through. Rops with the final couple of kills there. And FaZe to win the map, pushing us on to a third on Mirage.
Complete turnaround for FaZe on this second map versus G2. Looking much, much better, looking much more solid, grabbing a victory in a very convincing style. I think coming into Inferno, we had questions in regards to FaZe Clan. Were they able to bounce back? Do they have the top level that is required to go up against m0NESY, Malt, and Nico? And I guess the answer was a resounding yes.
I mean, it almost felt to me like a replay in map 1 on just in the favor of FaZe, right? I think we saw them struggling massively on one side, and again, that was the same case here for G2, right? Not getting anything from that CT side, even though there was moments where you could argue like, okay, maybe they're going to win this one, but things didn't align.
Things didn't align for G2, a poor performance. We'll get into that later on. However, we do have one round that we want to start off straight from the bat. It's round 16, a round that I feel like kind of decided the game. G2 slowly but surely getting started, winning the pistol, converting, but round 16 was a bit of a mess.
Yeah, this is the moment where they can really bring it back, right? And there's a load of stuff happening at the same time, right? There's a lot of chaos going on, but they actually get a really good scenario in this one, 4v2, and you would think to yourself, oh, this one is locked down, right? But look how poorly they played together, Malps and Nico. No coordination between those two. And then for some reason, a guy so experienced just runs through the smoke. He even steps through and makes noise before coming out. And then we see the retake is happening, and they just go one by one. And this is what my issue with G2 becomes at times, right? It becomes so unstructured because all of them are superstars and they all want to do their own thing at times.
And it's one of those things where we see Snacks, by the way, as well, probably should have kept the bomb and could have won the round. However, it's one of those things that if you're Nico, you feel like you make the difference. If you're m0NESY, you feel you make the difference. And you did see right here as well, it's one bullet more from Nico and the round is completely over. They're going to win it. It's one bullet hit by m0NESY, the round is over. They're going to win it. But as you said, it's one by one by one. We often praise G2 for having those individual capabilities, but when it doesn't work, it looks a bit silly.
Yeah, and most people wouldn't analyze a round like that because most people would just say, yeah, if Malps gets that kill, it's just over, right? He should get that. But if you take it on a level where, okay, how do we play that round optimally? We would maybe place them in coils, play retake, maybe they can go fight together, do something together at least, so it's not always reliant on those dudes. And that's what we need to see both Taz and Snacks build on this roster, right? Tell Nico when he does a mistake like that, of course not right now, but after the game, like, hey bro, like in this moment, we need to play together, like fix the small mistakes, because this is what teams like NAVI are doing. They're fixing those sort of things without having any ego and actually being able to look forward.
But it's a very fine balance, right? Because you also see moments when Nico is then going in and winning the round single-handedly. So I get what you're saying, and it's always a tough balance. It's something they'll have to figure out in the G2 camp. However, one player that did figure out his stuff on the FaZe side of the things were Rain, playing a fantastic game of Counter-Strike, again showing up. And I think it's the same conversation over and over with Rain. It's never really a player that we highlight coming into a game saying we need to see Rain make the difference. We speak about Frozen, we speak about Brokey. Sometimes Kerrigan needs to have a decent game, but Rain he's always, you know, out there lurking, and from time to time he will have a map where he's the deciding factor. Plenty of rounds where he's single-handedly taking down G2.
Yeah, this is a luxury if you're having your player not supposed to be the star player is going to taking over a game. This is where you become really good, right? Especially highlighted by the scoreline. I think Rain is a guy where I've said to myself, like, surely this guy only has one more good year in him, but he just keeps delivering it, right? I think he's on like a 5th, 6th good year in a row where he's just playing at the absolute top. He's such an amazing... I think he reminds me a little bit of Dupree in many sense, right? Dupree is probably a little bit worse off than him now, right? But Rain is just such a unique player because he's been a part of the Tier 1 scene for as long as I can remember. It's an incredible story about him.
I feel like you always know what you get with Rain, right? It's consistency, and I think consistency can be described in many ways. He's not always putting up a 1.1 rating or 1.2 rating. He will have games where he's not showing up, but it does feel like every single tournament he will have a map or two where he's the one coming in and helping out FaZe Clan a lot. Another player I want to put under the scope is Kerrigan as well. I think, you know, under a lot of critique right now, under a lot of fire for, you know, wanting to make this FaZe Clan play good Counter-Strike again. Not necessarily from an individual point of view. 12 kills, 13 deaths. That's fine. That's better than it normally does. But the calling from Kerrigan and the way he set up the team here on Inferno was looking much better.
Yeah, and that's the major difference, right? Even if Kerrigan doesn't contribute with like 20 frags or whatever, we still know he brings something to the table, right? He's proven that time and time again with different rosters, and this is one of them, right? I think Kerrigan doesn't need to have anything above like 60 to 70 ADR on a consistent basis for FaZe to have success. We even saw it on the first map. I never felt to myself that, oh, that was Kerrigan losing it, right? I feel like it was a team atmosphere thing. Here on the second map, I do look at some other players on the side of G2 where I feel like they let their team down in certain ways where they can't really get to a level where we need them to consistently operate on.
It was a nice positive sign coming in for FaZe and coming in for Kerrigan. Again, if we look a bit on G2 and their performance, we highlight them as a team that rely a lot on the individual players, a lot on the star players. players. Nico haven't really shown up so far in this game. He was okay on Dust 2, having moments, but here on Inferno as well, he was trying his absolute best, but it's not a Nico performance where he's single-handedly going in and carrying the team. And as you said, there were certain moments in this game where he was trying, where he was going for that hero play and didn't work out. At that point, does it become a liability when he's not feeling it and he's going for those plays?
Normally not, right? Because you have mobs and then Monisi having a good game, right? But that was not the case for here, but especially also, I think it's the obvious one, right? And I think people is going to be tired of hearing, but it's just such a huge issue with Snax, right? Like, we've had 2 maps now, and he's bringing nothing to the table in terms of breaking power, and I don't see any clear direction on how they want to approach the T side either. I mean, they need to figure this out, because I need him to operate on a higher level individually, especially if you're going to have players like Nico fall out of games like this one.
That's fair enough, and I think from this highlight package as well, what it kind of shows us is that it was a good start for G2. Nico was getting off to a good start. Malps at a certain point.
He brings rounds. Maybe the scoreboard doesn't look that great, but he brings rounds to the table, right?
He wins rounds single-handedly, double entry on Banana. We saw it later on in the first half as well. Finishing with 11 kills is not too shabby, but in that regard, saw the same with Malps. He started off with a 6-0 scoreline. He finishes with 11 kills throughout the entire map. So it does feel like it's very much hit and miss for G2. There was no consistent player showing up round after round, helping out Snax. Is that a concern for Snax, or is that Snax not setting up the team that allows for that consistency to be shown for the players?
I mean, it will be reliant. If you take the approach that, okay, we are being reliant on our star players having good games, that is also an unfair advantage to Snax, because he can't put his level to the game, right? He can't really put his mind, because he can't dictate what Nico will do. If Nico has a plan, he will do it regardless of Snax approving it, I assume. But maybe it will be a long-term thing for Snax. Like, over time, can he slowly build that aura inside the team and make him the voice of the team? Because right now I look at a lot of those FaZe cams, and it's not Snax talking a lot of the rounds, it's also Nico talking at least 50% of the time.
And that's the feeling I've been getting as well, that it is still Nico's team, you know, it's still him dictating how they want to play, how they want to approach the game, and how they want to bounce back. They have to bounce back as well, because Mirage is coming up as the 3rd deciding map. But before we dive into that, we're going to jump on a quick break as the players behind me are slowly but surely getting back in their seats. We'll be back with Mirage and the pre-game talk for that in just a little moment. It's heating up here in Copenhagen. Both FaZe Clan and G2 are well aware that they're one map away from a victory, and that also means they're one map away from a loss. So as you can see right now, focused players reading the papers, reading the notes, heading into Mirage, which is the third deciding map. A map that both of these lineups like to play, a map that both of these lineups have had a fair amount of success on as of recently as well, and a map that I think is the perfect playground to figure out who is the better team on the day. We've seen two very one-sided maps, Dust 2 going the way of G2, Inferno going the way of FaZe. So Bobski, my initial question is, who do you have as a favorite heading into Mirage?
I still think G2 is the better team on paper. I think it might be a little bit controversial taking into consideration that on paper, I think as a team, FaZe is better, but I'm just so scared about if I'm FaZe and I connect to the server and I see Monesi up on my opponent's scoreboard, I'm just a little scared to go into that game, right? And I think it strikes fear to have those type of players. I don't think FaZe have any of those in form right now, and I think that's going to be a main issue for them in the short term. Maybe they can regain confidence over time. I think Robs did that in the start of CS2. On Mirage, he's also going to be super important. He's going to be doing those lurks. I think one thing that's been very fun to look at Robs is how he's improving his lurks on the T side. He's way more aggressive towards. He'll do out of those apps pops where he'll just go a little bit more first contact, because people predicted back in the day, oh, this is a FaZe lurk, whatever, they're doing an A split. Robs will always come last, but now he maybe goes in first or even second to create a little bit of chaos.
He will try to create chaos. He will try to be the guy disturbing the way G2 want to play. One thing I want to put focus on, though, is G2's ability to play the 4v5 scenarios. We just had the graph showing up before that they're only winning 21% of their 4v5 scenarios on Mirage. And you think to yourself, well, a team with Nico, with Malps, with Monesi, they should be able to turn around rounds where it's a 4v5. So what do you think it is that makes it difficult for them to play from behind on a map like Mirage?
I mean, I think it's very much into the calling, right? They're not very good in like coordinating stuff between themselves, right? They're very dependent on having individual success, and those individual success is often in the start of the round, right? You would have Monesi jump out mid, get an entry, and then they get that kill, and they can focus from that point. At this stage, where Snax is an IGL, right, in a 4v5 scenario, I'm not looking towards Snax and be like, bro, you need to call us out of this scenario, right? Do a mid boost, get up in window, hide in the smoke, then we'll do B, like do something crazy like that. I don't see that often right now from T2, and I'm just questioning myself, is it the players not allowing it to happen because they want to have space, or is it just Snax who's not able to do it?
That's a good question, and again, you know, reverts us back to the conversation that Snax have never had the tools in his box that he has to work with right now. Obviously, if you're Snax, you're sitting next to Monesi, you're sitting next to Nico, you gotta allow them freedom because they can change the course of the game for you. However, a player I want to put focus on, knowing that G2 cannot afford to play 4v5, is Malps. I think on Mirage T-side in particular, we've seen him do some dirty stuff on that entry department. Very aggressive, never afraid of not taking a duel, and if he's finding the success, I think G2, as you said as well, are heavy favorites coming into Mirage, but he hasn't had the best night so far.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Malps coming into the team, right? I was a little scared when he joined G2 that a lot of the things he did in M80, he's not going to be allowed to do that in Tier 1 on a consistent basis. But prove me wrong, he did. Every single day he just shows up and does whatever he wants, right? I feel like he's a little bit of a momentum player. If he has those games, he'll just keep strafing on you. He's not like a donk, but he's like a mini donk in some sense where when he feels like he has a good game, he'll strafe on you, especially towards that A side.
He reminds me a bit of Dupree back in the day, where if he gets off to a good start, you know he's going to have a great game. If he gets off to a 6-0 lead, as he did on Inferno, where he actually slowed down, more often than not, he will just take that confidence, use it for the rest of the game. If you're FaZe Clan, though, you're standing behind me right now, you're laughing during the knife round, and I feel like FaZe were looking much, much better on Inferno. So do you think they can carry on that momentum into Mirage, or do you think that it resets the playground completely now that we're going to a third?
I think it resets entirely, right? It's not been a long day for any of these teams, right? They had the first game 2-0, they got in, they got the preparation, no excuses, they've had time to travel and all these sort of things. I know there's travel 24/7, but like with the circumstances in mind, I think they've had enough time to prepare. I think it's going to be very 50-50. I do still go with G2 as the favorites.
You have G2 as the favorites, so if there's anyone from the side of FaZe Clan that can disturb that picture of G2 being the favorites, who is it that we need to see show up?
We need to see that, okay, if the game plan is going to be mid-focused heavily from G2, we need to see Rain have a really good game towards that A side, right? He needs to be calm and collected. He's often that, but sometimes we see him have a hard time. If he's not hitting his A game on his individual side, it's very easy to abuse a player on A because it's often very much dual reliant. It's not like the B side of Mirage where you can jump with a smoke. Oh shit, they're running on me. I just throw a smoke and I hide and I play time. On A, you are forced to take the duels, kill one, go hide, ask for a flash, do those sort of things. That's not as easy.
I'm going to ask you a very loaded question here. I think both Karrigan and Snacks have shown from an individual standpoint that right now they're not in the best shape. They're struggling a little bit. Do you think both these teams could potentially have the same game plan, that they want to test their bomb side on the B side, you know, and by then also testing the support cast around him? We know Frozen is supposed to help Karrigan. Yeah. We know the CT side of G2 as well sometimes struggle towards that B bomb side. Could they go in with the same game plan to test out that bomb side from the get-go?
That can be a dangerous game. Just from prior experience, I played with London. I mean, we're talking about Snacks and Karrigan being bad, right? But I played with the worst of the worst, right? And I think people realized back then, oh, we can just run on Hunden, man. It's just gonna be like, go B Mirage. But then all of a sudden, oh, Shoes is also there. Well, Aiko is boosting him to like get in a nice position. Teams are aware of this, right? So they know that their in-game leaders need help. We see it often on FaZe Broke. He goes B towards with the AWP, and surely also Snacks needs a bit of help from Monacy.
All right, speaking of the worst, we have two of the, I guess, best in the business to drag you through this game. We have Anders and Henry on the mic to take you through Mirage, a third deciding map between FaZe and G2.
Yeah, cheers for that, Pimp. Could be more backhanded if you tried, but I enjoyed the effort. And it is going to be the third and final map here. You got G2 as a favorite on the analyst desk. Do you tend to agree?
Well, I do. But I do want to say, Henry, you can't talk back to him. He's the analyst of the year.
Is he?
He is. You have to respect.
Okay.
That, you know, so, just, you know. Have you won any awards lately, Henry? What have you been doing?
I haven't won an award since 2019. I'm completely washed.
Well, so there we go. I'm ready for this game. Are you feeling ready? Third map,
sort of. Yeah, I didn't love that second map. G2 started to spiral. I don't know. It felt like they had some firm grasp on the situation, winning both pistols, and they had some great situations, but it's completely plummeted for them. And I don't know, I feel like FaZe are in a better mindset, at least, going to the next one. Need to see some more output from some key members. Mal's definitely losing synergy with Nico on that B bomb side. It seemed like they weren't really connected, as it were.
Well, according to the GGBet odds, G2 are still the favorites. Okay. So I guess in that sense, the crowd is with them, still believing. But you're right, something went wrong. It looked like FaZe, I mean, credit to them, I suppose, also turning it around, having a great amount of work, especially on the banana position, carrying great entries over there. We'll see how it goes. Third and final map. It's on Mirage to get the show underway here. We still got half a day of Counter-Strike ahead of us. We've got 2 more best of 3s. We're nowhere near done.
We're just getting started, baby. And let's hope for an exciting, thrilling conclusion to this best of 3 between FaZe and G2. Bear in mind, loser of this goes on to play Falcons in the lower bracket. And that's quite a scary prospect for where these two teams are at right now. I feel like Falcons give them a run for their money.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Like, they played better than I was expecting earlier in the day, so
yeah,
you never really know.
Execution coming in from FaZe here. The smokes are down. Nico is activated. Spots a couple, doesn't connect the shots just yet. He's going to be working with Malves once again. He's towards CT spawn. They've broken through the initial choke point, but can they go much further?
Look at Nico. He's hiding right at the edge. This is what he does so well. He needs another headshot. He will get it. That was real close, but if he could have got that kill a little bit earlier, I bet you he escapes with the smoke and it's all fine. Rain has the bomb on the ramp, and he has to fall back a little bit. 3 versus 3, and they've managed to slow this round down here, FaZe. They've said, all right, let's see what happens now. Didn't get the straight bomb plant that maybe they would have wanted, but they still have about a minute.
Oh, not as clean as he would like there. Brokey gets the intel at the very least. 1 player's towards Kitchen and B. They're going to commit in towards the A side, but Monacy the fly in the ointment. Spotted. He didn't have the gun for the job, but makes it work. My God, that's good. Even he can't believe it. How did that bullet connect so quickly? The Julie's not known for that range, and he brings it to the table. It's going to be another pistol victory in the bag for G2.
I truly don't know. That just seems like the kind of shot most players wouldn't even try it. You just have, you know, I got one, it's fine. Great work for Nico at the start. This one's very labored, but he gets the job on. But this one, he's just half jumping, half strafing back into the palace. Yes, indeed. Couldn't have said it better, really.
Felico.
That's pretty brutal, right? It stops everything. It stops the bomb plant.
Yeah, good point.
Well done.
It's going to make their way in towards Snacks. This would be a great time for him just to get like 2 kills here at a minimum. Anders, we need.
Yeah, you're right.
So let's have like just an okay game. There we go. 2 kills done.
Yeah, don't need anything else. Hunter will go down, so maybe now you could ask for some more. Snacks, even though you got flashed, I think, by a teammate, in fact. Still managed to get a 3rd in there. Brokey is going to go down.
There we go.
Respectable.
Gets himself a nice 3-0 start here. That's what he needed. Got 5 kills on the first 2 maps.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's really big, and you know, it starts a conversation instantly, right? For the analysts and on social media, you notice people saying, you know, they're comparing hooks to snacks. Like you have to.
You can see it. Like you don't have to be a Counter-Strike genius to see he's like a little bit out of his depth right now. I think he's in his own head.
Yeah,
he's aware of the discourse online and people putting him under the microscope. And that's, if you want to play for an organization like G2, that's what comes with the territory. If you're playing for your Game of Legions, etc., your Apex, teams like that, like people give you the benefit of the doubt and you can be a little bit more loosey-goosey with it.
Yeah, you're right. Well, let's see. Maybe this will be the turnaround map. Rain playing a dangerous game as the smoke fades. There's an army waiting. Nico will get the shot, but there was like 3 other people behind Nico ready to fight. So maybe a little bit of a outsized fight there for Rain. He goes down. They're still trying to split the A-bomb site with one player coming up through the underpass. The rest of them trying to make a bit of a dent here. See if they can make their way through. Nice shot from Rops. That opens up the round right again. This is pretty cool.
Oh, does it ever? This is actually looking kind of scary now for G2. Got that opening pick on Rain, but now we're in a 4-on-4. Retake certainly still on the agenda, but they don't have any retake utility, and it's just an HE. Carrigan spots Monacy, but can't hit the shot. Oversteps the mark here and jumps out the window. Robs, oh, he might have taken the bait. Monacy actually comes back in.
Yeah, he does. He wanted to go look here. Nice shot from Robs. All right. A little bit smarter than Monacy this time. And like you said, there's no smoke or anything else. They have a kit, but that's not going to be enough here. What a spray down. And what a conversion for FaZe. It didn't look like they were going to win that round. They lost range so early on, but they made it work anyway, and it's thanks to Robs. I think the opening that he got towards connector there just made a huge difference.
Yeah, he found Malbs quickly. A lot of space opened up. Retake simply not possible. I heard some more typing. I think, Nico, we were told earlier it was like a bind issue. I'm not really sure what that means, but seems like he's having a few technical issues in this series.
Okay.
So he couldn't jump, from what I'm hearing.
It's an essential part of the game in many ways, I guess.
Yeah, it wouldn't really be ideal not being able to do that.
But sure we'll get that back. I don't know how that happens either, but they're working.
That sounds more like a hardware issue because your config's not just going to randomly change.
Hopefully not.
So like that could be like whether it's mouse wheel or spacebar, like hardware failure. I'm not sure. Either way, we'll try and get it sorted as soon as possible. If you're just joining us, we're here for day 1 of the Fall Finals 2024. 8 elite teams looking to make their way in towards the Forum in Copenhagen. We're actually coming live and direct from there right now. We're in the venue, and we've had some exciting games, some thrillers. This one no different. Started off with NAVI getting a 2-0 win over Falcons, although the second map was very competitive. There was a chance the Falcons could have won that. They're waiting in the lower bracket to play the loser of this particular game. Now, if you win just one game, so NAVI have already guaranteed themselves a place in the arena. They're already in the quarterfinals at the very least.
Yeah,
if they win the upper bracket final, they go to the semis. Falcons, though, if they lose to either G2 or FaZe, they won't make it to the arena. So that's a scary prospect. Like, even though Falcons, not considered to be a top team right now, they will be hungry and looking to prove themselves and get into that arena, especially with so much Danish presence within their squad as well.
Yes.
This means a lot for them.
I'm sure it does. Yeah, absolutely. Be a bit ashamed to lose that many early on. But, I mean,
you got Magis, Dupree, Zonic, Snappy. Like, it's a Danish team.
It is basically a Danish team, yeah. Although, we're not really seeing that, Danish Counter-Strike brand at the moment. Danish Counter-Strike's been kind of on the decline for a while now, it feels like.
Unfortunately, yeah.
I hate to say it, but it is true.
What is the current capital of Counter-Strike? Because it was Sweden that handed it over to Denmark a few years ago.
Yeah.
So what's the HQ right now?
That is actually that's a good question. I don't think it's maybe not that clear cut.
I guess because we've got so many international teams now.
Yeah.
It's difficult to really have that.
Hard to make that work in the same way, you're right. But yeah, definitely it's been a bit tough. We just haven't seen that, one strong Danish lineup for a while that's been able to do it.
We have got Cadian's Astralis coming up next. Maybe they could be the next up to the plate for glory.
Yeah, reunited. It's pretty good.
What a wild world we live in. Who would have thought Stavi would reunite with Cadian?
Yeah, because we did such a great job at building up those two as, you know, terrible backstabbers that, you know, betrayed. Like, it was a great storyline, really. But I guess that even more so now, you know. Now, it's all in the past.
Well, NiKo can jump again by the looks of things. And how high is the question, because they will just be down to pistols, no Kevlar. So, NiKo the Deagle towards window. Hoping.
Oh, my God.
That's ridiculous.
Stop.
I was about to look like hoping he can find something through the smoke. Yeah, he certainly does. He finds rain. One bullet.
Arrest that man. That's illegal. He slow walked it out. And NiKo obviously cannot see him, but he's just somehow doing it anyway. Using the Force. I know you're a big Star Wars fan secretly. You won't admit it, Henry.
I wish I could say I was. I haven't really seen them. I'm aware of the franchise, and I've seen the first original films.
All right.
Can't say I'm a fan, and I'm not rushing to see the new ones either. Doesn't seem like they've gone down very well for anyone.
It's a bit of a mixed bag, I won't lie. 50 seconds now. Everyone still shook from the fact that NiKo is just openly violating the game. m0NESY back here by the bench. Not with the Deagle, but with the dualies. Still doing a little bit of damage here, to be honest. Frozen gets a kill. They've got the boost up as well in the corner. It's just a USB, I believe. And yeah, they're falling a little bit flat now. It's a lot of damage from, considering what they have. I mean, it's pretty cool, but it's just not enough to win the round. Wait, we got the pistol kill. I think that's probably that Deagle shot to start the round with.
Yeah, we'll take that. That was fun. That was a full eco. Early days here, third and final map. Who will be going on to play NAVI in the upper bracket final? Just winning this series, as mentioned, gets you into the arena here at full finals.
Rain
can't believe it.
I appreciate that.
I mean, what else can you do? If you don't laugh, you'll cry.
Yeah.
Ridiculous shot from NiKo.
Personally, I would have opted for crying.
Yeah, straight up. Bursting the tears.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we've got the m0NESY up. 4-2 right now. First time he's got the AWP. NiKo takes a massive amount of damage towards that connector. Grenade hits him square in the face. He smokes towards middle. Carrigan, I assume, has got a couple of smokes at his feet.
Yeah, very default to start with here, though. FaZe need the information. Sure, they're feeding it to Carrigan every few seconds to tell him exactly what's going on here. I like this from G2, though. They know it's a slow round. See if we can get a little bit of info. Maybe we can pull the rug up from under them. Oh, let's see. NiKo's right there. He's playing the anti-flash position. So, turns right into it, and Brokey's waiting for him with the AWP. It's going to be a return kill. 50 seconds for a 4-on-4 here, and I think Hunter spotted that. I think he knows that Frozen is on the other side, so is that enough for him to get the kill? No, not at all. Frozen, that is so clean.
All right, Maubs, what have you got for us, kid?
An MP9. That's what he's got.
It's going to have to be a Super Mario brother right here. Not going to nail it. And, yeah, there it is. Round done. m0NESY to save the AWP. Did well to get a kill towards short, but that's all they find. Snacks will have the MP9 towards window. No chance of retaking this one after a nice pistol victory. G2 yet to post a round. They were 2-0 up, and that's now 3 against them. Saving an MP9, an AWP. I'm sure there's a chance to upgrade the SMG here. Carrigan's happy, looking relaxed. They've got the lead.
I mean, if you could be allowed to play this kind of game, Carrigan, where you start out slow, you get a bit of out control, you have everyone in position, you can do these kind of executes. That's kind of where he lives and breathes. So I'm sure he's enjoying that. Unfortunate timing for NiKo. I felt like if the initiation had been m0NESY getting the kill instead and NiKo being allowed to turn around, it might have been more efficient. But yeah, no takesy backsies either. Can't do it again. Yeah, a bit of a quiet time right now for G2. Not enjoying the first part of this map. Running out of money as well now. FaZe, though. What a surprise that would be if they were able to spin it around and actually win this best of 3. We're not there yet, but they've made a decent case for themselves. Quick boost up here, m0NESY. Just wanted to get in the position, flash around. He knows he's going to get peeked, but he couldn't quite land the shot. Oh, he's the kind of player that's capable, though.
Oh, yeah.
Any shot, really.
Well, here comes Rops up against Snack. You'd favor him this duel. He seems to be aware of where the Polish in-game leader is residing. Waiting for him to make a mistake. Waiting for him to get a bit of intel here. Oh, Snacks.
Can you see the gun barrel?
I think so. Maybe that's what's going on. And it's just such an easy kill. Oh, that's a shame. That's a real darn shame. Still, the round is on somewhat. Monacy alive on the B-bomb site.
Yeah, but they're running at him. Even if he gets one kill, he's sandwiched in right now. Carrigan is behind him. Monacy.
Oh, he's being such a nuisance, though. Now he's still alive. Not for long. Did well. Now to the footstep will be a guaranteed kill for Carrigan. Gets himself a double. Posts himself on the board. And Robs, yeah, he seemed to know exactly where Snacks was. Must have spotted something because he wasn't moving. He wasn't budging until Snacks gave his position up. Just waiting to die at that point. Good work from Carrigan. Snacks didn't get a look in. Frozen to guarantee the round. And then Mouths. Once he made the footstep, it was already over. Real shame. Got the money back in their favor, though. 4 rounds in a row against them. G2 starting to look weaker as the series goes on. Pistols, no problem. They win all the pistol rounds.
Which is fine.
Which is great.
It's not enough.
Need to start waking up here. Got the Monacy up once again. Oh, huge miss. Snacks. It's actually Malbs here with Nico.
Yeah.
Hoping to hold on.
Could he do more than that? That was the question. Carrigan has infiltrated the smoke. How much are they going to get? Wow, he walked right through and he turns around. How has he done that?
That's massive. What a maneuver. Full on sneaky beaky through the smoke. Gets himself a double and maybe secures the round again. He's done that a few times today. Remember on Inferno? He walks in towards the B side through the smoke. Guarantees a round. He's got a third here. Oh, that was his for the taking. Doesn't land any damage. And now, well, at least they get intel. Yeah. Snacks burning to a crisp. And, well, there's Rain. Snacks.
Yeah, can't believe it.
Nothing he can do here.
I'd actually love to see the reaction there. They had such a lockdown.
They're going to be tilted beyond belief. That's just like, how will we let that happen? Why is no one watching that?
I mean, it just seems like such an unlikely play, doesn't it? Like, why is he walking through the smoke to begin with? but he did.
And a shot from Monacy. They did pull a couple of kills back, but then you think, what's Nico watching when this is going on? I guess the smoke is just perfect. The moment he's exposed, he still has a bit of cover. Rain guarantees the round, but hats off to Carrigan. Snacks will have to save the M4 here. He's got $50. Loss bonus maximum after this one at least. 5 in a row, though. FaZe are on fire.
That is so devastating. Malbs, that was the first kill of the map for him in this round, and then that's all it is. He just couldn't roll it into something more. So, yeah, that's got to be super frustrating. What a way to lose a round. Timeout. I guess that makes a lot of sense. Like, the frustration is probably growing. Everyone's a little bit mad.
They've got 3,200 per player as well. So
true.
They've saved an M4. Snacks can drop one more. There is a buy there, but it will be compromised. So I would say you probably half buy around the M4. Would be my guess.
Yeah.
But let's see what they've got in mind. You don't have to do that. You could just go all in. Maybe it's required. Maybe that's what you feel like you need. Coaches have an opportunity to chime in. Neo versus Taz. Who would ever thought 20 years ago would be here? And they are going to be half buying. I would still say give the M4 to Nico, but like Snacks has got 3 kills. They were against Glocks.
Yeah.
Now B-Bomb said like he's not feeling it right now. So there's no reason to give. I know he's got the helmet. You're against AK-47s. Give the M4 to Nico.
I remember asking a couple of pros
Give the M4 to Nico.
Like why people don't do that, like give the weapon. And I guess the feeling always is it sounds like you're just telling someone, you suck, give me the weapon.
Well, unfortunately, this series he is kind of like it's not in the nicest possible way. He ain't feeling it this series. You've got one of the world's best riflers on your team. Give him the rifle. Let's see if I'm proven wrong, though. See if Snacks can maybe deliver the goods.
I mean, now would be the time to step it up, wouldn't it? He's playing very much alone over on this side, so benefit is they can stack the A-bomb side, but the downside obviously is they can't save the M4 if it dies over there, and it is on him to get a multi-spray down if anything happens. All right, they're walking into the stack. I don't think this could work out. A little bit of a bait setup here with the MP9 in the corner. Firing a couple of shots off Frozen. Looked like he wanted to peek it, but didn't really commit to the peek either. So they lose a couple of players to begin with. The Scouts doing terrible damage down to the bottom of the ramp. Oh my god, yeah, it's plenty enough here. That's worked out so well. Brokey and Rain both very close to death here.
Wow. Yeah, that's round. You can't go for this anymore. Great stuff. Nico does make that deagle work. Nice little coordinated push in towards the A ramp, catching them out, tucking a player in. And Hunter finds the all-important kill there, and the damage from Monacy gives them no window of opportunity. Finally, the streak comes to an end. It was 5 in a row from a 2-0 deficit. FaZe will have to let this one go. They've built up so much cash, though. They're going to save 2 players. You can see Frozen with $9,000. He'll have over 10K into the next round. Same story for Carrigan as well. So 2 players in double digits. They won't be ecoing the rest of this half. Overlooked position, unfortunately there for Frozen. Baited it nicely was Hunter. And the Monacy tag converted by Nico.
You know, sometimes when you lose a round like this, the disaster for FaZe is going to be contained in that one round. And sometimes it goes way beyond that. And suddenly it's a whole string of rounds for G2. So curious to see if they can sort of contain what happened in that one round.
They are yet to win a gun round. So let's see what they can do with this now.
Well, yeah, they do need that. All right, well, at least they've managed to steal a couple of AKs, 3 of them, in fact, so that's not too bad on the CT side. Nico aggressively up here, ready for Rain, ready for the underpass as well. He definitely saw that. Get around and get the kill on the Carrigan. That's looking a lot better here.
Yeah, but they're going to use that information, knowing that they've heavily invested towards middle to at least find some space and towards the A side. It's getting towards the bomb site itself. They haven't got the C4 available. It's going to be coming in from A ramp, courtesy of Brokey. Smoke down now, flashes over the top. Swinging into the choke point. CT's locked out of this one. Still could be a little bit more complicated, but Nico, that's why you give him the rifle. 3 kills to his name. Rob's fighting back. Round not necessarily over. 3 versus 2. You got Brokey alive as well. What a shot. Takes down Hunter behind the ticket booth. And Monacy left to pick up the pieces here. Snacks will join him, but as mentioned, having a rough series.
Okay, Molotov to try and push him out there. Rob's nearly edging away the kill. He's looking for it. He'll get it on. Snacks takes him down. Leaves Monacy in a very bad position here. Sandwiched in. He knows he has to try and find a way. Throwing out a couple of grenades, but he just can't find the entry. He can't find the opening at the moment here. Picked up a kid in the meantime. Yeah, I think he's out of time as well. Trying to jump in the back here, but they will hunt him down. It Rops with a shot right. Brokey with a shot right through, and Rops at the end of the final one. That wall bang towards CT spawn. How do you do that?
Nico gets you 3 kills.
It's not enough.
It's not enough.
You can't win the rifle rounds.
How tilted are you right now? You do this? You bring this play out?
Yeah.
And your team still can't get it over the line?
Yeah, I'd be pretty mad.
That was a bullshit shot from Brokey, to be fair, but this should have been a done deal. Oh, that's such a disappointing outcome. Nico's was like, what more can I do, lads? I've rushed middle and got you 3 kills. What more can I bloody do?
You just have to carry it the last stretch, right? Not possible. Timeout used. Full tilt for sure on G2's side. It is. There's no other way to put it. That is pretty hard to deal with.
Oh, in their own heads. You can feel this one slipping away. 1 the pistol and 1 SMG round. They are yet to convert to gun rounds. And you've just got 3 opening kills from Nico, and it's still not enough. Money is okay.
Well, here's a talking point for you, though. Look at Rob's scoreline. Again, someone that's been looking to rediscover himself. It's been pretty deadly for the first half of this game.
He's looked great.
Yeah.
No problems there. No complaints. First kill for Rain, looking likely. Finds the prime target. Oh, Snacks down for the smoke as well. Can't get anything going here in this series whatsoever. It's getting a bit rough. Monacy going to be keeping the dream alive, though. In towards A we go through the connector.
Yeah, they know that there was 2 people at B. They heard the Monacy got a kill, and they knew Hunter was throwing the grenades, so they knew everything.
Mouths.
He's been at this bomb site the whole time, trying to see if he can do anything here. Backup is there behind him, and Modesty does go down. All right. 1 versus 2 now.
Nice
Grenade
nade.
banked off the corner. It's not on Rain, though. It's on Frozen instead. And he has just enough health to get the bomb
He can win
planted
this.
now. Malbs, yes, he could. Goes for the spray, but just barely misses the chance for a headshot there. Frozen will take him down. And it's another rifle round. They just can't do it. They just can't.
No, something's just going horribly wrong here. Another gun round squandered. Nico not ready for the fight. Snacks, what was he? Was he just spamming through the smoke towards short, I guess? He just, like, if anything, punctured the smoke and said, like, here's my head.
Yeah.
Take me down. Like, short spamming the smoke's great, but in CS2, you have to be aware they will fire back.
It's super risky, isn't it?
All right.
7-3.
Maximum loss bonus in full effect. Again, Nico on the lesser of the rifles. Doesn't make any sense. He's just got you 3 massive kills. Give him the good guns, guys, please. Please.
Henry's backing you, just please.
Like, he is historically the world's best Counter-Strike rifler of all time.
Yeah.
Give him the good guns.
Maybe that's the issue. Like, they're trying to keep it fair. They're like...
Yeah, I guess, like, yeah, you're quite good, though. So you should use the FAMAS. I think you're better with it than me. So there is that. Anyway, I digress. I'm being a little bit silly as well. So...
It is funny, though. It's funny to
funny.
see.
That's not a bit of comic relief in these trying times.
Smoke up. Pretty much the same kind of play that we've seen out of FaZe before, and you can't really criticize it. It's been working. It's been some tough rounds. They've almost lost a couple of them, but generally they're winning the rounds. Modesty goes down to the start here. Spotted out the FAMAS. Nico unable to make it work here. Carrigan on the other side and doing a little bit of damage.
Yeah, the M4 there, he 100% gets the kill. That is so rough. Nice jump, though. Gives Hunter opportunity. Malbs, quiet by his standards today, but gets an important kill. Gives him the advantage. Good old spam there through the ticket booth as well. Even better grenade. Smoke to allow the lurk, potentially. Oh, my goodness. They've done it. They've won a gun round. Finally, it comes through. And we've got one more to go. Taz trying to keep the vibes going, at the very least. So much heartbreak here. 5 would be okay. I'd consider 5 a recovery now.
Yeah, 7-5. It's not amazing, but it's kind of winnable. I would agree with that. Let's see if they can find it. FaZe taking their first time out. Just to cool things off. I mean, if you have any tricks to get one last round in here, then why not do it? Like you said, you win this one, you're in the arena already. There's so much on the line.
Absolutely. 1 best of 3. You get yourself in probably the full finals in the arena towards the end of the year. That's where everyone wants to be.
Yeah, I think you know, especially if you're trying to rebuild a couple of things for FaZe, like you get back into the groove. Typically, that's also where they play better, like in front of a crowd. They love that atmosphere. I'm sure they're going to be good.
Big game players. All right, still believing. Even after that ridiculous shot from Carrigan to open things up. Let's have a look. Where are we going with this one? Final round of the half. Third and final map. A execution, Anders. Looking very likely. FaZe looking for that knockout punch. It's a mid-focus from G2 as well. Could find themselves isolated out of the round by utility. Waiting for the initial grenades to cool off.
Look at Mouse. He's got no grenades, so he can't even slow them down. Like, he can't throw a really good incendiary to keep them away so that the mid portion can jump in. He just has to take some shots with the AK, that's it.
Oh, miss smoke. That's supposed to be on top. Not down on the sandwich.
They don't have more grenade when they have one more smoke on Brokey, but they don't have a whole new set of grenades to do like a double pump either. Malbs straight down. They're sneaking out through. Missed shot from Odyssey. That's a bit of a disaster now. Carrigan hunting and finding Nigo as well. So 3 versus 5. And the bomb surely going to get planted here. Monacy, yeah, he'd love for them to take a step further. Oh, double peek. Nice. Timing is impeccable. Hunter can't get the round back, and it's on Snacks here. 1 versus 4. Not much to do.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I don't think he'll be making much of a dent on this one. Try as he might, though. It's FaZe that run away with the first half here. 8-4, looking to book themselves a place in the arena. We'll see you after this. A disjointed G2 can only muster one gun round on their CT campaign here on Mirage. FaZe in a prime position to send them down to the lower bracket to face against Falcons. A few more rounds will do it, but the pistols have been very forgiving. It has to be said. G2 have looked great in those. They win pretty much every pistol in this series.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing they have going for them at the moment. It has to be more than that. But winning the pistol right now actually would be critical, so get off to a good start at the very least. 8-4 at the start of the second half right now. FaZe looking to maybe defeat G2. What a headline that would be for the day. A decoy in the window, just for the lols, and an attack towards the B-bomb site.
Here we go then. It's going to be the Julies, though, of Brokey. You can see Carrigan is like suggesting it's a normal. He actually wants to be spotted.
Yeah.
Like, sounds counterintuitive, but yeah, he wants to be spotted, suggesting, oh, it's just me here, boys. Don't worry about me. I've just got a USP. It's all about Brokey with the Julies. Gets nothing done. The flashbang catches him tremendously well. And it's another pistol looking locked in here for G2.
Yeah, Robs, he really wanted to find something as the smoke popped it there, but couldn't really do it. Oh my god! Rain! There's no way! No, they still should be locked in, right? Bombs planted. It is still a 2 versus 3, but that is such a ridiculous kill. He's trying to find more like that. Just get me another one of those kills and it might be back on. I think time is running out regardless, so backing a little bit away. Hoping to save the armor. Yeah, that was a sick kill, but it won't change the outcome of the round. The G2 back at it again. All right, cleaning it up. I like it.
This is actually kind of big, because Rob's has 100 HP. If he doesn't take any damage from the bomb, he'll have Kevlar. Yeah, he does. So he can actually get Famous and a helmet in the next round, which I would assume he probably will, which is quite scary prospect.
Yeah, keep the pressure on for sure. I mean, you outlined it for us, right? Carrigan takes the attention, the dualies get put into play, but it's on the dualies to do the job.
But he did get really quite flashed, so it was just well played from G2. Good execution. But like I said, this is presumably where Rops gets a helmet and the MP9. So he opts for... We've got a shotgun on Rain, CZ on Carrigan.
Well done.
A wild setup, but...
Now we're all surprised. Auto shotgun on Rain. I'm ready for this. He's been playing pretty good Counter-Strike today, Rain, to be honest.
He just looked fantastic. He was like 15-4 at one point in Inferno.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, a positional weapon, the shotgun, at medium to long range, it's anybody's guess what's going to happen there. You just can't really know how much damage you're going to be doing.
All right, Snacks, what have you got for us? Trying to thread the needle through the smoke.
Yeah.
There we go. We'll take that all day long.
Absolutely.
Gets a nice opening kill. Job is done, and he gets away with it as well.
Unless they come for the ramp, that shotgun is in such a weird position, right? Again, that's the downside, is if you're rotating across the map and you're going to be fighting at a longer range, just not going to have the impact that you really want. I think Carrigan is in some trouble here. More than a little bit. Shot in the back. And that's the round done with, for sure. If you're FaZe, you're just saving the rest. There's no point in running away and throwing whatever you've got away here. So just keep it. So 8-6?
Absolutely.
Not bad.
All the pistols, all the time. G2 have got these rounds under lock and key. Clean conversions as well.
Yeah, the problem is the actual rifle round, at least has been on this particular map.
Yeah, only got one rifle round in that first half, but they're closing the gap here, 8-6. Technically an eco next as well, even though they will keep the shotgun, the MP9 and the Deagle. Hunter's on. He can get a kill with that shotgun, which is possible. Hunter is coming in towards his direction.
Yeah,
you never know what could happen here. The thing is, they don't want to feed them too much, especially these SMGs. $600 a kill. But they might fancy it going forward. So now Brokey's got a MAC-10. MP9 saved as well, the auto shotgun. Oh, there is something you can do with this. I'm not saying buy into the round, but maybe worth a pause to discuss the options. But this is definitely a round you can cause some damage, that's for sure.
Yeah, it all counts, doesn't it? At the end, a little bit of extra grenades maybe in a round like this one. You just never really know. I don't think they ever revealed the shotgun either. So there is still a chance that could be a
secret weapon.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, you know?
Let's have a look. Carrigan will get a CZ to go with the boys there. Deagle on Rops. And Rain. Let's hope he can put on a bit of a show here. Get himself on top of the ladder.
But the position looks good so far.
Snacks actually saves him there. There was a very effective flashbang. They were destined to lose at least one player, but shut down. Bear in mind, Rops had no Kevlar. He could have got one. That would have been great. Not going to happen.
So much action in the middle. Rain is salivating at the idea that they could be right around the corner. They're still a little bit too far away. And the problem is if he peeks now, they're going to know, and they're going to be able to grenade him out of there. They're going to be a lot more careful. The element of surprise right now for this weapon is everything.
Does have multi-frag ability as well. Oh, missed smoke. Who threw that? Not your best.
No, I think it might have been Nico. Regardless, nobody's in the window right now. It doesn't cost them too much. Maybe a lot of worry. Brokey. There's a kill on Snacks. Now they're being funneled towards the shotgun. And he does get the damage, but not the kill. That close range. 91 damage. I think in a single blow.
He was going to get the double kill there.
Yeah, that's what it felt like.
Monacy's low. Got across with the bomb. He does so successfully, courtesy of a flashbang. Round's over. Just a question of how much damage they can cause. Oh, that's not bad from Brokey. For the AWPer to get another $600.
Yeah, you're right.
Maybe just to save the Kevlar as well. That's probably worth it. He's got 10 HP. He's going to buy the AWP next round. He'll keep his money nice and strong going forward.
Yeah, he had the MP9 kill in the previous round to even get the Mac 10.
So, I know it sounds silly to save the Mac 10. Carrion will probably use it. He'll probably go, you know what? I'll give it a go. Throw it over here. I'll just tuck in B and try and go for a couple of kills. He's very good at finding those sneaky ones. Not this time, but he had no Kevlar as well, bear in mind.
Disappointment with the shotgun.
Dude, there was a chance. If he gets a double kill there.
It was built up as well over like a round and a half. It was like...
So, I'm interested to see if Brokey keeps that Mac 10 in play. He won't be using it, but does Carrigan say, yeah, just throw it over. Closing the gap, though, 3-0. Another pistol and conversion in the bag for G2. Game's back on. All started here with the Rob swing. Good flashbang. Snacks tried the same maneuver, this time not finding the same results. That swing on the shotgun, bit scary. But they've got more than enough cash going forward here. So they're not going to use the Mac 10, I guess, left in spawn.
But Carrion has the MP9, all right. 9-7, here we go.
Quiet game by Monacy standards, it has to be said.
Yeah, that is actually a good point. We'll see if he's going to have more luck with it on the T side. You know what? If nothing, this game is back on, right?
Oh, yeah.
It was an 8-4 half in favor of FaZe. Obviously, now we finally have some rifles on board for the FaZe side here for the first time on the CT side. But still, G2. If they can just win a couple of rifle rounds, which admittedly was the big problem for them in the first half. But if they can do it now on the T side, then we might have a real map on our hands. It is the deciding map, and a lot on the line. Got to lose a bracket, risk getting knocked out if you lose down there, or make it to the arena to play in front of the crowd, which is what you want all the time, basically. Look at this. Oh, this split towards B. It could be sickening. There's only two people defending, one of them with the MP9. This actually could be a really well-timed round. Frozen, I think he might even realize perhaps a bit late. They're pushing right in front. All right, now he knows and he can call it out. But Malbs is going to kill. Carrigan actually does a good job up here, so it's kind of back on again. 2 versus 3.
Denies the default plan.
Yeah.
Buys some time for the rotations there. Well played from Carrigan. Looking for their first round in the second half. Snacks will commit to the plant. Goes down. Monacy. AWP, not going to miss that one. Not by a long shot. Gives them the advantage. Rain and Carrigan on the retake. They know Carrigan stuck in towards the apartments as well. Snacks got to cover him. Doesn't at all.
Yeah. Not ready. Carrigan, what a round. 3 kills
Beautiful.
for him.
Really nice shots there as well. Take down Monacy. Snacks had to get at least Carrigan there to set them up. Not going to happen. Carrigan's looked pretty sharp today. Had some very impressive moments, even here on Mirage. Threading the needle through the smoke time and time again.
I think he was one of the players, it's been a minute now, but coming out of the player break the last time around that said he'd focused a lot on his individual performance. Like his level needed to go up and he was aware of it. And
I think it's because he knows like everyone's got that number tactically and he's having to call and micromanage a lot more these days, and I think that did affect his individual level. I think they've been at the boot camps, reinventing the strat book and making sure he can actually have some individual impact.
Yeah.
which seems to be working out quite nicely. He is looking very good today. All right, then. G2. Still a lot of work to do here. 9-7, 2-round game. Money's not great. They haven't established a strong economy here. As we get to the tail end of this series. First day of 4 finals. We have Astralis versus Vitality next. The debut of Cadian's Astralis. Do not want to miss that one. So many great matchups today, but that's certainly one that's going to steal the show.
Debut for Stiko on the desk as well.
Stiko on the desk at the same time. You're not going to want to miss that one.
Oh, no.
He's somehow become the most hated analyst in the game before he's even debuted.
What a legend.
Which is impressive.
Brokey. Yeah, no one's done that before. Not even Maui Snake could do that. Brokey's back here. Under a little bit of pressure. A lot of pressure now. I don't think he realized that they'd made their way that deep onto the bomb site. So cutting it down. This is a rifle round, Henry. And G2 are winning it.
Yeah, convincingly as well. That's more like it. Money pretty busted for the CT side as well, with no option but to save. So 9-8. Tactical timeout required, I would say, as well going forward. Going to save these 2 guns, sure, but not many resources going forward. It's going to be a close finish here. Unclear now who will be taking it. G2 coming to life once again. Let's have a look at Nico. Gets his way out of the apartments. Monacy through the smoke will find Frozen as well. He had no idea. Frozen didn't see it coming. 2 players will survive.
You know, obviously, I think Mirage is one of the more hated maps these days across the board. I feel like people are kind of sick of it in some sense. Maybe not as much Vertigo, but I feel it every once in a while in the community. I feel like sometimes what goes wrong, especially on the CT side like this, is that you're just like doing the same round over and over again. It feels like it's hard to reinvent that CT side a lot right now. Don't want to say that FaZe are there just yet, but how do they get out of the rut that they're in? How do you make it a little bit more dynamic? How do you put some pressure on the T side?
Well, they're going to have to use their imaginations here. Like I said, tactical timeout likely, considering they saved 2 weapons, but the money's not great. They can bring a buy out of this, though. I don't think they'll be ecoing or partially. I think they go all in. They can drop at least 1 more rifle, and that could be enough. But a very important decision to be made right here, right now. One of the best to ever do it. Carrigan has to decide their fates. Are they going all in? Or they just try and make it work with the rifles and a couple of pistols in the mix as well. Both options are viable.
Yeah, big decision to be made right now, you're right. We're getting a chance to talk it over.
They somewhere in between. So they'll get MP9s to go with the saved rifles.
Interesting. I mean, even with the rifles, right? Carrigan on an AK. Rop's already taken quite a bit of damage. They're just trying to really get the boost up here, so not even really a fight going on at the middle of the moment. Snack's getting closer. Needs that opening. Spots out Frozen. That's not bad. Putting some pressure on here. Yeah, there's the smoke for the window. Kind of an essential bit of equipment to keep. Otherwise, you're fighting way too many angles. Nice flashbang, and Snacks, he will clean that up. Good teamwork. Good fundamentals.
Yeah. Couldn't ask much more than that. The kills on the plate suggests that everything went well. 5-on-4 advantage. G2 looking to tie this game up. Carrigan has no idea. They're so deep. Still manages to get 1 out of that one. The round looks like it's done regardless. The MP9s given the difficult task here, fending these off, and they are going to tie things up. 9-9. G2 looked like they were done for after that first half. 8-4 against them. Now starting to find some good gun rounds here, but that was just against the partial buy, bear in mind. The rifles come out again in the follow-up. Taz can feel his team coming back to life here at full finals. Nice alley-oop as mentioned. Flushing them out from the window room. Nice shot from Nico.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this game is now wide open.
The mood has changed, hasn't it?
Oh, yes.
We're all tied up. G2 looked so defeated at the end of that first half. 8-4, but they've made a huge comeback already. They've They've got some money on their side, and the pressure really right now is on FaZe. It's on FaZe to try and get some decent starts to some of these rounds. If you have any kind of a trick, any kind of a little maneuver you can pull at the start of the round here to make it a 4-on-5 or something like that, that can go such a long way to helping out. But they're real passive on the map. You can tell they're far back. They don't feel the confidence. Maybe don't have the utility either to go for too many forward aggressions here, but it is giving a lot of map control over to the G2 side. Snax, again, looking to walk right in here around the Molotov. He's got the right idea. He's got so much damage in there. That probably should have been a kill every single time.
The damage is still significant and could have ramifications in the speed bomb side. Nico answers back, and you can see just a few body tags, takes down Frozen. So yeah, a complicated battle, but one they come out on top of. 3-on-3, this retake, I'm not sure it's possible.
Or advisable. They really don't have anything in the back,
just resmoked the window. They have to go through kitchen now.
They have so little money on the CT side. If they go for this and give it up, it's an AWP gone. I just don't think it's worth it here.
This kill decides it, and Robs has been removed.
Save the AWP. Get out of there. It hurts because you're giving over the lead to G2 and you're nearing the end of the game, but yeah, that was probably always going to be a very tough retake. Roki sticking around just to do some damage, but he can't hit the shot either. 10-9. That's after an 8-4 first half. So second half, it's FaZe only winning the one round so far. I wasn't expecting this. I really felt like FaZe were warmed up, were fired up enough that they were ready to take this game away from them. And again, that would be quite the headline to hit for the middle of the day. It seems like G2 have a little bit more depth than we were expecting, perhaps. Good job. Timeout.
Yeah. Gonna come down to the wire, this one. G2 certainly got the momentum on their side of the server. Neo can feel it slipping away. It felt like a done deal. At halftime, 8-4 in their favor. Just can't seem to win a pistol today. We get to hear from them in the interview. If they do lose this one, I think that will be one of the big factors of this series. Couldn't find a single pistol, it felt like.
Yeah, that's true. We'll send Jimmy Banks on a mission to find that out for us.
Let's see. G2 looking a lot comfier. FaZe, anything but. Huge lead squandered. And now looking down the barrel of the lower bracket. Falcons waiting for him. A hungry Falcons looking to prove themselves on Danish soil.
Yeah. Either way, got nothing but interesting games. Pretty much the whole tournament, which is actually pretty sick. Oh, so much fire damage on the Robs. Down to 51. Not ideal. Grenade, very nearly bouncing perfectly, but sort of falling into the copy there a little bit, so Malps takes a little bit of damage. Bomb is at the top mid position. Still could go any number of ways here. Nothing's really been determined yet. Malps working the center of the map pitch, looking for any opening that he can. All right, they're bringing the bomb in here, so a little bit more committed perhaps. Snack's going to take it on his back, and they're going to be Molotoving Brokey out of that corner. Malbs, one good entry here, and it could be on. Robs in the corner, taken down. He couldn't see a thing. It Snacks on the opening, and a big double opening. That's what they need him for right there. Rain should be dead as well. A big grenade from the other side to actually take him down, but beautiful work from Snacks.
Touching distance to glory.
He's up to 13 kills, Henry.
Yeah. It's been a pretty decent showing this third map. That's what he should be doing, throwing himself into those scenarios first. Sledgehammer approach. Gets himself a double kill this time. Great stuff.
Sledgehammer or a plow, Henry. Reviving
or a plow, yes, true.
It's been a minute since we've had those memes, but...
Well, I got 3 members of the plow on the server, technically.
True, yeah.
Neo, Jazz, and Snacks.
You're right.
Kind of crazy when you think about it.
It is. It's a beautiful thing about Counter-Strike, though, you know? People stick around. They always come back, don't they? Brokey, Carrigan, trying to save what they can.
We've been here about 12 years, Anders, so can't get rid of us.
Yeah. That's one way to do it. Don't have any other options, Henry.
Become part of the furniture.
Yeah, it's true. Oh, I love it. Yeah, that's sick. Really good job. A little head check from Frozen. He kind of knows, yeah, that could have worked out better. 2-round gap, but also only 2 rounds for G2 to win the entire series here. Where are FaZe? First half was so good. This second half, it's been a struggle all the way through here. And they're, again, all the time about to run out of money. Oh, right through the smoke.
Bit of a gift.
No way.
Love to see that. Hunter can't believe his luck. Spamming towards shore to find Frozen clean through the smoke. Snacks on high alert, though. Low HP. If he can somehow get this 1 kill before he goes down here, he's done his job. Using the gaps. Oh, he's going to give his position up as soon as he throws this.
Yeah. I was going to say, maybe they didn't quite know the timing is pretty sick there, but yeah, Snacks surely going to be dead here. Didn't do too much damage, but they're pushing the B-bomb side, and there's absolutely nobody here. So the bomb is going to get planted. Oh, the timing, pretty awful stuff, but he still wins the fight. I can't believe that.
Okay.
Kerrigan, how has he done that?
Still advantage for G2. It hasn't done a whole lot for them, I'm afraid.
They're so far away.
Yeah, Robs is still thinking his players in towards T-spawn here. Going to have to save. It's going to be map point G2. Few chaotic moments there, but well handled. Scary moment for Malbs there. Hasn't looked his usual self this series, I'll say that much. He's normally known for his pixel perfect precision with his aim.
Yeah.
Great spray control, very aggressive. Looks a little bit tentative today, I would say.
I think that's fair. He's been a bit frustrated. But you know what? Even in spite of that, it's not like he's been a detriment to the team, right? Like, he's just playing the best version of the game that we've seen from him, but he's still contributing, he's still doing a bit. I think that could be good sometimes, you know, even if it's not your best day, at least you're not just crashing through the server and just becoming a bit of an anchor for your team. So here we go. Yeah, I mean, this is obviously a ridiculous start. What can you really do about that? $12-9.
3 opportunities to put this one to bed. Double up setup. Kerrigan rolling back the years.
Okay. And Brokey taking risks. I mean, this is what he's known for, but could be hard to play like that. He'll escape. Okay, to live another day. I think the double...
Kerrigan went glass cannon too.
Yeah. Well, he's just holding the B hallway, right? He doesn't even care. That's his only job, is just to make sure they can reinforce the middle and A, and then he's going to hold B if anything happens, or at least will try to. Snacks! The timing is amazing. Takes down Rain. That's a bit of a beginning here. Brokey going to get traded out, and a lot of pressure on towards the stairs. Malbs, there's the opening that you were looking for.
Yeah, that's
Takes down
like
Robs.
Is it enough, though? Never normally is. Hardest round to pick up is number 13. Unbelievable. What a shot from Malbs, just as we called him out. He has a show-stopping play and secures the win. G2 will go on to play NAVI unless Frozen can do anything about it. He can't. It was a complicated series, Anders. It was up and down, but they stick the landing after an 8-4 deficit. G2 grinded all the way back to a series win.
That was a very impressive streak of rounds from G2 to finish off this game and finish off FaZe Clan in their opening game here at the Blast Fall Finals Copenhagen. Absolutely playing some beautiful Counter-Strike. Malbs coming alive in the very last round. And I think it's fair enough to say, Bobski, that G2 were the better team on Mirage, but it took them a great and a big effort to get it over the line.
Yeah, and especially also Snacks, right? We've been talking about him on map 1, 2, and asking where's his performance going to be, right? And all of a sudden on map 3, he has so many good moments, like especially in that connector area, he brings a lot of good timings towards G2. Creates a lot of space, and this is what we want to see from Snacks, right? Especially on those maps that allows it, like Mirage, for example. But this was a good showing for Snacks, and when me and you, as two noobs, start putting out the sentiment that is a little bit negative towards Snacks, we also have to praise him when he really does well.
That's true. I also like to see G2 win when it's not just about the Nico or Manesi show. I think everyone showed up, you know, and it was more of a team effort today, which is a good thing for G2. Whereas for FaZe Clan, they lose to G2, they go down into the lower bracket. I can't be too disappointed, but it's another rough game for FaZe and another big loss.
Yeah, I mean, we constantly doubt ourselves. Is this the end for this roster of FaZe, right? Do they need change? Can they make it work? Can Kerrigan light some eyes in the form of Robs? Can he make him work again, right? I have these questions, and they were definitely not answered today.
It does line up for a very cool Group A bracket, as you can see right here. NAVI taking on G2 in that upper bracket game. Falcons versus FaZe in the elimination game taking place tomorrow. So it's still going to be tough for FaZe. Still going to be tough for NAVI and G2 and all the teams in Group A. We're jumping on a quick break, and when we come back, it's with the first game of Group B, joined by Freya and Sticker.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next team through to the full finals is Vitality.
Flames turns again! A third! Flames fights all fronts! Off of the plat, peeks in for three! That is massive! Device goes huge!
Vitality versus Astralis here at the Blast Premier Fall Finals, where I think firstly we need to address the elephant in the room, because of course Vitality turning up with the 5-man roster that we expect, but on the flip side it was confirmed yesterday Astralis will indeed be playing with Cadian. This is the first time that we're going to be seeing him donning this brand new jersey, and by we I mean myself, Freya Spears, and joined by a very special guest on the analyst desk. Well, you're going to be here all week long. It is Stico. First of all, I'm so excited to have you here. How does it feel being on this side of the booths?
It's a little bit different. It's obviously new experience for me, but I'm always up for a new challenge, and having the opportunity to do so. Well,
you got a bit of a baptism by fire, I guess, because the Cadian situation, of course, has been a little bit of drama going alongside with it. But when you heard that he was going to be joining Astralis, what did you make of that roster change?
Obviously, I was surprised, just as anyone else probably. It's been pretty silent with the news, but once it dropped, it basically made a pretty nice storyline for the Astralis, especially with the blast and everything around it being in Denmark. So,
did it make sense to you, just in terms of who they got? Because of course we're going to talk about it later. That means Device now no longer the in-game leader, just taking up the Orping duties. Did KDM make sense in terms of what you thought was maybe missing, absent from the Astralis puzzle?
I mean, if you told me that Astralis is making a change, I would never get the opportunity to say Kaden is going in, because obviously role-wise it's going to be a little bit different. Obviously we had IGL Op in Device, now it's Kaden coming back in, which was obviously IGLing before in Team Liquid and Heroic. So it's definitely going to be a little bit of a mix with the roles, but we will see what they cooked up for us, because this is essentially the first game we're going to witness of new Astralis, and you know, stars the limit.
Do you think we should get our tinfoil hats on? Because I love this graphic, because of course we saw, you know, the sports coach coming across from Heroic, and he's brought across a fair number of Heroic players so far. Is this just a coincidence, or do you think he's got something cooking?
I don't want to be part of any conspiracy here, so I'm just going to pretend that this is all part of some kind of plan, and obviously we're here to watch a great CS, so the storyline, which lineup is going to perform, to me essentially doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, I mean, that's a question that we're going to be getting answers to today, just how this new look Astralis is going to be gelling together. But when we take a look back through the history, back through the years that Heroic lineup was together, right, they did achieve some very good things, particularly in the online era. But currently Astralis, or, you know, the past 3 months Astralis, here are the results that we have seen. What did you take away from these results? Because some may be good, some maybe not so good, right?
Lately it hasn't been that good. Obviously I am Cologne finish, and ESL Pro League as well wasn't that convincing. I feel like the teams they should be beating pretty much every day, they really beat, but as soon as they face like middle ground competition, I feel like that's where the struggles are really showing. They haven't really picked up any big wins against big opponents yet, and that's probably something that Astralis should be getting if you're looking at the roster.
And this was exactly what I was talking about, the history of this Heroic trio. Just look at how many LANs they attended together. Obviously, full final, I think that was kind of the highlight in terms of Heroic's trophies. We saw just how much it meant to them emotionally, physically, Cadian finally getting to lift a trophy on home soil. And I was surprised that, you know, the implosion that maybe happened shortly after that.
I mean, everyone was, and it seemed like they burned the bridges, but at the same time they built some, again, back in Astralis. So obviously the gameplay from Heroic back in when Trio was still part of it, they created a construct that everyone was trying to copy to some degree, especially on CT side, aggressiveness, reactiveness, etc. So it definitely feels like Trio might be back in, and hopefully it will boost up Stone and Yabi's levels back in where they should be, or where we are kind of exciting to see them.
I love that you touch upon that kind of, you know, classic aggressiveness on the CT side, because just to contextualize, obviously this was all back in CSGO. Do you hope that Cadian's kind of going to bring that same ideology of always, you know, pushing the limits, getting aggressive, getting in your opponent's face? You hope he brings that back for this Astralis lineup?
I think there's metas and they come and go, and I think this is kind of the thing where people figured out how to play against that kind of things and making like info plays on certain parts of the map where they're ready to commit to another one. So I'm hopeful that they kind of bring something new and they just don't go back to what worked in 2 years' time. So hopefully this is something new.
Well, I think we should check in with a new addition to the roster. It's Cadian with James Banks.
Cadian, never did I think I would see you in an Astralis jersey, and I'm pretty sure you wouldn't either. What's it like being back on the server?
It's fun. It's only been 5 days of practice, so not a lot, but I think it's been great to be back. I tried to use time wisely in terms of taking care of my mind and my body while I was not playing. But of course, there's also a lot of eagerness to be back playing. And yeah, I hope to show some fire and some passion. And it's against world #1, so it's not the easiest of debuts, but we'll see how it goes.
How does it feel though, given obviously there's a lot of the circumstance around this, of kind of being the villain again, coming straight back?
I have the experience being the villain a little bit, but then again, it's not really my table, and I'm just here to play, and I'm very excited to do that.
And in terms of playing, it's not just the usual Cadian we're going to see though. It's Cadian with a rifle, it's Cadian back with Stown and Yabi as well. Are there now very high expectations even coming into an event like this where you haven't had much time?
I think it can go many ways, kind of, when you are so fresh off the start. Because I think some of the routines felt very much like the good old days. But then again, like you said, it's also a new role for me, having to get used to device opening and stay on his roles. So I think right now I can't even really give you an honest answer of like what my expectations is for the tournament. So we'll just take not just one game at a time, but one round at a time.
And in terms of looking at the Astralis team overall, how much other sacrifice and changes has there been for other players within the team, not just obviously your change?
There's been some moves for more or less everyone. So yeah, we are trying to build a system that's not just going to be good for tomorrow or the day after, but long term. So there's some sacrifices in me not opening anymore, Device not in-game leading, some people moving positions and stuff, but everyone has bought into it. No one has been complaining, and everyone has just been, putting the gloves on and got to work. So I'm happy.
And that's exactly what we want to hear, right? There's so much I want to pick up from that interview as well. Firstly, let's just talk about the Heroic versus Astralis old rivalry, because, during 2022, it was kind of the changing of the guard time, right? The fact that Heroic were consistently the best team in Denmark, despite what Astralis were trying to bolster, getting Device back on the roster as well. Heroic, they always stood, the test of Astralis, basically every time they had a head-to-head.
100%. I feel like they got really their number in a lot of matchups, and they were favoring in terms of veto, firepower, the individual skill, calling well by Cadian in that Heroic lineup. So I definitely think that the Astralis were struggling, and maybe I feel like they were always struggling in Danish Derby, but hopefully, well.
Something else we got to hear from that Banks interview as well is confirmed that, Cadian, he won't be AWPing. Obviously, we do have Device in the server. We know how good he can be wielding that weapon. How much do you think it's going to play into his benefit that he no longer has to worry about calling, about leading, about any of the strategies, theory crafting? You think we're going to see the old Device back?
We might, hopefully. Obviously, he's going to take on the role and try to apply the new stuff as well from Cadian. But we are remaining hopeful. I mean, Cadian is going to be part of the pack now, probably taking map control, IGLing from the middle of the pack, middle of the map, and that can be a little bit confusing for some of the players. Obviously, we have to see some role shift in terms of stairs. So I'm really excited to jump into the server and honestly see what they prepared for us.
Last thing that we heard from Cadian in that interview there, the fact that he was saying, we've only had a few days practice. Now, I've been hearing different things through the grapevine. I've been hearing some people saying, it's been a long time coming that this change was going to happen. Other people saying that there were other people in the crosshairs, I guess metaphorically, that Astralis were aiming for. What are you reading into this, DK? You believe in the man there, that he's only had 3 days in the server?
I mean, I have to believe him, honestly. It's the only statement that we've got so far that is official, but sources obviously are always going to be sources and remain anonymous. And there's been some shush talking about in the back, and no pun intended on shush. But obviously things are circulating around, and we will see if this is the only change that Astralis is making, or maybe we will see something in the future.
Let's touch upon Vitality as well, because, most recently, obviously, winning IEM Cologne, finally Apex managing to put, Ghost of 10 years in the making and finally lifting that trophy. But then we go into EPL and we see, I guess, uncharacteristic loss in the quarterfinals versus Eternal Fire. But on the flip side, Eternal Fire even put up a fight versus NAVI. So where are you placing Vitality right now?
Exactly, so Eternal Fire put up the show to end the EPL. Obviously didn't lift the trophy, but obviously it showed that Vitality win wasn't a fluke by any means. And Vitality, it's hard time placing it, because lifting trophy at IEM Cologne might be a blessing in disguise, obviously. They went on to a pretty lengthy vacation after that, and they're trying to probably time that peak of performance for the actual major in Shanghai, which means essentially that the tournaments, I don't want to say they are meaningless right now to them, obviously, but they're maybe putting a little bit less prep into it, and obviously we're fighting here as well for the spot for the World Finals, which they already claimed before. So put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned that, because Vitality's always been a team that said, we aim to peak at a specific time. We saw that back in Paris. We saw it with Cologne this year as well. How do you think the land is laying coming into this series, though? We saw the veto going down. Do you think Astralis have any chance of, surprising Vitality? Because just yesterday, Vitality, they didn't know exactly which iteration of Astralis they'd be facing.
Exactly what you're saying. It's really hard to predict anything, because Vitality themselves didn't know how to prepare for the specific map, for a specific game. I mean, maybe we're going to see a basically landslide victory, one-sided thing, affair, but hopefully we're going at least 3 maps distance.
Yeah, I hope so. Fingers crossed indeed. It is time to jump into the action. It's Vitality versus Astralis with Connor and Launders.
Thank you so much, Freya. Thank you so much, Martin. God, I miss Pimp already. because I always say mean things, and I can't think of anything negative to say about
No one's
Stico.
ever said anything bad about Stico.
It's tough.
Yeah.
Welcome to the family, brother.
Yes.
First breakdown done, although now we get to see whether this new Astralis gets to break down as well, or whether they have a chance to break Vitality. Mohan, we've got one of the best players in the world in the server in ZywOo, coming off of the Cologne win. You'd think they'd be feeling real hot and heavy, but again, Pro League playoff loss. And we're into the faces.
Yeah, and we're talking about 4-to-1 odds here in favor of Vitality because Astralis are coming in new, obviously. Come new.
Come new.
Of course. So, well, we'll have to see because I think I'm actually pretty excited. I have a bad track record of getting excited about Cadian-involved roster moves. I was excited about the last Liquid.
Right.
Excited about this move. Excited about this Astralis in general.
When will you learn your lesson?
I don't know. Maybe I'll just keep being excited, you know? Might as well keep betting red at this point. And I just think that if he's rifling, I'm pretty amped about that. If he was opping, I have no faith in his op in CS2. As a rifle and as an IGL, I do have a lot of faith. So now we just got to have faith in the debut.
All right. Well, let's see it, man. Let's let him speak for himself. Device and Cadian side by side in the server and outside of the server. Who would have thought we'd find ourselves here? Walk up through the apartment. Spinks was looking to get the game going, but not into the favor of Vitality thus far. Still lots of bodies outside of the A site, and ZywOo peels back. ZywOo with glasses, of course. It's a whole new beast. Apex, oh, I love this. Takes a chance at a re-aggression, goes in, gets the equalizing kill, but now Jabby's gone unnoticed underneath him.
And the Zyborg clears mid, runs away. We've got a pack of 3 at the bottom of mid with Halls taken over. It's definitely going to be an A split. Actually not a bad position if they can get out of Halls. ZywOo's clued into this.
As he gets the smoke to the right side, tries to fixate into shorts. Eventually that balcony player is also going to try to get into the fray. Mezzi now knows it. Good headshot to Stown. 2 more players coming at him. ZywOo's got a pocket to play in with Cadian all of a sudden breathing down his neck. ZywOo from Graveyard gets cleared. Mezzi, he can't hang on any longer. And Flamesy tries to get into the action really fast. Device hands busy. Device and Cadian in a 2v1, but they lose one of their heads. And it's low HP here for Cadian. Flamesy looking for an early clutch. And as the tap goes down, it's no commitment. And the T repositions to the tall box. That buys Cadian enough cover. He will guarantee the plant. Can he hit the headshot? As Flamesy comes barreling at him, trying to chase him around every corner, all the way up into the apps, back around into the balk, down out the window, and he'll find the falling headshot. Cadian, you can run, but you cannot hide.
Look at the smile on Flamesy here. Even in his little picture at the bottom, that's crazy. What a chase. Oh, that was like Matt Damon in the Bourne Ultimatum or something. That was wild. He went through it right there. Terminator was coming at him.
Oh, that's a horror game, man. You're just running.
That was good. That was good. Because like Cadian's thinking, eventually he gives up on this chase. Eventually I turn a corner, he can't actually chase me on. He has to go reset, go tap the bomb. But Flamesy's so close this entire time, as you can see. And crazy part's a headshot. Thing is, it didn't even have to be. Cadian was so low. But how surreal is that moment, seeing Cadian and Device alive in a 2v1?
It doesn't feel real. And alas, here we are.
More of that.
Thought Mezzi had really done enough there to keep him off the site, but a couple missed shots definitely slowed him down. Interesting spot from ZywOo as well, right behind the smoke on the grave stairs. It was Cadian who was looking to do all the heavy lifting in pistol. Now they tiptoe into this one with the Device Deagle. God, Device freed up. No longer having to IGL.
Yeah, I mean, what part about this is well, could be bad, I guess. I mean, one is hard.
Cadian
It's hard
can't
to
rifle.
Cadian can't.
That's one question.
Can't or can't?
Yeah, I mean, you're saying what could be bad. Well, if
what
Cadian
could be.
can't rifle well, that's a problem.
Yeah. But is that like a general sentiment that he won't be like serviceable?
Yeah, you'd think he'd be good enough.
Probably. I mean, he was. Yeah, I feel like he wasn't always offing before, but. Oh, maybe I have to take a closer look at that in his previous games, but Not super concerned about that. I think like performance-wise in CS2, it hasn't been great, but it's been mainly on the op.
And he's not the only
Switching
opper
back
that
to
we've
Danish
seen
has got to be a bonus for him.
Certainly. Oh. Cadian showing hands. And Mezzi ready for what else is to come. He's got Flamesy right behind him on the sandbags. One of the Deagles still in play. Oof, Mezzi keeping this one clean. Okay, go ahead. Why not kill every single player in front of you?
Nice. No death for Mezzi. All into the right gun as well in the MP9. And yeah, and who's not excited for Device to not have to focus on IGLing? Like, he did really give it the old college try. He pulled the electronics, said, I want to be the best IGL in the world. Game inspires me. And it didn't work. Who cares if you commit farther and it like doesn't work out? I think what we want to see is Device being able to play at his maximum potential as an individual. Of
course. Yep. It's going to be cool to see Cadian calling for an opper, right? Instead of trying to set himself up all the time, rather trying to put Device in position.
That actually makes Cadian the third best opper on the team. He still got Stown, baby.
Yeah, that's true. Down the rankings he goes. There it is. Dedicated op in hand. Device's first crack at it versus Vitality off of the anti-eco ace. Careful now. You don't want Mezzi getting fired up.
So what are we watching more for? Watching for more right now? Is it the Cadian rifle or the Device op?
God, it's a tough question. Can I answer both?
Thank God we have two eyes.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm genuinely interested in both. And then on my third eye, I'm keeping a close one on whether or not Jabby and Jabby and Stown. You know, what's that chemistry going to be like going forward? It's all handshakes, all good? Well, what about when we get into the thick of it? What about when you make a mistake? Freshly healed wounds reopen. Spinx holds on to the arch control. We get the bodies barreling up through smoke. And into the B site they shall go. No other challenge, back site. Apex finds good timing on the peak from Coffin, but he can't get his head tucked back under cover, and so Stown with an instant response. Now it's lots of damage, so that nade, they're lucky it hits Cadian because the other two would have been dead. Stown gets shaved off through smoke. It's a bomb plant for Astralis. Coming out of a 5v4, a fast one, but man disadvantage at one point nonetheless. And how has Cadian found it off? We're right back to it. He said a rifle? I don't think so. Jabby on the close corner of CT. There's going to be a chance for him to swing into someone at some point. ZywOo climbing up, covered by Spinx. Here comes Cadian off from the back corner. Hits two. Third one's there, but ZywOo's got other ideas. And the time on Vitality's side, it is 3 straight for the boys in white.
Wow, he could have tucked, actually, and won that round. But 2 nice shots nonetheless here for Cadian. I think, yeah, at least you've basically got 3 people who could pick it up in moments, even if Device will lose it. But I was just thinking about how this is pretty much the most difficult opening match that you could ask for at the moment. I mean, apart from playing NAVI, of course. And in fact, Vitality are still kind of the only team left that are the biggest threat to NAVI in terms of tournament runs, or like if they lost to Vitality, it wouldn't be an upset. In fact, Vitality, beat them up pretty bad in an important best of 5 already this year. So not an easy start here for Astralis. Have to earn it the hard way.
Well, that one kind of gets gifted over. Mezzi going for a solo apartments peek. Maybe not thinking Jabby would be as up close in his grill as he was. This is on a round where, of course, Astralis stumbled through with a lesser buy. Current defense split 2-2. Apex sending shots through smoke. And he welcomes the spam back at a Device. Cadian starts to make the correct call. Spinx pulling away from this A site leaves ZywOo on his own. I don't doubt ZywOo, but numbers game. It's a full belt of utility for ZywOo, and he starts to throw that nade out preemptively as he hears the rumblings of this mid take. Nobody close enough to help ZywOo whatsoever. And so he's going to forfeit the entire short side, goes into Arch instead. But as he comes back to the site, does he have the time? 2 kills, and as he hones in on Apartments, I mean, he's got this bigger picture pieced together. ZywOo doing it on his own. As the Moto player pushes forth, ZywOo has played this to perfection, doing everything on his own. Oh man, snapshot towards top box, no connection. Still, there is pressure on the players in sight, and FaZe arrives, dealing out death and pushing Stown down to 18 health, 8 seconds, and Lord.
That's God mode.
ZywOo on his own.
That's impeccable play here from ZywOo. I mean, it's as simple as his own Moto smoke to section off 2 fights coming at him through Arch, to get the first one, but to throw the smoke late enough so that they still commit to it, and then turn around for a positive fight on lane while he's blocking himself off from Halls, then isolating the Halls guys. Like, what the hell? We had 3 people on this position. How did he do that?
Oh, ZywOo.
Just a Moto smoke.
Just a Moto smoke.
MacGyver.
And some of the best in-game intuition.
Crazy.
Right, that's surely one thing we still are not allowed to doubt ZywOo for.
I mean, even if he threw that smoke too soon or too late, he ruins his chances of getting that easy fight as he pushes through. He kind of had to make this feel like it was a defensive play for Cadian to come around on the outside.
Checks the smoke.
What would a normal player do? And I say normal because ZywOo isn't. They would have smoked Moto and played on cold and tried to delay as long as possible. ZywOo found a way to have his cake and ate it too. Get the kill on Arch while providing cover for himself, and then take 2 good fights on the split coming in through. That's insane.
And hit every shot.
And hit every shot, most of them.
No whips. Barring the snap up to the top box, and at that point, arguably, job's basically done. Awesome stuff from ZywOo. And a good sign for Vitality. Able to get the headshot. That could have been a device kill had he had a better weapon.
What was he using? Galil? Thought he had something good.
Oh.
Hey, it's definitely a good
Wasn't his op.
Wasn't his op.
The Apartments player currently cut off, so there's that rifle of Stown working through. Trade's good. Molly's bad. Top shot connects. And the utility pressure keeping Stown out of the game. FaZe is a liability here, low health, but timing. Stown looks away, wasn't ready. We go 5 straight from Vitality. Hot off the press here in Copenhagen.
So I said, I'm an opper, okay? That's the whole point of this roster move. Catch me with a rifle anymore. But this attempt, this option, this opening is huge in the map. You even see FaZe, come to push down Banana afterwards. There's pressure on A, because he got that kill earlier. Not looking too hot.
What you up to, ZywOo? Nothing too crazy. They surpass the incendiary forward, and already boiler control here for Stare.
I would be terrified of the glasses because, what, he can see even more?
Oh, God.
He wasn't seeing enough before.
Right.
Like, what?
Han's utility pressure plus the spam to follow suit. Ooh, Astralis, you're not getting into Banana for free. That much is clear here in the 6th. Still, Stare continues to extend this boiler control, as we saw him establish out of the gate. He's going deep, man. Oh, tried to flash through the smoke, and he ends up being the first casualty. Instant kill out of FaZe once he gets the target of Stown inbound. Spam shot to device, and an escape route for FaZe. This is a Vitality that ain't leaving much slack for Astralis to pull on.
I think they played 5 feel-out rounds, and now they're just in their comfort zone, putting pressure back in the beginning of the rounds. Won't get any easier from here.
Everybody kind of finding their slot early on in this game. We've already got a Mezzi ace, the anti-eco. We've already got the ZywOo impact. And here comes Flamesy with a near denial of the plant. Jabby's gonna scoop it back up with the cover of the fountain. Should get it down unless Apex, ooh, he just picks away at the side of him. Sticking out from behind fountain is his demise, and still a flawless game from Vitality.
Yes, calm situation here for Vitality. Everything is going really well, and they're just building into the match. And I think it's the first day at the LAN, so it makes sense to have a feel-out period. Plus, new team, don't know how the style's going to be with Cadian on the roster. And it seems like they're gelling with it perfectly. So individuals are here. Almost everybody's had a good round. ZywOo's on form. This is full-strength Vitality. And there's not much debut magic happening at the moment for Astralis. They look a bit weak aim-wise, to be honest.
Oh, man, again, huh? Vitality have been so confident in the banana play so far. And honestly, there hasn't been anything that really goes south in all of their approaches. Not punished. Why not keep that pressure up? Spink's kind of feeling the same mojo.
They're not watching calls with anybody right now, actually, but
okay,
won't matter.
No problem. Gets back between Stown and Stair. Cadian's Deagle connects enough, but then Mezzy gets a chance to deliver a couple kills, and we go 7 straight. I think the next evolution in ZywOo is inevitably to get him the same glasses that the South Korean Olympic shooters were wearing.
Oh, yeah.
Like if you looked up from your monitor and you saw ZywOo wearing those.
He just had a piece of paper over one of his eyes.
I would just disconnect.
The bullseye on it.
I'd give up.
Yeah. Because, like, he's already called the Zyborg.
Yeah.
So.
What if he had 2 monocles? Yeah, think about that.
That's kind of like having one eyebrow. Like, you could just connect them or disconnect them.
Yeah.
In either circumstance.
Yeah. Well, those are back. Unibrows are back in, I think.
They are?
I think so.
Well, I mean, if you have a unibrow,
You got a nice one.
you have a choice. But if you don't have a unibrow, you can't just grow one.
That's fair.
So they are superior.
That's fair. You raise a good point. Well, you raise a point.
It's like raising a eyebrow.
Sure. Let's see if we've got 1 round in the bag for Astralis here. Running out of runway, folks. Better get that propeller spinning. Stown trying to get up into Banana. This has been a point of contention between the 2 teams that Vitality comes out on top of every engagement so far. But this time they get the utility burned out nicely, right? Just a bit more presence here, a bit more oomph from Astralis. Gets Vitality to empty some of those early belts, but there is a cache of util back towards the church door, scooped up by Apex, and a smoke goes down.
Trying to think about how much, freedom Yabby really has here. It feels like he's just part of a system at the moment. I don't know if he's going to take any dual. Oh, well, they do try to flash him into that peak. ZywOo holding onto it perfectly. Don't need glasses for that one. Totally blind, but clicks off the reaction. Full banana control, however, even with 3B here, it's possible things go wrong for Vitality, but they know what's happening. They're so comfortable.
And still just that comfortable amount of util to throw down in response. There's already this rotation put in from CT Smoke. More flashbangs into the pit to disrupt the first entry. Stown doesn't see a damn thing. Trade's looking good from Stair, and a bit of a drop from the backside. But it's all to set up Spinks.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, that's also because they were so prepared for the execute. They were blocking so well. They were spacing out their utility. They had 2 in the back of the site, taking individual peeks. That was a situation where things did go wrong. Like, Astralis had to go through everything, and they knew that Vitality knew it was a V exact. But even with those first 2 kills, Vitality had called in reinforcements earlier. 10 seconds ago, Spinks was there at CT. Crazy round from him. With that small mag of the M4A1S.
Oh man, we're down to a 4-round T-side best case. Bad buy now and no real sight of improvement for Astralis. Getting naded, they're hiding in underground, getting double naded from apps. And that deep alt deagle of Jabby can do nothing. ZywOo dunks a nade down on device. I mean,
Somebody call the Bully Hunters.
Yeah, let's bring them back. They'd have to be very talented. Remember how like the whole thing of that was like it has to be really good players that come in. And then, like,
yeah, because if you call in your...
Who do you call
you call in your Bully Hunter and then they still lose.
Yeah.
Now you're really a loser, aren't you?
Who are you going to call the Bully Zywoo right now? That's gonna be some highly paid Bully Hunters, some real top talents, man.
Oh, his shot.
Well, okay, never mind.
My God, he's human.
Okay.
Could this be the first? Could they still post 4? They scoop up that AWP and they chuck it to Stare.
This is a rare opportunity. I mean, Spinks has to walk through the smoke, but he does.
Yep. Gets into the site alongside Mezzi, who's looking pretty frantic in the comms, very much trying to get this attention turned towards short side, and he's not wrong. Flash finds the support, but Mezzi goes unnoticed, and so he posts a double kill as Apex lends helping hands, and even with that frag on Zywoo, you shall not plant on A.
That was such a golden opportunity. But once again, Vitality know what's coming, and Spinks knows what he has to do. Like, he has to take a risk by coming through that library smoke, but he's right, actually. There's not that much pressure on the arch wrap. It's mostly about lane. And first and foremost, he needs to help Mezzi out. They're playing very, very much together.
Oof. This is Vitality that's looking like a Cologne champion, wouldn't you say?
But there's a reason I haven't said 13-0, Connor. It feels like something's a little off.
You're the king of the call, man.
I just don't.
I won't believe till you do. Right now, this utility pressure on Banana is one of the more awkward setups we've seen Vitality have to deal with, but at least, even with that pressure, they do still have a third person in position, right? Apex supporting with util from the site. Zywoo reposition could go unnoticed. Now they know it. And he hits that second kill to Cadian. Meanwhile, we will get the entry on A and a chance for the bomb to depart from Banana. Flamesy locked into the corner. Apex pushing up, deals with the closest T, dives back into cover, and Jabby is left on tall box alone as Device is forced to wrap around through apartments. We've got the op posted, and that op strikes fear in the heart of Astralis. Device tries to bounce back with his own. It's a 1v4 with a player down already. And as he swaps off the op, he opens up the start. Great call to catch Apex trying to climb up into the graveyard. There's a golden ticket to depart.
Oh my God.
But he doesn't leave. They walk up, and walking forward could catch him off. But timing, oh God, Device. He's in between them. He sees the grave kill. He hits the headshot. And as he's down to 5 bullets, this 1v4 is not his for the taking. Flamesy's there to deny, and it's Vitality double digits.
Man, those are some smooth moves, Device. Truly incredible try. I can't believe he blew up his own smoke that he just offhanded in front of the Moto smoke and found a kill off of that. Nearly made that possible. Nice shot in the end here from Vitality, where it seems just like the stars are aligning for them in this game. But that was a very honest 1v1 duel in the end that made the difference. A lot of cerebral plays in this match.
And a lot of sharp shooting.
Yeah, especially for Vitality. Their mechanics have been so on point.
I feel like we've seen one missed shot from Zywoo, and he's definitely made up for it. That precision from the headshot of Flamesy to deny the hopes of Device. 4 kills in this half for Device. 3 of them.
This round, would it?
Surely not. They have gotten close on some of their lesser buys, but no. Zywoo all good. Blind through smoke. Denies Stare any entry. Oh, man. A sliver on Acadian. All he needs. And the remnants of Astralis try to step out from Boiler to no success. Spink's going to clean up shop with a 5-7, 11 straight 8. Near flawless half.
One more to go. One good try here for Astralis, and they can't help but smile, I guess. It is, it's looking pretty weak in many departments at the moment. We've got Cadian and Device conferring about what to do next, I guess. They've got a third timeout, and their last being used. Couldn't come at a better time. it definitely feels like some of the problems are fundamental. Some of them are, why should they get around when Vitality are playing this well and have been in a working system for so long? There's no off day here for Vitality. That would be the biggest thing that could help them out. The Spinks 3K, the Mezzi spray down, the Zaiwu rounds, the Apex shots even, the rotations.
Oh, so good.
Crazy good rotations. They got to pray for some X Factor, or they will get egged. Let's see if Astralis can do it at the end of this half. Or if they're unfit to play.
They are indeed in the server. Vitality just haven't felt it yet. Flamesy for a moment here left alone. This is one of the few times where this B site's felt a little understaffed. Zaiwu's trying to get into position. Flamesy on his own! Just like that!
Nah.
For the 12-0.
The 12, here it comes down to a pistol.
Javi is going to try his damnedest. He doesn't even have bomb control. Everybody else is on top of it. This is nothing but a technicality. Vitality will not lose this round. This is a 12-0 half from Vitality.
Whoa.
Flamesy, one of the worst positions it seemed, and he extends into the ace. A 12-0 half and a pistol between Astralis and embarrassment. Well, it's not the debut they would have wanted. A 12-0 half on their map pick to open up this series versus Vitality, and it did not end in a whimper.
but rather a bang. God damn, Flamesy. Solo hold over towards the B site for 4, and then the cleanup frag to the ace. 2 aces for Vitality across that half between Mezzi's anti-eco and that of Flamesy. And now, if it's not the pistol, it's the 13-0.
It's nothing. I mean, they call it the egg in Denmark. They might be getting the whole oval right now. Yeah, I mean, Vitality got great pistols, so this one won't be easy. 3, 4, 5, 6. Cadian top fragging in his debut.
Woohoo!
0T rounds, though. Let's see if we can. Come on. Come on. It's fun. Fun and games.
Fun and games. It's all a hoot. God. This ain't ideal.
Yeah, they're taking this one seriously. This one's for pride. They already know they won the game. Look how slow they're going on this exec.
Yeah, letting them really bask in the direness of this situation. Device, oh, Stare at least gets one through smoke.
Oh,
that's
the site.
Something.
The site's open.
Yeah, they're going to charge in, and now it's not just the 12-0, but it's a retake needed from Astralis. 4v4, no kit, no smoke, no flash. It is a frag grenade for Stown, and then straight up pistol duels needed. And we have deep positioning from Vitality with 2 inside of the pit, not to mention we've got Mezzi locked into the closest of corners. There's a double kill out from Vitality. God, no, not like this! Oh, the 13-0. Ladies and gentlemen, that one felt personal. Oof.
Absolutely played to perfection by Vitality. Yeah, Connor, maybe understatement of the century, not the debut Astralis would have been hoping for, but my lord, Vitality turning up to play 13-0, and you would have been forgiven for thinking that was Vitality's pick. No, that was the pick of Astralis. Dust 2 is coming up next to Vitality. That was a flawless start from the French side.
Absolutely. I mean, there's not much that we can really talk about other than the fact that this was that landslide victory I was talking about before the game that hopefully we didn't get, but it happened. And obviously it's really hard to play Inferno T side with, let's say, 2 entries in general. And yeah, it's just tough luck.
We could basically spin a roulette wheel and pick up any of the Vitality players, but let's start off with Flamesy, because I love seeing this guy start off so strong. I know it's a little bit cliche to say, but he is one of these players that we would call momentum players, right? Once he gets the ball rolling, once he's in his zone, he comes up with so many incredibly impactful rounds.
It's crazy that we're all starting this highlight reel with 1v1 in pistol, jump shot in the air. If that gone the other way, imagine how the game would be. So
I love the last round of the first half as well. Just getting that 4K, absolutely sweeping up. And it's the fact that he's so commanding in the way that he plays. I wanted to pose the question to you. When you come up against a player like Flamesy, who loves to get so aggressive inside the server, I feel like you give him an inch and he's going to take the whole mile, right?
Absolutely, and he's also the fact that he's playing the roles that I was kind of playing before, and the multi-kill potential on this guy, we saw it in multiple clips. It's kind of insane, so absolutely admirable Inferno so far. And overall, I feel like Anchors were doing a pretty good job, even in Mezzi, apart from one round, which we're going to cover later. But
in terms of actually Astralis picking into Inferno, we didn't really get time to touch upon the veto before coming into the game, just because there's so many storylines for this matchup. What did you think about that? Because Inferno, it's not half a bad map for Vitality either, right?
Clearly there was some plan with Inferno being picked, because if you saw even the rounds that they obviously lost and they were having tough buys, and they obviously were buying Tech 9s and a lot of utility, which for Inferno, it suggests to me they're not going to default their way into the site by hitting 1-deeks, right? They're clearly having a plan, maybe an execute, but the fact that I already touched upon that, there were just a lot of entry kills going into the way of Vitality, sometimes through smoke, sometimes through the means of utility, which Zaiwu had like insane shots there and insane utility usage there. So it's really hard to commit to some set strat when one of your teammates just dies with a full pack of util between first 20-30 seconds of the round.
Speaker Zaiwu, should we bring us some highlights from the man himself? Now, a difficult question for you here, Stiko. We've got this whole topic about the top 3 players in the world. Who is going to take the mantle of the best player of 2024? It's now between Donk, Zaiwu, and m0NESY. Who do you have leading the race at the moment?
I'm still going to lean into Donk superiority here because I just really like the guy that he's doing it with rifle, and it's just for me so much more impressive, obviously. And we can see Monesi and Zaiwu both having kind of hybrid moments with AK as well. However, I would have to still give it to Donk. He just kind of reinvented the whole Donk peak and the way the Counter-Strike is supposed to be played at some point. And I mean, he's just Donk.
I mean, we're trying to look on maybe a slightly bright side for Astralis in this one, if there is one. Round 10 was kind of the only round that got relatively close in this series, because as you can see on that CT side for Vitality, there were only 2 moments where they actually even got on the bomb site to even get a plant, which Vitality obviously successfully retook. But round 10, what's the story with this one and why maybe it could have gone in Astralis' favor?
As you said, this is a couple of great decisions, starting with Apex from Vitality, is that essentially after making it 2v4, he backs around the corner and maintaining that advantage, so playing it super safe. After a couple of kills from Device, he actually played it super smart in terms of timings, and we were all kind of in the room saying, oh, the timing is not really in his favor. In the end, it was amazing play with HE to start it off with Apex trying to get close to the smokes, so kind of bringing that 3v1 and putting pressure on Device. But Device read it really, really good, and now the timing here on the default is just insane. This is just beautiful Counter-Strike here, and eventually, the side is supposed to be clear. That's why Flames is making already rotation towards B, making a lot of steps. This is why Device is just locked in on that short, and he's trying to win the duel. Unfortunately, Flames is just too sharp for him, but the attempt was there, and I think this is the closest round we've had in gun rounds.
Which is kind of insane, obviously, pistols aside. It's kind of insane that we're almost relying on the individual heroics coming out of Device to say, hey, this is the closest round that Astralis could bolster over their map pick. I'm going to reiterate that again, because I was expecting at least a round on the board. Were you not?
I mean, who weren't? But we were maybe getting our hopes up, and obviously the impact that Vitality had on the city side was just stunning. Like, they were controlling the pace of the banana takes, the mid takes, they were killing the lurkers before the pack was even activated. I think it was overall a lot of sound and safe plays from Vitality point of view. They weren't really abused or punished.
Where do you think Astralis are at mentally right now? They're obviously, departing the booth just behind us. They're going to go outside, have a break, have a little bit of a team talk. What do you think they're even going to be talking about right now?
I mean, I got donked 0-13 in my times when I was playing in Katowice, and well, all you can do is really laugh it off and just say, okay, this time is just going to be Dust 2, reset fully mentally. This was not the start we wanted, obviously, but it is what we have to work with. And maybe they're going to be overconfident, they're going to overpeak, they're going to lose the focus a little bit. It's time to come back, and it's time to prove them wrong.
Yeah, well, the reset going to be imperative for Astralis moving on forward, but this is going to be a tough mountain to summit. It is Dust 2, the map pick of Vitality, coming your way after the break.
Now it's coming into the full finals. I want to find out kind of how important it is for you, especially with maybe trying to grab back that #1 spot in the world.
Yeah, I think Flamesy said that we're not happy yet with only one win tournament in the year. We want to do much better than that. Of course, for some time now, NAVI are a bit ahead. They won 3, they did a lot of good results. We're behind, but we really want to get back to it because we know how good we can be. So yeah, it's a step forward, being better for this one.
Astralis today, and obviously the Cadian situation. You are the first captain to take them on. You feel like you want to put them down. Is there more behind this game than what meets the eye?
I don't care about the roster or whatever. It's about the situation itself. Happy found a new team and is gonna play again. I don't really care about that. It was just about the situation. But yeah, we are the first whoever we face. I don't give a fuck. I just want us to win, and that's it.
And in terms of getting that win, have you been able to get any information on what this Astralis could look like, or are you going in completely blind?
We're completely blind. We only know that Cadian's gonna play with Rifle and Device is gonna stick with Up. That's all we know. So we'll have to adapt during the game and have a good plan focusing on ourselves. That's it.
Well, not really any adaptations needed for the side of Vitality on that first map of Inferno. That was Astralis' pick coming into this best-of-3 series. Now we move onwards and upwards to Dust 2. And Stico, that has been a very proficient map for Vitality in the past 3 months. They've played it 10 times. They've won 8 of them. What is so good about Vitality on this Dust 2?
I mean, I feel like Vitality can have different kind of playstyles that they're going to bring into Dust 2. It's not very, I would say, readable, and also, of course, ZywOo is just unchained on this map. Of course, he's going to bring so much impact into the gun rounds when it comes to oping, even rifling, both on T side and CD side. Very resourceful oper, and obviously doesn't need to be in the middle of the action, but he's still able to find kills, and that is what makes him so dangerous. And I don't want to put all the success story behind ZywOo. Obviously, the rest of the pack is also following, and I think just the roles fit so well for Dust 2 for them.
For Astralis, it's been a little bit more of a complicated situation. There's a 13-1 loss to G2, max at 60% loss rate as well in the past 3 months. I'm curious how much Cadian is going to be changing things up coming into this map, because obviously he's not had all that much time to be bringing in a new system. Are you more hopeful on this map than Inferno? Maybe we'll see 1 round win from Astralis?
I mean, can be worse. So at least we're getting into Dust 2 in with the mindset that it really is something that we can redeem ourselves and try to show the preparation. Even if we lose it, at least make it a show and make it a close fight. But obviously Dust 2 is something that I was actually memeing in my previous teams, where Danish Counter-Strike wasn't really best for Dust 2, and we weren't really facing those teams. They were often banning it, but at least that's in the past, and obviously right now it should be a comfort map for team like this, because especially you have great aimers, which is aim heavy map, and also you have a potential to bring that double op eventually, which might play into a role of Cadian and a Device.
I think that's the thing that's top of my wish list at the moment for this head-to-head between Astralis and Vitality is, man, I just want to see some AWPing action between Device and ZywOo, because in all fairness on that first map, there wasn't all that many opportunities for Device to even bring that out and have so much impact. Surely Dust 2, it's an AWPer's paradise. I hope we get to see more of that, right?
Well, they have to build the economy for that first. That's why the Inferno was kind of scuffed because of this. But yes, Inferno in general is not AWPer heavy impact map, but ZywOo proved us wrong, so we will maybe see, well, we will surely see something more interesting for Dust 2.
Anybody else that you're looking at from the side of Vitality that, you know, is known to have impact on this map of Dust 2? I think ZywOo is obviously an easy name to be putting into the equation, particularly with the weapon that he's wielding. Is there, you know, a Flamesy on the tip of your tongue, a Sphinx that is known to be proficient at this map?
I'm going to actually say something that may be surprising, but Apex is the one that I'm going to be looking for, because he's always in the midst of the action. He's kind of reading the game. He's making sure that he's the guy rotating to the sides that they want to fortify if they're expecting a certain hits or splits. And also he's going to be really focused on the nade usage. So if terrorists are coming short, he's going to be the one nading them and making sure that the utility is on point. He's always going to be in the middle of the pack, and that's why I want to see him really kind of bring impact, not only by going first and being traded, but also being the one making the plays and making crisp shots.
I think that kind of makes sense when you look at the history of like French CS as well, right? This has been such a playground for them for so many years gone by. How was it like facing, you know, those French teams back in the CSGO days when Dust 2 would come out, Stico?
Oh damn! Don't remind me. I think I lost most of them. But I'm gonna be honest. Like, there's a lot of teams that copy this kind of style from French teams, and especially on some maps, they're really proficient when it comes to utility or setups. And well, Dust 2 is just happening to be that map, and I'm hoping to see some evolution on it as well. And if one team can evolutionize this, it's got to be Apex and Vitality.
Do you think there's been too much of a change in terms of how teams are approaching Dust 2 between CSGO and CS2? Obviously, like the smokes are one of the key differences. It hasn't had too much of a facelift. Have you seen it being played differently to way back in the CSGO days?
Definitely, and I think Dust 2 is one of the maps that is benefiting the most from the new mechanic of breaking the smokes, because obviously the long cross smokes are easily broken, the mid to B smoke is easily broken, the mid door smoke is easily broken. Everything like that leads to kind of safety net for CTs to actually make plays when Ts are not expecting it necessarily. So there's quite a change in dynamics there, where I feel like the playmaking ability just kind of stood up on Dust 2. However, whether we're going to see it to the full effect, obviously it comes down how many gun rounds we're going to actually see, and utility, how they're going to deploy it, obviously.
Now, I might be grasping at straws here, but when I do throw my mind back to those, envious days when they were playing Dust 2, there was always a team that had a certain man who's right in the middle here that would always put up a fight versus Envy. When Device was back on the TSM days and it went to Team Question Mark and the formation of Astralis, he could always bring such a battle on that map of Dust 2. How do you feel like he's going to fare today in this this new era of Counter-Strike?
Honestly, like, this is a little fanboy me talking, but Device is someone that I've been always looking up to, even though we don't have any personal connection, but I was really nice and positively surprised whenever he was doing well. Obviously not against me, but overall generally on the server, and when he came back from the 1-year break, I was extremely happy to have him back, because he's one of the most impactful players that we've had and Danish Counter-Strike produced. So happy to have him back, and hopefully he's gonna win a round now against Vitality.
Yeah, fingers crossed, because Inferno, Konomo, didn't go the way Astralis would have hoped for. Are we gonna see at least one Danish round come to fruition on Dust 2?
One round's not too much to ask for, I don't think. I think that's setting the bar comfortably low. Our GGBet odds now skewed 10-1. Started the series 4-1, but I think Inferno kind of tempers everybody's expectations to the KD and
But Nico, you don't have to have a personal connection to look up to somebody. I mean, I looked up to a lot of people I don't know. And I hope you look up to me, even though we do have a personal connection. So
also, Device definitely knows who you are.
Yeah, also, Device definitely knows you. Definitely knows you. He definitely knows you, bro. He knows you, little bro. So yeah, okay. Together we can all hope that Device will win a round.
Surely, right? Collectively, we can all hope for this one round at least.
I mean, you could say when they lose their heroic, when they win their Astralis.
Yeah, that's fair.
2/3 that for that heroic core here.
Earlier today, we definitely saw that, our analysts and casters are talking about Dust 2 kind of being Monacy's playground. Absolutely tore it up. Would love to see ZywOo kind of hit that groove as well. Remind everybody what a world-class op really looks like.
And a lot of people would say Device invented the playground. He built it as an offer a long time ago. So maybe he can take off a bit too.
A while ago, safe to say. It's down. Ooh, caught by the Spinx positioning on stairs. Cheeky little spot. And it works out perfectly for the 5v4. Meanwhile, we've got 3 men out long for Vitality, finding the timing on the corner fight and the double entry out of Mezzi. Door stuff from Spinx with the picked up Berettas, and Stair is playing his own game over towards this B site with nothing to shoot at.
And for no other reason except to be uncharitable, we're going to call this 14-0.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I like that. 14 rounds in a row for Vitality.
I mean, they only gave us half a game that last map. So I didn't get my money's worth yet. Damn, Vitality are looking strong.
Yeah, right, individually. It's just the time to kill is
you look
so
at Pro
short
League,
out of
right?
everybody.
They lost to Eternal Fire, but then you see Eternal Fire look so good compared to the previous form and getting into the finals, playing as close as they did to NAVI. Vitality could have very easily been in that final and gave NAVI a run for their money themselves.
Yes,
so this is a team that people still have to remember are in contention for every single event that we play. Astralis are just trying to show us that they're serviceable at this point with debut and everything like that. They've got all the excuses they have. But there's just so much parity this year. I mean, obviously, it's got probably a lot to do with MR12 and the amount of teams that are just still good coming out of CSGO. Like, everyone just so good. But Vitality, you can't call them a dark horse. They're still one of the favorites, if that makes sense.
Canadian has to give up the angle, and that's what lets them out, but they still tiptoe into the 5-7. Ooh, not ideal. Little quick switch there costs him. Scout rings out top mid, instantly leaves. Apex looking to add himself to the bodies that come out long. Spink's gonna catch the jump up. Oh, but it's a little awkward. And he gets there. A little bit late on that cat push from Stown, not able to join forces with Jabby, so the two of them die one after another. Devices 5-7, a single frag, much like Cadians, and Stare again, the last man standing. It's a softened up Spinks, but Apex clearly thinking he's got a read on the situation, and sure enough, the support not needed. USP kill comes through from the captain of Vitality as they convert off the pistol.
The race for #1 is also super interesting this year. I mean, months ago, I made a video saying that this is going to be the most competitive year for #1 that we've seen since 2018, which was, in my opinion, the peak in terms of HLTV top 20. This year with the ZywOo, m0NESY, Donk sort of position that we're in, and now Donk, I mean, ZywOo might be back in the lead. Like he is looking, not only the stats, but like we're seeing ZywOo become a player that we have never seen in his career so far. It's insane his level at the moment. The consistency is there. And every tournament, it still matters for that, right? It might be hard to beat NAVI in terms of what they've done this year for the team side.
Yep.
Besides Shanghai, that maybe that changes something. But
yeah, exactly.
But in terms of individual players, that race is still tight.
I mean,
super tight.
The fact that it's Spirit to pick up Kato and then Vitality to take Cologne, those are the big ones. And followed by the major. It's just it's this rotating door of champions. I think stealing Cologne from Navi could keep Vitality in that conversation, depending on how the next few months go. Still so much CS to be played. I love it. One thing for certain so far, though, this Astralis team not quite cut from the same cloth. Pressure on that mid play. mezii just going to keep his head tucked down as the CTs swarm around him. And nobody even contesting for the bomb plant. So they just want that weapon off mezii. Little do they realize, it's Beretta's. He doesn't even have a Galil to give over. And there's no guarantee, apparently, that he's even going to die. He's going to go pick up a weapon from the dead body.
Oh.
Did he not? No. Okay.
What? Oof. They still can't kill him. mezii!
Oh, no!
Let him live! Come on, man. It's already 16-0.
Terrorists win. Triple Berettas. You can't even hunt down pistols. As they go 16 rounds in a row.
16 rounds in a row. Zero T rounds, 0 CT rounds. It gets less funny, I'm sure.
It gets less funny, but also funnier at the same time.
Yeah. Here it is. Okay. Good setup. What could have been an opening pick on a first round one. Oh, and he finds it anyway.
Yep, catches Apex in the background with the grenade in hand. So there we go, man. Advantage here for Astralis, plus the 97 damage wallbang on ZywOo. Device definitely making this a tougher round for Vitality.
Wait, they got this though. They got him to rotate towards A. For A right now. It's just Stare in the window. Staring at 4 players looking to split on him.
Hasn't seen a ton of action so far on the CT side. He's going to just keep himself tucked down beneath windows. ZywOo's trying to queue up a perfect drop down into spawn. There's a second layer of pressure as bomb gets dropped on the ramp, and ZywOo takes the long road down boxes, spotted by the Cadian long play. So unfortunately, it looks like Vitality's flawless series.
We don't know yet. Spinks, it just depends on the lurks. Jabby's up on this wall right now. Oh, he missed it.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, he missed it.
Surely this is the one, the first of maybe many. Unless.
Calculating.
Good. There it is. 17 rounds later, Astralis win their first here in the series.
Yeah, if you slept in for the match, you might you just tuned in right now. You're just starting off with the first Astralis victory. You missed nothing.
This is map 2. Believe it or not. Good fight there from Stound, stopping Mezzi. Bomb even rolling further from the window. This, yeah, you're right. This could have been like a turning point back into a potential 2v4. Still would have been a massive close, demanded a Vitality, but a missed clear in mid spelled disaster there for Spinks.
Everything breaks.
I feel like Flamesy spilled something.
Oh, yeah, that's spill aura at the moment.
Yeah.
Oof.
My electrolytes.
You lose 1 2v4, you go full tilt, break everything. It's a noodle NATO from Pot Noodle. They got the chicken broth all over the place.
Oh, God. Not the broth.
Are they using ZywOo keyboards?
These are the new Cherry Extra 5 Vitality crossover.
Oh, cool.
Yep. There we go.
Very cool.
They have done a keyboard, a mouse, and mouse pads with a special edition 10-year color wave celebration type design.
Did you try to get a ZywOo mouse pad?
I didn't.
No?
Nope.
That should be your goat since he's French.
But I'd take one of those. I do have the last ever fully French signed Vitality jersey.
You should frame it.
I'm going to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to. Frame it, put it on my wall.
Give it away at Launder's Land.
The first.
You already did do a giveaway at Launder's Land.
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gave away the other jerseys.
People were picking up chairs to get that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Frothing at the mouth. Yep, it's true.
Oh, that is cool.
The last ever. Because it was a world final.
What's going to be that thing in like 50 years?
Mm-hmm.
That's the $1 million collector item that a pro signed.
Simple's major winning mouse.
Yeah.
That James Banks has.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah, Simple gave him that mouse. And that to me is Simple's major mouse. It's pretty damn cool.
That's about as good as it gets, actually.
Arguably Donk's Katowice jersey.
I wish it was someone smaller so we could tackle them.
Ah, yes.
You know, take the mouse.
That's true. Once James Banks has something, it's his.
Yep. All right. What's the second, you think? Second most expensive collector item, you know, the signed home run baseball sort of.
I'd pay good dollar for a Moses Team Liquid jersey. He told me multiple times that he was going to give me one of his Moses Team Liquid jerseys.
The window of sale is very small.
I mean, but he has them. I know he has a surplus of them still in Michigan.
Yeah.
I would like them. He has told me many times, yeah, man, I'll bring one for you. And he's just never done it.
Interesting.
I don't know at what point it's just he's forgetful or he actually hates me.
But didn't he send you like a housewarming gift?
He did send me a housewarming gift.
Didn't send you that?
That was very nice of Moses. It's by my front door now. It's a digital photo frame. So when your friends come over, they can upload photos into the photo frame. How nice. Leave a favorite memory or whatnot.
Oh, cool. Well, you didn't show me that when I came over.
Well, that's because you came in unannounced.
That's right. You just the
kinda
first person to break into your house. Isn't that
just
cool?
walked right in.
It was an inside job.
Yep.
So.
Yep. Best friends break and enter. All right. Noodles swept up and back into the action. Smoke towards the doorway. We've left bomb and spawn for the time being, Vitality, so it's a slow burn here in round 5. That last round win, of course, the first round win for Astralis, a lot of it coming off of Device, finding Apex top mid with the op, getting the wallbang and softening up ZywOo. So let's see if his op can continue to get impact as now he repositions towards B, where right now, doesn't look like he's going to get much action.
It's a pretty stiff-looking CT side at the moment. I mean, they're waiting for some action to take place, but there is quite a big gap here in mid. And Astralis are doing everything individually at the moment. But Device gets in front of the smoke. This could be a big find. Depends on the shoulder peek. Let's see. Oh, that's beautiful from Spinks. Now Stare, surely, on a platter. Unless, down.
Oh, triple out from CT spawn. And we've still got Stare in sight. Yes, sir, he gets his. Back-to-back rounds where Stown comes through that CT smoke with impact.
Okay.
We said it last round too. Once Vitality were starting to get that 4v1 up onto the B site, things were looking good. But Stown throws himself into the fire 2 rounds in a row.
It was a bit of Spinks, basically. The perfect flashbang from Yabi, and Mezzi was totally blind, it looks like, as well. Maybe even ran out of ammo there at the end. That's a great play. Stare needed the help.
There we go, and Astralis, for the first time in this series, have an advantage. Not in the round count, but just up versus Pistols here in number 6.
2 rounds in a row. 2 CT rounds. Lots of firsts here for the new lineup.
No mid-vision for Device. Dude, he got deleted last round by Spinks. What a shot in tunnels. This time he's hunting down the Pistol players. And he's got support here in Stown out through any potential smoke already. A USP smoke spam kill, you take it if you can get it. It's a total shutdown in mid as the double off. An element of this Astralis formula that we haven't talked about comes through for the first time.
Yeah, that's good to see. Not expecting anything less, definitely from the Cadian half of that. Or sorry, the Device half of that. Now, here on Dust 2, I mean, so far, I'd say we've got 1 good round and then 1 really great emergency tactic that worked in a situation that was almost lost. So they got the eco off of that, but now we're looking for a second solid rifle round and potential first lead. And I think the stiffness from that previous round is gone a bit. You need to be extremely dynamic. More than ever, you need to be dynamic. I mean, even look at what made Eternal Fire look so good. They were super dynamic on CT sides, always helping each other, always looking for information, extremely proactive. And that's when Vitality are playing their best, too. When their CT sides look stiff, that's when they lose games. So, you know, Astralis need to keep it loose, keep helping each other, keep updating info.
Stare trying to hold on back sight. He's got support. Device goes down. Pop up as the flash comes out, and no, Stown and Stare still both empty-handed as they are the rifles of the hold. Nobody's extended into the crosshair here yet for Stown. 1 fake plant beneath. Zywoo has to reposition, and this time he's going to commit to it. Cadian trying to scour through the door before the smoke comes out, but now with that smoke in front of him, it looks like Astralis tucked tail.
In my opinion, this is Stare's got to be a bit more
in their face.
Yeah. Like when they're coming out of tunnel, that's the small choke point. When they're out, that's when it gets harder. Device makes it easier for him to take the second fight, but even then, he's crouched behind the box. So he needs to swing that double stack to fight him in the tunnel as he's throwing his utility in and find that timing. This timing that Device finds, it makes up for the fact that Stare let one through, and then Stare could have taken another fight with him, but he didn't fight on either position. You know, he sort of just played very passively and threw some decent grenades, but didn't play off of them. And I think there's more that he could have done there. So Vitality will win off the B-pop and keep that lead.
You were just talking about remaining dynamic as well, right? Praising the Eternal Fire strats. Now, here we get Vitality in with a sudden tunnels take.
Yeah.
And Astralis 1 step behind.
And Stare isn't somebody that I think of as being too passive. I think of him as a very clever, active rifler, you know, in micro moments, right? But I think he just needs to let himself express that.
Which you'd think would work perfectly in a formula led by Cadian.
Definitely.
So, you know, a couple of great tools for Cadian's arsenal moving forward in this formula. Still, of course, the earliest of days, but it's a 5v4 posted up by the Danes. We get a quick climb through middle to come support Catwalk. Little ambiguity behind that one. Cadian sees this as a chance to try and flex that op around. Yet again, we get the double op, of course, from Astralis.
They got a weird
missed shot as they pop open the nade. And ZywOo looks to take up the mantle, but there is another off up in the site, right? Now pinned behind box. Flash support's good. Plenty of time. Things slow down with smokes on both sides. Still, they get cracked open, and Device slams that off into ZywOo. Mezzi close on the smoke, sees the barrel as the numbers advantage comes back to Vitality. Jabby in the 1v2 on the ramp. He'll hit it.
Go.
Couple of headshots for Astralis' next round win.
Hey, that was cold. Nice one from Jabby in the 1v2. Couple of haircuts off long, and they fought hard for that. Control is a good tactic from Vitality to blow the smoke open to get the initial kill up on Plat. I think versus Cadian back here, who was really exposed. It was a bad bounce on the smoke that allowed Vitality to get a little closer in the first place, but regardless of what happened earlier, even though it's only one alive at the end of the round, Astralis just won the round, and they get it.
First timeout of the series for Vitality here. So we get a little back and forth.
Some deliberation before we move on. Full buy here from both sides, even though Apex is a little bit of a concession on the Tech-9. Looking like some sort of lower B split. I don't know if it's going to be a light exec because they still have enough utility to do anything they want, but it feels like they're readying something pretty quick. Mid door's cleared out here from the CT side. It's either been Device there being very active or nobody at all.
Come through smoke to see no resistance.
Oh man, seems like the right play.
Down trying to position into what could be a mid play again. He has disrupted it multiple times, but it is not the intended target there for Vitality here, number 9.
They got to use this boost box, I think, to their advantage. That's the only thing I could see for them to get back into it.
She's trying to chuck the nades up. Down, still out of the action here. First contact actually there for Device. Ramp fight here, Flames head tucked. Teammates trying to move forward. And now Mezzi looking for the trade, but it's not going to happen. Couple rifle kills come through for the Danes. Apex, a Tech-9 frag to drag this back, and then ZywOo hits the headshot.
Wait, they can go mid-B? They can actually make a connection if they drop.
Stairs doubling back.
Oh, still Apex just lurking here.
ZywOo's got the plant off behind boxes. Apex, he could support this from Catwalk, or he could try to flex into the back of the CT rotation from B. Device is moving forward, trying to scour this elbow play to make that contact. He gets clipped by ZywOo. Stair tries to tuck tail and dive out of this one to hang on to that M4. And as he hangs on for dear life, he gets cleared out of the game. It is the lead yet again for Vitality.
Yeah, it is. They keep it. Man, there's a couple of very close moments where obviously Astralis could have won into that round, but key kills from both Apex and ZywOo as they were climbing up onto the site. And I think even though they could still plant on Cat, because they even got that kill in mid, they had options to change up on the site if they wanted to and put a lot of pressure on Astralis to move quickly into that, which I think maybe made them a bit uncomfortable, took some fights they didn't want. Yeah, they're really playing their best right now. I think the angle for Vitality is right now everybody sort of forgetting about them. Like in NAVI have sort of ate up the whole conversation on the year, and they're like, hey, it's not a closed book. We may have the best player in the world. We may have a very good resume of tournaments so far. Shanghai is still coming.
They're still a major. The power of Zeus has struck us down.
It was flimsy because he spilled all that stuff.
The water leakage. It's the noodles. There's noodles in the walls. And yeah, the power went out, and then everything here was dark, and nobody could see anything. And now nobody can find Jacob Pimp Vinicky.
Who would be the first person to kidnap Pimp?
Nobody. Nobody would kidnap him.
Why is that an insult? That's crazy.
Yeah. So at the moment, folks, just to be real for a second here, we've well, the power is back. Clearly, the lights are on. Excellent. The PCs are working. We just got to get everything back inside of the server and back online. You know, in the meantime, we're chilling.
Yeah. I think it's probably a break that like Astralis needed. If anything. Like they can use every second to talk.
Yeah. Yank the cables out. We were having a conversation earlier, Lunders, about what some of the coolest memorabilia in Counter-Strike will be.
Yeah.
And we talked about how James Banks owns Simple's major winning mouse. I got a text from Stunna, one Trace Stunna Saranthus. He told me he has Stewie 2K's IEM Dallas signed jersey.
Damn.
Now that's one of one. As
Dude,
a North
why is it
American,
two guys that we can't tackle?
I know, right? It's like,
damn
God,
it. Those are the two guys.
What's Hugo got? You know?
Hugo's
I could take
definitely collected some things, I'm sure.
Bodies. Does Freya have something we can steal?
I think Freya probably might have some rare Face-It stuff.
That's true.
Yeah,
Yep.
some rare Face-It stuff.
That's true. James Bardolph must have also a wealth of Face-It collections and memorabilia.
Oh my God! When we used to do ECSs,
he would be buying all sorts of crazy. Didn't he have a Supreme brick?
We would get a new order for a new thing every single day.
There was a brick once.
There was a Supreme brick. I mean, that's where I did the kayak thing. He ordered a Supreme kayak, an inflatable kayak, into the studio. Every day we'd get something new, and he'd just like populate. He had like a sextant, which is like to measure the stars, I think it is.
Okay.
And he had a book to go with it, like how to use the sextant. It was like the size of a textbook.
Okay. In case an EMP ever goes off and we still need to figure out how to voyage across the oceans.
The dark oceans without electricity, I guess. Yeah.
Makes sense.
He'll be the one to survive. So, yeah, he's definitely got some stuff. I mean, we went to their apartment in London. It was Maui and James living together.
That's true.
They have like a shotgun it's like lying on the wall.
For security's sake, it was well kept in a locked case, unloaded.
It was clear. That's how I saw it.
Yep.
So don't try to take his collectibles.
No. I was gonna say that's another burly man.
Yeah. The only thing I keep is all my event badges. I have all my event badges.
I think that's an esports classic.
I counted them like 2 months ago or something. I have 133.
I know Sponge, for example, keeps his in a cork board, I believe above his PC setup. So it's like, imagine every time Sponge is in a Face-It game and some kid is trying to tell him that he's washed and out of the game, and Sponge just looks up at this wealth of experience. You know, that's got to be good for the confidence.
Yeah.
Careers work.
But like, how is it fashioned on the corkboard? Like, do you mean it's a pin?
I believe it's like pinned on the lanyard, because some people keep the lanyards and the actual pass.
Yeah, I keep it all. Yeah.
I only keep the passes.
Yeah.
I get rid of the lanyards. I don't like lanyards. Enough of that.
Yeah. Usually don't need them.
You know.
So
I'm gonna put them in a binder one day, maybe.
Gonna have binders full of lanyards.
No, binders full of passes. Just the plastic part.
Yeah. Maybe you could, like, you know what?
I think Anders
cut them out to the size of like Magic cards.
Okay.
But only the parts that are most relevant, like your name, your access level, and then like the logo of the event.
Actually,
and then turn it into a deck.
Okay, yeah, that's cool. But shout out to tournament organizers that give us nice badges. You know, I've done some events where you just get like a piece of paper. It's gonna inevitably get crumpled up in the corners.
Yep.
No. I want the big, thick,
plastic badges. I want my name on it.
Yeah.
Sometimes it'll just say like AAA. Sometimes it'll say talent. Sometimes it'll say scrawny.
Yeah.
And that really is the collecting. That's the real collectibles of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
If every player had a badge with their name on it, well, we could steal those.
Those would be rare contraband as well.
I'm starting to realize there is actually an entire collectible Counter-Strike card industry already that exists.
Yeah.
I forgot about that for a second.
Yeah.
That's real.
There's still going to be, I'd say, like the mice and stuff would probably be eventually the most sought after thing you could get. Because like the mice are forever, right? The question is Counter-Strike relevant in 80 plus years or whatever? I don't see any reason it wouldn't be. It's kind of just up to Valve, I guess. They just can choose to,
Mice are valuable. Jerseys, I think, are also valuable just because it touches the body. You know,
it touches the body.
Yeah. That's like that's an extra wealth of value, surely.
Yeah, like you wear it.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
You love it.
You wear it.
I see headphones on. This is a good sign.
Nice. Maybe devices sweat in Ace Zone headphones.
Yeah.
Just get a couple bucks for sure.
Or Flamesy's spilled pot noodle.
Yeah. Yeah, just the salty water on the floor. 10 cents a lick.
If a Counter-Strike player were to sell bathwater, whose do you think would be the most sought after?
Probably Blame F.
Blame F bathwater?
Because this comes with an image of him in the bath.
Yeah, sure. With rubber ducks.
Maybe Doja.
Maybe. Man, oh man.
Trying to think of more.
Yeah. It's a weird one. Yeah, it's a
'Cause
weird
you
one.
gotta,
I'm just, you know.
Trying to picture which would be the most fun bathwater.
Just let that one,
Let your imagination take it away.
You know, really get creative.
Pimps would be ice bathwater.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yep, of course. I know Cadian's a big fan of saunas at the moment. In fact, Astralis is sponsored by a sauna company.
That's not a sauna company, but...
What? It's called Sauna.
Yeah, they're a clothing company.
What?
Wouldn't it be weirder, though, if the sauna company was called Sauna?
No, I think it would make a lot of sense. I think it's weirder that a clothing brand's named Sauna.
Yeah, but that'd be like if Kleenex was named Napkin.
How deceiving.
Oh, yeah. They designed the jerseys.
I thought that made so much sense. I'm like, yeah, you know, Danes love a good, you know, Scandinavia loves a good sauna.
But think about the Google SEO. How are you supposed to get people to figure out which one you are?
Okay. That's fair. That's fair. You know, sauna. God, I'm a big sauna fan myself. Now I'm disappointed. I thought we were breaking in. I was looking for my personal sauna sponsor. Is that now off the table?
So that those new red jerseys?
Yeah.
That was because sauna. So they did a good job with it.
They did, but I'm still disappointed. It's really been a recent trend in terms of transitioning to the polo culture in Counter-Strike recent times. You know, it used to be just the Gambit thing, but...
Definitely. I'm super down for it.
Also,
I think Caller's just really good.
And if you're going to do the polo, you got to do all the buttons.
Much more flattering around the scrawny esports necks.
Would you call me?
Skinny esports necks.
Thank you. Thank you. Out of the tack, excuse me, out of the tech and into the tack, we are ready indeed to go live.
Us too. Yeah, well, we got cheated out of half a game last map, so we had to slow this one down.
We're paid by the minute, so Launders is pulling cables out.
Yeah, I'm pumped.
All right, back to the action, shall we? Let's do a little recap
a back-and-forth affair, but Vitality keeps hanging on to the lead. It was looking close in the middle of that when we got all tied up at 3-3, tied at 4-4, but now 3 rounds in a row for Vitality is what has established this 7-4 T side. Counter-Strike. Welcome back. No op in play, despite having seen the double op setup out of Device and Cadian multiple rounds of this CT half. The money's just not there this time. It's not there for the ops. It's barely there for the nades.
And the CT side, too many gaps, man. They keep leaving mid as a gap, and now the full split's coming in. They literally don't even know that he's here. Wait, did they just walk by? Flamesy is already up by the window.
Unspotted?
Completely.
Bro.
Guys, you
perfect timing. How's that go down?
Ay. They weren't watching mid at all. They've done this too many times in this half.
Jinkies.
Not a very alert CT side.
Is that long tech, you know?
It's either Device is super active and getting info and killing them in mid, or it was nobody. That's how big that gap was. They didn't even smoke mid B, they just walked across.
Right, yeah. Honestly. Give Flamesy an inch and he will take a mile. Tears up that B site before they even have a chance to shoot back, and we're now staring at an Astralis that may walk away with nothing. Not a single kill so far. ZywOo's tagged up. Flamesy's got the Tech 9 out. Oh, he's gonna go running through that. For sure he does. And he starts it, he ends it, all that for just one more round sprinkled in. And we'll be back with the second half in a moment. Vitality sprinkling in one final T-round win. Insult to injury to an Astralis that looked like they were putting up some kind of a defense, but if you only joined us after that delayed break, you didn't really get to see a very good CT side. The only thing you would have seen was that very big mishap of a setup on mid.
It was sort of a good example of what went wrong in the half. We did see Vitality take apart those rounds based on that lack of mid presence and finding the cat timing. They were very good at using info against Astralis, where that gap might have been fine versus anybody else, so they got punished pretty badly.
Awesome half out of Spinks, 15 kills as he takes to the CT side. Apex to the contact top middle, but we got the double CT lower setup, and ZywOo bests Cadian. Not ideal.
Not at all. And already you see that Vitality are just getting into formation to stop long, and that's it.
Yeah, you sang their praise for the pistols earlier, and yet again, another example where they are looking in full control. ZywOo will not waste a moment climbing up the boost boxes, getting into the site with those Berettas. He welcomes their challenge. Oh, and Flamesy hits the headshot on the smoke cross. Perfect chance for ZywOo to clean up, but only gets the one. Stown gonna try to keep it going as Device give cover from long. He has to try to work this forward now. He's getting tagged, turns, and topples Flamesy. Won't be able to get the frag towards Spinks, and it's another pistol in Vitality's back pocket.
Yeah, no kidding, man. They're just not letting off the gas pedal now.
Spinks not stopping.
Straw is sort of 2 steps behind in these positions, and they don't have the aim to make up for it. Oh. So very quickly we look at it. Quite a desperate scoreline as Vitality are already at 9. Strawless. No util. Not even any upgraded guns besides this one purchase of Device's Scout.
Going to inspire you to believe in the Astralis chances, barring maybe a mishap out of Mezzi towards front tunnels. But even then, the 2 Astralis players there start to peel half of it back. It's just Jabby left alone. So work around the Scout, right? If anything's going to go south for Vitality, you'd think it's by way of the Scout. But yeah, that Scout gets torn apart as ZywOo comes through with the double SMG headshots. And that whole pack of Astralis players toppled as they can't even get bomb up catwalk. Anything else? No, sir. 1 frag on ZywOo, all they'll manage. And Vitality ever closer to the finish line in this best of 3.
I wonder if that has any implications on the economy, just having the Scout. It's just with no other upgraded pistols, no other utility, no half armor buys behind it. If the goal is just to at least get 1 kill to get some money back, and then it's worth it. Knock down 4K of net worth, but they don't find anything, of course. This is just such a cozy position for Vitality. Not once in this series have Astralis had the lead.
It's another Scout for Device, a limitation here in the otherwise full buy from the Danes. And Flamesy's into it.
See, and I like, and you leave the gap on mid, you have 3 and B. You know, if you leave the gap on mid and you have that, like, you have that 4A position from Astralis that one time, or that last round where they had the 2-3 split, but no one even watching it, it's way more uncomfortable. Like in a B split here, this is Astralis going, wait, what the hell? There's 3 inside the B site. It's a little bit more strange for them. They even search out some info and might even fall into the trap of being like, well, this seems like a great place to go.
ZywOo just sending bullets through the smoke of CT from a distance.
They have lured them into this idea by just giving them this space. But why would you have to rotate an extra player if you're 3 here for Vitality?
Flames' close long doors just hurt Stown running mid.
Oh, it worked!
No way!
2 kill. No, come on, you gotta kill him. You have to trade him out.
Oh my god, he pulls back.
That extra player inside of the B site, and Blink, you'll miss it. Sudden attack from Mezzi. He's locked in, and he gets a third kill, but it costs them Spinks at the same time. And because mid was compromised,
they don't know.
Stair goes running in, falls victim to the hidden Famas. Apex could end it on his own as it's just 30 health. Sure enough, Vitality's IGL cleans up as Mezzi. What a rascal.
Dude, there's so little going on.
Yep.
They went for the tunnels push because they thought maybe Astralis were rerouting. I mean, maybe you get one kill here normally.
Just in unannounced, Jabby can't hold him back. It's a fast first frag from Mezzi as well, so he queues up the second on the player busy with nades.
And the other cute thing about this push is, again, they had 3 players in the site the whole time. So they're wondering how Apex spawned there. Well, he never left.
Oh, man. That is a kick to the stomach of Astralis. A sinking feeling suddenly when, in your best buy yet on this T side, your setup gets interrupted by a mere MP9.
Where's that bomb going?
They're going to try to charge down into the site. Bomb on the other half of the map as the B defense locks this in. Mezzi hangs on to the back plat, supported by Zaiwu from doors. And Cadian, get in there.
Let's see if he can pull it off. He just needs one lucky cross, maybe a good Deagle headshot. You never know when you're going to get a Cadian clutch.
Well, it needed a Cadian dig, and that ain't happening. Oh, the old 4-1 sneak the bomb, huh?
Yeah.
This ain't Mirage.
Yeah.
It's not an illusion either. It is a 12-4 for Vitality off of the 13-0. A dismantling of the newly formed Astralis. And a good sign for another one of the tournament favorites. We saw Navi come in at the start of the day, own. G2 moves through FaZe, tighter game, but we want both those teams to be playing head-to-head. And now Vitality jump into the server versus an unknown entity and absolutely smash them.
Skip media day, but what were they scared of?
They get outdoors, Spink's already lower. Device, oh man, doesn't even suspect it. And now it's gonna have to be this 4-player long push to keep Astralis in the series. Hell, just keep him in the map for what feels like an insurmountable task. Vitality comfortably 8 rounds in the lead. Their opponents 13-0 in the back pocket, and even the cross on long too much. Shut down by Vitality. Perfect second map comes through. Little bit of a back and forth there during Vitality's T side, but it's all the pistols. It's a 13-0, and it's a form from Vitality that you love to see.
Yeah, loud and proud from Vitality, practically clean as a whistle. We're talking about 13-0 on map 1, 13-4 on map 2, and unfortunately for Astralis, simply left in the dust. I don't know about you, Stico, but maybe I was a little bit gaslit after that first half. I was like, right, we've got a game on our hands. Astralis looking somewhat competitive. Then we come back from that extended tech pause, and yeah, Vitality continue what they started on Inferno, practically.
Exactly what you're saying. I mean, 4-4 scoreline felt somewhat promising, but then after the break as well, which was kind of unfortunate with technical issues, and kind of left no breathing room for the Astralis guys, and Vitality just rolled over them.
I think that's the thing, right? You go back to, you know, the first stages of that first half, and we actually did see Astralis pulling out the double up setup. I was like, right, they've got a strategy, they've got an approach. And then just look at the round distribution after that, Stico. They get one solitary round in just to see a Vitality rounds on both the T and the CT side.
Yeah, exactly. Multiple things happened, which we highlighted before the actual game with the amount of breaking the smokes, and obviously Astralis were doing that. As soon as they had the economy, they whipped up the double up, but it kind of bite them in the ass in a certain situation, which we will again kind of have in the B-roll soon coming up. So it will be definitely one of the things where, you know, looking at the rest of the tournament, this might be a weakness where they clearly in the first match of the tournament, they got 4 rounds in total.
I think we should dive into it right now because we talked about, round number 6 where we saw those double ults coming out for Astralis. Vitality seemed really set on going for those BXX on the T side. Then we go into round 7, they pull off one successfully. How do they get away with it though?
Exactly as you said. So basically, Vitality discovered that the double op setup is happening on Astralis side, and they realized they don't really have economy to do a proper default on us too, and that's where you need a lot of flashes, a lot of smokes to take areas of the maps. And if you don't have that, there's pretty much only one option, and that is to hit the B side where the op is most likely not going to be, and it's going to be cut off behind the smokes. This is exactly what Device did that at the beginning of the clip. He got a kill, but eventually was traded out, and the round is over at this point on retakeable side. And it all became possible because of the double op setup is going to be in the most impactful positions, being A side and middle. That B side is going to be more or less left for the anchor player, which is easy to overrun even with less utility and less weapons.
I think Launder said it during the cast, but do you agree with the sentiment like Stair was playing that a little bit too passive? Like you want to be approaching Vitality before they're out of that really, really tight position of tunnels, then open up into the site, right? Would you wanted them to be a little bit more proactive in terms of taking the fight to Vitality?
It might be, but also when you have double op, you don't necessarily need rifles to be kind of that playmaking ability there. So hindsight 2020, obviously Stair is also put into roles that he's not that comfortable yet maybe with, but all we have is to have hopes for the future games to go a little bit better. I mean, it can't go worse.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but we don't know exactly what Astralis have got in store for us, but I think it is time to hear from the Astralis camp. It's Device, courtesy of James Banks.
The first outing for Cadian in the Astralis jersey, certainly not what we expected or what you guys wanted. 13-0 is a 13-0, but I was at least expecting, despite lack of practice, that maybe there was some defaults, some sets ready. Can you talk to me just what you felt like from your end?
First of all, I think it's the first time I lost 13-0 or 16-0 as it was in CSGO, so yeah, that sucks. I don't know, I didn't think we showed up at all. Of course, we got some rounds on those too, but overall, yeah, it was... Karma was not with us, I think so. And yeah, we couldn't really finish anything. We stressed our mid-rounds. We didn't have that... we didn't react to what they were doing as well, and yeah, it's just how it is sometimes. It's one game. It's not gonna break the team, but yeah, it's not the debut we hope for sure.
Overall, from the outside and everything that's been going on around you guys, did you feel a build-up of pressure, not just in the server, because of that?
Yeah, it would be a lie to say no. I think that, as I also said with the karma and everything, we're just the players, and we're getting a lot of the comments on us, and yeah, that's just how it is. We have to be strong as a team and show character, and yeah, we wanted to do that on the server, and we didn't. So now we just have to protect each other and make sure we get ready for the game tomorrow.
I like that, protect each other. Nicely said. Thank you very much, Device.
Yeah, one for the history books in the worst way possible for Device. He said it himself. Probably his only 0 to 13 on record. Not the way you want to start off your debut as at.CEST.
It's not, but we've been saying it pretty much the whole game and whole segment, even after the Dust 2. It's pretty much good to just reset and take it with a kind of grain of salt what happened here. It might have just been a bad day, and there's only positive things to say about tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah, only one more opportunity for Astralis to keep their life here at the Blast Premier Fall Finals. But onwards and upwards as we do indeed move on to our final match of the night. That's going to be Liquid taking on Spirit after this quick break.
has shown up with the dualies, and that can change the tide of the battle. And he will slay every single one of them.
Oh, he's gonna charge him down, and Twists already has two. No kit and a clutch.
Yeah, a little bit of magic out of Twist.
Spirit versus Liquid as our final matchup of the night. Now for Spirit, post-summer break, it's been a bit of a complicated situation. I'm talking dead last, I am Cologne, a quarters finals finish at EPL, whereas for Liquid, I feel like the conversation has been the antithesis, Deco. I feel like we've been so impressed with what Twist has been able to put forward as a leader, as a captain, and as a roster maker, because I don't know about you, I'd heard Ultimate's name, you know, swimming around in the conversation, but I did not expect him to be putting up this much, just incredible form so quickly in terms of this team's inception.
What a turnaround, right, for Team Liquid when you compare it to the first half of the year. Obviously, since Twist took over the role of IGL, there's been pretty big uplift in terms of gameplay and the way the team functions. Obviously, Ultimate Scouting has been huge, probably the signing of the year, I would say. And it's definitely one of the things that we can keep an eye out for, because in the future, we will also hear his name more often, and the way he performs, and also the way Twist found him out is really interesting story, because it's not just he broke out in the tier 1 scene through officials, but he actually scouted him from FaZe demo. So literally anyone that could be listening to this conversation right now, you might be scouted as well. And it doesn't come necessarily to just stats, but Twist pointed out that he focused on rotation, utility usage, when he saved according to with utility usage of enemy team, what is easy to take, what is good to take, etc., etc. So all these little micro moments in the round actually happen, and when you're being scouted, Twist and coaching staff of Liquid obviously take care and pay attention to these kind of things, because these intangibles are what makes the Oper great one.
Well, let's hear from the man himself. It's Ultimate, courtesy of James Banks.
Ultimate, you've had just over 2 months on Liquid now, and everyone on your team talks so positively about you, but what's it been like for you?
I mean, I'm enjoying every moment there. Every tournament is a new experience. I can see everything that from my perspective now as a player. Before I could only watch it on Twitch, like as a viewer, so it's a beautiful experience.
What about in the server though? How are you finding it? Because your numbers are impressive and you sometimes can take over the game, but how do you view your own performance? Did you think maybe it would be harder than what it is?
Yeah, I think with each month of playing, I'm gonna be better, because I'm working towards it. I'm not stopping. I don't think that I'm satisfied with how I play right now, and I'm not gonna be for a while now.
Okay. That's good though. Don't be satisfied. Keep on grinding. Keep pushing forward. Looking at EPL and the way you guys lost to G2, I want to touch on that. I know it's sad, but what was the feeling after that game for you guys?
I mean, feeling is like decent. I mean, it's still sad because we lost, but I think that me personally, I got a lot of like valuable experience from that. Like, some things caught me off guard in this game. I was kind of distracted by some circumstances that I couldn't actually control, so it's a very good experience for me.
A good experience, something you can learn from. And I want to also look at one thing I noticed from the cameras. You talk a lot during the game, but I'm wondering, is this you taking initiative on where you want to go? Is this you listening to what Twist says? How does it work in a team for you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like what Twist says is like the most important thing. I'm always listening to what he says. I'm just trying to adapt my game to what he's doing, and I think he's like doing the same for me. Like, he's trying to sometimes adapt the playstyle for what I want to do. Like, I'm just trying to be as active as I can, because I know that that's what's helping the IGL with the game. Yeah?
Nice, I like what I'm hearing. Good luck in the server, man. Thank you very much.
I love that answer from Ultimate, not least because we've just got to put this into context, Deco. This is Twist's first foray as being an in-game leader, and I think we all had questions whether he was going to drop in performance, but he hasn't, and he's lifting up a new young star who we were, I don't want to say underrating, no one was knowing how to rate this kid, right?
I mean, obviously, look at the teams that he's coming from, probably some of the teams you've never heard before. But he's obviously here, and he's proving that he was a pickup that is solid one and worthy one.
Spirit, on the other side of things, how are you rating them at the moment? Because obviously in the first half of the year, there was a couple of trophies that they were collecting up, not least, you know, the finals in London to be rounding off the first half of that season. But since then, since the summer break, I don't know, at tier 1 competitions, it's not been super amazing from them?
Yeah, I feel like the rookie continuation of the year compared to the first half or like first quarter of the year is definitely noticeable. Everyone can see it. Everyone can see it on the stats and the way that they play the game. There's been struggles against certain teams. Even the teams that they were comfortably beating, they lately have been not beating, basically, and that being NAVI. And obviously, Dong is a big question mark here because he's obviously having most input and most impact on the team. But even that guy is a little bit slowing down, I would say. Maybe people figured out how to play against that kind of style. And also, he doesn't have the luxury of, you know, being an AWPer star player, because AWPers can also like roam around the map, they can fall back, they can play more passive. However, Dong with rifle, he is stuck in his positions a little bit more, and he has to be actually fulfilling those roles to make the rest of the team somewhat valuable. So it's a little bit different scenario when you compare him to, let's say, Zyvo and Monesi.
Okay, that's interesting though. Even though you say he's slowing down a little bit, you still regard him as #1 player in the world currently, no?
Yes, I think so. I think so. With the amount of raw talent and the experience that he has, and the age is also a combination that I'm trying to factor in. All these kind of things kind of show me that there's a huge star in the making, if not the biggest star that CS so far had. And the fact that he's slowing a little bit right now is just...
Can we just put some context to these numbers, right? We're saying slowing down, but that's comparing a 1.43 to a 1.35, which is still disgusting, right, Stiko?
I mean, yeah, I'm saying slowing down, but I couldn't put up those performance numbers even against bots in Premier, right? So, I mean, that is filled with cheaters right now, so it's impossible. But we are seeing, anyway, 100 ADR, something that is at this level unthinkable for the majority of the players, and Dong is just putting it like another day in the office, and I love it for the sake of the team spirit that they're able to put up together a team from essentially academy teams, and you know they're putting players from their pipeline, and that is admirable.
But that's the thing, if we're looking at Donk and saying, okay, those numbers are still redonkulous, as the lower third would say, are we looking at, you know, the supporting cast around him that's not been stepping up consistently? Like, what do you feel like hasn't been living up to the first half of 24 compared to, you know, the 3 or 4 events we've seen post-break?
Good question. I mean, it's really hard to pinpoint the issue here. I think like everything like kind of went a level down. It's not like something is tremendously wrong, but the overall level just went down. And I feel like it comes from calling, it comes from supportive elements of Chopper and Magix, as well from anchoring positions of Zontics, and then Shiro is kind of not putting his carry-like performances to place too often as I would like to see. But I'm not saying by any means that these are the issues. This is, everything just went down by 5%, and overall it is enough for other teams to catch up.
I think what I find kind of, I'm not going to say strange about Team Spirit, but it's just some of their approach to events, right? Because obviously we see a couple of first places here. They have a decent amount of trophies in their cabinet, but they're one of those teams that kind of chooses to skip events here and there, because after the major, which I don't know about you, Stiko, but I was hoping that they'd make it deeper than just the quarterfinals. They choose to skip out on Chengdu. They choose to skip out on EPL. And I wonder whether you can do that when you're a team that, you know, doesn't always make those consistent runs, right?
I mean, they're buying the philosophy of attending an event, and at that event we're actually going to go deep, and it can backfire a lot. So IM Cologne being one of it, EPL, I think that's a failure. I would say I would expect more, so we will see.
Well, let's see if they can make a deep run here at the Blast Premier Fall Finals. We're about ready to get our game underway. It's Spirit versus Liquid.
Yes, indeed. Spirit versus Liquid. Give me a little bit of Roland versus Shiro, perhaps. I think the Ops could light up the server tonight, and that's all if Donk even gives them the space, Mohan. You never know which Donk you're going to get, you know? Sometimes you don't even get a chance to breathe inside of a game.
Yeah.
And as we saw with the results throughout the events of this year, there are also days where Spirit show up cold.
Extremely cold. I mean, it really is just up to them, because I would say that they're sort of a glass cannon right now. I mean, with all due respect, but in relation to the other top competition that can close out events, I mean, they either blow everyone away, or they shatter. You know, I don't want to even say they fall apart. They kind of shatter instantly.
Cologne.
So we'll see where they're at this time around, but it feels like it's all a mental thing. If they're just like on it or not.
Missed smoke out the gate. Womp, womp. Let's see if it comes back to haunt them. Donk's going to take up position in lower tunnels here. Expecting some action. While Zontix puts a smoke down in front of the pack. Oh, man, that pops the perfect timing.
And he delivers!
Clean.
Clean last kill from Zontix. No chance for Liquid. Best 2 out of 3?
Those are hard flicks as well. It's directly vertical ones. So I think the very, very impressive part about Donk this year, like the most impressive stat is he's still on a 0.93 KPR on the year. Like that is like, I don't know, in terms of best years ever, especially because he's rifling. Most oppers, I don't even know. I think in the first half of the year, he had like a 1.0, which I don't think that's ever happened in history. So could have to just reflect on Nico's stats maybe to give someone else a chance. But yeah, it's weird because I think Donk has cooled down a little bit. There are some games that are like, he's clearly not himself. They're not that frequent at all, and his overall stats are still great, but it would be disingenuous just to be like, his stats are still really amazing because he was, in my opinion, a different threat in the first half.
Right.
Yeah, like, just totally. Now it's just a little bit more up in the air, but some of it has to do with how good Spirit are going to play as well.
With the team's results in general.
Yeah.
Another missmoke.
I mean, even at Pro League, his stats weren't amazing, but I didn't really look at him and doubt him that much. I thought he was doing pretty damn well, but the team was just falling apart.
Yeah, Katowice felt like it had a little bit of destiny sprinkled into it with the hype of him arriving a little late and whatnot. It's not quite the same time, but it's still Donk. You know, it is still Donk. Easy pickups for him with the FAMIS. JKS actually coming through with the Tech 9 frags, not bad. Car player doing a bit of a dance here versus Zontix. We go down 1v1. JKS with bomb with MP9 and Kevlar.
Ooh.
Zontix makes sound as he falls down off box, and JKS is going to waste no time going in for the plant.
A jump up would have been a great play. We got an MP9 here for JKS.
This is winnable for the Aussie. Cold-blooded JKS. Oh, blindsided as Zontix kind of plays around with the timing there, makes the audio cue, then nothing for a little while. The threat of the ramp play comes through. JKS looks the wrong direction, gets sidelined for Spirit's second.
It's a matter of luck, that one. I think for JKS, it's just, is he walking around the ramp or is he jumping up? But that's Zontix's advantage. I think it's been a really cool feature so far on Dust 2. I love it. Makes every
great change.
Yeah, round more dynamic for both the CTs and the Ts, the retakers and the defenders. So
you know what I love? How much that box alone, how little of a change we got on Dust 2, and how much better I feel like the map's been playing in a way.
Yeah.
Compared to how much changed on Vertigo.
Yeah.
And how it doesn't feel that much better.
Yeah, that's
right?
true.
Like they changed all that, and you got what?
Yeah.
You get 2 boxes. Dust 2 reinvigorated.
I mean, at least people aren't playing it that much.
That's fair.
I really have to see it, but yeah, it's true. It's true. And Dust 2 is tried and true in that sense.
And I think that's the beauty of like, it's such a prime example of a well thought through change. Instead of just an abstract repainting of an A site on Vertigo. But back to reality, where Zontix is, again going to keep it clean. Tapping away into Yakinder as the magazine went low. It's 2.5 as Donk comes through to close that one out. Howley happy with the start here on map 1.
And I definitely gave, when they picked up their second trophy of the year, that was in London, I gave them more praise for actually having some games where they started off well, then had to come back into the game after giving up a few rounds. They started off with no lead and ended up still winning games. Unlike at Kato, where they spawned at a 5-0 start and Donk with 13 kills. No adversity whatsoever, no friction. And they showed a little bit more range when he came into London. So I think that's... But then Spirit still shows some random fragility out of nowhere. So very hard to get a read on this team.
But always fun to watch.
Always fun to watch.
Zontix goes down. Oh, caught with nades out, Donk. Caught with nades out. Can't shoot straight when the grenades are in hand, and that's going to turn into a bomb plant here for Liquid, looking like a good post plant for their first round win. You catch Zontix with the op, and then Donk slipping. It's a rare occurrence when he doesn't get a chance to shoot back. Take him while you can. NAF pounces on the opportunity, and we get Liquid's first one on the board. Chance at further damage here too. JKS presses out of the site, twists from top mid, gets active. How many players hang on? That op is still valuable, and out there on the field, Shiro will be uncontested, so all's good. and maybe even an upgrade for Magix if he can find it.
Ultimate's also been such an amazing addition to the year. Just out of nowhere, just adding to the talent pool, being the op that Liquid absolutely need. And, I mean, the joke for me is sometimes I'm like, at first it was like, wow, this kid's amazing, keep him on the team. And now it's like, all right, guys, you guys need to step up because you're wasting his career.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, Roland is out here working every single day, and you guys can't get a couple of kills. Because it feels like he's now the most consistent part, the most clutch part of the team, the most reliable. And it feels like the teammates of Roland are the ones that need to kind of show that they're strong enough to make this Liquid project work. Because I don't have any more questions for him.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah.
Those are the sorts of like hyper fast flick adjustments that I feel like Ultimate is putting out far too often to be human. Bridge flick back at Pro League on the elbow of a player on Anubis was just one of the nastiest. Ouch. Shiro burns down by 70 HP there. Trying to get the game going out middle. Will not find a target to fire off at, and now Yekindar able to slip down mid in response.
Well, here's that same sort of gap that we saw in the Astralis game with like very, very little attention on mid. Zontix is in B, but Zontix has done such a good job on the B site. They might be a little scared of him. Chopper will come back to make sure everything's good over here as Liquid start to lean into the 3A setup with the op on Shiro still alive. Shiro is so good at balancing these positions where he has to pay attention to long, know when to come back for the cat fight. And at the moment, Liquid still haven't seemed to have made a complete decision. It's just going to be a heavier lean towards long. And Magix is actually falling out of pit. Interestingly enough, they seem to be more worried about B now.
In transition, this could end up costing them. Liquid looking to get going both on long and cat.
No flash.
Ultimate peeks in dry and Shiro's well posted, but it's an instant headshot out of Naf as an answer. And now that pulled back position from Magix, he'll hang on to Goose instead. Donk looking for the heads. He stopped Yekindar and Magix tries to get active as Donk turns around to deal with Long. Oh, no op needed. The rifles just pull Liquid apart.
Nah, like, that's like his fadeaway. It's crazy how he can turn into that fight and make it seem like he's got his mouse perfectly centered on his mouse pad, like he just swang into it.
Right.
He literally just turned around, and there was no chance. Plus this. Plus was just scared to peek again.
Yeah, got
and it felt like, okay, perfect. But then,
we don't see it, but Magix cleans up the kill on Twists and elbow. So even though he didn't have the more anchored position in long, still did a good job of using boxes to dodge the long threat. And you know, if you're Magix, you don't have to be Donk. You just got to make sure he is supported. And I think he did that well, considering, you know, in hindsight, maybe holding on to long could have helped. Would have just freed up Donk even more so to focus on Cat, but clearly, like you said, those 180s look so comfortable. As if that crosshair's always center mass.
I mean, Liquid have some solid wins, but the last time they beat a team that was as good as Spirit was back at their debut at Groups. It was NAVI. They beat them twice. That was pretty amazing to see. But most of the competition at this level that they played against, they've lost to. There was 2 losses against FaZe. There were 1 against Vitality recently. G2 to get eliminated from Pro League.
Yeah, what a week that was, right? To book their ticket here to the Copenhagen Fall Final. Team Liquid, 2 best-of-3 wins over NAVI.
Is this actually their first game against Spirit flat out?
Uh-oh.
Wow, it is.
Well, they would have done the Spring Groups 2024. They played a best-of-3 there.
I mean, with this lineup.
With the exact lineups? No, because this was when they had stand-ins. Spirit had stand-ins.
And Ultimate wasn't on the team yet.
Yep. Now it's the real deal.
No ultimate, no win.
I forgot that we got a Coach Halley performance.
Yeah, we remember that nuke match.
Hell yeah.
I like that rain jacket.
You see, I wasn't sure if he was wearing 2 jackets.
The team.
Or if it's 1 jacket with a rain hood. It's not that cold.
It could be both. Never rule out both.
Uh-oh. CT's put out that fire. But it's still Spirit burning bright, and it is Chopper to tuck into the close mid door. A lot of early util from Liquid, but nothing that's like immediately behind it. Not as though they'll be able to really capitalize unless they continue to push through the CT's smoke. And as they get ever closer, they eat a bit of that nade. Zontic's currently out of utility. Honestly, a Deagle takes his head off on ramp, and this is looking like a bomb plant. Utility makes Zontix very uncomfortable. He gives up a lot of space. Oh, nice kill out of Twists. And sure enough, bomb plant with that. That smoke grenade.
What? He did that with a P250. Damn.
JKS is able to hang on. Now, unfortunately, that rifle cannot be retrieved. AK sent over to the other side of the ramp.
They want it so bad.
CT smoke fades, which means it opens a door for Donk and Chopper to come up from the retake. We've got 1 player on site, 2 of them out here on elbow with pistols. Clearly not ideal, and yet Twist is still able to put forth the second frag. He hits another headshot. Ultimate leans back with the Desert Eagle and gets cleaned out by Donk, who's got the kit, he's got the clothes, and he's got Spirit their 5th round.
All things considered, it looks a little bit slow, but they have enough time to defuse. They have a kit, they keep 3 alive, and they got the fights that they were looking for. So
took stock of everything, got the job done.
Yeah, that's about as good as you can ask in that situation. And to be honest, crazy shot from Twist, because I think it was it could have been a one-shot P250. Maybe there was some nade damage on Zontix, I don't know, but he just got, you know, a one frame peak, got a kill, died. And I thought he was going to clean up just because he was 9-1 before the round started.
Ooh, fast challenge.
What?
Lose those
single scope
those kinds of shots.
That's disgusting. That is disgusting.
That is very quickly becoming Ultimate's bread and butter, but he will still die to Donk.
Of course he will.
Twist is pretty quick with these trade frags. We saw it back on ramp with the P250, this time rifling from top mid. And now we go Team Liquid 4v3 advantage. But that doesn't mean Chopper's going to shy away from an engagement. Eats the flashbang. Door peek comes wide. They're hoping that the overstep into Magix's crosshair comes forward, but it's not the case.
Yeah. Did they misread it? I mean, did they see one boosted up as well? That's the question. Because I think Ekinder saw one walking away.
But look at the swing. Twists again. Fast trade frags. Magix, okay. Not ready for the lower fight. JKS comes in with the double. That's a piece of the puzzle they didn't take into consideration.
Yeah. Okay, not bad. Liquid will grab this one. After some raw duels, maybe we can look back at that ultimate flick. Single scope into the door. And Ekinder, ooh.
Just a single scope there, eh?
First name Owen.
Single sculper.
Oh.
Oof. What? And Twists. Okay.
Nice, Justin.
Mythar wants into the engagement. Mythar been taking some spicy pauses lately.
Man, Ekinder found some form, I think, you know, coming into this new lineup for sure. And it was looking so much better than it was when they were playing with that last, their last like KD and Skulls lineup.
Sure.
But it's starting to fall off again. Where they're starting to get some more single-digit map losses. And you can see it being a problem once again. So I'm not sure what he was eating before, but I think he needs to start eating it again. Fish fillets, turkey breasts, whatever it was. all in the food, I think.
Shiro misses the timing on the repeak. So Yukinder can't get sent packing out of the gate this time. More mid-contact queued up. Donk just sliding over. Would have been spotted there by Ultimate as he jumped. So that's one number added to the B bomb site, taken into account by Team Liquid. I know they frazzled him enough to throw an additional defender that way. Shiro trying to scour through the long doors, as that's Nafly to just kind of keep him busy. Catwalk feeling compromised, and Chopper seems to know it, so he backs up through that CT smoke. Magix does indeed pull off long, putting Shiro on the long corner and putting Magix in the bomb site. 45 seconds as the incendiary goes down.
Down to no smokes here. Shiro's with the last molly, which is actually a key one, especially if it's going to be something off of Cat, but it looks like a mid-B adjustment is in place. The lineup is beautiful, though, from Chopper, and he fights for control. Ultimate misses.
Gets back into the cover, can reload that M4. It's man advantage for Spirit, and it's utility that's soon going to start
and
to
Magic's
fade.
coming here for Yukinder. Yukinder's low. They're jumping underneath them. Yukinder's going above.
JKS taking damage here inside of the B site. They attempt to get in, but it's Donk on top boxes to deny. We do have a bomb plant going down over towards A. Yukinder has found his opening. This ruse inside of B to keep hands busy and to keep players out of position. Can Ultimate deliver? It's 28 health, and it's looking like 3 players. No, 2 coming his way. Fast reroute from Shiro towards long. Missed shot out of Ultimate. Yukinder 0 kills so far this map. And Shiro looking for the blind side, taken down. Clean headshot from the Latvian. And as he repositions around the side, Donk is on that bomb. Someone's got to pull him off it.
Are you serious?
All the way through the 5-second stick, and he clears Naf off it.
And he's not worried about it because they just both came off Cat. That was an easy decision for him, and they needed to defend a bit more aggressively. I'm not even sure what that smoke was supposed to do, to be honest. A little bit awkward right there. At least Yukinder got on the board with that one, but Ultimate, what was the second shot? Is missing now.
Yeah. Also, Naf running over and throwing that smoke. If Naf climbs boxes here, he has a chance to stop that defuse.
Yeah, I think there was...
Trying to swing ramp gives him nothing.
He's worried about them post-planning Cat and maybe giving Yukinder a place to block himself off. I don't know. He obviously only has one perspective. We have everything, but
I suppose it's all
it was
very
awkward at best.
Yeah, seeing, of course, Yukinder just sense the opening, sprint bomb into A and plant. Criticize him as you can. He did put them into that post plant as the B site hit. Kind of went back and forth.
And I mean, the only reason they got that plant off as well is they literally were going into a failed B exec, and Yukinder was just on Cat listening to them to drop in a CT spawn and decided to do his own thing. So
luckily for him, had the bomb. Now Magic's currently outnumbered, outgunned as well, right? Low economy here for Spirit. Despite some of these round wins, it's been by the skin of their teeth. Money's not the best state, and Magix is the best example of that shortcoming, but his position almost gives him a free one. Now he's got fire at his feet, but a little sanctuary behind the door until Naf White swings in with the opening. Man advantage for Liquid, pressure on both ends, and yet the players in sight hold strong. We've still got Chopper in position, dishing out damage, dropping the bomb, and giving Zontix a chance to hold off Cross 1v3. Late mid-hit from Ultimate will eventually come through in this equation, but he opts to go Cat instead. Could scoop up that bomb, add himself to the site, and make sure that Liquid are in a better place to trade. Zontix hears it all going down. 10 to the clock. No Hail Mary will get Naf off this bomb plant, and Zontix didn't take it as a chance to leave, so can he pull this off with the kit now spotted or not? They're on high alert, and they'll go into the peak. Zontix can make nothing of it, and Team Liquid nab a third.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I mean, the way they dealt with Magix behind the door was perfect. Like, it doesn't look like they're aware of his position, but you see, I think it's Nafly, peeks in, pulls back. Magix shoots, that's all they need. They throw the molly down, they have the cross back covered, and he's such a key piece of support because they don't have cat control. They're both curdled on the A side on default, trying to fight for a position back, and the utility does the rest of the work. So very nicely done on the A side attack here for Liquid. Not too late in the half. Nice shot here as well from Ultimate, but and we are talking about just pistols.
Oof. Just pistols, huh?
Yeah, there should be no chance that Spirit win this round.
Cheeky 5-7 headshot.
0 chance.
Say it with your chest.
0 chance that Spirit win this round. None.
Because it's just pistols, Wanders. That's what you said.
That's right. Donk did just upgrade into an AK, whatever.
How big of a chance?
0.
Okay.
2 Canadians and Ultimate still alive.
Smoke makes it a little awkward, but you know, threat of the car player considering it is just pistols. Gotta make sure you check all those cheeky corners. A peek from sight would never go well because it's just pistols.
Just pistols.
And yet that looming threat of a defender on the bomb site. AK set up towards Gandalf. That's Donk. Ooh, this setup. Ooh, this setup's looking nasty. Molotov will burn a player out of position, so that pistol has to swing, but it sets up Donk, who once upon a time had just a pistol. Now he's swinging with the AK.
Time.
10 to the clock. Bomb's got to get scooped up. Naf does pick this up. Chopper's low HP. Utility for the bomb plant. Missed off shot. Chopper's pistol. And Donk here to close it. Spirit 7-3 off.
Pistols. That was the free one. That was the free one to get back into the game. And Spirit stole it away, man. Don't give Donk an AK.
Donk takes the rifle. Chopper's on 10 health there when he finishes up the frag on Ultimate.
Really talked up Ultimate when we started the match off, but we've either seen the most incredible shot or the most ridiculous miss so far in every round.
Yep, and he wouldn't be the first opper to fall into that trap.
Yeah, that's
right?
true.
For whatever reason.
Yeah.
Is it 1 coat or 2? I'm telling you, man.
I have to get a second look. Can we get another look at Hallie?
It's like a one jacket with a. It's like it's got an add-on hood. He's got attachments.
Oh, it's one jacket. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it just has the attachments. You just have the buttons.
Just
never had a jacket like that where you could,
Just
you could turn it from a coach jacket.
Yeah, bro, you got a foregrip red dot, freaking silencer noob tube, dude.
He's a Counter-Strike player. I mean,
what the hell?
The tactician of Team Spirit. Of course, he's got utility on his jacket.
Canted slights, extendo stock.
Yeah.
Ha! It's a hoorah out long with the flashbangs. And the all-you-can-get bargain buy from Team Liquid here has got poor Ultimate on a Deagle. So let's see if he can do it with the hand cannon. No, it's actually Yakinder to swap over as he gets tagged first. Good guy. Good teammate.
Once they solve this meta and Dust 2, the map might actually be pretty, like, fully worked out in terms of, like, cool options everywhere. But this one part of the meta, it just kills, like, 40 seconds off every round. It has an outcome you can see from the beginning of the round. And
just to be clear,
the way it plays out is not too tacked.
When you say this part, you're speaking of?
Full long control.
Yeah.
Yeah, full long control, no cat. And just that CTs are not worried about it. Ts know they're not worried about it, and still somehow Ts. This is just like a 55-45 position for the T side, and so that's what's kind of boring about it. They're always going to participate in it. There's not really any better options right now, and just because the actual long part of long is just hard to re-clear, so you sort of just have to wait it out sometimes.
Oh, they didn't waste much time. Spirit taking over mid, getting up into that A site. Fully expecting this commitment from Liquid, and down goes the one other piece. 4-member hit on long, 4-player defense, but Donk gets caught in transition. Thinking maybe he was covered by the smoke, we go 2 kills back and forth. Zontic's jumping damage, plant is in, but he still gets that frag, continues to hop up and down as his teammates swoop forward. Team Liquid get their plant off. Donk was caught off guard.
Finally, yeah. Played that one down to the last seconds after they took long, and went for it. I mean, by that point of the round, CTs didn't have any piece of utility to work with, so it was going to be a lot of raw duels that dictated who won. But, of course, that ends up being Team Spirit with all their aimers and jumping shooters here from Zontix. Does look like Batman, though.
Right? Yeah, I was thinking like a vampire.
I like it, though. What's he talking about right now? Team Spirit are the ones to go into their second timeout, the last round here, the first half.
A lot of these round wins by way of defuse.
At least there's that.
5 of the 8 coming out. So there's been openings for Liquid, but it's just Spirit more often than not. Content to come in with retakes.
Twist comes into this round shrugging his head. We have an overall okay buy. We're not going to get the op and ultimate. Shiro, he's good for a jump shot.
Pulls out man advantage in the opening seconds. And Team Liquid having to limp forward in the final round of their T side.
Basically, the only idea here was for NAVI to go blue bin to keep them on long for as long as possible so they could go for a B exec. Just something really simple, but they can't pull that player now, and they don't have the man advantage. I don't know if they still continue with this, but they don't have much utility to do other things. They're waiting a long time.
It goes out. Oh, that nade is hefty, but they still get the entry, and they double down. Twist's trade frags have been kept clean. Unfortunately, he is down to a measly 17 health. Yakinder's gonna have to try to move this one forward. That's a bomb on site at least. Chopper queued up for the window fight. Nobody coming tunnels, but Twist doesn't know this. Here's the attack off of the flash. Yakinder gets his first, but he loses support. There's a second from Yakinder. Can he clutch? Looking for his 5th of the map, and no, the pistol duel picked up by Shiro. Another retake needed, and Team Spirit go 9-3 on the CT side of Liquid's pick.
What even happens here? Bro, find a timing. Oh my god, not the knife.
No! All jabby, no stabby.
Yeah, you hit the right couple of shots, then maybe it can work out. Shush is the lead at the start of the round here. And it's a 4 versus 5 very quickly. Tessus would love to pick up that deagle.
Oh.
All right.
What's just happened there? I looked away for a second and he's fallen off the map.
You just wanted that sense of freedom, I guess.
You don't see those too often. Now, we saw Nuts yesterday with the AWP quite a lot. I feel like he's going to...
He was flashed.
Okay, that's wild. Up against the MAC-10s, the Galils. Horzag had this kill. As again, Horzag, he always has his moments like fall back, take the advantage, but he always has to have one more peak. And we will see a very disappointing round.
Just Kino content right here, Henry.
That's peak.
He just has to be aware of the risk that he's taking, right? He might want to go and try to peek connector and sit behind triple, maybe 1 second away from that. And feeling comfortable. Yeah, what? Oh my god, it's all 7 deaths.
Yeah.
I just bought glasses and I feel like I have an astigmatism again.
Bit trying to keep this one fast. Is anybody watching? Looks like they're busy, hands on the nades, chucking it into the exec, and Naf backs up into Bit. Oh no! As he gets killed, the nade falls. Martyrdom.
Really unfortunate there for NAVI holding an HE out at the exact same time that Bit comes to the bottom of Banana, but, you know, even with that kill, just the kill alone.
My brothers, I'm sorry.
That's tough. Not big. We're just as aggressive and kept up on the aim front.
Production went scrawny and launders. Production went...
Okay. That's what he said. Make a meme. I guess that's what we get.
Oh, wow. Now, can you replay that?
Grayscale backwards.
Give you some sad music. It's past Henry and Anders' bedtime. UMac getting into position.
It's MP9 watching him.
Surely NAV can't win that one, but I mean, his SMGs have been crazy lately.
Oh, the timing is beautiful. So yeah, you could definitely sense the excitement here for NAVI coming into the match.
Whoa.
Not as much for JL, who waited there for like 25 seconds with his gun out.
You break it, you buy it.
And so 9 rounds up, sitting pretty. At every single test we get out of Team Liquid, every moment, every opening, every bomb plant, pretty much cleaned up by a multitude of players. But of course, who's at the top, Mohan? Can you take a guess?
Is it Twists?
It's Donk.
Is it Magic? Okay. I was going to do a little bit there.
But it's a close race because Zontix had such an incredibly hot start. 9 frags in what felt like the opening 5 rounds. And converted for the 6-round lead. Look at them go. Map pick of Team Liquid, CT side inbound. Uh-oh, pop up from the car now. You are locked in. You got nowhere to run, folks. At least they burned the molly. NAF destined for death nonetheless. As we get Yakindar into the bomb site, looking for a fight at a distance. They are creeping along that wall, so getting ever closer.
Oh, dude, he wasn't even done peeking yet.
Right, perfect. Flash just enough to get Yakinder kind of off the position. Donk slips through with the entry, trying to set up the bomb plant with man advantage.
Chopper's going back to catch ultimate. Well, let's push him out of the I mean, he knows there's one guy with barely any health on the other side of the door. Bomb surely gets planted in a second. Very difficult position now. It wasn't hard already.
99 damage, Dink. What can Ultimate really get done at this point? Nothing looking good. JKS gets the trade frag to Twists. He has to extend into elbow in that moment, and Ultimate's managed to at least come join forces, right? Pull a crosshair off position. Oh, maybe give JKS a better chance, but it's all too crisp.
Nah, man, there's just too many things going right here for Spirit. I mean, look at the game that Chopper's having. Even individually, he's just basically in a 3-way tie with Donk and Zontix at the same time. Just ridiculous what Donk just did there. I mean, from Yakinder's perspective, I didn't even really see him yet.
Chopper's been a little extra rowdy this event so far. I like that.
They did show up for Media Day. That's true. Ready to game.
Yeah. Straight to business.
It's honestly funny that he was the one.
Yeah.
Of all of the other ones.
Yeah. It's because he doesn't
all the
have...
yappers that they want for Media Day.
Yep.
All the IGLs.
He's trying to keep up to Donk and Zontix at the moment, so he's definitely got something to be shouting about. Ultimate's one single scout kill. As the rifle exchanges hands and Twists is now at bat. Spirit just hoping somebody oversteps. It will indeed happen, right? Getting a man advantage off of just waiting around, kind of forcing Liquid's hand to attack on some side. Soon to be both ends. A couple of MP9s queued up here. Donk's ready for the engagements. And the trades are good for Magix, just in case. Bomb can go up catwalk, A-plant comes through, and Spirit are on a fast track to a Dust 2 win tonight.
Yeah, it's like, what are we seeing? A clinic, right? We don't have anybody positive even from Liquid. We have basically everything going right for Spirit. It's a very uncomplicated game so far in terms of the strategies that we're seeing. It's Dust 2. It's not that deep, bro. Right now.
It's like, it's this beautiful moment where just like the rest of the day, right? I'm fingers crossed this could be one of those events where all of the teams who have lifted trophies so far this year, all the teams here in Copenhagen that you'd want to believe in, show up with a convincing first match, right? The closest game, arguably the closest 2 teams in G2 and FaZe where you could cheer either direction. NAVI, Spirit, Vitality, just dismantling the opposition. Bring on the semifinals. But until then, the Zeus.
Why are Liquid not getting better? Why are they getting worse?
Gravity.
I mean, we all know what honeymoons are, right? It's just still a mystery as to like why you can't tap back into that, especially with so much experience. But I guess there is still time.
Oh my God, he gets away with the USP kill. A little sneak attack from lower tunnels. Shouldn't be any more. You can chalk up one to the element of surprise. Now everybody's been found out. And Magic's bringing Bomb freed up to go any which way he pleases. I feel like the scoreline in this game is going to end up being like deceivingly lopsided considering some of the post-plant situations that Liquid were so regularly finding themselves in. But at the same time, even those post-plants, those retakes were clean.
Yeah, it's like almost full control.
Yep.
But it's true, though. Post-plants are a good sign, at least of a healthy economy, whatever it is, even if you're losing rounds, close positions. But if you really watch them back, I mean, like, look at the fragging here. It's just ridiculous. Just another map for Donk.
Racking them up, round after round. Donk getting multi-frags every single time. Now we get a potentially one and only gun round out of Team Liquid's CT half. Those pistol losses spell disaster for the somewhat North American roster. Nav's got an op up in his face in a moment, and right now there's more attention towards mid, so that smoke's beyond the two. Yeah, Shiro locked in for that fight. Ahead of his expectations, Nav gets blindsided, and then Donk just simply doesn't miss. Shiro even hits his. The follow-up onto Yakinder to topple him by 3/4 of his health. And with a late top mid play, I mean, Liquid just feels so boxed in at the moment. They're going to try to charge down Bomb. Donk is having none of this. Goes 23-9 so far. Multi-fragging every step of this T side as needed. And a totally lopsided 13-3 queued up. Man, oh man, Team Spirit stepping forward here in Copenhagen as yet another potential tournament favorite. And smashing Liquid's hopes of tapping back into the promise they showed in Cologne. Kindar, massive ask of him, nothing to be found. 5 players survive, and Team Spirit with a convincing victory on Team Liquid's map pick. That's Dust 2 in the back pocket, and it's Nuke up next.
And that is an absolute clinic put on by Team Spirit. I mean, getting 9 rounds in their first half didn't exactly leave Liquid much wiggle room to be working with. But Donk, again, I feel like I sound like a broken record, just shining incredibly bright, posting, what was it, 23 kills to end that map? That was insane.
100%. I mean, that's Donk's show here at the Dust 2 as we expected. Aim-heavy map, and best aimer in the world right now is going to prove that, well, he's going to be worth his money. 25
kills, sorry, I was too short of the expectation there. But yeah, I mean, for Liquid, this was, I feel like, again, in the first half, I thought after the first few rounds that we would have a competitive game on our hands. Where do you think Spirit just took the driving seat, I guess, in this one? Because as we can see from the round distribution, they made it pretty clear who was going to be coming out on top. Yeah, they really ran away with the end of the half there with a couple of successful retakes. I see 5 defuses in a row, basically 5 rounds that Team Spirit did win, and those retakes are going to be clinical, as Scroll Londer said also on the cast, that those are one of the most important ones. But round 8 is the one that we're going to be focusing on. Yeah, let's dive into this one, because this is when I thought, you know, Liquid are going to swing things back in their favor, because you aptly notice on the minimap, Yakinder, he's listening out for all the players rotating over from the A-bomb site. That's where he's going to head over to be planting, right? And Spirit, they didn't really have any idea this was happening. But then, Stiko, what happened? Then it happened. It kind of felt like Liquid didn't have themselves idea that the Yakinder had to go for the A plan, but the time just wasn't there, and he had to commit. And it was a good thing after end, but you know, the plan was planned for sure, and there was just simply not enough good positioning from the terrorists to really capitalize on that post plan. I'm really debating myself whether you should just jump up the new boxes and just see the bomb there, but no one did
go for that play, and I'm thinking, is it because of something happened? I don't know if comms were there.
I know hindsight's 2020, but like, what would you have done in that position? Because, you know, obviously you're saying the teaser out of position, but effectively you do kind of make your own luck with that, right? Yeah. I'm surprised nobody was jumping just to see if he was sticking the bomb. Like, I don't know, there were a lot of options that I feel like Liquid kind of fumbled there.
I feel like both of the players really went for the option that they are not sticking the defuse because it was such a chaotic round, but they knew one player is still stuck towards that B side. If they attempt the retake pretty fast, they're going to isolate 1v2, and eventually one guy can stick the bomb, and that happened. They weren't accounting for that, and well, bite them in the ass, because after that it collapsed.
Yeah, it wasn't a great showing for Team Liquid, but I guess who it was a great showing for? Of course, it's Donk. Let's relive some of his highlights from this very quick map of Dust 2. I mean, this is what we expect to be coming out from Donk, right? And I love that we're seeing him really locked in here. Again, such a momentum-based player. We saw him back at EPL as well. Like, there were some frustrations on the camps, particularly in that NAVI game. Once again, a team that they've historically taken down every single time they faced them. I'm glad that they have composed themselves, recomposed as a team, and they looked incredibly synergized, and then obviously helpful when Donk is hitting so many disgusting shots.
Yeah, obviously he was part of the action pretty much every single round, or important impact round. Whenever they were hitting B, it felt like Donk was there together with Zontek, sometimes with Shiro with the knob. He was just reading them well, or maybe Chopper was giving good ideas to where positioning Donk would be most impactful, and holy ho, he delivered 140 ADR.
Imagine your Team Liquid like on the T side of things, and you know every time you're execing into that B bomb site, you've got Donk and you've also got Zontics waiting for you. That's not a very nice prospect.
Yeah, and we see the difference between playstyle of these two players. Obviously, Donk being very float heavy, running around the map, looking actively for those fights, while Zontex being that rock and stable anchor, consistently putting out the impact, especially on this map. And you know, when you're having two players against yourself with such a vastly different play style, it kind of is hard to play Dust 2, and especially to get into the groove of T side and make sure that the economy is flowing. It's really hard to kind of, you can do nothing about this. Like, people are just jump shotting you back, and you have to stick the bomb because time is running out, and you have to do it as soon as possible.
It's so ridiculous. Just one more point as well. We're having this conversation in the green room. Obviously, Zontex, this isn't to dunk on him at all. Like, he's not known for his headshots, right? He has kind of a different way of taking down enemies. What do you make of that? Like, you know, going for the body more often than not. Do you think that's just something he's comfortable with? Like, is it a strategic decision? What's your take?
He's definitely really confident in his spray. There's just some players that you're going to spectate, and even Twist is one of it, that he's just going to attempt one-taps. Robs is another clinical person that he's going to go for these one-taps, and Zontex, being in an anchor position, he's going more for those multi-kills, especially with the economy system right now in CS2. Sometimes he's left with a little bit less of a good weapon, and obviously if you have AK, if you manage to grab an AK on CD side, you're going to obviously give it to Donk or Magix, which is having insane headshot percentages as well. He's insane aimer. You're going to buy a lot of utility if you're Zontex, so you are left with MP9, FAMASes and stuff like that, and that's generally a little bit hard to deal with. And it's not like he has a bad crosshair placement at all. He's just confident in his multi-kill ability to go for the body shots and spray down people, especially through smokes, through HE, softening that dam up, and you know, it just builds a pretty nice playstyle. It's a different thing, but it's his strength.
Yeah, exactly. Well, if you thought Dust 2 was the map pick of Spirit, then you would be fools. Their map pick of Nuke is coming up after the break.
Zontex, the first thing I want to know is just, what was the feeling after the 58th place at EPL in the team?
There was no particular feeling, to be honest. It was the same as always.
Not disappointing? You didn't want more from me? You didn't expect more from yourselves?
Like, you know, we just have some problems. We can see that we are not performing our best. So it was not like, you know, we won 3 championships in a row and then we're like, whoa, we lost. Yeah. So pretty much, it's not like we are getting used to it, but we have to understand that when you have some problems, you cannot perform at your best level. And so after we lost, we're like, okay, we know we have problems and we just have to perform better.
I have heard from this a few times from you though, right, that you guys have these problems. Do you feel like you guys are making steps towards fixing it and getting to where you want to be, or is it still like a work in progress?
I think this is the same. So I think, yeah, we understand what problems we have. Maybe not everyone in the team, but we talk about our problems. And so, yeah, I think we are going towards fixing those problems. So I think we'll play better even here.
From what you're saying though, is there a bit of a clash maybe in terms of all team members understanding what needs to happen and like how you guys want to play?
Not just, you know, we have problems like a team, and we have some players have individual problems. So it's just too much at the same time. So that's why it's like that. So we cannot really perform our best, and we are losing to not even tier 1 teams. So we are not really used to lose maps like to 3D Max, for example, or Wildcard. We almost lost the map to them, but just some problems are not letting us perform our best.
Straight to the point and straight shooting is Zontex. Their map pick of Nuke is next up on the cards versus Team Liquid. It's a map where Team Spirit, they've gone basically from strength to strength, 13 times played in the last 3 months, 11 wins, whereas for Team Liquid, very much 50-50, which is kind of understandable when you're coming in with an entirely new system, an entirely new in-game leader, and a couple of new players into the mix as well.
Yeah, but if you think about it, FaZe was really, really good on Nuke with Twist in the lineup, so he might be getting some of the glimpses here of FaZe Kerrigan-esque calling. We will see how that will turn out, but definitely interesting to see this heads up because Spirit is clearly favorite.
Is there a particular reason why you think Spirit are looking so good on Nuke? We know it's such, you know, a tactically heavy map. Anything that you've been particularly picking up from Team Spirit recently?
I personally think that Nuke is probably one of the maps where you need to have the deepest playbook when it comes to actual strats. You can't have just one A execute, you have to have loads of them depending on the economy situation where CTs are playing from. So the deep playbook is definitely one of the things that you can just bounce it off without even playing default. You can just straight up play scripted rounds from the beginning. Another thing would be that you kind of have this understanding of Chopper and this understanding of rotations that kind of come into play, and then making sure that everyone is on the same page. So you can definitely beat, not really by out-aiming, but really out-rotating people, and that is beautiful part about Nuke here.
Just an interesting thing to note for the viewers at home, Liquid have basically just got back to their booth. Spirit have been here basically the whole time, right? And Hallie has been incredibly vocal. Have you been picking up on anything that he's been saying coming into this map?
Yeah, obviously I'm not going to reveal anything, but vocal, very vocal. They're going through the protocols, and this is another thing. Nuke is very protocol-heavy map. If something happens, you have to have set reaction, if not 2, if not 3 of them, depending, again, on the type of the round, etc., etc. So they're just making sure everyone is on the same page. Hallie is still talking as we speak right now, and they're just making sure everyone is basically dialed in, locked in, and ready to perform their role on every of these protocols.
I love to hear that, because I think a criticism that we saw back at EPL of Spirit was sometimes if plan A didn't work, there wasn't really anything to back them up. I think Zontex is another person that we're going to continue to be looking at. Spirit will be starting on the T side of things, considering they did pick this map. When we move on to the CT side, though, how important, how instrumental is Zontex's position?
I mean, he's playing Ram, which is not essentially a bomb site. He's not anchoring a bomb site, so he has some place to give, essentially, but he can go for the kills, he can play it aggressively, more passively. this is a position I used to play in my professional days. So I'm definitely going to keep an eye out on him and building up on that story of what we were saying before the break, where he's not particularly known for having crazy headshot percentage things. You can notice it yourself when we are going to watch this nuke and they're gonna advance to ramp. You can see the crosshair placement of the player, how he's going to behave in the certain duel taking, aim duels. It's going to be vastly different from the likes of Robs or maybe someone else who is known for the typical ramp holds.
Well, I think we can dive into what is the second map of our final best of 3 of the night. It's Nuke, the Pick of Spirit with Connor and Mo.
Yes, thank you guys for the breakdown. Thank you for highlighting the fact that we didn't see Spirit get out of those chairs, essentially, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about 11 wins over the 13 last maps of Nuke played for Team Spirit. That's why, probably fueled by a map 1 win and this favoritism on the second map, our GG bet odds are a 5.5 to 1. But in all reality, you know, Hallie keeping the troops very much sharpened coming into this Nuke game. This is the kind of it's like the mantra. It's an energy that just feels like they are leaving no slack for Team Liquid to potentially crack through with. There is no hope for Team Liquid after a blowout map like that, and now this record on Nuke, in my opinion.
I get that. I feel like they just need to constantly check in all the time. It's sort of like complexity where a team, and I criticized for not doing anything before the game started, to get each other amped up.
No team huddles.
Spirit are also just sort of like, they just kind of like show up in game. And I think if Hallie can be there to like bridge the energy to make sure it always feels good before they get into the game. We see what they look like when they're effective. That's what we saw last map.
Well, go back to Cologne when they got eliminated. He took a lot of that responsibility onto himself, right? So here's him clearly showing what he can do in the downtime when he's free to speak. But Hallie can't do much about this. Headshots come out from Team Liquid. They go up 5v3. Bomb plant back sight, no challenge from NAF as he just lets players get into position. It's going to be the double mini peek in a second. Zontix potentially there to stop
they're gonna
it.
Push this.
Yeah, they're going to attack into it. Now the bomb is still planted back sight for Heaven. Magix hits the jumping Glock headshot and they do clear out the site.
Okay.
All's good. That's a little set of Aussie dual Beretta frags and a defuse that comes through with it.
That could have been interesting if player jumping across mini just swung and took the duels, but they still nearly brought that back. It was Liquid, however, who had the winning spot after these 2 opening duels and played their position with the amount of time left over. And it didn't look too scary in the end. Oh, I guess Magix actually got his kill. He just wanted to make sure to like make some space first. All right, good start here for Liquid.
All right. Now,
saw him walking by in the hallway after that last game. They definitely did not look too happy.
Yep.
Which I can totally get after seeing Donk's stats.
Yeah, you just done goofed. You got goofed. Now it's all about the recovery. It's not about how many times you get knocked down, Mohan. It's about how many times you get back up. It's that damn gravity.
Fortunately, versus Spirit, you got to be strong too.
Incendiary burns out, gets replaced by the frag grenade. That's chip damage on 4. Minimal on 2.
They knock you down 13 times. That's a damn near map loss.
Y'all not gonna spawn a 14th time. Good rotation down already, though. Bolstering this B site is NAF. We've got, of course, JKS to add himself to the mix when needed, but still holding on towards ramp. Twist is still a little bit removed as he sits back garage, just in case there was some kind of secret double back towards main.
You know, too many players upstairs.
Yeah.
With, like the amount of space that's been taken over.
But it is just pistols, so you think maybe the SMGs could still just hold off. We'll see. Smoke on site to cover plant. Good Molotov to unravel that deep position, but NAF comes in. He puts 2 frags up to the board. They sweep away everyone.
Okay, nice.
But it's a bomb plant for Spirit nonetheless.
Yeah.
Still solid considering. I agree. That was a lot of players upstairs still.
3 upstairs just shows you what they're thinking, and that's definitely not that. Oh, it's a bunch of players crowded around the perimeter of lower site. So good utility made this interesting, but the spots were solid here for Liquid. The shooting was just as good. very good covering each other's positions. Nothing goes wrong. No stress.
Look how dinky that incendiary looks, man.
Uh-oh.
It's not going to stop him.
Upper
He's
anchor.
outside.
Oh,
And
that's
all of a
both
sudden,
upper anchors.
Hut gets hit hard, but while that smoke's exposed, at least Ultimate connects, but it's just the pistols. Team Spirit come barreling into the A site, bombarding main, and trying to take this to close out on Yakindar. Ooh. Incendiaries on Silo, but not on Hut. No nades to stop the Hut rush. You can't do that.
You can't do that.
You can't do that.
No, not versus Pistol.
You know it's Pistols up next. And this is, you know, majority no Kevlar. Just a few measly Pistols added into the mix, and it's just tenacity. A little gusto for Team Spirit to get their first round, and now walking away with multiple M4s.
There's the indignation of losing to a team that has pistols, but then there's the objective issue of losing to a team that's saving. Regardless of how they won this round, Team Spirit, they win it with money left over. It's just the worst way to go. So, yeah, especially in a very sort of standard attack like this, they didn't really have that much behind it. You know, they were hoping to get a bomb plant, but let right out the door. There's so much leverage that comes with a round like that. Chopper will still keep the MP9 though. So I like this thing.
It's the crutch of the CT economy. Ultimate's got an angle ahead of this. Oh, missed shot though. Missed second attempt. A teammate's nade doesn't go deep. JKS hanging on to a little Hut peek, maybe queuing that up, but now it's strong numbers towards this Opper. Ultimate, it's the third frag grenade that's chipped away at his HP. One friendly, two enemy. Oh, and he's going back in. There are so many players there. He does pick up Zontix, but so many players.
Oh, he got both.
Magix gets that instant kill on NAV to follow suit. That is a compromised lower sight if they want it.
I mean, surely they go, because unless there's a secret rotation, they got two in the ramp. They know it's probably going to be light here, but Chopper, he could try to wrap in a mini. No, he's smartly going down secret behind Yakinder.
Magix can just keep this op locked in on flank. Yakinder announces himself. There's already deep control here for Team Spirit. They're going to keep crawling down into his back. Yakinder's not going to get anything, surely. Yeah, and that's a B site wide open for the taking. JKS won't push his luck. He'll go and save. And Team Spirit punishing that off of Ultimate. If he had gotten that first shot, the first one for free, there's no way he sticks around, can sit back comfortably ramp, and we're talking a liquid 5v4. But you miss, you feel like you got to make it happen, and it ends up costing you Nafly too.
And it could have been okay if Magix didn't hit such a crazy second frag, but you're right. If you look back at the first attempt and he misses what isn't like a totally free shot, but it's relatively easy considering what we've seen from Ultimate, then maybe the round is won a lot earlier. I mean, he'd at least find the gap later on. But again, Magic's just...
I mean, positionally too. Like, you've got an incendiary next to you, but you found a position to peek over it.
Yeah.
So you clearly see Spirit's player get, like, caught by surprise. That's not even a missed shot as somebody kind of baits you with a nice jiggle. That's just a sitter. For somebody of Ultimate's caliber.
Yeah, exactly. Like, a sitter literally means they're crouching, but a relatively easy shot is fair. And I mean, it's compounded with the Dust 2 game that we saw with some similar shots. And I mean, we've only casted a, Ultimate face-to-face back at groups, right? So...
And Cologne.
Oh, and Cologne. So we're just used to him constantly winning.
Yep. Or being very close to until FaZe does FaZe things.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Because FaZe does FaZe
they
things.
do come back sometimes.
Yeah. Well, the old Zeus in hand. 2 M4s in the mix here, so Spirit, see if they get caught off by that. Twist or JKS can really catch him. There's a kit on the play as well for Twists. It's not ideal, but there are definitely tools to put to work.
I just realized that Zeus is sort of like an op for children.
Okay, sure. Yeah, don't give children Zeuses, though.
Oh, we're going to find out if they're talented or not.
Ooh.
Wow.
What's happening there?
Hold on. That's nothing small. 3v5. 3 good guns here for Liquid. One dropped outside that could be upgraded.
Good dink. Oh, yes! Yes, indeed!
Money!
Those are the rifles that Liquid had to go to work with, and each of them secures 2 frags.
Did your Kinder just find that USP kill outside? Okay. Man, Hallie jumped on this fast.
All right, here's protocols to when you get dinked by USPs.
He looks like he has a scathing speech written for this moment. He said, I knew you MFs were about to get ecoed. I didn't want to have to say any of this.
Yo, look at that side eye. Look at that side eye. But fist bumps all around.
He's sleeping outside if we lose. Oh.
Hallie hits me with the dad vibes, like the I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed.
Yeah. Well, let's see what they came prepped with. Straight to the notes. Very impassioned.
It's good for Liquid
30-second speech.
To get around like that back, though, right? Kind of makes up for letting that hut pop happen.
Yeah, that's true.
These teams go 1 for 1 early in the first 5 rounds of map 2.
Winning while saving. That's key.
Donk is 1 and 4. Zontic's 0 and 5. Naf defined as a bat. Holy hell.
He doesn't know where the hell he is.
Does manage to get downstairs, but Ramp very much compromised off that one. Good flashbangs. Taking up the space. Chopper currently solo outer. It's a weird fight for Ops to potentially have, but it's just the flash and no real double back from Spirit towards the lobby. It's good info for Ultimate, and it frees up a second rotator to go join Naf. Opening the doors as well, right? Serves up a nice little distraction.
CTs are still a little bit stiff, though, I feel like. It's not bad. Definitely not bad spots down here.
Naf and Twist.
But the CTs aren't moving outside. They're not reclaiming anything. They're just sitting around waiting, so it's got to be a hold.
Here it get closer, 30 to the clock. Nothing from Twist. Naf responds. He gets himself 2. He's got enough for a 3rd.
Oh.
What do you know? And back into the cover with the Opera compromised. No teammates to help out Shiro. Twist doesn't get his, but Naf topples 3.
Yeah, that's the Naf I know. That's the Naf I know. That last peek, not enough for Shiro to see him. He separated an engagement where 2 players are stacked high and low, and it's just insane how perfect this peak is.
Never exposed to more than 1 player, except for that half second for the second frag, which he corrects instantly, wins the duel. So, yeah. You love that if you're Liquid.
And that's Twist dying first without a kill. Very nicely done from Naf.
This time versus Pistols, they get those Molotovs front A site in case the pace was fast. Solo AK here for Donk with Kevlar. It is all about Donk in round 7. He loses Chopper at the front of the pack. The Glock's just trying to get Naf out of position, make him uncomfortable. Not gonna happen. Donk's dead, AK down. And those AK-47s in the hands of the CTs go to work.
We've had a few attacks on ramp here. Stiko talked about playing ramp. Actually, I've got a YouTube video with Stiko where we're both wearing
look at you guys, just a couple
buttoned-up dress shirts talking about how to play ramp.
Real businessmen.
One of our best videos where Stiko was, I think, watching a game with me and broke it down. Highly recommend. It's the same ramp, by the way, so CSGO, CS2, very small differences.
Just a oi, oi, oi. Hey. A little sticky ladder. And Magic's, like his teammates, dies empty-handed.
I think I told him I'm a big fan of the way NAF holds ramp, obviously. Playing on top of the box, the angles that he chooses to play from, he's very crafty.
Hasn't been up there yet this half.
No, he hasn't. It was actually a thing he did so much in CSGO, and I haven't seen him do it as much in CS2.
Knowing NAF, there's a reason.
Yep. Hallie's got so much to say. Every second of this timeout, he's been yapping. I love that.
There's binder always catches me off.
This binder's crazy.
Crazy.
Like dog ears flying around. Always looks like he's late for work.
Got to bring the clipboards back. That's I'm all about clipboards.
Yeah.
And duo tanks. Look that up.
Duo tanks. Oh my God. No way you said duo tanks.
Ultimate. Yeah, he's got the right idea. And he's going to hit the shot. There we go. No missed opportunity for Ultimate, but we go back and forth outside as Chopper finds the trade frag. Nade nearly exposing Shiro, but he'll cross right after. Upgrade to the AK. Or not. He's going to keep it sneaky. Now they don't know. Would have been too obvious if that AK disappeared. We've got a lot of players still sat on that A site. He left that there. Leaves the bait and gets Ultimate to go down lower, but Ultimate, will he be ready for this deep of a position? Seemingly clearing it. The possibility of control and the quick scope to the gut of Shiro sits him down.
Such a game-changing kill right there. Not only does he take over secret control, slows down the rest of the round, but there's two players back outside lobby, no map control whatsoever, looking for something to do. I mean, Ultimate's actually getting followed here, and oh, that's a nice kill.
Yoy.
Chopper can still walk through, but I guess there's nothing else for Ultimate to watch. So.
Ooh, bomb plant?
Okay, and it's actually going to be a bomb plant.
Maybe. Ramp peak. Yeah, he's got it down. Yes, listen, that's money in the back pocket. You take what you can get.
Yeah, not too shabby. Great openers. Firepower. The Liquid looking a little bit more warmed up now, man. I was really worried on Dust 2. I mean, despite looking at just the snapshot of the ADR that Donk had on Dust 2, in my opinion, I mean, I don't think it was taking over that much. I thought everyone was really taking over that game. So I think it was just sort of a team effort. It's just worried about where Liquid were at. Their baseline was looking a little low for a second, but now we're definitely seeing some more strength.
Donk's being a little firecracker in this map, man. He's yelling a lot when he dies.
Yeah.
And I keep seeing these Hallie side eyes.
They out of timeout stuff? Or do they only use 2?
Said,
maybe 2.
Watch your mouth, young man.
Yeah, he's much taller than Donk. Gotta be careful.
Okay. We can stop watching Ultimate and come back when he hits one.
The thing is that's interesting is that he'll keep re-peeking. He's very comfortable with it, and it works out.
His confidence doesn't get stunted. Ay, twist.
Wow. Cooked to perfection. Stays alive.
Nothing like a good char.
Female bacon.
4 HP. Oh, and the perfect amount of cover with that 4 HP to make sure that the op doesn't get lost. Financially speaking, very good round for Team Liquid. Should be able to close this one out with no further problems.
Congratulations to Team Liquid for winning TI, Connor.
Oh, yes. Your friend Blitz, he still coaches them, doesn't he?
Yes.
Yeah?
American coach.
Hell yeah. Good for Blitz.
So, and they've been at it for a while now.
Ultimate joins Liquid, and then they win the International. That can't be a coincidence. And these are two organizations, in fact, that have both won an International in Dota.
Yeah, that's crazy. And last year it was Spirit.
Wow.
Like last
That's a completely irrelevant fun fact for you guys.
Hey, we're all in the Valve universe right now.
True.
So
That's true. You know?
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's not
Two TI
Counter-Strike.
champions going head-to-head in Counter-Strike.
Still esports.
JKS has won Kato. Spirit won Kato.
There we go.
What other connections can we make here?
I'm all out.
Yeah, so Spirit only have the London win. Liquid haven't really won a tournament in 3 years, I think. It was CS Summit 8, I think it was the last. Yeah, let's bring that back, man. It's so long ago that some people don't even remember what that was.
The Summit was the event that, as talent, I feel like you always wanted to get to be a part of. Because you can show your true colors.
It's the best event ever.
You know?
Yeah.
Can you imagine Harry Russell at a Summit?
Yeah.
We never got that?
Yeah, I guess we never got that.
Never got that.
Well, they did. Now, they did an online one.
They did an online one. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
That was actually hilarious, too.
It was.
Yeah.
That was.
Remember that Lord of the Rings line?
Harry, Hugo, Richard Lewis, and Darth Mike.
And Darth Michael.
Shout out Darth Mike joining us this weekend in Copenhagen as well.
Sick.
Now, a lot of people don't know this about Darth Mike, but he used to be a literal mascot.
He used to be a literal mascot.
He used to be the guy who puts on the fuzzy suit and dances around in the crowd. That was Darth Mike. And now that I've said that, you can all understand him a little bit more.
Yeah.
You know?
It's a window into his soul. What was he a mascot for? Like a college team, or was it like some...
Probably like a boating club.
A boating club.
Or like a...
He was just a sail.
Just like a loafer enthusiast group.
Loafer enthusiast?
You know?
You're thinking of boat shoes.
Or like a father-son getaway group.
Getaway group?
You know Darth's got a good relationship with his dad.
Yeah.
And he's the
Getaway
mascot
group.
Boy Scouts or something.
Man, with the amount of stuff he knows,
Darth,
I bet that guy can tie a knot.
Between Darth Mike and Dinko, you've got an encyclopedia.
Yeah. Yeah, what's Dinko good at? He's got the war history.
Dinko's got a lot of very, very big history buff.
Throw him a date and he'll come up with an event.
Yep. Big history buff.
Darth.
Good play-by-play caster.
Quite decent at that job. Darth, I feel like, knows quite a bit about animal facts. That would be one. You actually are very good with animal facts, too.
I love animals.
I don't have any sort of skills. You couldn't quiz me on anything.
It's because you grew up in the city. You got the street smarts.
I know about garbage cans.
Yeah.
And where to get cheap cigarettes.
And gang structuring.
Gang structuring, yes, on O Block.
Yep.
A.k.a. Ossington.
I grew up in the woods.
That's what we called it, too.
All right. Nice little streak from Liquid. They're on fire as we hit round 10. And JKS, I mean, he's been kind of taking a glimpse in here, if not him, sometimes ultimate for the hut play. This time he goes that one extra step. And with Magic's current positioning, he may be rewarded. Good spam damage out from Yukindar. Lower player is taking a sniff at Secret, though. Naf may have his hands full. 3 players ready to peek. He just walks away, but as he comes back, he just walks away. He returns to the same angle. 3 players in your face.
Yeah, but why did he walk away?
Yeah, I know. Uncertainty. JKS looking to recover here. Magic's not able to trade from on top of this.
Not bad.
And now we hear stomping down beneath him.
At all that he's here.
Oh! He waits and doesn't get the double.
Wow.
Ultimate scouring down lower, but Donk hits him with the blind side. And we go man advantage Spirit in the post plant.
This round's a little weird.
Felt like it could have gone either way. Feels like it could still. It's low health for the remnants of Liquid, but they're looking to come into this bomb site disjointed.
I wish they were closer to the action. It's the HP, I think, is pulling them away.
Yeah, it gives his position away with the Molotov too.
They're sticking around a little bit, but...
Health advantage here for Spirit. Time advantage also playing into Spirit's hands. Yakinder's got to get this going. Both CTs with kits. He hits the headshot, but into the corner goes Shiro, and he can play bomb. He swings,
There's no time.
And that's fine. No time. Spirit's third.
Wow. Okay, that's a little crazy that round, but the only reason I'm wondering what NAVI was walking away from, because sometimes there's event timing if you're playing Secret, and if it's not called or you're not sure, you're taking a risk by standing there. So if there was any kind of pressure above him on Squeaky and there was a reason for him to be nervous about it, that gives Spirit an edge. But if not, maybe there was a miscomm or something like that, because if that should have been his one job, and it would have netted him a kill. Or at least a better fight inside a Secret. But Liquid aren't putting the utmost pressure on the Secret cross before players are down.
Sprinkling in as much as they can here. It was that dry spell. Just said, ooh, wow, Liquid on fire. How quickly that came to an end. Does Twist have a Valorant mousepad?
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, we need to make sure now that you said that. I don't think he would.
I don't think he would.
Dota Liquid International.
Ooh, baby. Ultimate actually gets that kill, but as JKS empties the magazine, he can't stop the hut play. Luckily, Ultimate gets another through the smoke.
Okay.
What does he actually see there? Because that's crazy.
Oh, it might have been a smoke that was blown open while he was facing hut. I think he caught it.
I hope so.
Something like that.
That would make sense. Either way, that like rambunctious hut hit.
There's no one in ramp at the moment.
Also, the way JKS just empties his magazine, he had to be confident that someone else had that hut cover. It is indeed Twists with one. Ultimate takes down two. And they're not falling victim to another fast A hit like that. Okay, you got away with it once on the pistols. Fool me, get fooled again. Kinder very much locked in, but yeah, he'll find his kill. On the back turn of Shiro, Chopper one and done, and it's an eighth. Team Liquid picking it up and not letting that one round falter into a few. Shut them down while you can and extend this series.
And they done a great job here in map 2 of neutralizing Donk, neutralizing Zontix, their two biggest threats, and Ultimate's looking a whole lot better now on this op.
Oh, it was right before the smoke popped.
Yeah, this Icon sometimes is...
I know it gets y'all excited.
We trust an Icon.
Good fucking job.
Hype is back. Oh, Zontix 0 and 11.
Hello.
Ooh. Goodbye. And that's Chopper on a fast cross. So, okay.
Again, huh?
That worked.
Damn you, Magics. Devilish little hut swing. Fake plant once from Donk. Oh, it gets Twist to bite on sight, and because Donk doesn't plant, he's good for the trade. Now they're putting themselves in a 4v2 post plant, so all things considered, 4 terrorist round wins, assuming they close this post plant.
It's kind of okay. Lots comes down to the pistol.
Kind of okay, could be worse.
Yeah, and then maybe we see about Zontix on CT side. That's the other question.
Yeah, we had Stiko and Freya talking about his play on ramp on the CT side, but we just haven't really seen him get to hold it down just yet, so we'll see if he fares better on the defense. NAVI, a little bit labored, gets away with the Beretta frag. Next player's low. Time's got to be fast. He has to charge. He's got to charge in right now. Stick that defuse. Get on top of it. Insta-kill. Not going to happen. Not allowed to happen. Time decides this one. Chopper locks in their fourth.
Sneaky Magics creeping out of that hut for one final round win on the T side of Spirit. It's enough to keep you titillated, to keep you locked in with the possibility that Spirit could 2-0 this series. We saw them very much kind of in combat mode in between maps. Hallie was trying to lock it down so that they stayed full focused, but little lapse there in the middle of the half as Team Liquid went on fire for a moment. And if they can swoop away with another pistol round win, then we can talk about Liquid extending this series.
Yeah, it looked like Hallie was really trying to take control emotionally there, make sure everyone was in a good place coming into those rounds, but the frags weren't really there. Donk eventually got back into the game. Only 6 kills, but he started off really slow, so saw some moments. Liquid have to lock in here for this pistol. So important that they win this, but there's a secret flank coming in. Did it get shut down? Yeah, it did. Yukinder finds Donk, his other half, and Twist will take one out of heaven.
Shiro cleared off the AC. Zontix is still sitting at 16.8 ADR. 2 assists, 0 kills. Died every round of the first half. Chopper just got owned.
Oh, the kills keep coming back.
There we go. Finally something back here for the favor of Spirit.
Is Zontic still looking for his first?
Yeah, if you can get up into heaven, but that's the thing. You're going to just get stuffed on the ladder, surely. Unless Magic's... Oh, if he had won that duel, then Zontix can come into the A play. Try to get something done from the heavens.
Yeah, you kind of need that. And no, 0 and 13 here for Zontix.
Just trying to climb up mid-jump like a bug on a windshield. Zontix is just... well, irrelevant as far as Liquid are concerned.
Yeah, it's fish food right now. Great dust too, though.
Fish food. Yeah. Hallie wanted to take over the room, but it feels like Mythar is now.
Yeah. What's Caligura mean? I might have sworn.
I don't. Be careful. You're gonna summon a demon or something. Fusroda.
Epic Gaming reference, sir. You win the internet today.
Oh, thank you. Chopper dies to the deep peak. Zontix, first kill's coming. I can feel it. Oh, this is the one.
Wait, what?
Nope, because Yukinder steals it. But it's another assist at least, as NAV cleans up shop upside in the A site. Zontix last alive again.
No, 0. 0-13, looking for his one.
Hunting down his first kill. Yukinder steals it and then puts him down.
Oof. Okay.
Robbed.
Yukinder had a slow start on Dust 2. Zontix hasn't left the parking lot.
Yeah, I can't put this car in gear. He said, is this thing manual? Oof. All right, but his ADR went up. And that's a silver lining. Doesn't expose the front.
Oh, bad molly.
Who's that? That's Donk. Donk.
Twist, yeah, and
Donk made a mistake.
Goes forward through it anyway.
And loses the duel.
Nice shots.
You know, Zontix is going to end up stealing the bad spotlight with his 0 kills at the moment, but Donk has also left a lot to be desired throughout the first half entirely. We saw his frustrations coming through.
He's getting kills at the end, but still only 6. Only 6. Zontix could be a key player in this round, especially with it coming towards him. He's got the best gun so far that he could ask for. Looking for his first frag. Should be time.
Yes! First one's the hardest. Second one's easy, but the third is too much to ask. Naf survives on 70 health. Chopper gets spotted. Oh, Naf knows he's alone down here now.
Ooh.
Magix is still unaccounted for.
They're trying to jump on this.
Chopper's fast, but Naf has smoke. And that smoke allows a fast reposition.
So close.
Expecting the double doors peek. There's both CTs confirmed. Good damage out of Naf. He hangs on a little longer. Oh, but they both get cleared. Magix doubles back for Vent.
And Spirit will defuse for round win number 5.
Here's where you got to take a snapshot of the score lines and see, right?
Yes.
Like, this could be the time where Spirit get back into the game in a big way. Donk and Zontix both can both recover. That's a much better round out of Zontix.
Yep.
I mean, look at that. Some impact from Zontix and the round win with it. So back on the board. And can't be too upset if you're Donk. You basically got Donk peaked. That was like instant death from Twist. Plus, he had that missed molly on the cross. Sped up the exec outside.
And that utility usage is what let Twist kind of hone in on him with the perfect peek. So, Donk kind of tucking himself in.
Yeah, Affleck's frying this game, 18-6.
Kindar also having a much better performance. Well, helps when you're winning 10-5.
True. Yeah, but he's a part of it for sure. And it's like, when he takes out Donk, I'm like, that's his mirror matchup. So,
sure.
If he can have a positive kill Matrix versus that guy, then he's on to something for sure. Lots spotted outside with that kill.
Yep.
Worth more than just a one frag itself.
So a lot of bullets whizzing back and forth.
And some noise being made. They don't think there's anybody big garage right now, so. Gave away a couple of footsteps. Donk will throw this information down to Zontix and lower.
Thing is too, right, with the smokes outside of Heaven and outside of Main, they're thinking no one spots it. Oh, but we still have Donk collecting all that info and an additional kill. But they do find Zontix after he gets his 1. Bomb plant to be uncontested.
This is a winnable position here for Liquid, and with the way that they've been playing, they could win this 2v3. It'll take a good tag team here from Ultimate and Yakinder.
It's weird. Bomb plant middle front sight. I mean, Ultimate is going to be full exposed to this angle when the door swings. He's going to have to just turn around and take this fight now. He has no other option. He's got support from inside sight. They lock this in. 2 players down, but the third.
What?
All Donk, baby. 3 kills to his name. 1v2 to the scoreboard. And a 6th round for Spirit.
I mean, it's a critical win. That looks like a guaranteed trade position for Ultimate. That looks like a guaranteed trade position. I mean, I can't believe Donk won that. And he did that with body shots too. Obviously, we know what it's like when he gets these multi-frags. He switches targets, he does the perfect swing, he doesn't miss a bullet, he has a perfect counter strike, and just like that, you're out of HP. But like, yeah, like, of course.
But that's, to me, kind of like the downside of that post play. Ultimate was always stuck in that exact ramp spot. No cover, no chance to get into a corner, no chance to reposition. And Donk absolutely feasts Shiro very quickly into the feed for round 17.
Exactly what they were looking for here off this round. Full-on ramp hit.
Zontix gives them more space, and Magix welcomes the walkout of Hut.
Yeah, they just tried something right there, it looks like.
When were we supposed to take that screenshot? What was the score?
Last round, I think. I should say 2 rounds ago.
2 rounds ago. We went from 10-4 to 10-5. Yeah. This one's not done just yet. That bomb could certainly still go down. Chopper's got an incendiary to at least soften him up with the FAMAS spray. Oh, yeah, he dies. Sorry, that was JKS. Just gets touched ever so slightly by the fire. Ooh, a leg scene, and Ultimate hits the headshot off the rifle. Then we got the Heaven attack. That's Naf with 1, and as he sits backside, he gets cleared out. Both sides of the site get traded out effectively, and it's who else than what was once the bottom fraggers in Donk and Zontix to come out with those final 2 kills, as Donk is now being given runway and climbing this scoreboard as Spirit bounce back into the game.
Yeah, more rounds to warm up, and CT side is a specialty half for them. I mean, this is Nuke. Their big advantages here. It's a nice opening from Shiro as well, quietly. There's a couple of players who I feel like haven't talked a lot about. It's JKS for me and Shiro. Just kind of like there. Not doing too bad. Not stealing the show. Now it's on Liquid on T side to use their tack timeouts, where then Hallie can keep speaking. He always looks like he's got more to say. And we're definitely not seeing very complicated calls. I think otherwise I would get more into that with the way that Liquid and Spirit both have called. And actually recently, Spirit's calling has been pretty simplistic overall. Like very like light contact explodes. Sometimes it comes back to bite him.
Wall of smokes, but not even looking for a cross. There's that last smoke down now.
Spirit don't even seem to really care right now.
Putting it back up and getting closer. No contest from Zontix, no spray through, nothing. Doesn't reopen the smokes with his frag grenade.
This is a Mither strat, maybe? Was this just the attack that just happened, right? It might be a feast for Donk at 10 kills. He would love some players on Tech 9's. What? Oh!
Hold on. Actually. Ultimate gets the trade frag. Shiro scouring sight. Beautiful headshot as Ultimate tries to get his hands on the rifle. They put the bomb down. Getting off site, grabbing that AK, serving to be an issue. It does find itself into Naf's possession. He is 20-8. Shining star of Liquid at the moment in this post plant. And they get closer towards ramp. They don't fall back, they push forward, and Naf can only do the one. Yeah, so many bodies there for Spirit. Good trade train forward, and sure enough, another round win.
Yeah. That's the thing. There are some positions that are a little bit scary, a little bit tenuous here, where Spirit, if they lose one more player, then maybe it's over. But in general, it's just Spirit are happy to defuse like they did on Dust 2 throughout that entire CT side. Come forward with comp retakes, lose a player here and there, but still win in the end. And quickly this lead is vanishing. Yeah, that's one of those moments.
Yep. That just delayed the process of picking back up the AK, of getting off the bomb site. You missed that one, and then Ultimate's in the mix, 3 players up. So, like you said, we don't have to talk about him often. He is, in fact, 8-16, but clean one there from Shiro, added to the tally.
Donk's got to work on that molly. Okay, it does matter, I guess.
Yeah, what were you saying? What were you saying, old man?
I forgot an AK too.
Huh?
Oh, yeah.
Screw it,
you know what?
util.
Yeah, don't throw any util. Why should he? Waste of talent.
It's a Spirit with 4 consecutive rounds by way of defuse. I bring that up because they're about to be on fire, much like Liquid were in the middle of their CT side, now suddenly bursting out from Hut. Oh, but no entries. A lot of positioning, but no frag on Magix. Ultimate dealing with the rotators. JKS connects to the headshot. Magix still alive and kicking, and waiting for Shiro to come and support as he looks to climb up from the vent.
Yeah.
Tapping away, Magix maintains all this control, and then Shiro gets his. That's crazy. Magix as the anchor.
It's incredible. That was like top quality. In terms of like Magix in an extremely scrambled position, has to make it work, even though he knows it's going to look ugly, he still does the job. He pulls out the Tech 9, he swings where he has to, he draws attention towards him, he takes lots of fights, and he does an amazing job here of like covering for his teammates as well as like continuously fighting to stop the choke point.
Good shit, Boris.
Good Boris. Aye. Well, there goes the lead. 5 rounds straight for Spirit.
See ya.
Nafly JKS will have the only 2 rifles.
It's not a lot to work with, but could still make things awkward. This time they do manage to get the crossover quick, and down the secret they will go.
Down the well they go.
Make a wish.
Circling the drain.
Yeah, see, Donk, don't throw nades. Give them away.
Nades are sabotage for a man of this caliber.
It's like the inverse Sanji.
How many nade highlights does he have? You know what I mean? Sun's out, guns out.
Any second he doesn't have his rifle out and ready.
That's his most vulnerable second.
Yep. Man, Magic's could very well, especially when you just posted such a heavy hold from backside.
There it is.
Now you get to just lock things in from top. Yeah, Rafters.
Oh,
that's the demise of Yakindar. Donk comes through with impact. Yeah. We get the ultimate deagle right back, but Shiro's here to clean up shop, and better than Team Liquid, Spirit's streak goes 6 straight.
6 straight, man. At first, it looks like a couple close rounds, we can afford to lose them. And then you're like, where's our T side? Where is our T side? And is it too simple?
And Liquid win. Unlike Spirit, this T side included the pistol.
2 pistols for Liquid.
There's something a little nasty in it.
How he has kept the energy up. This exact.
It's the teeth.
Yeah. He's showing his teeth.
There's something vampiric going on.
What's in the game plan? I think Myther called for the eco last time. Kind of impressed by how, I don't know what Hallie's saying, but how dense these pauses have been for him. He's used every single one, whether or not he's called it.
Not to mention like the entire 15-minute break between maps. Words per minute through the roof as far as coaches go. It's a goodbye. So Spirit should be on their best behavior. Team Liquid looking to come through round 21, full force. Pretty consistent in this deep wall of smokes as well, Liquid lately. We've seen them try to play around with the timing of crossing behind it, if they cross at all. Twist wants secret, so he has to run it through. Honestly, worth 8 HP to get a bit of secret control. You take it. Smoke towards main here. Chopper, a good reposition, gets out of the fence, otherwise he would have been mollied. We do have to draw in his support. It's Magic still back on site. Zontix could topple them here, but no. Kindar just slams him up close with the AK. Donk's not far off. Gets out of the threat, but down to 29 health. All the while, Twist starts to activate towards Secret. Is there a lower rotate? Yes. Shiro's off is posted. And we've also got Magic's down towards Decon door. Shadow advantage here for Shiro, but he doesn't have anything to shoot at. He waits for the second target and strikes him down.
Oh my God, Twist.
Twist doesn't capitalize. Shiro now stuck between what's left of this lower hit.
They have 10 seconds. They need to get on the plant.
Ultimate finds Donk on the flank. JKS goes for the kill, but then Chopper still is here fast enough to deal with Twist. No support, hands busy on plant. Ultimate has to cover, will do so, and Liquid bring it down to the limit, but it's back in the lead for the T's.
I mean, whatever they talked about right there, Myther had something, because they literally ran headfirst as Zontix behind his Unbreakable in ramp, and they had no, and Zontix had no idea that they were sort of beelining for him with the nade and everything else. Perfect read on the situation. Great trades from then on. And a moment or two, of course, where this could have gone wrong. But based on how this half has gone, they'll take it anyway. They finally stopped the streak and kept the lead.
Yep. Raining nades on Magic's.
Looks like when they're calling out a spawn with their final idea, that's when they're looking at, like, they've got something going for them at least. When they just straight up defaulted, I'm a little bit more concerned for them.
And a bit of repetition on these smokes. Donk seeming wary of the garage push. Does Twist head a different direction? Just gets in. The timing's been great.
I don't know if they're going to copy and paste, but this time it's Shiro inside of the ramp with an op. And it seems like they are literally going to go for the same plate. I don't know. But it's Donk to replace Shiro inside of the ramp.
Mm-hmm. Steps forward, putting the Opper potentially up in heaven.
And how much time are they going to use here?
35 left. Execute ready for the A site.
Shiro's going up the ladder.
You've at least got Donk in a different half of the map. Magic starts to climb up on top of Hut.
Oh, this nade could be huge.
Yep, just as they start to move forward, good amount of damage there. JKS, half his health gone. Magic's one and done. We've got Shiro in the back of the site. We still got top Hut held. 15 seconds, they go down lower, and sure enough, held off by Chopper.
Oh.
Twist's got to scoop the bomb back up, heads upper, and gets denied. Back and forth. It's frantic, it's frazzled, and it gets shut down. Spirit tie again.
Wow, man, they tie again at 11-11. That's a massive round out of Spirit, and this is Twist, who had no idea what was happening upstairs because he was the guy in secret coming in from lower, hoping that they had pulled some rotations or got their kills upstairs. I think 90% probably paying attention to the kill feed, making a snap call because they lost Chopper, and Chopper got his kill as they tried to connect inside the vent. Magic did, once again, a good job of delaying, getting his one kill, getting some info, buying some time. But Chopper's kill is really everything.
Yep.
I mean, if he dies while they're facing the other way, if it's even a silent drop, I'm not sure if he turns around on that timing.
Yeah, Chopper versus NAF in the vent. That's the one we didn't get to see in the heat of the moment.
Yeah.
But that ends up being instrumental. And if he's playing stairs towards control or whatever,
Also,
not, Decon's compromised,
but
perfect position.
It was Twist who got into the vent.
Yeah, NAF died first, Twist followed.
Right, and he came around the other side, so Chopper just didn't see him earlier. Twist thought it was clear. It was a jambalaya of crazy moments. All the beans. This one's up for grabs.
Right? Spirits, win percentage on Nuke, admirable. It's a strong challenge from Liquid in the first half, but T-side getting away from them. 2 of their first 3 rounds on this T-half just pistol and conversions. Now Ultimate gets the entry. You know, how many times we've had that wall of smokes with Twists just kind of creeping? This is a very stark contrast. Ultimate straight up duel for the opening.
I love a call like this, especially in round 23. It takes a lot of bravado.
And you best Donk. You kind of unleash the best player with the off. He's got his trusty gun.
Oh, Zontix, that's his
all
6th
rounds.
and 7th kill.
Oh my god, you thought ramp was compromised?
Oh, Zontic's going to go ahead and flank right here on this HP.
Oh boy. Okay, man advantage lost. You already had lobby control with the second player in there, right? Chopper's deep on Decon.
That's a whole kit of utility and everything off the round.
Well, he gets 2 kills. He's feeling it.
But the round is still very much alive here for Liquid.
Oh, but we get into those really awkward, classic Nuke mid-round moments. Uncertainty on both ends.
They're going to take it upstairs. I mean, I think there's a question as to whether or not they drop the vent if they see things.
Does he get the timing? No, they're already through main. Chopper just missed it. Magix has to go back. He's got to be him. 20 to the clock. The cross, they line up, but the pre-fire just gets him off the angle. That alone is enough to guarantee the plant. Here comes Shiro versus Ultimate. Missed shots, both sides. Ultimate picks up the slack, turns it over towards Squeaky, and Chopper gets smoked off on the approach. Liquid looking to lock in that 12, and Ultimate is going to be the difference maker. They unleash him. They allow for him to make first contact outside versus Donk fast, and from there he just keeps rolling.
Yeah, such a great round from Roland. That was sort of akin to a play on Mirage where he'll walk all the way up Cat till the end to fight Connector. And there's a couple of ways you could die, a couple of small timings that if you're not aware of that you'll get punished for, but who is going to expect the op to extend like that in a round like this? It's a fantastic call from Liquid to try something of this nature. It's different, and it's a pick play, and it's something that tilts Donk off the face of the earth. But we see Zontix here. It's a massive overextension after not using any of his utility, dropping it, and also just having no thought, maybe that it could be watched that early into the round.
Ooh, Chopper didn't like that one.
Oh, was for map point.
Yep. And it was a 4v3 until Zontix goes on an adventure. Trying to rinse and repeat here. Put an ultimate to the forefront. Yo, he's zoned in and Donk goes down,
kill.
but there's 2 layers. Zontix trying to make up for it. At the moment, that's Chopper pressure towards ramp. He's alone with a 5-7. He still gets one. And then the M4 peaks. Zontix again! What? Again, he goes in with the multi-frag.
It's 10.
Doubling his kills in the last 2 rounds and potentially extending play into OT. NAF has been lights out all map long, but Shiro so pressed up against it. Oh, NAF! He gets the headshot and the shotgun falls back. They've got bomb control over towards ramp.
Surely they don't blow this. There should be no way. As Nafly realizes with a minute, he can be his maximum amount of creative. He's created a pretty good timing here. They don't seem to have any idea where he could be coming from.
Oh, NAF.
And they haven't pushed the ramp itself.
And like they're busy, right? Like they've got ideas. They're clearly putting things in place. This isn't one of those moments where they're super well aware.
NAF's had a great map so far.
Can he get both though? Is the trade there? He comes up, he's gonna spot top box, surely. Oh, it's a matter of inches. And as he creeps out, he gets the first. Oh! Nasty ass NAF with the B to ramp clutch. Just like that, Liquid extend this series. Zontix, too little, too late.
Nasty ass NAF indeed. Oh my lord, what a clutch to keep Liquid in this series versus Spirit. Just an incredible read on that situation, right? We could clearly see Spirit had no idea that he was going to do the full rotation down through lower, through the B-bomb site, back up the ramp. Incredibly well played, and this is why we look at this guy behind us. Such an experienced veteran of the game, and that knowledge coming in when he needs it most.
And that will be only possible in CS2. In CSGO, you would have heard that door, smash or glass smash on B side. In CS2, the sounds are a little bit different, and of course, he took it to his advantage and managed to flank basically both of the players during the setup.
But talk about a crazy map, right? We're talking about, you know, Liquid obviously having the advantage coming out of the first half, getting 8 rounds on their CT side, but I was almost sold on this Spirit comeback, getting 6 rounds in a row on the second half too. I think Ultimate, we have to give props to him. He was really keeping Liquid in it when, you know, these rounds were getting close, but I mean, I'm just so stunned how NAF managed to close that one out. That was beautiful.
You have to see as well the change of the approach for Liquid towards the end of the half, where they managed to squeeze last 3 rounds in, actually, where they were always putting that smoke wall outside, and Donk and Spirit in general were really good at punishing that, and they were breaking the smoke, killing people, but then Ultimate said, no more walls, we're gonna just whip up an op, and we're gonna dry pick outside. He got 2 entry kills on Donk, most influential player, obviously, and well, it just happens to be the most important rounds in the half, and they managed to get over the line eventually.
And that's kind of why I thought that this one was going to OT, right? Because we saw that exchange outside. I mean, you even called it, right? When the AWP was down on Ultimate, it was like, okay, I think this round is over. He's just been so instrumental in terms of getting that impact. Somebody else, we have to go back to the first half to kind of see most of his impact there. Yakinda, we can see, you know, he's not been feeling the most well outside of the server. He's a little bit under the weather, but he didn't let that impact his game at all here on Nuke. He had so much impact, particularly on that first half.
Absolutely respect. I mean, the way that he's putting up these numbers, and especially on Nuke, where his opponent outside is going to be Donk most of the time. He basically had his number whole first half. I think he had at one point reverse score of Donk, which was like 9-8. I mean 2-9, and it was just beautiful to see how he's able to play despite him feeling a little bit off.
Yeah, and it's been great to see him, you know, stepping up, particularly in those openers as well, getting the aggression going. Okay, this is where we go from the good to, I'm just going to skip the bad, the ugly of the first half. This isn't to dunk on Zontix, but my God, just so many unlucky timings, right? Obviously, there were situations where he could have played things better. He didn't get any kills in the first half. He came out with 0, nada, zilch, which is kind of crazy when you look at a guy like this and what he was able to deliver on the first map. But there were many situations where, you know, he was getting kind of screwed through smokes, some unlucky timings as well. But overall, we wanted to see more from Zontix.
You can see it right now. Ultimate killed him indoor. The cause of this was basically teammate missing a smoke on door lurk. There's going to be multiple times where he was just sneaking into the radio room where Ultimate was holding while 3 teammates were already in front of the Zontix. He's going to catch the bullet, anyway. And you know what? It's just unfortunate, unlucky timings all across the board. And, you know, people see the scoreline and they're maybe memeing about it, but, you know, full picture is a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, don't want to dunk on them too much. Now, when we move on into that second half, you know, Spirit, they get 6 rounds in a row. I'm thinking, you know what, this might be game over for Team Liquid. But then what happens on round 21, Stico? They pull off a rush towards ramp where, guess who is holding? Oh yeah, it's Ontix again.
Oh yeah, it was Ontix. He was managing to scramble the kind of half back away, but I would love to see this from the different position because they literally chased him down. I don't know if this was prep or they saw the Pixel or M4 sticking out through the box. I don't know what really happened here, but this is to me crazy that you take this kind of approach to the ramp clear and this is only position that you're going to be focusing on. I mean, props to Liquid, whatever happened there, I would love to see more about it.
Yeah.
But for now, it definitely felt like Zontix had completely string of unlucky rounds and he tried to recover on the CT side. It wasn't enough.
Not to sound BM, but do you think Liquid just pressed tab and looked, oh, where's Ontix playing? Oh, should we just rush it? Should we just be hella fast? Because clearly his aim is not on point. Like, do you think that could be a possibility?
I'm pretty sure that teams of this caliber come into the game already with kind of prepared game plan, which they want to stick with. And obviously, if that doesn't work, then you can spot out the weaknesses of the player. And if player is having bad game for whatever reason, yeah, well, you might try to abuse it. But they tried to come ramp once where Shiro was there with an AWP and they got shut down. And then when Zontix actually took this position, they just ran him down. I have no clue what happened, but...
I really want to relive that last round, though, because that was, I mean, undoubtedly the highlight of basically this whole series so far. Let's roll that final round from Nuke because, yeah, NAF just having so much impact here. Can you walk through why do you think he approached the clutch like this? Obviously, this is a great timing that he managed to pull off the first player, but why do you think he thought, okay, I'm going to go all the way down, up through ramp and kind of potentially catch him off guard, which we did successfully?
I mean, the C4 being dropped in this position is going to be incredibly difficult for you to clear all the spots coming from the most obvious angle and maybe even second most obvious angle. They're going to be just ready for it. He opted to do this, and I like it. I liked it immediately as he jumped down the vent because you have to be resourceful in these kind of situations. He didn't have too many nades. He didn't have even time to work with. Once the clutch would develop into potential 1v1, he had to basically kill them in the setup. And going from down ramp was the most unexpected thing even I couldn't predict. So I can imagine that CTs were caught off guard. And I like the boost idea, but in the end, that was the worst possible thing because the elevation kind of gave NAV the advantage to not be tradable.
That's the thing I was going to ask you. Hindsight 2020, would you have done the boost? Now you'd have changed it up? How would you have set up for that?
Oh, you're giving me way too difficult questions. It depends on the utility and also, you know, maybe you can also stick to the setup where you just, one guy is covering the bomb, trying to win 1v1, and then the other guy is going to play, let's say, around A side, and if the guy is going B, that's when you actually can beat him into the side. So you can play 2 isolated 1v1s. This is another approach that maybe some of the teams would go for. Spirit decided to play together with the team play, didn't pay off. Lesson learned. We move on to third map.
Yeah, one final question just to wrap up. Nuke, obviously, that was the map pick of Team Spirit. How would you rate them, like, you know, on a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of the roller coaster of emotions that we were kind of put through that map? Because I was left with a bit of a bitter taste after that first half.
It definitely left a little bit bitter taste, but we have to look at it from the position that no one really went off for Team Spirit.
True.
And they became competitive in the end. So that might be a good sign that they don't need Dong putting 30 bombs to beat teams and win maps. So at some point, they weren't even, none of them were in positive numbers, while none of the Liquid players were in negative numbers. So it could, and still was a pretty close game. So it was a good sign.
Well, one final map will separate Liquid and Team Spirit. That map is going to be Anubis going down after the break. It all comes down to the Temple of Anubis. Now, despite Liquid starting off slow in this series, they well and truly bounce back on their opponent's map pick of new. JKS getting, some potassium in, a key banana to be warming up into this third map. Stiko, you said this is a nice handshake between these two teams. What do you think that is?
I think it's a pretty good stalemate, the third map to watch. I think both of the teams are pretty comfortable going into this. It's been playground for them to even pick the map potentially in some matchups. So I'm pretty happy with what we're going to see for the third map, and obviously Anubis. I'm looking forward.
Yeah, for Team Liquid, they've only had one loss on record in the past 3 months, so looking pretty solid for them. We will be knifing for sides. So can you just give the viewers a little TLDR? Which side do you really want to be starting off on this map, Stiko?
Yeah, Anubis probably the most T-sided map in the pool right now, and by heavy margin, whether it is pro games or just FaZe games that you guys play at home, it's going to be definitely tough to build something on the CT side when it comes to economy or place. It's just how it is. The map is definitely favoring those T-sides and AK duels, but what we can focus on is actually the CD sides of these teams. What they're going to cook up for the defensive side. Are they going to put an aggression into place early on? Are they going to heavily rely on setups? Are they going to give up mid, for example, a lot? Because that's the new meta of Counter-Strike that Eternal Fire and Vitality are trying to do as well from EPL finals. So this is, Anubis is kind of next layer of advanced tactics and adaptability, I would say.
Yeah.
And prep is going to play a heavy role in this.
Definitely. I want to ask you a question of how Ultimate is going to be attacking this map specifically, because I think he was a player that, well and truly warmed up into Nuke. Obviously, first half he was doing a decent job, but I think his impact really came in that second half. Where do you see him, liking to play around on this map of Anubis?
That's a great question. And for the Opera, I generally want to say that on Anubis, I want you to float around as much as possible. I want you to be on A side, on B side, on middle. Obviously, pick the rounds where you think these areas are going to be contested in the first place. So you want to be in the thick of it in the action, and also as well not be stuck behind the execute, because the sides are generally pretty hard to retake, especially in man disadvantage. So Ultimate, I want you to be forward, look for these kills.
What about on the side of Team Spirit? Because they were putting together, what I thought was going to be a decent comeback. I was kind of sold on the prospect that this might be a 2-0. Where do you want them to be delivering in this third map?
I'm going to be putting my focus on that B-side duo of Magix and Chopper/Donk. I mean, that's definitely a trio then.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? Basically, these guys are going to have some incredible utility usage for defensive part of the map, and I'm always loving the reactions they have towards certain executes, certain contact plays. Definitely going to be keeping an eye out for this, and therefore that CT side is going to be a little bit easier to play, and for T side Liquid it could be harder not to crack.
I'm going to put you under the microscope here, under the spotlight, if you will. Do you remember who you picked for your GGBet predictions when we had to submit them last night, this morning, depending on how early you were? Who did you pick to win the series?
I did pick Team Spirit.
Okay, I was on the Liquid side of the equation, because I think from what I saw at EPL, just wasn't sold on Spirit being synergized. Having seen both these two maps go down, who do you think is now going to be taking this series?
I'm going to still stick to my prediction of Team Spirit, but I'm going to say that I'm a terrible predictor. So here I am doing analyst job.
How did the predictions go so far today?
I'm good with 2 so far.
You're good with
FaZe
2?
kind of let me down,
That's
but
all right.
other than that, I'm pretty good. Honestly, content with my...
Hey, here we go. I mean, it's probably better than Anders, I'm assuming. Yes,
Anders
it's
is
most
going against
definitely better than Anders. My God. Oh no, does that mean that I'm crazy going with the Liquid pick because I followed Anders? The blind leading the blind, I guess. Who's winning so far? Darth's doing a pretty good job. Well, no, actually depends on the Spirit results. Yeah, this is just start of the day. So we got 9 lives. When you get a pick right and somebody gets it wrong, I think you get the opportunity to steal a life. Who are you going to steal from? You get that opportunity, Stiko. You've been influencing the green room, right?
Yeah, she's by my right side. Who I'm going to steal.
Wait, what? No, that wasn't who they said. They said steal of Anders, dude. Steal of Anders.
I was told we are a duo for this, so I'm not going to steal off of anyone else. I'm going to leech off of your predictions.
Right, let's get back to the matchup at hand, because I'm not so happy about that, Stiko. Anubis, just overall in terms of how this map has been developing, obviously, the newest addition to, well, one of the newest additions to the pool. How do you think this map has been stress tested by teams? Where do you think like the most of the developments have kind of happened in terms of how teams approach this?
That's a great question as well. I think it's low-key becoming, in terms of popularity, the new Mirage, I would say.
Okay.
I think people love to play the map in both top teams and the PUG environment, and that's lovely to see. As many games as we can get on these kind of maps, I love it, and I'm open-minded to any kind of change when it comes to map pool. So whenever a new map comes, I'm loving it when it kind of gets its, recognition.
The sunshine. Yeah, I love that. So you're not a minus Mirage man if we're talking future changes to the map pool.
I mean, I'm kind of radical. I would be even okay with leaving all 7 maps and just bring 7 new maps. Like,
wait, so we'd have 14 maps?
No.
Or you're saying completely change?
Like at least change like 3 maps each season.
Okay, so like post major, we come in with like cut half of them, cut half the crappy ones, bring Train back in.
As I said, I'm a radical man, but at least some change are welcomed.
Give me some examples. Like, are you saying minus Vertigo at least?
Oh yeah, Vertigo is definitely gone.
My God, I hate that map.
I think everyone here does, because no one really played it even in the first day, I believe.
No, not so far that I've seen. Okay, plus what then? Minus Vertigo, plus what?
Let's get
Cobble?
Train,
Okay.
Cobble, Cash.
Old Cobble? Not new Cobble.
Of course, old one.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
I don't know how that would play in CS2 actually with the different smokes and everything, but Train is definitely always good addition. Cash, I saw some leaks of Cash being remade, and I would love to have that eventually.
It's very pretty. Yeah, new Cash or old Cash? I don't know, I have a bit of a affinity towards.
I saw the pictures only of the new one, so I haven't really played it.
Yeah.
I can't really stress it, but I like the colors.
Sorry, we've gone on a complete tangent right now. Somebody has indeed won the knife. That is indeed Liquid, the guys yelling behind us. So in theory, you would imagine they would start on the T side of things, is what you're saying?
On the T side of things, but as I said, I'm very bad at predictions, so let's see.
Where are we focusing on then? If we've got the T side of Liquid, if that is what's happening, maybe production can confirm or deny that for us. Who should we be looking at for Liquid?
I would definitely like to be the main spectator of Twist, because he's going to take on that impactful role of taking middle a lot. He's going to be, again, in-game leading from that most impactful center position of the map. I really like to see him perform well in this kind of things, because he's one of the most important parts of the map. But as I said that, we're having information that they are starting CT.
They're going to start CT?
As I said, don't trust my words ever.
Okay, so let's flip that question then. Spirit, T-side, what are we looking at?
I don't want to say it again with how mid is important, but let's see how Shiro is going to utilize the AWP and how he's going to shut down Ultimate, because so far it felt like in important and impact rounds, it was very easy for Ultimate to get something rolling, and let's see how he's going to deal with that if he has to start on CT.
It's a very good point. You know what? So many questions posed, and it's time to get ourselves some answers. We got Anubis with Connor and Mo.
Yes, thank you so much, Freya and Stiko, for breaking that one down. Taking CT side first, we're talking about a Team Liquid, of course, that comes into this Anubis at 8-1 is their record on the map. Our GG bet odds coming into map 3 still favoring Spirit 1-2. Yeah, Mo, I think taking CT side, a little curious. We're talking about 45% win rate on the CT side for Team Liquid. Both these teams, a 50% win rate in the pistols. I think this is a great place for this series to end.
Yeah, it's excellent.
I don't know about you, but I remember a Team Spirit collapse versus Mongols on this very map. They can have their off games.
I was literally just thinking about that map, because that's one where like Donk was doing nothing.
Yeah,
that was one of the games that was like suspiciously passive for someone like Donk. Some of the other games that Spirit have lost, Donk still looked like himself. That was one specifically where he didn't. So I think that's not happening today. Doesn't feel like it for sure.
Right.
But we still don't know why it did. That's the thing. So it's definitely true that this is a banger third map that we have up in store for us.
And I think this one actually skews Liquid to the favorite to close out this series. I'm going to stick to
5 maps straight with Vitality in there.
That's what I'm saying. A near 70% win rate on T sides once we get there. But their choice, and they go CT half first. Flashbang from heaven. Yeah, Zontic's going to eat that one, but ooh, Donk's here to give cover. JKS's Berettas can't get a victim. And then Donk wants to come at this with a little more gusto. He will peel Twists off. That's 2 dead long A. But does that queue up JKS, or excuse me, Yakinder to catch them off? Nice
Still
gush.
Done.
Donk is just all over this. 3 kills looking likely, sure enough, doing everything so far in the pistol. We get a compromised B site in the meanwhile. Down goes Donk at the hands of Ultimates, all while NAF gets close on the flank.
The tricky man who won the last map by himself that last round.
With a ratty little upper to lower retake.
Look at how they're playing this situation. It's perfect to counter NAF.
But is the bomb plant tucked? Yeah, it is. The bomb plant's tucked on this side. They could jump on top of that and cause all sorts of pandemonium if Shiro had died. But he's got a molly ready. He's not going to chuck it down just yet, and still no time. NAF's going to go for the save. I felt like one of those post plants that could have gotten wild.
I think NAFI was like, well, where are they? You know, well, where are they then? And as long as Shiro had that molly, he could have died holding it, but it was still a good position to be in. The other weird part about their Anubis right now that is Spirit is like they have 3 losses. 3D Max, MIBR, and Mongols.
Yeah, very weird.
Their only losses.
And Zontix brought that up even in the pregame, right? He was saying, like, we're not used to losing to, like, he hesitated and then said tier 2 teams and then specifically said 3D Max. So there was that weird period where, yeah, Spirit were dropping maps to teams they're not supposed to.
Zontix interviews are kind of iconic at this point. I think
they're hit or miss. I remember a specific Cologne interview that left a lot of people wanting more.
I don't know. I think they're very quotable.
For better or for worse.
I don't know if there is a for worse. Do we want people to say things that are boring?
Well, I thought, to be honest, I thought it was a boring interview. I thought it was a non-answered interview when they got kicked out of Cologne, and he was just like, "Yeah, we just, we're not really sure what they're going to bring to the table." Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about when he makes predictions as to how good he's going to play.
Oh no, I'm down with that part. This was just the Cologne result kind of debrief.
Okay. No, I was talking about the interview where he said, we basically can't play against bad teams.
Now, that's funny.
Yeah,
I'll take that.
Yeah.
Going through the motions here properly in order to not get caught by the Liquid speed bump. Wide swing, nothing to show for it from NAF. A USP frag. That's not supposed to happen. Chopper's here to clean up, though, making sure that they can't get into the back line. The bomb comes back at the fight. Donk could be planting in A right now, and he's like, killed? Are those ecos?
Yeah, and that's the difference, totally. Like, it's gonna be Donk. It's gonna be Donk. Especially when we switch over and Donk's playing dark and just swinging. Like, that's the difference.
That he do be donking.
Yeah. And then there was also, did you see the other Zontix quote where he said we're an objectively good matchup for Navi before they got dismantled?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
That was funny too. That was funny too.
Yeah. Like, I think if he thinks these thoughts, he should say them.
I'm down with that.
Yeah.
Speak your mind. Speak your truth. Because it's funny when it's not true. Ooh, Donk didn't see that one coming. Ultimate in a real tricky spot, then combines with the long A play. I love that that was supported, right? How often do you see kind of like an all-in spot like that from Ultimate and then just gets the trade frag back? But no. Liquid were ready for a follow-up. Cost them a lot of HP between Yakinder, JKS, and Ultimate, but 5v3 nonetheless. I'm not as big of a fan as Yakinder kind of still sticking around. But he drops a Molotov at the feet of Shiro and gets out of dodge. So be it.
Left with not much space. But as you can see, we've got MP9s basically on everybody on Liquid except for Ultimate. We should probably hand that over to someone else. Because actually, would it be a fun retake if JKS died in the site? This is the gap right now that's being found, and Liquid start to make their way over with Yakinder pushed. They're leaving Dark open. This is a little gambly here for Liquid. They don't realize they're making the right call, but they don't know that for sure.
Utility seems to confirm it. Nice kill from Twists. Gets a double with the AK. That could be picked up, but hold on.
Oh my God, that was close.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
They get there.
Good thing they shipped over a couple extra players to that side of the map. And they mostly knew that it was probably not going to be dark. They had cleared out mid 30 seconds before that. I guess that part makes sense.
Damn, that's a near quad from Shiro. Now limitations come out of Spirit. We got 2 MAC-10s, lesser nades, Galil. And hopefully not another 0 kill half from Zontix. Oh, wow.
Money.
88 damage nade from inside A site to the rugs. But Donk still opening kill. Yakinder just kind of peeking in.
Yeah. Very confident.
Not inspired by that one?
Not really.
Don't like it?
Pretty steady angle right there to hold. I mean, I think when he saw someone leaving, he thought there's no one else there probably. So I think he just went to kind of clear that angle so that if you get close, then you can get flashed through to flank or just walk in. But Spirit know how to default, that's for sure. Wow, Ultimate is really stuck in there, and he doesn't have a friend nearby at all. Once again, a little bit gambly here, but deep angle, so it just comes down to the utility. How poor or how good. No flash. Oh, and he punishes the shoulder peek. This is really nice.
Stuck around for a second, dropped the nade, and still manages the second frag to Chopper. Thought like that would be the moment he gets run down. JKS extends out wide, deals damage to Shiro, but Magic's hands busy with the plant. And now he can come out to try and help with his 100 health, but it's still just that MAC-10 at a distance. Shiro swings, and he connects for another frag. Nap, oh, shaves the headshot off Magic. Woo. And it's a 1v1 clutch for Liquid.
Sheesh. Not even close there, Nafly.
Man, I think Ultimate's playing dangerous games there for a second.
He is, I mean.
But he, if you can back it up with the second frag, so be it.
Yeah, and he probably gets run down if he doesn't go for it, I guess. So the first kill, like, he's here by himself. So, you know, one shoulder peek missed, that could be the round over. But he is alone, and they need some kind of info on A, so he believes in the play. And his teammates are pretty close. This kind of confidence is what gives them the edge, I think, on Anubis. Thing was, they were very lucky. I don't think Spirit had a single flash for that. And I'm not sure how Liquid would have known that. Because they had other grenades.
There was the one that comes through the window, but Ultimate turns around and gets a second kill at the exact same time. That's the only flash I saw.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They just didn't have an extra flash for main.
And it just works out perfectly that that flash turns him back for his, of course, second sick op shot. You just can't barrel through him. And some of the craziest Ultimate shots I've seen, they're on Anubis.
Yes, for sure. So actually, I was going to look at that because this has been a great map since they've added him to the team.
See if it's like a JDC Ancient situation.
I mean, he's good on
wow. Look at this. Flash across the bridge. Settle down, boys. There's that confidence. And there's what it gets you. 3 players fighting bridge, 4 frags back from Spirit. Nothing for Liquid to be happy about. Triple kill out of Shiro. I mean, they had the better buy. And they get absolutely blasted. Now, JKS keeps a bit of pressure on this half of the map, thinks that his presence will turn them towards A. That's not the case.
Said, we still coming. In fact, we're coming faster now that we know you're here. Surprisingly, it's actually, I mean, we've seen some great rounds. I mean, there was that Virtus Pro map. It was like their inaugural game, I think it was. We had 32 frags in the overtime game. So there was some infamous Anubis maps. But actually, nothing special. That's why. It's just 1.04 in the last few months.
Watch this.
Does that cover everything? Let's see.
Shiro just ripping it apart. Don't touch me. Not able to get back.
Regular Howie Mandel over here.
Yeah, that guy's a germaphobe. That's sad. Sucks to be him. Germs.
Don't touch me. Yeah, we shouldn't be afraid of germs. They're very small.
I don't think you should be afraid of things you can't see.
I'm afraid of networking issues.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah. Bad routing.
My greatest fear is bad routing.
I don't think Liquid will be too happy that their audacious little bridge push netted them nothing.
I'm afraid of Galaxy Gas.
Yeah, you see that coming. Those cans are huge. The only thing you should be huffing is Counter-Strike. There we go. Smokes both sides. Man, the low utility for Liquid here at a minute 10.
And I think Spirit has done a fantastic job of working the map. These longer rounds, Liquid have slowed down a little bit. Though they're a little bit crippled with the fact that they have like such low utility left over. Though the sparse utility they have gets used well. They get Shiro into this corner. So Chopper wins E-Box.
Yo, it turns from the flash.
And everyone on Spirit dies?
3 kills instant.
Wow, that's such a massive round to win here for Liquid. They come in with almost nothing. They're almost out of utility. They don't maintain E-Box control. They have no one pushed. They don't lose a single player. What even happened there?
That's an Alt F4 on 3
F10
PCs.
enter. Spirit rely on very strong T sides in the games they do win.
Mm-hmm.
This could arguably be their best Anubis win, because a lot of the teams they played, even the ones they've won against, are not that strong. I mean, they beat Furia. They did beat Mongols last time they played. They beat Furia again. Then they beat Complexity. That's very decent for sure. Like, they're obviously Anubis. And then they beat Heroic. That's it. So...
Yeah, but was it Complexity on a good day or Complexity on an off day? That's 2 different complexities.
They're kind of bipolar like that.
It's complicated.
If you got 3 maps,
yeah,
it's going to have a little bit of both.
Was it mullet Halzerk or clean cut Halzerk?
It was that group, so... Did he still have a mullet?
I don't know.
No, they probably started the season with the new do, right?
It's like, yo, 3-year contract? Let me get a 1 blade. All right, we go tied game 3-3. Couple weird ones here. I don't feel like we're kind of like in the ebb and flow of the game just yet on this third map.
Totally.
Weird feel out phase. On a map, as time goes on, I give the edge to Liquid. Whoa, hit him with the nade and the op shot, simultaneous shutdown on Zontix in stairs. 0-5. And with that, it's a potential back-to-back 0-kill opening half.
It could be. Still a little bit early, but yeah, Zontix.
Keeping my finger on the pulse.
It's been a slow one.
Or the lack thereof. Poor guy, though. I feel bad for him this round. Nade and an op shot.
But he was given his position with the shadow.
That's fair.
He said, nade me, nade me.
Gotta remember where the sun is. Jumping out middle, they'll see no resistance. But as the rumblings of their forward approach come through, we get NAV kind of, for a second there, sizing up the mid-peak, but he'll just decide to throw himself onto A instead.
Yeah.
Bolster the site at 30 seconds.
odds are that smoke was going to come down nonetheless. So at least now he's actually in here, ready to hold off. We get the turn from JKS towards camera. Head tucked down, having contact first. Nice one from JKS. It's NAF in with impact. Shiro, missed chance, and the pistol's gonna prevail. 15 to the clock for Magix. Bomb down outside camera. He cannot leave for free. Ultimate's got this one locked in, so he should have. And he's actually going to allow for Magix to go for the save, perhaps with the op.
Yeah, that's a gift for Shiro. He's happy about that.
Time expires, Liquid take a lead, and that's all because NAF didn't waste time holding off in middle, putting himself in a place where he's got to fight through the smoke. He adds himself to heaven, and if he's not there, that's a bomb plant and a potential post plant here for Spirit.
Yeah, I can't say I love the way that Liquid have been playing some of the CT sides where they are passive out of spawn, and then they do make a good read in the rotations, but even when you overstack a site without enough space, not everyone gets a great position to play. Now, I will say they had a good solid setup where JKS played off the bait and peaked right after, but that was a moment where Shiro could have hit his one-up shot. The round is still alive. Either way, it works out well for Liquid. And now we can talk about whether or not this one missed shot from Ultimate actually matters, because Shiro has an op, he's 12-5. It's the one good gun on the map here for Team Spirit.
That's one of those moments. Get out of there, you little rascal. Chopper runs around Ruggs instead, joins up with Donk to grab bomb. They're going to try to put that op over smoke. Can
just
the
too
op
plump.
Make a difference? JKS with no nades.
Oh, no.
Okay.
It was like a
barrel stuck out. Good flash. Oh, and he gets two.
Donk time.
Shiro absolutely eats it. Donk comes through with the op swap. This is honestly Twists in a maybe compromised position, but he pulls off of that deep tail hold, and NAF cleans up middle. So all's looking good. Op comes through a little late. It's a clean sweep. The AWP gets nothing, and now Liquid have a chance to run away.
It's pretty crazy. We get it to map 3, and it's on paper really solid for Liquid. And again, this is the first time that they played against Spirit with this lineup. This is, I'm pretty sure, Ultimate's debut playing Spirit.
Yes.
Pretty cool. So it's cool to watch. So far, so good. 5-round CT side. Someone call that a quota.
The 69% win rate on their T side Anubis.
Giggity, giggity, how right.
Hey. It's the magic number. Oh, he hit that. Poor Zontix, 0-6. Hit by the op.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Excuse me, Zontix on the other side of the map. This is Magic's. Coincidentally damaged at the same time. He was getting naded up in rugs by the looks of it. I was telling you lies.
Zontix is still 0-6, though. You weren't lying about that.
That part is unfortunately true. Painfully accurate. Zontix, don't die and spawn the bomb. That'd be embarrassing.
Palpably painful.
Donk entry. 2 players inside. Oh, can he entry? What a stupid question.
What are you, stupid?
Of course he can. Unfortunately for him, though, no trade frag. Zontix comes in a second too late. Shiro trying to find that opening as we praise his 12-6 performance so far. No op in hand, but a good 1v1. And now he's opened up sight.
No, your Kinder's going to hear this.
But can he stop it? Because he's got to walk.
Yeah, that's true. He's going to miss the timing. The plant can come in. Zontix, when he got impact on Nuke, that's when Spirit started winning rounds.
And they smoke Yakinder off. Oh my God,
what a crazy plant.
Shiro, oh, he connects into NAF. And as they're still cautious about Long, Shiro's looking for his 3rd kill of the round. He is the only reason this opened up. They're thinking about the threat towards Long. Yakindar, he at least sees Zontix, calls the kill to JKS. Shiro can clutch.
Oh boy.
He gets off sight. He hits another, but the trade frag's there from the Aussie. And Liquid may lose bodies, but it's a 6th round win nonetheless.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding right there. That's one round where Zontix is, clear position to have impact. Needed one extra kill to help Shiro out.
That's a crazy plant.
Crazy plan. I'm not sure.
Crazy plant.
Because Shiro came from Dark as well, right?
They had no temple info.
Yeah. I mean, the rule of thumb, guys, is you plant from the position you came from, because then you know there's no one coming from there.
Mind you, they were very worried about
They could have
but there was a
planted there,
smoke down.
covered it, and pushed it. They were worried about long. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Makes sense. We figured it out. We got our best people on the case.
I guess it's because Yakinder was missing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. And, you know, Yakinder would walk through a smoke. He would do it.
Yep.
Or even just spam it. You got to gamble somehow, some way. Oh, Nav blind, sees the cross, hangs on to the control of the bomb site. Op comes back from Dark, dueling towards Jail. If not for that smoke, JKS right into the mix. Shiro picks up one. Trade frags come out to the favor of Liquid, and it's another moment here where Spirit look dazed and confused.
After map 1, thought maybe we'd get that upset from Spirit on this map, but it has been a total change up, and we're even talking about a nuke that could have gone south if not for Nafly's big clutch on the last round. And now Liquid full control of Anubis. There's a sight for sore eyes. On fire, 7 rounds here on CT, and a T side to look forward to.
They got whooped on their map pick. Liquid picked us too, lost 13-3.
Yeah, it seemed like it was just going to be over, straight up.
And suddenly, 7-3, CT side Anubis.
Man, Liquid.
An 8-1 record on the map. And a win over Spirit in their first head-to-head. That's what's on the line. Not yet finalized.
Well, Liquid have a poor CT side. I'm wondering if it's because they start on T side usually, but that would be weird.
Yeah, this is the makings of a great win for Liquid.
It's a pretty mixed bag. They usually start on T somehow.
Changing it up today.
45% on CT normally, so.
Ugh.
Well, they're shooting above par now. Below par.
JKS fired his feet. Waits for the flash, gets nothing. Oh, this one's looking sketchy, man. That's a lot of utility damage, but the T's don't come through at the same time. And now it feels like Liquid have picked up a bit of space within sight. Good frags back from Magix. Oh, it's ultimate. Swapping over to the M4. Yo! Another 3 kills in. We've got the player on site and Chopper, but it's just the Tech 9. He goes for the gun. Half his health now shaved off. Dived on by Yakindar.
Yo.
Oh, Roland keeps it rolling.
that was insane, man. Nice one from Roland. Hot swap to the rifle. Multi and a defense on the ace site. And a new sort of round.
Oof.
More overt aggression here from Spirit on this round.
Quick little prayer there from Magic. Little or log Gabby Shrek. Ooh. Listen,
that was.
It's crazy that in this moment we see shots like that from Ultimate. He's still not the best performing op in the server. Hero 17-9.
Crazy for 3 rounds, man. For what it's worth.
And Zotic's got a kill.
Boring.
No, it's Boris. That's Magic's.
Oh.
Who's also not playing very well.
I just feel like if someone's having a downfall, you want it to be like the worst downfall.
Yeah.
You can actually talk about it.
I'm the best at losing.
At least you could say that.
That's like my favorite thing about Maui Snake. You know, he's like the best analyst that doesn't get hired.
And now he's the best streamer.
That's true. Unless he's offline right now. Oh, nice.
Clipped.
Perfect timing on the peak there. There was like an ominous amount of empty space, and Team Liquid end up getting wrapped up within it. Always down for a twist op round, but at the moment, JKS solo A.
Cautious about camera, has a reason to be. Nobody there to keep Chopper in check. Smoke grenade, but great timing on the peak. Can't manage a second frag. Zontix doubles down. NAF gonna get bested by Shiro. That op everywhere. And it really is making a difference. Already posted for the arrival of Twists. Oh, and he gets shut down by Chopper. So a 4th round added to the tally. Much like Nuke, 1 more round sprinkled in. But next half is where Liquid do their best work. Shiro going tryhard mode to keep this game as close as possible. 4 measly rounds here for Team Spirit as Team Liquid on an 8-1 record here on Anubis will take off to a half where they tend to win nearly 70% of all rounds. Their T-side is something to be proud of, and if they can piece it together right here, right now, there's something else they should be proud of. A victory over Spirit in their first head-to-head.
No, man. That's cinema. That is cinema. That would be a really fantastic thing to say, and it does feel like it's going to happen. I mean, like, their stats are at odds right now. Like, we looked the first half, it should have been much better for Spirit if they were going to win this game. It's a heavily T-favored team. And for Liquid, they normally don't have to rely on their CT sides. Partially, though, because they win their game so dominantly with strong T sides, you don't get to see them as much. So it skews the stats a bit. But then they got so many rounds. So all about the pistol, as usual, here as we come into the final half of the night.
Yet to split pistols in these series. This series, singular. Maps plural. Oh my god, what is this routing? Back through the beach, over toward, they're going A! As Yakinder finds the opening kill.
Wow, they ran credit card right there in spawn. Nobody's moved, though, over on this side of the map.
Shiro turns the Beretta. Zontic's getting the first kills. Great. Oh, JKS comes out from camera. And that is the helping hand they needed. Now, we go 2v2. Donk's got the Berettas pushing through the camera smoke. Magic's just trying to cause a ruckus, trying to serve up a distraction. Donk comes swinging. Oh, and they both get their kills. We split pistols to try and keep this deciding map of the series as tight as possible.
I mean, this makes for the most exciting possible finish. Because it feels, in my head, I can't even envision Spirit winning now. Like, I can't. Because I haven't seen, of all their games, any really, really good Anubis wins, actually. Some really weird losses, plus very weak CT sides overall. And I think this is officially their hardest opponent, even though it's a debut versus a team that we have regularly viewed as an underdog, and Spirit a tournament favorite. I'm having a lot of trouble seeing that Spirit win. They win this pistol. They really pull out a CT side here. I think it's a miracle.
Okay, a miracle. Strong words.
Yeah, versus the Liquid T side of Anubis. Come on. It's their best map.
It's a Shiro thing. 19 kills, man. That's crazy. That's a miracle already. Losing as he was, he still posts that many frags. Not always round winning. His counterpart currently, JKS. Which is funny, because earlier this series, we're like, these are the two names we haven't really had to talk about much.
Yeah, true.
And map 3. A swift reminder of their ability. Smoked off towards long. Remember, no util here. A little Tech 9 for JKS because he's earned it. P250 for Yakinder because he wants it. And Zontic's a good chance to get the numbers up.
He just loves them CT sides, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Loves the little anchor. We saw him kind of get bullied around on ramp at some points last map, but does some decent work on A when it comes to Anubis. Come on now, Yakinder. There we go. To the point, as it is a 2-round difference now.
A lot of money made. A lot of deaths defended. Let's see if they shake Liquid. Remember, Nuke was this massive comeback from Team Spirit. Like, massive, actually. But that map, you know, that CT side comeback was more believable. But that being said, it was bigger than this. Quickly out towards the A site. Zontic's here, sort of solo for the moment. I mean, Shiro's pretty well nearby. They have time to delay. It's going to be an A pop. I'm going to love that we test Zontic's right out the gate.
Sure. Yeah, keep that pressure high. Don't let his 7 kills, you know, make you forget that that was an incredibly flat first half. Mac 10's the front of the charge. Utility coming out, but they're ahead of it. JKS is ahead of it. Oh, he gets just the one. We get NAFly with the return frag. And A-Site looking under wraps. No contest to stop that bomb plant.
Yeah, it gets put down, and it looks like Spirit don't want anything to do with this. They are still playing very far back, starting to get closer. I guess they're looking for Yakinder, who's pretty far away.
He is late lurking around Temple as this retake attempt is actually coming out. They're close enough to pull this off.
Yeah, this is awkward. Could they actually still get it?
Oh, Yakinder's trying to get in, but now that smoke between him and Boris. Magic's into the retake. They go. They keep their head down behind Cake. Trade's good. Yakinder arrives in time. That's what matters. Yakinder arrived in time. Got the trade frag and sends the second one soaring.
Yeah, it was a crazy long lurk that would ensure that you couldn't save. But it could have been dangerous if they had taken over the kills on the side and he was too far away. Just in time to be effective. Man. Third timeout's getting used here. You already see the power of the Liquid T side. That was, I don't want to blame Zontix for that one because Shiro was watching directly over him and he was throwing utility. But like he's the one who dies first, obviously, as they swing into him. I can't help but feel like that one's a little bit unlucky. I don't want to say he got, you know, completely outplayed or anything. He was He was hoping he'd be covered.
Ultimate's looking like he wants this mid-fight fast. Oh, Chopper's locking in. Oh, did he not hear him?
No, oh my god, there's just too many mollies and stuff, but he'll still get free peek and kill anyways.
Oof, Chopper, my man. You know, the hearing goes first, they say. Yakinder's gonna try to press in. Good luck with that. Donk, eyes sharp as a hawk. Makes sure that both go down. We get the triple. And poor Nav tagged down to 29. That is a solid hold from Spirit. It's one that could have gone real bad in middle, but Ultimate none the wiser to Chopper's position, and that man advantage gets flexed as Donk goes big.
Yeah, no small feat right there. We need the permanent picture-in-picture of Donk.
This round to me is almost like reminiscent of the CT round when Liquid just went charging over the bridge out of the spawn and lost 3 players.
Yeah.
Like, they definitely could have just slowed it down a bit for Dark or whatever not, but they saw a tempo, they tried to dive it, and, well, you see how it went. Cleared away, 3 survived. Donk's big triple kill, worth its weight in gold.
I mean, this is when, even when we casted him winning Betboom Dacha back in December of last year.
Yeah, Dubai.
It was Donk on this position, on CT side, Anubis, where he kind of showed everybody a totally different way to play, and that was swinging absolutely everything. Like, not even worrying about keeping everything smoked because the site is super insecure with the angles, very T-favored. If you get dark control, Donk was happy to swing on every single fight and control the map that way. That really puts a lot of attention over towards Zontix, who also by himself was doing a fantastic job. Form's obviously not been perfect so far in this matchup, but it is the CT sides that have been way more favorable towards him.
Presence shown towards A site. That's Shiro and Zontix preoccupied. Bank smoke into gap. It almost looks like it leaves a jail gap. I think that's why Magix is pressing into it. CT smoke off long nonetheless. Ooh, Chopper just gets deleted. Tries to go for a little info, takes a bullet between the eyes, and now Yakindar's position.
Bro, this is a tough position, actually. Yeah, 0 smokes here. CT side.
This all comes down to calls, and we start to see that bomb double back to the right site. JKS, yep, gets this kill, keeps the pressure up. Watch that rotation. He's coming, and JKS
lights out,
selling him snake oil, as it is indeed the B site. We hear the rumblings of util, so Donk gets a little closer, but nothing he should be able to do here. Naf on jail. Oh, nice headshot from Naf the moment Donk steps forward. And yep, because of the JKS double, really no footing over towards B. Why would you see that coming?
No, those were Donk kills basically out of JKS. 1 frame peaks. You see him, then you're dead. He hits you, you hit the ground. That was real quick from JKS. Can't ask for much more. Uh-oh. It's a rough spray. JKS could win this half, to be honest. He's going to keep playing like that. It was also, you know, Chopper taking the first duel because 5v5 but no utility, especially CT side, you're just favored right away. So they look for something. The thing is, he did it by himself. And I mean, Zontix is frustrated, but he's sort of out in the open. Shiro's not layered with him in any sense. They aren't playing off each other at all. Just basically a pre-fire map right there for JKS with 2 up angles.
Nice flash. Oh man, a whole pack of pistols. And Yakindar on cleanup only gets 1. It's okay. Bomb can go down on B, and luckily for Liquid, there is no threat here whatsoever. a nigh impossible round for Spirit to pick off, so the fact they get anything.
Yeah, that's actually solid to get 2 AKs out of that. Full USP push.
Got a silver
light. I always buy a flash. One flash. Come on.
Flashbang.
Don't be
200
cheap.
bucks.
Don't be cheap.
Come on, who ain't got 200 bucks?
Was that an AK down? Uh-oh.
Yeah, they lost one of the others.
Yeah. A dog, man. You give them guns. You just can't tell them what to do with them.
It's like Donnie Thornberry.
Yeah. Never bring a dog to the dog park.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Just an animal. Can't help myself. There's 11 for Liquid. Again, tapping into that strong T round win percentage that we have come to expect from their Anubis play. You know, we're talking about their great record here on Anubis as the decider of the series, but what we were really looking at back on Nuke was, again, 11 of the 13 last maps all the way of Spirit in terms of wins. That was the anomaly. Nuke could end up being the anomaly. Screw a Dust 2 stomp. With Anubis waiting in the wings, this decider always looked like Liquid's. When we ended up seeing Team Spirit lose to the Mongols, a big part of that, as you mentioned earlier, was just because we didn't get that crazy wide swing action out of Donk all the time. And right now, as he continues to be left solo towards B, that responsibility is going to bog him down. It's a good call from Chopper at the moment, stacking the right site. But they're really expecting some kind of mid play in the middle of all this.
But the opposite difference on this round. Like, they can afford to play mid in this way, and they actually find the timing to re-clear. Shiro can just get deeper and deeper. We're stuck into the angle. As the T's come forward, Zontix will be his support.
Oh, man, he's been so good, but his support is leaving. Barring Zontix, that's all that's left. Shiro has to deliver, and he hits Nap in the background. Re-peak chance should be good. Frag grenade goes down in front of it. And all that's left of Liquid now stuck behind this util. And Shiro still holding on to the fountain, nails another. Him and Zontix, 2 kills apiece. And all of Liquid evaporates on the approach of the bomb site. Solid hold, even with the numbers low. Those that were there delivered.
Yeah, couldn't have been much better in terms of how you play that out in your head if you're one of Shiro or Zontix. Really well done. A couple of rounds in this half where it hasn't gone, you know, idyllically, but this was exactly how you envision it. And they don't even have to block with the smoke. They have the molly. They can take the fights over this, and you can see that Liquid are hoping they had their own smoke because they would love to flush Shiro out of the spot. And it all comes back to the Chopper call to re-clear into mid on the timing. He thought that Liquid left. He was definitely in their heads, but I still have trouble believing that Spirit can pull this win out. We got one really good round, but overall, Liquid have looked solid so far.
What? Shiro getting into it.
Great game.
Spyro, but I'll give it to you.
Makes the mistake. And then so gracious.
I'm a generous guy. Anybody gonna peek this? Ultimate hope so. Donk in the corner, Chopper on the angle. It's Chopper contact, Donk. Ready to lock it in, Tech9 swings, dies. Opper connects. Now you know you've got Donk locked in with you, but is it you that's locked in with him? Ultimate doesn't leave yet.
Gave him too much time to get comfortable.
Yeah.
They'll shove you slightly out of the sight, but I mean, it's not a bad spot to be in if you're on the T side. 4v4, you're still at an advantage here. I think the thing is, there's this double op setup that is just so precarious, right? They can't move that much. Liquid doesn't know it yet. I think this is actually a great call for Spirit. Zontix is here watching camera for lurks, and all they're hoping for is contact plays. If Magix gets a free op shot because they think Shiro's on the other side of the map, that pays for the op.
Down to 30 seconds again. We saw what happened when things got flustered.
We got no flashes now, man. Magix can literally win this round.
If he hits the shot.
No smokes either.
He's got an incendiary if needed too. Ultimate smoke's about to fade, but Donk's barrel's pressed against this. Oh man, he pulls a nade. 15 seconds, missed op shot long. They have to charge through if they want, or they save. 10 seconds to the clock, another Molotov goes down, and that just gives Magix a chance to hit. Ultimate comes wide, there's no time to plant. Donk hangs on to the backside, dies, so be it. Time makes a world of difference. 3 frags for Ultimate, no chance to plant.
That was, so if Donk doesn't get his molly off, they can run through. And it was actually kind of a hard one to get off without Ultimate opping him. We've seen how good Ultimate has been versus the shoulder peaks, and Donk knows there's an op on the other side of this, so plays that perfectly. And if he was a little bit sloppy, mollies the exit, still gives him a line of sight, and still can lose the round, but instead mechanically gets it all off exactly as he needs to and creates a winning chance here for Spirit as they somehow pulled out another round. Ultimate will be the one gun here for Liquid. Still looking for their map point, series point.
Ultimate looking to be the hero, unchecked his chopper.
I have no idea.
Nice prediction. And he hangs on for the second.
He deserved more bullets. He was so good on that transfer.
AK changes hands. Twists goes down right after. And nobody else has Kevlar. Oh, but does it matter? JKS and NAF. Hold up.
Wait a second.
Of all the rounds, unarmored headshots come through from both the rifles. We saw Magix miss the first op shot back on that B site 1 round prior.
Yeah, did Zontix even want to smoke this?
Even if he hits the first one, suddenly there is a trade potential, especially as Magix continues to come forward, and he'll snap that shot down. Wide beautiful couple off shots from Magix.
I'm gonna lie, I mean, like, Zontix shuts him off, forces him into that fight. Magix plays it perfectly. There are moments like that where your part-time opper is going to make a mistake on the peak, not knowing exactly how a rifle is going to take advantage of him, but it's really impressive that Magix figures it out. Now, this is a round that Liquid didn't come into with much, so you wouldn't be too sad to lose it, but they were very close to be able to win.
Little sigh of relief for Spirit on that one.
Yeah. A real burst of energy, to be honest.
Yeah, I was gonna say, not quite a sigh.
And all the money spent comes out with a Galil. No op here for Liquid.
Still that double op on Spirit's side.
Yeah, that's been the change of the half. That's really worked out beautifully for them, and funnily enough, has more to do with Magix than it even has to do with Shiro, just because they're running into him.
Donk posturing behind Chopper yet again. This duo inside dark. JKS looking to come and join them, but do Ultimate and Yakinder try to take this fight first before the third comes through? Donk, same corner, same spot, no surprises. Oh, the fire inching towards him, and he gets another headshot. How dare you think you can best him?
It just evaporates.
Oh, but missed op shots this time. Magix leaves that little bit of slack. NAF can't get a second. Twist trades out, and Donk goes down. It's 12 on the line here for Liquid.
Are they still coming in?
Yep, by the looks of it. And Shiro ready, but down goes the smoke on the wrong position.
The flash is bad. Oh.
He misses his chances. The flash doesn't hit. No wallbang chance on him. Banked nade for JKS. Twist survives the impact and goes so deep through this temple that what do you know? Down you go. Twist calls for the 12th of Team Liquid.
Wow, they found all of those trades in the site. It looked like they were going to topple the attack from Liquid at the choke points. Donk, I can't believe he gets that kill. You could see him even willing to take damage just for any sort of situation where he could get an extra inch out to get further warning on his next opponent. It doesn't matter. He still gets the other one. It's insane how clean that was. But all the while, Liquid are keeping up on the trades, fighting in main. And Shiro drops his one chance in the 1v2 to make that possible. That first shot on the cross.
Oh man, and then the push. The trade's good. Donk repositioning, still working alongside Chopper. Op hones in, but it's another headshot.
He just doesn't go down. 21 frags. Twist tries his chance. Damage is good. It's a pistol out. And the kid's dead. We go 3v3. Tons of damage still done versus Twists. We saw lightning fast entries from JKS on A earlier this T side, but now it's his Mac 10.
I mean, Zontix doesn't know that he's here.
Versus pistols
he's looking
now.
to smoke the main choke point. Yeah, and the pistol.
That's the limitations, right? That's why Donk goes for that wide swing. He's the best equipped for the situation. He gets his job done with the double. Kindar hanging on just in case anybody else from that B site tries to make their move. They forfeit A entirely. No kid on the play.
There's not going to be a retake on this round, surely.
But Twist is sticking around. Dude, you've got 6 HP and you've got that bomb.
Yeah.
A straight pistol bullet.
They like to play this
critical
down on
timing.
the clock, but I mean, Spirit are the ones who are moving. The cogs are turning.
He turns the wrong way.
What?
Oh, silver lining, there are guns to go grab, but like you said, playing for the retake.
because they have a smoke.
Oof. They're going to nab those weapons, see that B is clear, and try to scramble over as fast as they can.
They're going through it.
He's left a lot to be desired this series, but can he make up for it? It's 3 low players and a P250. Fire at his feet, and he hits that headshot. 2 critical sidearm frags. Yakindar into the clutch. Oh man, hands no longer busy. AK comes up with the smoke to cover camera, but does he think about the flank? Or concentrate attention towards camera instead, where Spirit have doubled up with a huge health advantage. The Kevlar, the new guns.
They're willing to wait this out. There's a molly here for Spirit to use on main that he can't really fight through.
No kit. It's got to be that 10-second defuse front side sight. He plays in front of whatever molly would be there and miss shots out of Magic's on the rifle. No time. There's just no time. He's going to fight with him. He takes it down, and Yakinder posts Liquid's 13th in their first showing over Team Spirit. It's another big scalp, another trophy, so to say, for Twists and Team Liquid.
The first head-to-head between this version of Liquid and Team Spirit, and it is Twist's crew to come out on top. Man, oh man, talk about 2 epic endings to both maps that Team Liquid pick up in this. A NAV clutch on Nuke comes down to Yakinder on Anubis. That was an incredible game from both sides of the equation, but Liquid, man, just the fortitude, particularly after that first map. Their map pick, what was that, 13-4? That was a complete blowout. The fact that they come back, impressive stuff.
Yeah, and it wasn't necessarily just individual part. This was also like pretty in-depth preparation, and from the tactical point of view, they were playing just sounder CS, I would say, and clutches. The individuals shown the impact.
Yeah, and we could talk about, you know, any individual or basically on each side of the map that we're coming on from the Liquid equation, because JKS, I mean, he was really stepping up on this final map of Anubis. Admittedly, he had a quiet series up until this point, right? But showing some impact at the most crucial points on this third map.
Absolutely, and he's also having this uncoverable position of A side, which is kind of where you're all left alone, and he was dealing pretty well with all the attacks that Team Spirit were throwing in his way, and then obviously on the T side as well. He started off well with a pistol round, and he eventually got Zontix number multiple times, and even in that last round, it felt like Zontix never had an idea that he's way too close in A main position, and well, it didn't turn out to be a kill, but it could have been, and JKS just outplayed him positionally.
What do you think was the turning point for Liquid on this third map then? Because Spirit, you know, they weren't going down without a fight, admittedly.
Yeah, I would definitely say that it kind of came down to the fact that they were able to scramble onto economy really well, and they also had a plan always within the rounds, and I cannot pinpoint the perfect round or the certain point where it's just this is Liquid's game, because we couldn't do that until the end of the Yakindar's clutch. Ironically, I was thinking that this is surely going into another overtime, but it didn't, and it's really hard to pinpoint something like that. Overall, better performance, I feel like, for Liquid.
Well, speaking of crucial clutch players, let's go ahead and check in with NAV, courtesy of James Banks.
One hell of a battle and one hell of a set of clutches from you and Yakinder just now to close out these games and give you it, but it was a tough fight right the whole way through. It never felt like you guys were having easy rounds in this.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, starting on Dust 2 was obviously really tough. I think it's a map we definitely still need to work on. There's a lot of, during that game, there was a lot of doubt, and there was just not a not a like good understanding as a team on what to do, and that's just something we just need to work on. And there's just simply a lot of hesitation, and that's what cost us to even like get into any rounds, you know. So we just knew that coming into the series that we need to switch it up on the second map and make sure that we're actually talking, communicating, and playing with more confidence, taking more risks. That's what we needed to say. Just take more risks. Don't be scared. If you die, you die.
Do you think that doubt was because of who you were playing? Was that a factor?
No factor. I think like, you know, you could come into an event and you could start a little cold. It could be that, but you know, I don't know. I just, as a team, as we talked about it after the first map, a lot of us were really frustrated that we didn't do anything. Like we didn't even play the game at all. You know, like we didn't take our risks. We didn't even try to do anything to catch them off guard. We just pretty much played like robots. You know, so we definitely had to go into the next maps to actually, you know, more confidence.
I want to also ask you about something that I think that propelled you to be able to take this Anubis as well, is going into how you guys were managing your economy. You could lose the pistol, then you're buying kind of low buy, you know, and then able to control the economy afterwards. Can you talk me through it?
Yeah, so obviously like on CT side, there is this buy that it was coined by Furia. We call it the Furia buy on CT side, whereas if you lose pistol and you just save and you just buy MP9s, if you end up winning the round, then you have bonus economy perfect, you know. So MP9s are pretty strong, you can still win. And then if you lose, you can still rebuy the next round, you know. And then sometimes on T sides, we'll just kind of save our money and might try like a rush play with Tech 9s, especially like on Nuke, because on Nuke you have the potential to just rush upper with upper nades, and then you can rush ramp, you can catch people off guard, and if you win that round, then again, you have bonus money for the next round, you know, so there's different ways of playing it for sure.
Well, it worked out here, man. Thank you very much. Good luck going forward.
Loving that answer from NAV. That was something that you picked up on during the game, Stico.
Yeah, you can see it immediately right now. The round itself is not that important, but look at the money still on Ultimate, Yekindar and Nafly. They all have over 2K, and this is supposed to be the first buy round, because second round after losing this round, they fully ecoed. And this is one of the beautiful things about the Anubis, that you can just run yourself because of the aggression, and you can just set up a play specifically for MP9s. Ultimate got thrown into the mix, trying to cause the chaos during the default. He got away with 2 kills and surviving, ultimately building up insane economy for the CT side, because there were a lot of back and forth rounds, and they still were able to buy and overbuy Team Spirit. And it happened on T side as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. It was on both sides of the map, right? It's a really interesting interesting little note.
Anubis is one of the maps where you just don't need to fight for map control. You're given the map control from the beginning, and obviously that's when that kind of pays off, and they, as Nafly said, they were kind of saving the money, and they were ready to go in.
Right, something else you picked up on Stico. It's a bit less sexy if you're Zontix, right? Because CT kills, wow, they're looking great. T kills, what's going on here?
I mean, I have not seen anything like this ever before. Like, this is kind of crazy stat line. Having this kind of impact on CT side, being the best fragger on your team is great. You're having one of those games. But to have complete opposite on T side 3 maps in a row, that's something I've never seen ever before. 3 kills, 22 deaths. The ADR disparity is just insane.
Well, you do have to put an asterisk on that first map because they only played 4 rounds on the T side, but I still think it's an incredibly valid point coming into maps 2 and 3, right? Especially on a map like Anubis, no?
Of course, as I said, it's a decided map.
Yeah.
You're supposed to have a little bit bigger impact than this, no matter what the role is. And it just wasn't happening today for Zontix. And we pointed it out on Nuke. There were a lot of unlucky moments and rounds where just things, it couldn't even gone more wrong for him. And it's one of those days, and I'm just happy that he's able to recover mid-half for that CT half to find impact, but he has to find a little bit more on the T side moving forward.
And I mean, they're going to have to be recovering fast because one more series could spell elimination for Spirit here. But let's recap exactly what has gone down today. I believe we can start off with the Group A side of things as we see the first 2 matches. 2-0 NAVI over Falcons, and then that second game was where things got real interesting because FaZe, they realistically had a chance to close out that third map, right?
Yeah, but as I said, I predicted them to win, and I'm the master of the jinx here, so of course they're losing, same as
the big jinx. If Stico picks you, you're going down. Well, you guys at home have a chance to pick the plays of the day. We've got 3 of them coming at you, presented by Trader. You can vote on over at the Blast Premier Instagram. First up, we have got a nice little wonderful ace on Anubis. I love watching this guy, and the positioning here, it is just perfect.
He's just making sure that he's isolating all these one-on-ones. He's actually taking the peek into the terrorists, and he's always having, like, you can see it in glimpses whenever he turns from the flashes. There's teammate right behind him, so never really worried. And he's winning the duels, but even if he didn't, well, he wouldn't be making play of the week, but at least the teammate would be trading, right?
Well, if Harry Russell is watching, I know exactly who he's going to be voting for, because Maub's coming through with a pistol ace on Inferno. I've been loving watching this kid develop as well, particularly after joining G2. I had high hopes after what he delivered on MAE, and yeah, going by this round alone, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, of course. I mean, getting that 1v1 at the end as well was pretty clinical to maintain that Inferno advantage in the over FaZe, because in the end it was pretty close map and it could have gone either way, and I think this pistol round might have tipped the scales even if it was 0-0.
Okay, no bias at all, but this is what I'm going to be going and voting for, because NAV, he played this round to perfection, right?
I mean, I'm looking at him right now, and he's looking at me back, and I'm loving the idea, the crafty idea, resourcefulness, taking the rotation that is pretty much the unexpected, even to us as a casters or analyst desk. It's pretty good to see something like that, and taking on to the clutch into like more advanced level, and obviously NAV is known for these, so.
I mean, there's a clear winner for us, but we're also having the opportunity to be winners with our GG Bets predictions. Now, we had 4 games to be predicting upon today. I have carried through all of my lives. You haven't,
I don't want to
Deco.
talk about that.
You're on 7. And you said something before. You said something during the last Between Map segment. You were going to steal off me. So if social media can hear me, please, can I steal off Deco? That's what the little red thing means. I'm cementing that already. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. I've got to do it back to you.
It's completely okay, because I still see Anders
okay?
there with a reverse 9. And that takes credit to screw up everything. But I think he's doing it on purpose.
Hey, he got the last one right. Props to Anders, but he did already lose 3 lives. It's only day 1. We do have 4 more days. Unlucky Anders, but there is chance for redemption, you know? We've got 4 more games coming your way tomorrow, and Stiko, things are already getting savage, because between Groups A and Groups B, we've already got an elimination match looming. That is going to be the first game between Falcons and FaZe, and then Astralis versus Spirit. One of these 2 teams from both matches guaranteed to be going home. Are you going to give us some insight as to who you think is going to be eliminated?
I mean, adding salt to the wound as well for Astralis Spirit matchup, I don't think this is going to go well for Astralis, and obviously they would love to make it in front of the crowd here in home soil. Spirit is going to make it tough, and I don't think Spirit is going to bomb out tournament last place. I'm pretty sure that's going to be super, super difficult. For FaZe, Falcons, I'm going to give it to FaZe. I think Falcons is objectively here weakest team when it comes for the ranking.
Yeah.
But obviously FaZe has its like weak points as well. So I'm definitely thinking that that could actually lead to 3-map battle, but we will see tomorrow.
Well, Stiko, have you enjoyed your first day on the desk here at Blast?
Couldn't be better.
Yeah? You coming back tomorrow? We get you back?
Of course.
I love that. Well, we're going to be covering the second shift with the second 2 games going down, but Jacob and Bubsky will be joining you for the afternoon, kicking off the first 2 matches. We'll see you then.